A young boy at the mortal level surprisingly came across a peculiar system with no attributes. Chi Anlin awoke from his stupor to find a character panel, reminiscent of an online game, appearing before his blurry vision. The panel indicated that his level was at the first tier of the mortal rank, with his occupation listed as none and his blood energy stuck at 0. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, the strange panel stubbornly remained in his sight. As he was about to give up pondering over it, his gaze fell upon his desk, where a series of beast-taming books caught his eye. 1,000 Ways to Train Beasts, Beast Evolution Pathways, Practical Beast Combat Guide, and even How to Grow 10 Centimeters Taller. These books instantly triggered memories of the previous night. It all started when he witnessed some thugs harassing a young woman at a barbecue stall. As a model youth of the new era, he stepped in and successfully rescued the girl. Little did he know, a group of colorful street punks awaited him around the corner. Despite recalling the power of bonds in that critical moment, he ultimately couldn't escape death. The world he found himself in after crossing over was fraught with danger. Spiritual energy resurgence, rampant beasts, and otherworldly invasions. Chi Anlin quickly accepted this new reality, but what puzzled him was why, despite having studied so much about beast taming, his occupation still showed none. Through experimentation, he discovered that the system had basic identification functions. In the backyard, he chose the weakest ant as his target and gained 0.01 points of blood energy. With the acquisition of blood energy, the system finally activated, revealing only a simple fusion interface. The information from the system indicated that blood energy could be used to fuse beasts with other items, provided the beasts were in a bound state. The fused beast would remain loyal to its host. This reminded Chi Anlin of the mid-tier mortal level Redfoot Fierce Ant Queen he had been raising. Under the influence of an anesthetic, he quickly located the slightly larger Ant Queen. After identification, he confirmed its level as the third tier of the mortal rank, with potential reaching mid-tier mortal. However, he still needed to purchase a termite queen, as he didn't have one on hand. For now, he decided to fuse the Redfoot Fierce Ant Queen with something else to form a contract. In the small cabin, Chi Anlin stared at the queen of the reed-legged fierce ants in the test tube, his brows furrowed as he pondered deeply. The fusion interface appeared, with a cartoon avatar of a small ant flashing within it. He drew a small iron rod from the side and placed it in the fusion area. The system immediately prompted, "Do you want to fuse the queen of the reed-legged fierce ants with the iron rod?" Blood energy required. 150, fusion success rate. 60, you may choose one fusion item to disappear. 150 points of blood energy. Chi Anlin calculated silently. While this wasn't a huge amount, fusing with just an iron rod required this much. If he were to fuse with a termite queen, it would likely cost thousands of blood energy points. Looking around, his gaze fell on a box of mealworms and cockroaches in the corner. These cheap carnivorous insect feeds were perfect for acquiring blood energy. He knew that obtaining blood energy didn't necessarily require killing the target by hand. Drowning or poisoning them was equally effective. Acting quickly, he threw cockroach poison into the cockroach nest and poured boiling water over the mealworms. The cockroaches in the glass tank immediately became restless, so he quickly covered it. In contrast, the mealworms instantly lost their vitality under the scalding water. System prompts flashed continuously. Kill mealworm, gain 0.1 blood energy. Kill cockroach, gain 0.5 blood energy. Kill mantis, gain 0.7 blood energy. Kill Hercules beetle, gain 2 blood energy. The insects in the insect house were soon cleared out, totaling 80 points of blood energy. These insects, which were rare in his previous life, were not considered precious in this world. As he crossed the yard, Chi Anlin glanced at his sister Chi Zuyu's pet rabbit, knowing this option was off the table for now. Returning to the house, the scene in the kitchen sparked an idea. He immediately took out his phone and ordered several carp through a food delivery app. 30 minutes later, he received the delivery and skillfully handled the arm-length carp in the kitchen. Each carp was stunned, gutted, and neatly arranged, with each kill granting him 15 points of blood energy, totaling 75 points for 5 carp. After gathering enough blood energy, he quickly returned to the insect house to begin the fusion process. Selecting the iron rod as the consumable, red threads immediately emerged, wrapping around the queen ant. Every second of the fusion process had him holding his breath, afraid of affecting the success rate. A minute later, the system prompted, "Fusion successful." The blood cocoon turned into blood water, absorbed by the queen ant, revealing its brand new form. Its entire body gleamed with a metallic silver sheen, its size even larger, resembling an aggressive piece of metallic artwork. The system immediately displayed the new attributes. Name: Iron Fierce Ant Queen. Attribute: Metal. Level: Mortal Rank Stage 3. Potential: Mortal Grade High. Production Capacity: Mortal Grade Stage 1, 21 day Ordinary Beasts, 2001 day. Description: the mutated reed-legged fierce ant queen with enhanced defense and reduced production capacity. Worker ants produced can enhance their defense by devouring steel. As Chi Anlin gently held this newly transformed queen, he felt an unprecedented sense of closeness and friendliness, as if a special bond had been established between them at that moment. Although the fused queen ant showed a certain degree of loyalty to him, due to its low intelligence, Chi Anlin had to contract it first before he could issue commands through his mental power. He closed his eyes, and a faint thread of mental power emerged, slowly merging into the queen ant's body. Unexpectedly, the queen ant showed no resistance to this mental intrusion. This was highly unusual. Even pets that had been with their owners for years would instinctively repel the initial invasion into their mental core. This reaction stemmed from a biological self-protection mechanism, which persisted even after a contract had been accepted. For this reason, taming a wild and powerful beast required one of two approaches, either forcibly contracting it with overwhelming strength or raising it from a young age. This also explained why the market price for young beasts was often higher than that of adults. Chi Anlin's mental power was like a flickering flame in the wind. To put it bluntly, even a low-tier beast could easily end his cultivation career. Because of this, he had never successfully contracted any beast. Despite his parents' continuous purchase of various pills to enhance mental power, the results had been negligible. However, at this moment, as his mental power finally enveloped the queen ant's mental core, a breakthrough occurred. In his mental sea, the queen ant's image became clear. To his surprise, he discovered that he could issue commands to the queen ant simply by thinking them, contrary to his previous belief that he would need to shout commands like, "Pikachu, use Thunderbolt." Just then, a surge of powerful heat flowed into his dantian, rapidly spreading throughout his body. This made him realize that he was different from typical beast tamers. Generally, beast tamers had strong mental power but weak physical bodies, unable to absorb the spiritual energy needed for cultivation on their own and relying on the energy feedback from their beasts to advance. This resulted in beast tamers generally being weaker in direct combat, relying on their beasts to win battles. But now, Chi Anlin clearly felt that he was different from this usual pattern. The mystical energy continued to spread through his body, and with each cycle, Chi Anlin felt himself growing stronger. Given his previously frail physique, the transformation was particularly noticeable. As the energy coursed through him, he noticed in the mirror that black impurities were being expelled through his pores, almost like tiny geysers. Who knew contracting a beast could have so many benefits? Chi Anlin marveled at the sensation. According to his memory, forming a contract with a beast was usually a life-or-death ordeal, draining one's mental energy and making the energy feedback excruciatingly painful. This easy experience was likely influenced by the blood energy. He glanced at his reflection again and sighed. The large amount of impurities being expelled was a clear sign that he was no hidden genius, but rather a genuine weakling. His gaze shifted to the table, where the queen ant was curiously prodding the cactus spines with its antennae. Although it was a low-tier beast with a small size, it consumed a significant amount of energy, explaining why it could only produce weak ants before. Chi Anlin fetched a prepared fish from the kitchen and placed it on the table, then took out a few spirit-gathering pills from a drawer. He often took these pills himself, though their effects were minimal and the spiritual energy they provided dissipated quickly. They would have to suffice as nourishment for the queen ant. After giving the command to produce, he went to the bathroom to wash off the grime. In the room, the queen ant quickly approached the fish and, with its formidable mandibles, tore off a piece of meat roughly the same size as itself. Its limited digestive capacity meant that consuming this much already caused its abdomen to swell noticeably. Clearly, the energy from the fish alone was insufficient for it to produce high-quality worker ants. The queen ant tilted its head and turned its attention to the pills nearby. Half an hour later, Chi Anlin returned to the room, freshly cleaned, only to find the queen ant standing motionless on the table like a statue. After some thought, he realized the cause. The queen ant had encountered the more energy-rich pills but was unable to consume them, resulting in a sort of mental freeze. This prompted him to consider integrating brain-enhancing supplements into its diet to improve its cognitive abilities for handling complex commands. Inspecting the table, he was surprised to find no worker ants, but instead some ant eggs. Upon identification, he found: name, Iron Fierce Ant Egg. Attribute, metal. Level, low tier, stage 1. Potential, mid-tier, common quality. Hatching time, 1 day. These eggs had absorbed a significant amount of energy within the queen ant, greatly shortening their incubation period. Chi Anlin planned to buy some spirit-infused metals for the ants to consume, thereby boosting their defensive capabilities. Although energy shortage remained an issue, he had enough pocket money to manage the initial development phase. The mutated Iron Fierce Ant retained the characteristics of the Redfoot Fierce Ant, with worker ants also possessing reproductive capabilities. While the offspring produced by the workers were of lower quality than those of the queen ant, they were sufficient as basic labor. This differed from the wild, where only high-status Redfoot Fierce Ants could reproduce. and the eggs of lower status ants would be destroyed, with the queen ant forbidding worker ant production. As Chi Anlin's loyal beast, the queen ant demonstrated complete obedience. It began to precisely execute its master's commands, controlling the behavior of the entire ant colony. Chi Anlin pondered the queen ant's reproductive capabilities. High-grade ant eggs required significant energy, producing only 2 per day. In comparison, it was more efficient to produce common worker ants to hunt small insects. He couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that his earlier decision to eliminate all worker ants was somewhat short-sighted. Now, the queen ant seemed to be a lone commander without any troops. Queen ant, start producing common ant eggs. Upon receiving the command, the queen ant gently twitched its antennae and then bowed down to begin its work. Soon, translucent ant eggs appeared on the table. Although these common ant eggs were much smaller than the mid-grade mortal ones, their development speed was astonishing. It wasn't long before the eggs began to show noticeable movement. This defies all scientific principles. Chi Anlin raised an eyebrow, but in the world of cultivation, it's perfectly normal. After producing 50 eggs, the queen ant stopped working. This was its current limit, and it needed time to recover. In its current state, the queen ant could produce 200 common eggs per day or 2 mid-grade mortal eggs. Forcing it to exceed this limit would only harm itself. The system indicated that these newly produced eggs were iron ant eggs, with a metal attribute, no grade, and no potential. The hatching time was just 10 minutes. While waiting for the eggs to hatch, Chi Anlin began collecting metal items around the room. Although these common iron ants had limited combat power, 50 of them working together would be more than enough to clear the backyard of pests. He gathered metal basins, pots, and other household items, unsure of the exact amount needed but figuring it was better than nothing. To his surprise, the iron ants skipped the larval stage entirely, emerging as fully formed adults. These ants were remarkably large, about the size of a pinky finger, with a menacing appearance. They immediately began consuming the metal, and as the metal basin gradually disappeared, the ants' bodies started to shine with a metallic luster, resembling exquisite works of art. Chi Anlin picked one up for a closer inspection and found that its exoskeleton was as hard as some beetles. This discovery excited him, and he started planning to have the queen ant produce common iron ants exclusively. In just 5 days, he could have a force of over 1,000 ants, a highly enticing prospect. To prevent his mother from noticing the missing metal basin, he quickly ordered replacements online. Watching the ants gain such enhancements from consuming ordinary metal, he couldn't help but imagine the effects of using mid-grade metals. After releasing the worker ants and some fish into the backyard, and instructing them not to harm the rabbits, Chi Anlin began to anticipate their growth. These worker ants could not only fight but also reproduce, offering a rapid expansion of his forces. Although individually weak, their strength lay in their numbers. Injured ants could be quickly replaced, and the blood energy they harvested would directly benefit Chi Anlin. Once everything was set, he locked his door to prevent his parents from accidentally discovering the queen ant. After all, explaining the contract with such a beast without strong mental powers would be nearly impossible. Next, it was time to prepare for the journey to Xinsha Road. The road to Zinkalu, a few kilometers from home, was originally a flower and bird market. However, after a strange turn of events, it transformed into a bustling market filled with rare treasures. Chi Anlin stood at the crowded entrance, looking at the winding and narrow entryway, shaking his head in disbelief. This so-called cultivator's market seemed like a product of someone's overactive imagination. Despite having a legitimate business license, they insisted on making the entrance look as mysterious as a black market. As soon as he got out of the taxi, he was swept along by the throng of people. During this 10-minute forced march, he even helped a young boy play a card game and took an impromptu selfie with a girl's phone. Meanwhile, messages from his system were flooding in. Defeated earthworm, gained 0.2 blood energy. Defeated mole cricket, gained 0.4 blood energy. Defeated cricket, gained 0.5 blood energy. It seemed the iron ants in the backyard were diligently doing their job. At this rate, he could easily accumulate hundreds of blood energy points in a day. Finally, squeezing through the narrow entrance, the view opened up. Various shops and stalls spread out before him, making Chi Anlin rub his forehead in exasperation. The goods were far more unique than he had imagined. Ordinary grade magical iodine belt. Disinfect while you whip. Medicinal wine with ordinary grade herbs. Goji berries with dates. Knock out Wang Dajia's ailments. Top secret history. Chow Chow's blitzkrieg on Poland. There was even someone dressed as Ultraman Tiga charging 1088 for a photo, which was outright robbery. Ignoring these bizarre items, Chi Anlin headed straight for the metal section. Mostly street vendors, there was only one proper store, but its prices were outrageous. The stalls were filled with colorful minerals and crystals, and the vendors eagerly called out to him as he approached. All ordinary grade minerals, fair and square, shouted a burly man with a bare chest. He had clearly recognized Chi Anlin as a first-level cultivator. Given Shi Anlin's expensive protective gear, he looked every bit the wealthy young master, which only heightened the vendor's enthusiasm. Shi Anlin discreetly used his appraisal skill to scan the items on the ground. Purple glass bead no quality. Iron ore no quality. Profound fire stony ordinary grade low quality. Contains a trace of fire spirit energy, can be used for crafting. Though most items were just smoke and mirrors, his appraisal skill occasionally uncovered genuine treasures. While the skill wasn't particularly advanced, it could accurately identify items, as long as they weren't more than 2 levels above his current realm. If something couldn't be appraised, then it was likely a truly valuable find. The ores were a mix of genuine and fake. After some consideration, Shi Anlin decided to purchase some attributeless hard metals. These ordinary metals could serve as food for the worker ants, whereas the higher quality ones might be too difficult for them to digest. Being new here, he had no idea about the prices in this world. He wandered from stall to stall, inquiring about prices, and even took out his phone to check delivery apps. Finally, he stopped at a relatively cheap stall. Although online shopping was an option, improving his self-defense capability was urgent. He couldn't wait for delivery. Seeing the vendor's face plastered with a smile, Shi Anlin took a deep breath. This was his first time haggling in his previous world. He never lacked money and couldn't be bothered to negotiate. I'm a student. Will you sell this Xuanhua stone for 100 bucks? He decided to start with a drastic price cut and then slowly raise his offer. The vendor, a burly man, twitched his eyelids violently at the suggestion. This is Chilean stone. It costs 10,000. You must be joking, Shi Anlin said, eyes wide. You started the joke. The man smirked. Seeing the vendor not playing by the rules, Shi Anlin turned to leave. This move puzzled the vendor. Wasn't he supposed to keep bargaining? Eventually, the vendor chased after him and settled for 100 bucks off. After browsing the entire market, Shi Anlin didn't manage to find any hidden gems. The vendors here had sharp eyes. Prices only went up, never down. He felt a bit disappointed. This wasn't how it went in novels. He should have found a hidden treasure, attracting the attention of some noble family scion, leading to enmity and becoming both an obstacle and motivation on his cultivation path. That's enough for today. I can't carry any more, Shi Anlin thought as he looked at the ores in his pocket, ready to leave the market. Young man, I see a fierce omen in your brow. A kind voice suddenly came from behind him. I'm not wearing one. Shi Anlin stopped, his pupils dilating as he responded in a serious tone. The elderly man in a Taoist robe was amused by his response, his eyebrows twitching wildly. How can you say that with such a straight face? You're an interesting young man, but heed my advice. If you don't take this matter seriously, it could lead to grave consequences. Shi Anlin scoffed. He was just an ordinary, low-level cultivator, not even worth being a minion for the big shots. Besides, with the protective artifact his father gave him, he could survive a car crash and still be sprightly enough to do calisthenics. Where was the danger? About to mock this fortune-telling charlatan, he habitually used his identification skill. The next second, his expression froze. Identification failed. Please level up or upgrade your identification skill. Help me, master, he cried out. The appraisal technique can assess the strength of people or items 2 levels higher than oneself. This discovery startled Shi Anlin. The seemingly ordinary old man in front of him was at least a second-level cultivator. From his fragmented memories, most teachers were only first-level cultivators, and even the principal had barely reached the peak of the first level. This disparity in strength was related to the region they were in, a relatively safe area far from high-dimensional spaces, with only a rare yellow-level dimensional space. It was uncommon to see such a high-level cultivator here. Shi Anlin's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Could this be the legendary fortuitous encounter of a protagonist? He felt a sense of pride. Although he was just a nobody, he at least fit part of the protagonist template. The old man gently stroked his white beard, his gaze deep as he studied Shi Anlin. I see that although your physique is weak, there is a power within you that exceeds your current strength. You must have formed a bond with a beast stronger than yourself. Shi Anlin obediently sat down and listened attentively. The old man continued, the power of the beast indeed can enhance your physique. It's fortunate that you haven't been backlashed by the beast yet, but your mental strength is too weak. If you were to form a bond with another beast, your mental sea would undoubtedly collapse, and not even a celestial immortal could save you. Hearing this, Shi Anlin's expression changed. He had planned to use the system to bond with more beasts, but now it seemed unwise. The old man explained further that the mental burden brought by the beasts was only one issue. More importantly, the mental sea could only hold a limited number of mental cores. Due to Shi Anlin's weak mental strength, his mental sea was fragile and couldn't bear a second beast. However, Shi Anlin felt a sense of joy because the contractability granted by the system was different from ordinary once it did not cause backlash and required very little mental strength. This was an advantage given by the system, allowing him to hold a few more mental cores than his peers without disrupting the balance too much. Master, is there a way to solve this? Chi Anlin asked expectantly. The old man lightly flipped his hand, and suddenly a huge glass bottle filled with pills appeared. This unexpected scene left Chi Anlin dumbfounded. Where did such a large bottle come from? The system identified it as spirit refining pills, low-grade mortal level, with the effect of enhancing mental strength. Such mental strengthening pills were always scarce and often monopolized by powerful families. Even Chi Anlin's father could hardly obtain them. As Chi Anlin worried about being unable to afford such expensive pills, the old man smiled and said, "Don't worry, young brother. We are fated to meet, so I will give you this bottle of pills. I hope you can overcome your current difficulties and reach new heights." Chi Anlin was stunned, staring in disbelief at the scene before him. An old Taoist priest, whom he had never met, had just handed him an entire bottle of elixirs. For a moment, his thoughts were scattered, and a seemingly unrelated memory flashed through his mind. This Binbin, getting drunk after just a few cans, what a lightweight. Binbin is really weak. As he was lost in thought, the old Taoist gently patted his shoulder, placing the elixirs firmly in his hand. In a calm tone, he said, "I have already obtained what I wanted. Accept what you cannot change and regard it as fate. Everything is destined, and we have little control over it. I am establishing a karmic connection with you, young friend. We will meet again." Before Chi Anlin could respond, the old Taoist turned and walked away. Chi Anlin was still pondering the meaning of his words when, in the blink of an eye, the old man's figure vanished around the corner. "Master, should I take these before or after meals?" He finally realized and hurriedly shouted in the direction the old Taoist had disappeared. "Treat them as food." The old Taoist's voice seemed to whisper in his ear, though the man was nowhere in sight. The passers-by around him continued with their business, oblivious to the unusual bottle of elixirs in Chi Anlin's hand. Good people still exist, Chi Anlin thought to himself. Although he wasn't sure what the old Taoist had gained, based on the typical novel plot and the Taoist words, it seemed to be a win-win karmic relationship. Carefully, he placed the bottle of elixirs into his bag, thinking that the old Taoist must be a highly enlightened wanderer who saw something special in him and wanted to establish this good relationship. Suddenly, a frightening thought crossed his mind. If the old Taoist had attacked him earlier, how long could his talismans have held out? Instinctively, he reached for his neck, only to find that the protective amulets his father had given him were gone. "My necklace, where is it?" Cold sweat drenched his back as he frantically checked his other talismans, only to discover they were all missing. Chi Anlin's face turned ashen, feeling as if he had swallowed a fly. "Damn it, with all that power, you still have to steal from a junior? Learn from your mistakes," Chi Anlin thought with a bitter smile as he shook his head, recalling the words of the old Taoist. Although the old man spoke eloquently, it was nothing more than the basic principles he had learned in school. He realized with frustration that he had been deceived, even though everything the Taoist said was true. He gently lifted the glass bottle containing the elixir and gave it a shake. His expression changed instantly. The pills inside had transformed. Identification. Name: chocolate beans. Quality: none. Description: slightly sweet. Chi Anlin felt a tightness in his chest and nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. On closer inspection, he saw that only about 20 of the pills on the surface were genuine Zui Shindan, while the rest were fakes. Dragging his weary body back home, he felt as if his entire life was shrouded in darkness. To make matters worse, his elusive father was returning tonight, and this would be a hard account to settle. After all, who would believe that a cultivator above the second stage would steal such trivial items? But on second thought, at least he still had 20 precious Zui Shindan, so it wasn't a total loss. In the backyard, Chi Anlin weakly squatted down and opened the nest of the iron ants. Inside the hole were over 100 ant eggs, all laid by ordinary iron ants. These eggs would take 2 hours to hatch, and the egg-laying iron ants would be temporarily weakened, needing to consume metal to recover. During this period, the iron ants had already cleared a large number of insects from the backyard, accumulating 57 blood energy points for him. Although the insect resources in the backyard were limited, the nearby mountains seemed like a good alternative. Returning to his room upstairs, he saw the queen ant sleeping next to a mid-grade mortal egg. The cooking utensils on the table had been entirely devoured by the queen, causing her body to noticeably swell. Staring at the queen ant on the table, Chi Anlin had a sudden inspiration. Why not try fusing the Zui Shundan with the queen ant? The system showed blood energy required for fusion, 1000. Success rate, 90. Just as he was worrying about the high blood energy cost, he heard a commotion downstairs. "Anlin, come and see who's here," his mother called out. Chi Anlin shrugged helplessly, grabbed a Chinese textbook, and headed downstairs. However, the two figures that came into view left him stunned because the memory fragments had not yet fully integrated. He hadn't expected such significant changes in his relatives. Mother is doing well, maintaining her youthful appearance both in her past and present lives. Chi Anlin and his sister have perfectly inherited their mother's excellent genes. turning heads wherever they go. As for his own looks, let's leave that to the reader's imagination. In his past life, his father was a frail, bespectacled businessman who always found ways to deceive him, embodying the very image of a shrewd merchant. But now, standing at the door, was a burly man with bulging muscles and slicked-back hair. Chi Anlin stared at this father, who was so different from his memories, feeling as if his entire worldview had been shattered. He glanced discreetly at his own thin frame and wondered if he should consider a paternity test. Such a rebellious thought could only be entertained in his mind, lest he face a severe beating. Qi Xingfei strode over, snatched the Chinese textbook from Chi Anlin's hand, and tossed it aside, saying heartily, "Son, reading this stuff is useless." Lu Jiahui immediately frowned and scolded, "Don't teach him nonsense. Academic subjects are important too." Before she could finish, Chi Anlin quickly interrupted, "My dad wouldn't harm me." Thump, thump. Qi Xingfei gave his son 2 hearty pats on the back, almost making Chi Anlin cough up blood. "Good boy, you seem sturdier lately. Perfect timing. I've got something for you." He pushed open the door, revealing several cages. "These are beasts I captured from another world." Qi Xingfei pulled a small, restless white wolf cub, muzzled for safety, out of one of the cages and tossed it to Chi Anlin. "This wolf cub is for you to form a bond with. You're old enough now to have a bonded beast, and it took me a lot of effort to catch these for you." Pointing to the other cages, he continued, "The rest of these half-dead ordinary beasts are for you to practice your courage. You must deal with all of them in front of me, so you don't wet your pants during training. Of course, if you don't dare." Before Qi Xingfei could finish, Chi Anlin's eyes lit up with excitement. "You're the best, Dad. Just what I needed." Chi Anlin exclaimed excitedly as he used the identification function on the beasts before him. The first thing that caught his eye was the small ice spirit wolf. The system displayed. Name: Ice Spirit Wolf. Attribute: Ice. Level: No potential. Quality: Common high grade. This wolf pup was specially brought back by Chi's father from another dimension. It had not yet embarked on the path of cultivation, making it the easiest time to form a contract. Unlike other pups forcibly taken from their parents, this ice spirit wolf had been abandoned by its mother and was found barely alive in a dimension filled with fire-type beasts. Its mutated constitution and unfavorable fur color likely led to its abandonment. This experience, however, made it naturally unhostile towards humans. Chi Anlin then turned his attention to the other beasts, all of which were bound and severely injured. These were brought by his father to help him build courage. The system displayed their information one by one. Firestone Mouse, Fire Attribute, Common Grade Level 3, Common Low Grade. Flame Bird, Fire Attribute, Common Grade Level 2, Common Low Grade. Blazing Tiger, Fire Attribute, Common Grade Level 2, Common Low Grade. Fiery Pig, Fire Attribute, Common Grade Level 4, Common Medium Grade. These were all low-level beasts, comparable to the strength of his classmates who were at Common Grade Levels 3 or 4. Chi's father took out a piece of white ice crystal emitting a cold aura and tossed it to Chi Anlin. This was meant to be used for forging weapons. Wearing it will make the ice spirit wolf more affectionate towards you. He then handed him a small knife. Getting up close to these beasts is the only way to truly build your courage. Chi's father patiently demonstrated the grip and technique. This is called the ice spike technique, mainly used for horizontal slashes and downward thrusts. It aligns with the body's natural force and is easy to conceal. Half an hour later, Chi Anlin, holding the knife, approached the bound flame bird. Though he silently wished for the help of the ant queen, he closed his eyes and stabbed at the bird's neck. Squish! Blood spurted out, drenching him. The system notified him of gaining 150 blood energy points. His adrenaline surged, making him both tremble and exhilarate. Riding this wave of energy, he proceeded to deal with the other beasts. Blazing Tiger gained 250 blood energy points. Firestone Mouse gained 400 blood energy points. Fiery Pig gained 800 blood energy points. Chi's father nodded in approval. Not bad, but remember to clean up the blood in the wild to avoid attracting other beasts. Before leaving, his father also gave him a beast pouch capable of holding 3 beasts, though he looked quite reluctant. Back in his room, Chi Anlin first activated the Ant Queen's fusion. Ding! Fusion started. Remaining time: 3 hours. Then he planned to attempt the fusion of the Ice Spirit Wolf and the Ice Crystal. The identification showed that this ice crystal was a yellow-grade low-tier forging material, requiring 15,000 blood energy points, with only a 10 success rate. It seemed that the success rate for forcibly fusing with a low-level Ice Spirit Wolf was indeed low. No other options left. Chi Anlin looked at his remaining 667 blood energy points. This was far from enough to synthesize the Ant Queen. His gaze shifted to the Ice Spirit Wolf. This high-grade beast had to be contracted, but the challenge was how to complete the fusion with the limited blood energy he had. After pondering for a moment, He walked to the fridge and took out a large block of ice. The system immediately prompted, "Do you want to fuse the ice spirit wolf with the ice block? Required blood energy, 100. Success rate, 99. Blood energy surged out, enveloping the ice spirit wolf and the ice block into a blood cocoon. The fusion process began, estimated to take 10 minutes. This works. Chi Anlin was secretly pleased with his ingenuity. Although the ordinary ice block wouldn't cause a qualitative leap in the ice spirit wolf, it could at least meet the basic requirements for the contract. While waiting, his attention was drawn to the iron ant egg. He still had some minerals left. Why not seize the opportunity for a basic synthesis? Although the iron ant wouldn't become his main beast, it could serve as a guard for the ant queen. The system promptly suggested, "Do you want to fuse the iron ant with the gold sandstone? Required blood energy, 500. Success rate, 80. 10 minutes later, the ice spirit wolf emerged from the cocoon. Apart from a slightly whiter coat, its appearance didn't change much. Chi Anlin immediately enveloped the ice spirit wolf's spiritual core with his mental power. With experience on his side, the contract proceeded exceptionally smoothly. At that moment, a faint stream of ice spirit energy flowed into Chi Anlin's body, and the ice crystal on his neck suddenly lit up. Pure ice spirit energy split into two streams, rushing into his mental sea and meridians. His originally fragile meridians became crystal clear and began to expand under the wash of ice spirit energy. Suddenly, the barrier that had been immovable for years within him shattered, and spiritual energy surged into his dantian like a breached dam, had broken through to mortal level 2. This was a regret he had carried before crossing over, now finally resolved, making him feel fully integrated into this world. Many blurry memories also became clearer. Simultaneously, the ice spirit wolf howled and broke through to become a mortal level beast. The system showed that it had acquired the ice seal's skill, which would require blood energy to upgrade, but for now, conserving resources was wiser. After the contract was completed, Chi Anlin sat cross-legged on his bed, closing his eyes to practice the Guyuan mystical arts his father had taught him. This yellow-level technique far surpassed the mortal mystical arts taught at school. After 4 hours of cultivation, his realm stabilized further, and his strength reached the peak of mortal level 2. Finally, the synthesis of the Ant Queen was also completed. The Ant Queen now had a more robust build, with a deeper black color, and had acquired the skills of bloodline control and intimidation. This significant enhancement was not only due to the quenching spirit pill, but also largely from the effects of the blood energy. Snap! A crisp sound came from the desk, and Chi Anlin immediately turned to look. The egg of the iron ant had cracked open, and a small, metallic ant was gnawing on the metal surface of the desk. The system quickly identified the attributes of the newly hatched ant. Name, golden ant. Attribute, metal. Level, mortal rank, first stage. Potential, high-grade mortal. Skill, hardening significantly increases defense, lasts for 10 minutes. Thanks to the accelerated synthesis earlier, this iron ant had completed its hatching and cocooning process an hour ago. Chi Anlin felt a surge of joy. Without his father's cheat, he would have had to wait several days to witness this moment. Thinking about the upcoming military training, Chi Anlin felt a sense of anticipation. He looked at the queen ant and had a sudden idea. I can bring the queen ant along, and I have the beast bag to use. I wonder how powerful the queen's intimidation skill is. Queen ant, try using your intimidation skill on me. Chi Anlin commanded the queen ant telepathically. The queen ant tilted its head, hesitated for a moment, and then followed the order. When Chi Anlin woke up again, it was already the next morning. Rubbing his temples, he couldn't shake off a lingering dizziness. Fortunately, the ice crystal's energy had improved his mental strength. Otherwise, he might have become the most pitiful transmigrator ever. Despite everything, he had slept well until he saw the clock on his bedside table showing 8 o'clock. Damn it, I'm going to be late. Chi Anlin hurriedly stuffed his 3 magical beasts into the beast bag. Just as he was about to rush out with his suitcase, he noticed 200 neatly lined up iron ants on his desk, all of them hatched by the queen ant earlier. No time to explain. Queen ant, get them all into the box. Under the queen ant's command, all the iron ants quickly crawled into the box. Chi Anlin shoved the box into his backpack and dashed out of the room. He planned to take all these ants to the military training ground. By the time he arrived at school, it was already 8:30. Chi Anlin cautiously approached the classroom door. Although he was curious about the lessons in the world of cultivation, at this moment, he was more concerned about the punishment for being late. The classroom was a hubbub of noise, with students eagerly discussing the upcoming military training. This was their first opportunity to visit another world, and excitement was written all over their faces. However, they hadn't started class yet because they were waiting for Chi Anlin after all. Entering another world was a significant event, and everyone needed to be present for the safety briefing. As he pushed the door open, Chi Anlin immediately spotted the towering figure of his homeroom teacher, Mr. Wu. Seeing the teacher's bulging muscles, he couldn't help but sigh internally. Why does even the homeroom teacher have to be a physical cultivator? It would be easier if he were a beast tamer. Physical cultivators are notorious for their fiery tempers. Qianlin, stop right there. Wu Hong's voice boomed like thunder. Although he had always turned a blind eye to Qianlin, given that his father was a formidable second-realm cultivator, this military training was too important. If anything happened to Qianlin, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of that powerful father. Why are you late? Wu Hong asked in a low voice. Traffic jam. Qianlin stammered, lying. Traffic jam? Is that my fault? Wu Hong offered him an out. Did I blame you? Qianlin blurted out, instantly realizing he had made a huge mistake. The entire class gasped, and he looked at Mr. Wu's muscular arms, silently regretting his slip of the tongue. Surprisingly, Wu Hong's forehead veins bulged, but he maintained a smile and simply said, "All right, go sit down. You don't want to miss the bus for the training." Under the astonished gazes of his classmates, Qianlin returned to his seat. His deskmate, Ji, immediately leaned over to share his morning's heroic deeds, trying to mimic the sleeping posture of the student in front of him, Inqing Xin, only to get scolded by the teacher. As Ji rambled on about the connection between elevator buttons and secret crushes, Qianlin could only nod helplessly. Bro, this one's solid. Soon after, they boarded the bus and arrived at the bustling area near the entrance to the other world. The streets were filled with cultivators, and shops selling various cultivation supplies lined both sides. Although this was a military zone, the authorities had allowed the cultivators' activities, which helped them gather resources to enhance their skills and also ease the military's defense burden. By the roadside, a student holding a donation box suddenly brightened up. He had hoped to gather more donations in this area filled with monks, but to his disappointment, they all reacted coldly. Now, seeing a group of high school students approaching, he felt a glimmer of hope. Especially eye-catching was Qianlin, striding confidently in his branded clothes, clearly a wealthy kid. This was exactly the type of target the student had been waiting for. Taking a deep breath, he quickly walked up to them. At that moment, Qianlin was curiously observing the surroundings. Everything here was indeed more refined than the marketplace. Although it was open to the public, his father had always strictly forbidden him from coming near due to military restrictions. This was his first chance to visit the area. Brother, many people have donated to help underprivileged students, the student enthusiastically said, holding out the donation box to Qianlin. Qianlin, pretending to be deeply moved, wiped away imaginary tears and took the box, saying, "Thank you all so much." Before he could finish his sentence, a strong hand gripped the back of his neck. Wu Hong, expressionless, lifted him up like a little chick and dragged him away, muttering, "What a disgrace." The student collecting donations stood there, bewildered. What kind of people are these? Soon, Wu Hong put Qianlin down. In front of them was a backpack and a suitcase. Qianlin, straightening his wrinkled clothes, awkwardly smiled and asked, "Mr. Wu, what do you need me for?" Wu Hong glanced at the contents of the suitcase, veins throbbing on his forehead. "Look at what you've packed in these two suitcases. Are you here for military training or a vacation? And why are you carrying so many weapons? Are you smuggling arms?" "I'm just thinking about my own safety." Qianlin scratched the back of his head, trying to explain. "Safety? You are the biggest threat here," Wu Hong exclaimed, flipping open the suitcase. Seeing its contents, the veins on his forehead throbbed even more. In one suitcase, various pots, pans, seasoning bottles, and even a small barbecue grill and a large number of instant drink packs were neatly arranged. The contents of the second suitcase made Wu Hong gasp in shock. It was packed with firearms and grenades. Although carrying small knives or brass knuckles was allowed in this otherworldly setting, if these military-grade weapons accidentally exploded on the vehicle, not just the students, but even he himself would be in grave danger. These weapons came from Chi's father's warehouse. With the casual remark, "Take any magical artifact you fancy as long as it keeps you alive," Qianlin had unhesitatingly chosen these firearms. As someone who was obsessed with shooting games in his previous life, these weapons gave him a greater sense of security than any flashy magical artifacts. "These weapons will temporarily be held by the military and will be returned to your father," Wu Hong said. "The training area is under military jurisdiction, and there won't be any overly ferocious monsters. You don't need so many weapons. Besides, your father probably wouldn't want you using guns. What if you accidentally hurt a fellow student?" Seeing Qianlin nodding continuously, Wu Hong felt a sense of helplessness, as if punching cotton. This kid couldn't be beaten or scolded, leaving him with no way to discipline him. "You can bring the cooking utensils. By the way, what's with that pile of ants in your backpack?" Wu Hong's mood became complicated at the mention of the backpack. This guy even had a priceless beast-taming pouch, something even a first-realm cultivator like himself could only dream of. He never expected Qi Xingfei to equip his bottom-off-the-class son with such luxurious gear. "Those are my research subjects for my graduation thesis." I want to observe the changes in ordinary ants under the influence of otherworldly spiritual energy. Wu Hong's fists clenched audibly, contemplating whether it was worth being chased to death by a peak second realm cultivator for killing this kid. What high school senior has a graduation thesis? He took a deep breath. I don't care what you're planning, but don't do anything dangerous. Also, keep the beast taming pouch a secret. Even though it's bound to you, you might still encounter desperate individuals. Chi Anlin nodded earnestly. He sensed that Wu Hong had been on the verge of losing his temper and decided to keep a low profile and avoid provoking him in the future. He then followed Old Wu onto the military armored vehicle. These firearms could harm first-realm monsters, but would be useless against second-realm ones. Given the speed of first-realm monsters, inaccurate shooters would indeed be in danger. Suddenly, exclamations came from outside the vehicle. Chi Anlin looked out the window and saw the distant sky shattering like broken glass, with a black hole in the cracks devouring the convoy. According to the plot, this training will go horribly wrong, and only you'll survive. GGG suddenly spoke. Huh. Chi Anlin was puzzled, not understanding what this guy was rambling about. The ensuing conversation was filled with GGG's typical banter, ranging from bloodline awakening to his grandfather's soul turning into a snake, until the instructor's voice interrupted their chat. The armored vehicle passed through the spatial rift, revealing a magnificent steel fortress. Soldiers in combat uniforms were everywhere, many of them still bearing bloodstains. Under the arrangement of Chief Instructor Sun Wu, they learned that this training would not only test their willpower, but also teach them survival skills in the other world. Each team would consist of 7 people, and their performance would be part of their final exams. Old Chi, quickly find a powerful ally. GGG immediately reacted. He would definitely be in a team with Chi Anlin, but given Chi Anlin's current strength, if they didn't find a strong teammate, they were sure to fail. Chi Anlin fell into deep thought, analyzing the deeper meaning behind the 7-member team setup. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, dimensional nodes have appeared all over Blue Star, leading to the emergence of various alien races. Many of these races have been eyeing Blue Star covetous-lismal otherworldly realms seeking survival space, while larger ones aim for complete domination. To counter these threats, humans began to awaken to various professions. The combat-oriented roles include body cultivators, chi cultivators, divine refiners, beast tamers, formation masters, and talisman masters. The support roles feature healers, spirit plant cultivators, alchemists, and artifact refiners. The standard setup for a 7-member team should be 6 combatants and 1 healer. Although this configuration seems basic, it is necessary for fairness. GGG, a warrior who had reached the 4th stage of the mortal rank, was among the top in their class and should have been a highly sought-after teammate. However, this military training extended beyond their class, bringing together a total of 3,000 students from schools like First High and Third High. Chi Anlin speculated that the assessment would likely involve hunting beasts. I've just completed my contract, and my beast is only at the 1st stage of the mortal rank. Besides you, it seems no one else is willing to take me, since this is tied to our college entrance exam results, Chi Anlin said. Although his queen ant had reached the 3rd stage of the mortal rank, he couldn't reveal it due to special reasons, and his ice spirit wolf, still in its juvenile form, was only at the 1st stage. As Chi Anlin pondered over the team formation, a few students in custom combat uniforms approached him. They wore the First High emblem on their chests, and their auras were all above the 4th stage of the mortal rank. Are you Chi Anlin? The leading boy asked. I am. The boy immediately smiled. Here's the thing, your father and mine are old friends. Yesterday, your father gave our team quite a few benefits as a hiring fee. We happen to be short of 2 members. If you don't have other plans, why not join us? The surrounding students were stunned. This move was truly unexpected. They all knew about Chi Anlin's background. Although he wasn't very strong, having a good father was indeed important, especially since Chi Anlin didn't seem to be carrying any of those powerful artifacts today, making him appear quite ordinary. Chi Anlin accepted the invitation without hesitation. Despite possibly not matching the team's strength, this was essentially his father hiring bodyguards for him, and there was no reason to refuse. Just like that, GGG went from a potential golden teammate to a spectator. Through the captain's introduction, Chi Anlin learned about his new teammates. The captain, Xia Yin, was a fire attribute chi cultivator at the 6th stage of the mortal rank. The divine refiner Li Wan and the formation master Wang Chong were both at the 4th stage. With such a lineup, Chi Anlin felt confident about the upcoming assessment. The talisman master Li Yu is Li Wen's younger sister. Just like her brother, she has an ordinary appearance, the kind that easily blends into a crowd. Being a talisman master is a costly profession, but with sufficient funds and effort, its power can surpass other professions, making it synonymous with overwhelming firepower. On the other hand, Dr. Chu Xining is a quintessential cute girl. Petite with fair skin, her chestnut hair accentuates her slightly pouting cheeks. As Chi Anlin looked at her, he couldn't help but think that if such a character appeared in a novel, she would surely be a troublemaker. Chu Xining's skill level had reached Mortal Stage 5, earning her the nickname Little A. However, after scrutinizing her, Qi Anlin found the nickname somewhat inappropriate given her figure. Little D seemed more fitting. Coupled with her role as a healer, her healing capacity indeed brought a sense of reassurance. These individuals were all quite approachable. Qi Anlin suspected that the lure of money might have played a part in helping him quickly integrate into this team. Qi Anlin, I heard you're a beast master, Xia Yin said, scrutinizing him closely. You had an illness when you were younger, which has limited your abilities. Do you have a successful beast contract now? Even though we'll be helping you with the assessment, without your own effort, your final score will still be low. I do have a contract, but my level might be a bit low, Qi Anlin answered honestly. As long as you have a contract, Xia Yin nodded. After we collect the tints, go to the beast room and retrieve your beast. I have a general idea of the assessment conditions. We need to secure a good spot near a water source for our camp. Apart from the tints and personal items, nothing else will be provided. We have to source our own food and water. Qi Anlin, you had to surrender all your defensive artifacts, so be extra cautious. Although there are soldiers stationed around, they might not be able to respond in time during an emergency. For this training, only standard weapons and beast pouches are allowed. All other artifacts are considered contraband. Thinking about those defensive artifacts made Qi Anlin clench his teeth in frustration. They weren't just surrendered. They were swiped by some shameless big shot. After picking up the tint, Qi Anlin made a show of heading to the beast chamber. Once he confirmed no one was around, he quickly summoned the ice spirit wolf with his beast bag. Little A's eyes lit up immediately. Wow, a spirit dog. Little A excitedly ran forward, reaching out to pet the snow-white wolf pup, but it deftly dodged her hand. Yeah, Xiaoya is a bit aloof, Qi Anlin explained. Xia Yin rubbed his temples. A first-stage mortal beast cub? It's not bad quality, but it can't even beat a large wild beast on the verge of becoming a mortal beast. This is my beast, Qi Anlin sighed. If given time to develop, it wouldn't be like this now. Can I protect this little dog? Little A asked enthusiastically. I promise it won't get hurt. By the way, Brother Qi, what's this little guy's name? Seeing Xiaoya dodge, Little A wisely withdrew her hand. This is one proud little dog. We need to build a rapport first. His name is Urga. Howl. The ice spirit wolf tilted its head towards its master. Huh. Little A looked confused. Qi Anlin quickly coughed and corrected himself. Actually, it's Xiaoya. Xiaoya? With that pure white fur, it should be called Howling Sky. Sounds more fierce. Gigi joked from the side. Too bad old Qi doesn't have a third eye. Qi Anlin shot him a glare. The Erlang god had to undergo a frontal lobe surgery to fit in his heavenly eye, which made him lose control over his desires and attack his nephew. I don't want that. All right, Xia Yin interrupted in time. Save the chatter for when we find a campsite. The assessment is about to start. Everyone quickly packed their belongings and headed into the forest. Xia Yin briefly introduced the assessment rules. Besides hunting beast cores and collecting herbs, they could also raid other teams' camps at night. The formation masters could add defenses to the camp, while during the day, they focused on hunting. These activities accounted for 50 of the total score, with the rest based on individual performance. Soon, they stopped at an ideal location. A clear pond with visible fish and crabs, next to a towering stone mountain with a hollow cave at its base. After setting up the camp, Wang Chong arranged a collection formation in the cave. The others started organizing their belongings. Little A mainly brought clothes and medical supplies. Liu carried a lot of talisman materials. Li Wan and Wang Chong had pills, tools, and compressed food. Xia Yin prepared various weapons. As for Gigi, he surprisingly brought a lot of books and board games, claiming they were to pass the time. Seeing this, Qi Anlin finally felt at ease and opened his own box. Why did you bring so many kitchen utensils? Xia Yin couldn't help but twitch at the sight of the mountain of pots and pans. Although the team members had already agreed on what items to bring, the new additions clearly disrupted the original plan. To cook a good meal, Qi Anlin replied earnestly. There are many exotic beasts in this other dimension, and we need to prepare our food properly. Gigi nodded vigorously in agreement. Have you considered, Xia Yin sighed helplessly, that this other world we're in is also known as the insect realm? Insect realm? Qi Anlin's enthusiasm waned instantly. Most of the beasts here are insects, and finding edible animals is indeed difficult. Insect realm. Little A's face turned pale upon hearing those words. Despite being a cultivator, she was still a girl who was inherently afraid of bugs. Xia Yin scanned the surroundings and began assigning tasks. Prepare for the hunt. Little A, you and Qi Anlin stay in the middle of the group. If you encounter danger, crush the talisman immediately. Nearby soldiers will respond. He specifically reminded them. Each student in this military training exercise was equipped with a talisman that provided levels even defense and could be activated 3 times. Failing to activate it in time, during an attack could result in casualties. Everyone returned to their tents to prepare their gear. Chi Anlin, deep in thought, stroked his chin before retrieving the iron ants and their queen from his tent. The queen ant paced excitedly, making a sizzling sound. A message suddenly entered Chi Anlin's mind. In this area, the queen sensed her own kindred bloodline. Approaching them would allow her to reclaim them. Chi Anlin's eyes lit up instantly. The queen ant had been captured in this very region before being sold to him, which meant there was a high likelihood of encountering ants with the strength of ordinary beasts nearby. First, we need to select a valley for our hunt. This will make it easier to set up our formation and prevent the prey from escaping, said Xia Yin as he adjusted the fiery red spear in his hands. Dressed in a sleek combat outfit, he exuded the aura of a sect leader's heir. At that moment, Chi Anlin had just rejoined the group, his pockets filled with a queen ant and several ordinary iron ants. The rest of the iron ants, following his orders, were scattered around the area acting as scouts. Additionally, he had the queen ant lay 400 eggs that day as a precaution. Thanks to the connection between the queen and the iron ants, any movement near the camp would be promptly relayed back. I'll handle finding the valley, volunteered GGG. As an unconventional body cultivator, he had invested his talent points into speed and stealth instead of the traditional attack and defense routes. This choice made him an excellent professional assassin, skilled in terrain reconnaissance and luring monsters. Speaking of his stealth skills, there's a widely known anecdote. He once infiltrated and interviewed 100 men about their choice of body wash, with 98 of them exclaiming, "How the heck did you get in here?" Xia Yin nodded in approval and began assigning tasks to the others. Li 1, you're responsible for mentally disrupting the beasts, making them lose their senses. This will reduce the chances of them detecting Wang Chang's traps. Chi Anlin, you and Xiao Yu, with your sharp sense of smell, can track the beast's footprints and hunt some weaker ones. Li Yu will protect Chi Anlin and Little A. The team quickly dispersed according to their tasks. Chi Anlin and GGG split up, aiming to find beasts of moderate strength not too powerful to cause a disturbance, but strong enough to be lured into Wang Chang's formation. The flora in the insect realm was quite unique, having evolved iron-like exteriors and defensive weaponry in their stamens to fend off insect bites while still allowing for pollination. Soon, Chi Anlin spotted a dirt dung beetle. This third-level mortal beast was massive, standing half as tall as a person, and was pushing a dung ball larger than itself. The system indicated it had earth attributes and was of mid-grade mortal quality. A third-level mortal beast, we can hunt it directly, Xia Yin whispered. Li Yu, stay alert for protection. Although the dirt dung beetle wasn't particularly powerful, its yellow glowing armor and earth-based skills posed a significant threat. Xia Yin swiftly launched his attack, his spear wrapped in flames, striking precisely at the joint of the beetle's front leg. With a sharp crack, the leg broke, and the massive creature collapsed, its dung ball rolling aside. Startled, the beetle tried to take flight, only to be pierced by Xia Yan's second strike. The fiery spear's flames surged into the beetle, exploding at the tip. The beetle's body shattered instantly, scattering fragments and viscous fluids all over Xia Yan. In the distance, Chi Anlin gasped. As a novice with only a vague understanding of true cultivation strength, he realized that he probably couldn't even break through the defense of this dung beetle. Yet, Xia Yin had managed to kill it within a few moves, showcasing a combat proficiency that spoke of countless battles fought. Xia Yin, expressionless, bent down to pick up the yellow crystal on the ground and said calmly, "Let's go. Time to find the next target." Meanwhile, on another battlefield, GGG was in the midst of a desperate escape. Behind him, a swarm of palm-sized golden bees was fanning out in pursuit, their metallic stingers glinting menacingly in the sunlight. These ferocious beasts could easily pierce through steel. Xia's plan is completely useless, GGG muttered in frustration as he ran. He had initially found a narrow valley and intended to set an ambush using the walls and the boulders atop the cliffs. But he hadn't anticipated that these damn beasts could fly. Worse still, he had alerted the entire swarm of golden bees as soon as he entered the valley. Even a first-realm cultivator would face certain death against such a formidable group of beasts. Li Wan, watching from a distance, felt his throat go dry. He had to admit, GGG's escape skills were impressive. If it were him, he would have been dead within 2 seconds. Despite GGG's speed, he couldn't shake off the bullet-like golden bees. As a few third-tier golden bees were about to catch up to him, a sudden burst of intense fighting sounds came from not far away. Better them than me. A glint of hope flashed in GGG's eyes, and without hesitation, he sprinted toward the source of the noise. Although this decision was morally questionable, if he could use this opportunity to divert the golden bee's attention toward other students, he wouldn't have to use his protective talisman and could eliminate a competitor. After all, in this testing ground, everyone was a rival. Someone getting knocked out not only reduced the competition, but also increased the number of targets available for hunting. As they emerged from the dense forest ahead, the view suddenly opened up. The ground was littered with sticky, writhing trails, and the remains of giant earthworms still twitched irregularly. Broken trees and scattered rocks left the area in complete disarray. Under a massive tree, Xin clutched a wound on her right arm, her chest heaving as she warily eyed the three approaching teams. A group of young men surrounded her in a fan shape, closing in step by step. Leading them was a boy with a sharp, monkey-like face and slanted, fierce eyes. Xiaoxi, grab her amulet later. Don't give her a chance to activate it, the slanted-eyed boy commanded in a low voice. But monkey, what if? Xiaoxi hesitated, glancing at their leader. Nothing will happen. Without activating the amulet, the soldiers won't come, and we won't be exposed. Xin bit her lip. She knew that if she activated the amulet, not only would she lose a life-saving chance, but the hard-earned 6th-rank Xian earthworm crystal nucleus would also fall into their hands. It was a prize she had fought desperately to obtain from the severely injured Xian earthworm. At this critical moment, Ji, who was wandering nearby, witnessed the scene. Seeing the goddess he secretly admired under attack, his anger surged, and without even raising an alarm, he charged forward. In a flash, Ji darted past, and before the others could react, he had already scooped up Xin and was retreating at high speed. Xin initially intended to activate the amulet, but recognizing her rescuer, she chose to trust him. Behind them, the cries of the pursuers echoed. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Qianlin was mentally communicating with the Ant Queen, who had sensed a bloodline call. Confirming that the Ant Queen's psychic deterrence would provide protection, he found an excuse to temporarily leave the team, placing the Ant Queen and a 6th-rank Iron Ant Guard in a safe location. 2 hours later, the formidable Xia Yin had already slain 4 6th-rank demonic beasts in succession. Suddenly, the Howling Moon's fur bristled, and it let out a warning howl. Xia Yin instantly hurled the Howling Moon towards Qianlin, narrowly avoiding a splash of corrosive green venom. Watch out! It's a 7th-rank Sanluo venomous spider, Qianlin shouted. Facing a beast far beyond their strength, retreat was the only option. Liu, take them and go ahead. I'll hold it off, Xia Yin said as he confronted the charging spider, only to be thrown by its immense force. In the critical moment, the Howling Moon's blue eyes flashed, and an ice wall rose, standing between Xia Yin and the spider. Taking advantage of the moment, Xiao raised his hands, and a white light rapidly condensed in his palms, shooting towards Xia Yin like an arrow. The speed of the forest venom spider was as fast as lightning, rendering the minor healing spell ineffective and halting its advance. Seeing that Xia Yin was about to be trapped, it was clear that escape would be nearly impossible. At the same time, Liu swiftly opened her backpack and pulled out a stack of talismans. With a flick of her wrist, several flame-marked talismans floated into the air. She tapped her fingers lightly, and with a loud boom, the talismans transformed into several towering pillars of fire, striking the forest venom spider directly. Qianlin watched the scene unfold and shook his head helplessly. If even Xia Yin was struggling against the beast, staying behind would only lead to more casualties. If they retreated in time, perhaps only Xia Yin would need to use his protective charm. However, if everyone stayed, all of them would likely need to use their charms, which wasn't practical. Just then, a familiar warm flow surged into Qianlin's body. It was pure spiritual energy being rapidly absorbed by him. Immediately after, a system notification sounded. Killed a level 5 mortal beast, with Thorn Mantis, gained 1500 blood energy points. This brightened Qianlin's eyes, providing a perfect opportunity to test his skill upgrades. Howling Moon's figure began to swell, its claws gleaming with a cold light, and its white fur fluttering in the wind, giving it a completely different aura. Under the influence of Qianlin's spiritual energy, it successfully advanced to a level 2 mortal beast. System. Enhance the beast control skill Ice Seal, Qianlin silently commanded. The system promptly responded, enhance Ice Seal, costing 50 blood energy points. After confirming, he enhanced the skill 5 times in succession, consuming a total of 1,550 blood energy points. The forest venom spider easily shattered the ice wall, but Xia Yin seized the moment to leap aside, temporarily evading the attack. Qianlin made a quick decision. Howling Moon, use Enhanced Ice Seal. Howling Moon leaped forward, exhaling an extremely cold breath that instantly enveloped the forest venom spider. The freezing skill, though powerful enough to temporarily immobilize the 2-meter-tall Sanluo venomous spider, only lasted for a second. With limited strength at the second stage of the mortal rank, Xiaoya couldn't hold the spider for long. The spider easily broke free from the ice, its crimson compound eyes locking directly onto Xiaoya. Damn it! Qianlin urgently signaled Xiaoya to retreat. He still had a protective talisman, but if Xiaoya were caught, it would be certain death. At this critical moment, Xia Yin launched another attack. He leaped into the air, his spear wreathed in fierce flames, casting an intense red glow around him. The air crackled with the sound of blazing fire as Xia Yin let out a deep shout and hurled the flaming spear. The spear pierced the body of the Sunluo venomous spider, but only embedded itself a finger's depth before halting. In the next instant, the spear's shaft exploded, sending brilliant sparks across the spider's body. The spider let out a piercing screech, and Xia Yin seized the opportunity to scoop up Liu and dash toward Qianlin. As a Qi cultivator, Xia Yin knew his strength lay in offense rather than defense, and a slight misstep could lead to severe injury. Facing a physically formidable beast that required a team of similarly ranked fighters to handle, retreat was the wisest choice. Qianlin glanced at the petrified Xiao A, took a deep breath, and hoisted her onto his shoulder. The Queen Ant's spiritual power was still coursing through him, continuously enhancing his physical capabilities. With this momentum, finding a safe place to cultivate and breaking through to the third stage of the mortal rank seemed imminent, a pace far faster than Gigi, who took a year to advance 4 stages. Qianlin began to run, his speed second only to Xia Yin, thanks to his peak second stage mortal rank body cultivation. Xiao screamed in surprise, clearly not expecting the frail Qianlin to possess such strength. Xia Yin was also surprised by Qianlin's body cultivation abilities, while Xiaoya, leading the way, kept erecting ice walls to hinder the Sunluo venomous spider's pursuit. The enraged spider rampaged, crashing through swathes of trees. Nearby teams, hearing the commotion, quickly hid, knowing such a destructive beast was beyond their ability to handle. At this moment, Gigi, being chased by the golden jade bees, saw an opportunity and decided to use the Sunluo venomous spider to shake off his pursuers. Meanwhile, 2 soldiers were observing the battle, discussing the promising students in this batch, particularly Xia Yin, who had reached the peak of the 6th stage of the mortal rank. They also mentioned Qianlin's father, Qi Xingfei's influence, and his sister, Qi Shueyue, who had caused a sensation in the minor insect realm during her time at the military academy. As Gigi burst out of the forest with Yin Qingxin in his arms, he collided with the fleeing group. Before they could exchange greetings, the golden jade bees were upon them. In a crucial moment, Xiaoya unleashed a freezing skill, causing the Sunluo venomous spider to slide into the swarm of bees. The 2 forces immediately clashed, providing the group a chance to escape. However, after they left, the ground of the battlefield suddenly collapsed, revealing countless tentacles. Deep underground, the iron fierce ant queen was perched on the back of a massive ant queen, absorbing a crimson crystal, surrounded by redfoot fierce ants continuously transporting food and metal. Returning to the camp, Qianlin heaved a sigh of relief. He had never pushed himself this hard, not even in his previous life when running a kilometer. He turned to look at little A, only to find she had fainted from the bumpy journey. Xia Yin watched this scene with a bit of exasperation. As the group's darling, little A usually had guys vying to impress her wherever she went, but here she was, treated so indifferently by Qianlin. He was about to say something when he noticed Gigi holding a girl in his arms, a puzzled expression crossing his face. It was Yin Qingxin. She stood up shakily, her body covered in alarming wounds. If Gigi hadn't brought her out in time, she would have been forced to activate her protective talisman. Thank you, I owe you one for this, Yin Qingxin said seriously, looking at Gigi. If you have any requests, I'll do my best to fulfill them. Gigi swallowed hard and summoned his courage. Be my girlfriend? What the? Qianlin was stunned, thinking how opportunistic this guy was. Yin Qingxin froze, her cheeks and ears turning a bright red. She bowed her head in silence for a long time. Just when Qianlin thought this eternal bachelor might finally get a girlfriend, she quietly said, how about, I owe you 2 favors instead? Qianlin breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that fate had intervened. Gigi, on the other hand, looked as if he had been struck by lightning, turning into a statue on the spot. After the commotion, everyone returned to their tents to rest. Despite the discouraging setbacks on the first day, Xia Yan's team had actually performed reasonably well. Nearly half the participants had used their protective talismans, keeping the soldiers extremely busy. After witnessing the misfortunes of a few unlucky souls, everyone began to take the military training seriously. Just then, Qianlin's system issued a series of notifications. Killed a 2nd-level mortal beast. Golden Jade Bee. Gained 100 blood energy. Killed a 3rd-level mortal beast. Golden Jade Bee. Gained 300 blood energy. The messages kept coming, and in no time, he had amassed over 5,000 blood energy points. It turned out the Ant Queen had led her newly recruited Redfoot soldier ant army into battle against the forest venom spider. When the system notified him, killed a 7th-level mortal beast, forest venom spider, gained 11,000 blood energy, Qianlin was so excited he almost jumped for joy. Even more thrilling was that accumulating over 10,000 blood energy points earned him rewards from the system. A glacial crystal lotus, a white devourer ant queen, and swift windgrass. He immediately began his fusion plan, first merging Howling Moon with the glacial crystal lotus, then adding the swift windgrass, hoping this fusion would bring a significant breakthrough. As the blood cocoon formed inside the tent, Little called him from outside for dinner. To avoid being mistaken for an evil cultivator, Chi Anlin quickly made an excuse, saying he was on the verge of a breakthrough. At that moment, a surge of energy rippled through his mental sea. The Ant Queen's pure spiritual power flowed in, completely shattering Chi Anlin's barrier and allowing him to advance to the third level of the mortal stage. Chi Anlin stood up, his body emitting a series of cracking sounds. He stretched his muscles, which were perfectly toned, not too lean, yet not overly muscular like his father's. Suddenly, he sensed an anomaly in his mental sea. The Queen Ant's mental core was shining like a bright star, indicating it had reached the fifth stage of the mortal realm. After a brief communication, Chi Anlin sighed in resignation. Despite the ants devouring a large number of beasts daily, the pure beast cores were more coveted by the Redfoot fierce ants than the flesh. The system continuously updated with kill notifications, mostly of first-stage mortal realm beasts, making it clear that accumulating more would take time. After muting the notifications, Chi Anlin's gaze fell on the blood cocoon inside the tent. During his breakthrough, the synthesis of Xiaoya should have nearly completed. Sure enough, the blood cocoon soon shattered into blood water, which was fully absorbed by Xiaoya. A surge of pure spiritual energy then flowed out, further enhancing Chi Anlin's physique, pushing him to the peak of the third stage of the mortal realm. The system displayed Xiaoya's new attributes. Name: Frostwind Wolf. Attributes: Ice Wind. Level: third stage of mortal realm. Potential: Yellow grade, lower tier. Skills: Ice Seal top grade, mortal realm. Controls enemy movement with a lingering slowing effect after release. Swift Wind step mid grade, mortal realm. Consumes spiritual energy to double speed. Yellow grade, lower tier. Chi Anlin's eyes widened in surprise. This quality leap confirmed the saying, the rich rely on money, the lucky rely on mutations. Xiaoya had grown to a meter tall, its fur becoming increasingly sleek, and its azure eyes exuded a hint of coldness, likely due to its ice attribute. Let's go. Time to eat, Chi Anlin called out. Hiss, your beast's growth is insanely fast, Xiaoyan exclaimed. He had noticed Xiaoya's changes while fleeing and was astounded by its further advancements upon returning. Although beasts typically change form as they grow stronger during their juvenile phase, jumping 2 levels in such a short time was extremely rare. As a pure Chi cultivator, he was not well versed in beast taming. Chi Anlin explained that it might be due to the elixirs given by his father, which were quickly digested through battles after forming a contract. Xiaoyan nodded in understanding and began discussing future hunting strategies. He suggested leading beasts like the forest venom spider into the valley discovered by GG. For evenly matched opponents, Wang Chong could set up formations to prevent escapes and ambushes. Considering Chi Anlin's beast had reached the third stage of the mortal realm and could now participate in battles, everyone except Xiao A was required to join the hunt tomorrow. Chi Anlin walked to the nearby pond, lost in thought. Although his synthesis system could create loyal beasts, he was currently limited by the number of beasts he could tame, focusing only on the Queen Ant and Xiaoya. Xiaoya, with its control skills and exceptional speed, was the best partner. As for the Queen Ant, he hoped to develop more soldier types to compensate for the ant's limitations in water, fire, and air. As night fell, Chi Anlin had an idea. While the small insect world had wild beasts, they were endangered due to the rampant insect population. Although they might not find them directly, they could utilize the Queen Ant's army for the search. In conclusion, Xia Yin summed up, today's harvest was substantial. Rushing out to snatch others' cores on the first night isn't cost-effective. Let's hold our ground for now. The students who were hit hard this morning were unwilling to accept their defeat. Many of them planned to go out and seize others' crystals to gain some psychological comfort. This idea was obviously risky, as their own camp might be attacked while they were away. I think we should give it a try, GGG suggested confidently, a glint of determination in his eyes. As an assassin, the night is my domain. If we're lucky and find a less crowded area, we might even directly raid the crystal field. That's fine, but be careful, Chi Anlin reminded him. Don't get surrounded, and remember, the talisman can only be used 3 times. His pupils flickered with a subtle light, indicating he had other plans in mind. Chi Anlin quickly notified Iho to come to the camp, planning to have it merge with the White Devourer Ant Queen. If enemies stronger than their team showed up, he wouldn't sit idly by. Guarding the Ant Queen was a Stage 7 Ant Soldier, one of the few high-level combatants in the entire nest. After assigning the night watch shifts, Chi Anlin returned to his tent. As the third person on watch tonight, his shift was relatively safe. Soon, the Ant Queen quietly burrowed into his tent from underground. Normally, approaching beasts would be detected by Xia Yin or Li Wan, but the Ant Queen was different. Its powerful mental strength allowed it to perfectly avoid their senses. Chi Anlin petted the Ant Queen's head, noticing that it had grown to the size of a small dog, making it impossible to hide on his body as before. A system prompt immediately sounded. Ding! Do you want to fuse the Iron Ant Queen with the White Devourer Ant Queen? Required blood energy, 21,000. Success rate, 90. Chi Anlin checked his blood energy reserves, which were around 25,000. This was thanks to the ant army's daily hunting of numerous beasts, proving once again that contracting with the Ant Queen was a wise decision. Without it, he might only have a stage 1 Howling Moon beast to fight alongside him. Fuse them. The system promptly responded. Fusion starting. Remaining fusion time, 3 hours. As the queen ant began to merge, Chi Anlin's attention shifted to the soldier ant of grade 7. The fire ant was curiously touching him with its antennae in the tunnel. The system immediately displayed detailed information. Name, fire ant. Attribute, fire. Level, grade 7. Potential, high quality. Chi Anlin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Although he was eager to try synthesizing the soldier ant, he was worried that the blood energy required for a grade 7 beast would be too high. He took out a piece of iron and tentatively initiated the synthesis. A system prompt popped up. Do you want to merge the fire ant with iron? Required blood energy, 100. Success rate, 80. Note: this beast has a high loyalty level. No binding needed. Success rate increased. This prompt made Chi Anlin pause. It turned out his previous assumption was wrong. The blood energy required for synthesis wasn't determined by the creature's strength, but by the quality of the auxiliary material and the difficulty of the fusion. Merging the fire ant with iron wouldn't bring a significant change, so the blood energy consumption was relatively low. Checking the system's backend, he noticed that the blood energy gained from killing beasts had significantly decreased, from 6 or 7,000 to 2,700. This made him realize a crucial point. Previously, due to his lower level, he received cross-grade rewards for killing beasts. Now, with his increased strength, the cross-grade range had shrunk, and the blood energy rewards naturally decreased. This also explained why the Sunluo poison spider granted him 11,000 blood energy. The cross-grade difference was too vast. While he was deep in thought, an explosion suddenly sounded outside the tent. He quickly covered the entrance and, with Xiaoya, rushed out. Outside, flames were blazing, and Xia Yin was fiercely battling a man wielding a knife with his new spear. The man was Su Wu, a grade 6 body cultivator from the second senior year. The battle was intense. Xia Yan's flames continuously scorched Su Wu, but Su Wu relied on his body cultivation to resist stubbornly. Although Xia Yin had the upper hand in firepower, his trembling arm and cracked palm revealed the weakness of energy cultivator's insufficient physical strength. If not for his regular medicinal baths to temper his body, he might not have been able to hold the spear at this moment. On the other side, Li Wan, Wang Chong, and others were also engaged in battle. The enemy had 4 members. Besides Su Wu, there was a spiritual refiner, a talisman master, and a healer. The remaining 2 should be guarding the rear. Su Wu, while fighting, kept an eye on the battlefield. When he noticed Chi Anlin, he relaxed, clearly not considering Chi Anlin a threat, and continued to focus on Xia Yin. Seeing no one paying attention, Chi Anlin's lips curled into a smile. He sent Xiaoya to support Li Yu and silently circled behind the enemy healer. In the moonlight, the girl named Yang Shui exposed her fair neck, completely unguarded. When a girl shows her neck to you without any defense, Chi Anlin murmured to himself, holding his breath as he got closer, delivering a chop to the back of her neck. Thud. Yang Shui fell to the ground but didn't lose consciousness. Instead, she started crying. This made Chi Anlin feel awkward. Sorry, I thought it would knock you out like in the movies. This scene enraged the spiritual refiner Tang Ming, who immediately abandoned his opponent and charged at Chi Anlin. His original opponent, Yang Wan, seized the opportunity to launch a mental strike. Ignoring the attack, Tang Ming endured the blow and unleashed a mental assault on Chi Anlin. Chi Anlin stood in a daze. Tang Ming quickly closed in, a glint of cold steel flashing in his hand as he aimed a dagger straight at Chi Anlin's throat. Watch out! Li Wen's shout pierced the air. He hadn't expected Tang Ming to completely ignore him, singularly focused on killing Chi Anlin. Just as the dagger was about to strike, Chi Anlin's eyes suddenly cleared. In a flash, he grabbed Tang Ming's wrist with a grip as strong as iron, immobilizing him. Before Tang Ming could react, Chi Anlin's knee slammed into his abdomen. Gah! Tang Ming tasted blood in his throat and spat out a mouthful, collapsing heavily to the ground. Oops, I guess I used a bit too much force there. My bad. Chi Anlin scratched his head, looking innocently at the stunned Li Wan. This was his first real fight in the world of cultivation, and it turned out to be quite dramatic. In fact, Tang Ming had launched a mental attack on him earlier, but it only caused minor discomfort. Chi Anlin had feigned confusion to lull his opponent into a false sense of security. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the situation was rapidly changing. Su Wu whipped around, his pupils contracting. Xia Yin seized the fleeting opportunity, a blazing fire erupting from his spear as he thrust it towards Su Wu's face. Su Wu barely managed to dodge, avoiding a fatal blow, but the flames singed his hair and left a bloody mark on his cheek. I didn't expect you to hide your strength so well. Looks like we've lost today. Suwu spat on the ground, his voice heavy. Xiaoyan, how about we call it a night? Continuing this fight will only lead to mutual destruction. Xiaoyan snorted, slamming his spear into the ground. Do you think this is a game? You can't just call it off whenever you want. He glanced in Qianlin's direction. If you don't activate the protective talisman today, none of you are leaving. In the distance, two soldiers watching the battle through a drone rubbed their eyes in disbelief. One with squinting eyes sighed. If I'm not mistaken, Qianlin is not only a physical cultivator, but also has strong mental powers? And he's a beast tamer too? If their enemies were slightly weaker, they might have already activated their protective talismans to retreat. But it was clear that the battle had only just begun. Suwu glanced at the unconscious Tang Ming and sighed deeply. He knew that such a low-level talisman could only activate on its own, and in Tang Ming's current state, there was no way he could trigger it manually. Although there was no deep enmity between them, continuing the fight would likely cause Tang Ming to miss the upcoming assessment. Activating the talisman won't benefit either of you much. Xia Yan, how about we make a deal? Su Wu's tone carried a hint of helplessness. He had initially thought his strength would allow him to collect a decent number of crystal cores tonight, but the first team he encountered turned out to be quite troublesome. Xia Yan frowned and pondered for a moment. Indeed, running into Su Wu was purely by chance, and continuing the skirmish would only weaken his team and deepen the animosity between them. Seeing Xia Yan waver, Su Wu quickly proposed. 2 level 4 common grade crystal cores, and you let us leave. Teams on the first night are usually not wealthy. This is our limit. 4. Xia Yan countered coldly. The value of the talismans for 4 people is worth more than that. I'm not greedy. For level 4 common grade crystal cores for your safe departure, and we won't interfere with each other. Deal. Suwu readily took out the crystal cores from his pocket. Due to the limited gains on the first night, most people carried their crystal cores with them, which is why night teams often moved in full force. After carefully inspecting the quality of the crystal cores, Xia Yan nodded but kept his gun raised. Have your people leave first. You go last. Outmatched, Suwu didn't argue and quickly led his team away from the scene. Back in his camp, Xia Yan found the others gathered around Qianlin, eagerly discussing. I didn't expect you to be so strong. Tell us how you blocked that mental attack. Li Wen asked first. Brother Qi, you've been hiding your strength well. Xiao curiously followed up. They had taken in Qianlin and Gigi purely because of Qi Xingfei's recommendation, even turning down 2 level 5 common grade applicants. Xia Yan didn't join the discussion but thoughtfully observed Qianlin. The assessment strictly prohibited the use of magical artifacts, meaning Qianlin had no equipment to protect his mind. Tang Ming, in his enraged state, would have used his full strength for the mental assault. That Qianlin emerged unscathed indicated his mental power far surpassed Tang Ming's. With such strength, it was unlikely he had only one beast, Xiaoya. Considering Qi Xingfei's powerful backing, Qianlin must be hiding at least one other strong beast, likely level 5 common grade. Xia Yan suddenly thought of Qianlin's sister. Could it be that he was deliberately hiding his strength to avoid retaliation? Unaware of Xia Yan's thoughts, Qianlin pondered why he could easily deflect Tang Ming's mental attack, which was far superior to his own. He chalked it up to beginner's luck in his first battle. Late at night, as Qianlin slept soundly in his tent, a surge of pure, blood-red spiritual energy suddenly coursed through his meridians. The intense pain jolted him awake, throwing him to the ground, writhing in agony. In front of him, a half-human-sized ant tilted its head, examining him. This queen ant had undergone significant changes. Not only had its size increased, but its overall appearance was also completely transformed. It retained the plump abdomen of a termite queen, now encased in a transparent, oval shell. Its limbs were sturdy and metallic, gleaming with a metallic sheen. The previously smooth shell was now covered in spikes, giving it a menacing look. Even without considering its egg-laying capabilities, its current form alone made it a terrifying weapon of destruction. After a long and arduous wait, Qianlin weakly rose from the ground. The pain from this blood energy rebirth was far more excruciating than anything he had experienced before. His entire body felt as though it were being torn apart, not even being reduced to zero compared to the agony he was enduring now. To avoid alarming others, he bit down hard on his teeth, nearly shattering them, yet a mouthful of blood still seeped out. Sweat had already soaked his back, but the pain was worth it. He felt his previously sealed dantian finally open up under the assault of the blood energy, which then dissipated and fully integrated into his dantian. This meant he could finally become a Qi cultivator. Reflecting on his previous uses of blood energy, the first time felt like a cleansing that made his pores explode, and subsequent uses continued to enhance his physical strength. This time, however, it directly broke through his dantian, granting him the ability to store spiritual power. Qianlin smiled slightly, thinking about finally being able to use skills as impressively as Xia Yan. However, he was also aware that practicing multiple professions simultaneously wasn't ideal. Each profession's cultivation required immense time and effort, and without focusing on one path, it was challenging to achieve significant progress. Moreover, the financial investment needed for dual professions would multiply. This is why most divine refiners wouldn't choose to also become beast tamers. But what did the worries of ordinary people matter to someone like him, who seemed to have a cheat code? Feeling the spiritual power coursing through him, Chi Anlin turned his attention to the queen ant, the biggest beneficiary this time. Immediately activating identification. Name, Devouring Ant Queen. Attributes, Metal, Fire. Level, Mortal Grade 6. Potential, Yellow Grade Medium. Production Speed, Mortal Grade 9. 1 every 90 days. Mortal Grade 8. 1 every 30 days. Mortal Grade 7. 1 every 10 days. Mortal Grade 3. 10 every day. Mortal Grade 2. 50 every day. Mortal Grade 1. 200 every day. Normal, 2000 every day. Skills, Intimidation Mortal Grade Top. Bloodline Control. Special Gene Absorption Yellow Grade Medium. Can extract genes from devoured beasts and integrate them through blood energy. Production Yellow Grade High. Can produce ant soldiers, with higher skill levels increasing production speed and allowing for the creation of different types of soldiers based on gene arrangement. Note, the inherent strength of the soldiers affects production speed. Whoa! Chi Anlin exclaimed in disbelief as he touched the queen ant's tail. The skill he had been yearning for had finally appeared. The issue of the queen ant, producing only a single type of soldier, was now resolved, could manually synthesize different types of soldiers. Just as he was reveling in his joy, he received a shy message from the queen ant through their mental link. Chi Anlin then noticed the queen ant squirming uncomfortably and quickly withdrew his Honda, had almost forgotten that it was a sensitive area. The queen ant's transformation was astonishing. As his first beast companion, its strength had already far surpassed Xiaoya's, even without considering the extraordinary encounters in the insect realm. This enhancement also spurred Chi Anlin's own growth. After a blood energy cleanse, he was on the brink of reaching the 4th stage of the mortal level. This rapid progress was unusual and was mainly due to the queen ant's experiences. Produce 2nd stage mortal level ant soldiers at full capacity, Chi Anlin instructed as he gently tapped the queen ant's head. Although higher level ant soldiers could now be produced, considering the time cost, 2nd stage mortal level soldiers were the optimal choice. The surrounding area was mainly populated by low-level beasts, making this tier of soldiers ideal for collecting blood energy. By the way, hand over the recently collected crystal cores to me and avoid consuming them for now, he added. These crystal cores were crucial for the upcoming military training assessment, directly affecting his future university admission. Although the drones overhead forced him to collect them under the guise of treasure hunting, these crystal cores, inherited from cultivators in the insect realm, would still count toward his assessment score, even if discounted. After instructing the queen ant to capture some prey, Chi Anlin had it returned to the underground nest. The queen ant's current size made it impractical to carry around, and producing ant eggs required a significant amount of energy, which the ant colony would need to supply. At night, it was Chi Anlin's turn to keep watch. He crouched by the water, idly observing the fish, surrounded by low-level ant soldiers. With the queen ant's ability to relay information from afar, he didn't need to worry about security. No one could escape the ant soldiers' surveillance network. With nothing else to do, Chi Anlin started flipping through the books Gigi had brought. Lu Sun's Drift, The Camel's Shape, Romeo and the Night with the Pig, and other unconventional titles. The last book, Huang Tian Above, actually managed to captivate him. An hour later, the queen ant suddenly sent an alert. Several 3rd-stage mortal-level cultivators were approaching. Chi Anlin immediately mounted Xiaoya and headed into the forest to investigate. With Xiaoya as his safeguard, he also wanted to test his own capabilities. Under the moonlight, Chi Anlin rode Xiaoya to the alert location. The scene before him was shocking. Tang Ming, the spiritual refiner he had previously beaten to the point of vomiting blood, was now dead, with a large penetrating wound in his chest. The battle marks indicated a fierce fight had taken place, likely involving a body cultivator. Even more alarming was the queen ant's new information. A large number of 3rd-stage mortal-level military personnel were entering the forest. Chi Anlin immediately realized the gravity of the situation. The drones in the area had disappeared, indicating that this was not a simple student conflict. The military's involvement suggested the seriousness of the matter, as those drones were coated with insect repellent agents, making it impossible for ordinary mortal-level insect beasts to approach. All along the way, Chi Anlin wore a grave expression. Discovering Tang Ming's body had weighed heavily on his mind. And what worried him even more was not knowing how many others might have met the same fate. After a thorough examination of the scene, he was certain of one thing. Tang Ming was not killed by a student. After all, during this military training, the student's highest strength was only at the 7th level of the mortal stage. If there had been a conflict with Su Wu and the others, The noise from the battle would have alerted the camp. Moreover, if Su Wu and his team were still alive, they would never abandon their companion's body. Upon returning to the camp, Qi Anlin took a moment to compose himself before walking to Xia Yan's tent. He cleared his throat softly to signal his presence. The tent flap was quickly lifted, and Xia Yan poked his head out, visibly relieved to see Qi Anlin. Before Xia Yan could speak, Qi Anlin reported directly, "I sent Xiaoya to check the forest and found Tang Ming's body." Xia Yan's eyes widened, instantly alert. "Did you see Su Wu?" Qi Anlin shook his head and continued, "There were no signs of a battle with beasts, and the drones in the sky were also destroyed. I suspect someone else is behind this." "Impossible." Xia Yan immediately refuted. "The first 3 days of the training are an adaptation period, and this area is tightly guarded by the military. It's impossible for outsiders to enter." He then elaborated on the area's division and the distribution of beasts in each zone. Although Qi Anlin did not argue further, he continued to ponder silently. He believed that it was impossible to completely seal off such a large area, and the possibility of an underground attack could not be ignored. With this in mind, he contacted the Queen Ant. Through the Queen Ant, Qi Anlin learned that there were indeed multiple tunnels underground, created by an earth fiend worm of the First Realm. The military seemed to be aware and was sending people to capture it. He chose not to share this information with Xia Yan, knowing the latter would likely not believe him. Yet he remained puzzled about the intruder's motives. While deep in thought, Ji staggered out from the bushes, collapsing to the ground and gasping for breath. Xia Yan quickly helped him into the tent and laid out a sleeping bag for him. "Something big has happened," Ji said, catching his breath. A group of maniacs suddenly appeared in the area, not only destroying drones but also attacking students like crazy. "If it weren't for a soldier saving me in time and my amulet blocking a hit, I wouldn't be alive." Hearing this, Xia Yan quickly turned to look at Qi Anlin. Upon hearing the news, everyone sat silently by the pond, each lost in their own thoughts. Qi Anlin furrowed his brows, feeling increasingly uneasy. As a time traveler with a protagonist's mindset, he had always been indifferent to many things. But when death struck so close to home, he was jolted into realizing that this was no game. Why would a small place like Zhaoxian, which didn't even have a university and lacked significant military power, suddenly be subjected to such a large-scale attack? This question gnawed at him, making him more anxious. He realized he had always viewed this world with a gamer's mindset, instinctively treating others as NPCs, hoping to uncover some hidden plot. But reality often defied logic, especially in a world where death was so frequent. Qi Anlin glanced around at his companions, understanding that it was time to adjust his mindset. Just then, the Queen Ant in his mind issued a warning. His pupils contracted, and he immediately shouted, "Danger! Activate your charms!" Startled by his shout, everyone instinctively clutched their charms. Qi Anlin swiftly activated his charm while simultaneously using his beast pouch to withdraw his companion, Xiaoya. The next moment, a deafening explosion nearly shattered their eardrums. A black tide surged from the forest, sending countless leaves and branches flying through the air. The sky was torn apart by lightning, and thunder roared incessantly. The ground shook violently, with cracks spreading like spiderwebs, devouring everything around them. In the distance, a steel fortress collapsed in an instant, reduced to rubble. Ugh! Qi Anlin's head throbbed with pain. As he struggled to get up, he accidentally tugged at his wound, gasping from the sharp sting. He wobbled to his feet, his mind flashing back to the harrowing scene just moments ago. The world seemed to be ending, space shattering inch by inch. Even though he had quickly activated his protective charm, he was still thrown back by the surging black energy, tumbling endlessly before falling into a rift. Looking around, the scene before him was far from the apocalyptic wasteland he had expected. In the distance, a thin mist hung in the air, with mountains faintly visible. Thick white clouds merged with the peaks, resembling turbulent waves rolling across the sky. He found himself standing on a flat plain. "Did I die again?" Qi Anlin muttered to himself, instinctively calling out to his system. The familiar interface appeared. Host: Qi Anlin. Realm: Mortal Stage, Level 3. Professions: Beast Master, Body Cultivator, Qi Cultivator. Blood Energy: 35,400. Beasts: Devouring Ant Queen Mortal Stage, Level 6. Howling Moon Mortal Stage, Level 4. Confirming that the system was still operational, Qi Anlin immediately attempted to contact the Ant Queen. A faint response came from his mental sea. Though weak, the Ant Queen was alive, and seemed to be not far from him. After checking his severe injuries, Qi Anlin decided to find the Ant Queen first. He summoned Howling Moon, mounted it, and sped towards the direction where he sensed the Ant Queen. Along the way, he encountered many unfamiliar beasts. Unicorn horses, gigantic suction cup creatures. Clearly, these were not creatures from the insect realm, but fortunately, they were herbivores and did not attack him. Before long, he found the Ant Queen. The sight broke his heart. The queen had multiple broken legs, her armor was cracked, and she was barely clinging to life. He quickly placed her into his beast pouch to let her recover in the isolated space. Most of the ant soldiers had perished, and the survivors were all gravely injured, except for the mortal stage level 8 ant princess, who was relatively intact. This disaster had severely weakened Qianlin's combat strength. Thinking of the other candidates, he shook his head. If not for his timely activation of the protective charm and a stroke of luck, he might not have survived either. This ordeal made Qianlin acutely aware of life's fragility. He decided to nurture a support-type beast that could heal and provide buffs in the future. For now, though, the priority was to recover from his injuries and find ways to accumulate blood energy. Although Howling Moon could still fight, he preferred to restore the Ant Queen's strength first. After all, mass-producing soldiers was the fastest way to gather blood energy. As for the Ant Queen's injuries, he wasn't too worried. This mutation had granted her the ability to extract genes. With enough blood energy, she could extract self-healing genes to recover. In this spirit-rich world, the self-healing abilities of beasts that evolved into spiritual creatures were remarkably strong. When it came to acquiring the self-healing gene, Qianlin's thoughts wandered through various possibilities. His first consideration was the gecko, known for its ability to regenerate its tail. However, this was clearly insufficient to address the full-body injuries of the queen ant. He then turned his attention to other candidates. The sea cucumber, which can eject its internal organs and regrow them within 2 weeks, caught his interest, but it was uncertain whether sea cucumbers even existed in this world. The astonishing ability of earthworms to regenerate from being split in two seemed promising, but the risks of transplanting this capability into the queen ant were too high. After careful deliberation, Qianlin finally settled on the stick insect. This insect not only excels in camouflage, but also boasts remarkable regenerative abilities. Even if all its limbs are severed, leaving it as a bare stick, it can regrow its appendages in a short period. This choice would not only help the queen ant recover, but could also be used to create a nearly invincible army by implanting this gene into the soldier ants. Looking up at the still bright sky, Qianlin realized that his own injuries would take time to heal. He decided to find a safe place to recuperate. The vast plain they had previously traversed, being a haven for herbivorous beasts, would undoubtedly attract powerful predators and was clearly not a wise option. Under Xiaoya's guidance, they soon discovered a hidden cave in the dense forest. This would have been an ideal place for recovery, but the cave already had an occupant, a gigantic rock pig. The system quickly provided detailed information. Name, rock pig. Attribute, earth. Level, mortal stage 3. Potential, low-grade mortal. Description. Its meat is tender and delicious, but its stone armor provides strong defense, making it a good snack for sharpening teeth. Staring at the nearly 3-meter creature covered in hard rock with sharp tusks, Qianlin couldn't help but mentally retort, "You call this a snack?" The rock boar slowly emerged from the cave, its nostrils flaring with hot breath, eyes fixed menacingly on Xiaoya. Suddenly, it raised its head and let out a deafening roar, saliva flying everywhere, startling the surrounding birds and beasts into a frantic escape. Xiaoya quickly leapt onto a giant tree with Qianlin, settling him on a sturdy branch before jumping down to face the threat. Although Xiaoya had never directly confronted a beast before, and had only used distraction tactics against the Sunluo venomous spider, he believed it was worth a try against this Tier 3 rock boar. Despite lacking offensive skills, Xiaoya's advantages in speed and disruption made him confident. Sensing Xiaoya's provocation, the rock boar kicked off with its hind legs, creating a small pit in the ground before charging forward. Xiaoya kept a close eye on his opponent and, at the last moment, leapt gracefully to avoid the charge. The heavy rock boar, driven by inertia, crashed into a tree so thick it would take 2 people to encircle it, knocking it down. Though the rock boar wasn't injured, it was momentarily dazed from the impact. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoya jumped onto the rock boar's back, aiming for its throat. However, the bite only scattered some debris, barely penetrating the beast's defense. The rock boar quickly recovered, turning angrily to counterattack, but Xiaoya had already nimbly dodged out of harm's way. Qianlin observed that the rock boar seemed to lack earth-based skills, its strengths lying primarily in defense. Xiaoya, now perched on a rock, quickly devised a strategy. Just then, the enraged rock boar launched another, even fiercer charge. Using his wind attribute speed, Xiaoya maneuvered around, ensuring the rock boar couldn't catch him or turn its attention to Qianlin in the tree. Spotting an even thicker tree ahead, a glint of cunning appeared in Xiaoya's eyes. 10 meters from the tree, he used his ice-sealing skill to freeze the ground. The rock boar lost its balance, sliding forward uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Xiaoya quickly formed sharp ice spikes on the tree. As the rock boar collided with the tree, an ice spike pierced its eye, reaching its brain. The rock boar let out a harrowing scream, leaped up, and then fell heavily, lifeless. A system prompt immediately sounded. Rock Boar, Tier 3 Beast, killed. Blood energy gained. 400 points. Chi Anlin was greatly astonished by the scene. He had initially thought that with Xiaoya's lack of combat experience, even with a slightly higher level, it would be difficult to handle the Rock Boar. Unexpectedly, Xiaoya not only quickly identified the opponent's weakness, but also cleverly set a trap to defeat it. If the attack were a direct ice spike strike, the Rock Boar could easily dodge it with its reflexes. Even if hit, it would just close its eyes, and its tough eyelids would be enough to block the incoming ice spikes. However, while sliding at high speed, the sudden appearance of multiple ice spikes left the Rock Boar with no chance to dodge. It managed to avoid one eye being hit, but the other eye was directly pierced by a sharp ice spike. Xiaoya completed its first hunt with almost no effort. Chi Anlin watched the scene with a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. This was yet another pleasant surprise. After Xiaoya safely brought Chi Anlin down from the tree, he walked slowly towards the rock boar's corpse. Meanwhile, Xiaoya didn't stop its attack, repeatedly piercing the boar's head with ice spikes, thoroughly smashing its brain. This cautious approach left Chi Anlin in awe. Even if he had personally taken action, he might not have been so thorough. Although the blood confirmed the rock boar's death, without this finishing move, if the boar had any life left, its final struggle could be fatal. Well done, Xiaoya. Chi Anlin reached out to pat Xiaoya's head, but it nimbly dodged. This didn't embarrass Chi Anlin. Instead, he appreciated Xiaoya's calm and rational nature even more. Though not endearing, this personality was precisely its greatest strength. However, this battle also revealed Xiaoya's weakness: insufficient attack power. Without clever tactics, relying solely on brute force to break through the rock boar's defense would likely break many of its teeth. I'll go into the cave first. You drag the rock boar's body inside. I've heard this thing is good for storage and can serve as food reserves. Just as Chi Anlin was about to step forward, Xiaoya dashed into the cave ahead of him, carefully searching and confirming safety before returning. Seeing this, Chi Anlin felt a warmth in his heart. What more could one ask for in such a loyal and cautious companion? Xiaoya's performance left Chi Anlin very satisfied. Unlike the rigid Ant Queen, Xiaoya's display of intelligence was a great comfort to him. Thinking of the Ant Queen, Chi Anlin couldn't help but sigh. When he initially had the Ant Queen patrol the camp, she was merely a diligent executor, failing even to alert him to the presence of suspicious figures in black outside the camp. Let alone discovering any fortuitous events. Had it not been for a sudden breakthrough, he would have remained completely in the dark. The more Chi Anlin thought about it, the more convinced he became that this disaster was linked to those black-clad individuals. They wouldn't infiltrate the military department just to kill students without reason. If I had spotted the signs earlier, maybe I could have earned some merit, he mused, summoning the Ant Queen and placing her in a clean area. Approaching the rock boar's carcass, Chi Anlin scrutinized it carefully before commanding, Xiaoya, use your claws to attack this boar's corpse. Although puzzled, Xiaoya obeyed without hesitation. With a sharp crack, her claws tore through the rock layer on the boar, revealing the dark skin beneath. Just as I thought, Chi Anlin analyzed, rubbing his chin. The spiritual energy that enhanced these beasts' defenses during their lifetime makes them incredibly tough. But after death, their hides are easier to peel. However, even with feral beasts of this level, those of higher realms would still be difficult for me to breach with my current power. After Xiaoya had torn off a large chunk of meat, Chi Anlin tossed it to the Ant Queen to replenish her energy. Looking at the rock boar, he couldn't help but feel relieved. It's a good thing we have these beasts. Otherwise, we'd be stuck eating bugs like we were in the insect realm. With no cooking utensils available, Chi Anlin could only roast the meat simply. After Xiaoya gathered some planks and sticks, he skillfully started a fire by rubbing sticks together, his thoughts drifting to Xia Yin, who could control fire. Though both were Chi cultivators, he and Xiaoya had wind and ice attributes, unlike the Ant Queen, who possessed metal and fire attributes. Meanwhile, in another world, Chi Anlin's father, Qi Xingfei, a muscular man, was furiously questioning a skinny messenger named Qi Ming. Upon learning about the incident during the military training and the merging of the two realms, he immediately began organizing a rescue mission. At the same time, in the capital's military academy, a uniquely graceful woman named Qi Shueyue was being forced to practice ladylike manners. Her training was abruptly interrupted by the shocking news an incident had occurred in the otherworldly military training, with heavy casualties. Hearing that the incident took place near her hometown and thinking it might involve her brother, Qi Shueyue instantly sprang into action, disappearing from her dormitory without a second thought. Outside, events unfolded unbeknownst to Chi Anlin. He was comfortably sprawled on a smooth rock, gently patting his slightly rounded belly and savoring the memory of his recent meal. The meat from the rock pig was exceptional, tender yet firm, with the perfect balance of fat and lean. Even with a simple roast, it had a faint fruity aroma. He regretted not having any seasonings. Otherwise, the flavor could have been even better. The remaining large chunks of meat had been transported by Xiaoya to the deepest part of the cave for preservation in ice. Despite the abundance of beast creatures in the area, it was always wise to store some food for emergencies. The herbivorous beasts on the plains were all experts at escaping. If Xiaoya hadn't mastered the swift wind step skill, he probably wouldn't have caught even a glimpse of them, let alone the Ant Queen's soldiers, which were only good for eating dust. Qi Anlin turned to look at the Ant Queen devouring the beast's flesh, and then opened its genetic panel. Regeneration. Consumes a large amount of energy to quickly heal body damage. Great strength. An ant tribe talent, enhancing strength 20-fold. Iron armor. Incorporates metal into the exoskeleton, improving defense. Fire poison. Produces a burning effect over time. Ordinary ants can lift more than 400 times their body weight, and the Ant Queen had long surpassed this limit. Qi Anlin couldn't help but envy the great strength skill. If he had it, no one in the same realm could withstand a punch from him. After spending 30,000 blood energy to acquire the regeneration gene, the Ant Queen's self-healing ability greatly improved, though its energy reserves were still somewhat insufficient. Fortunately, Xiaoya tirelessly hunted day and night, becoming increasingly adept at combat, and always brought back beast carcasses. As the Ant Queen gradually recovered, producing ant soldiers became a priority. Qi Anlin had already conceived several improvement plans, such as giving ant soldiers wings, transforming their tails into explosive packs, or breeding specialized units capable of spraying fire poison. Unfortunately, due to insufficient blood energy, these ideas had to be shelved for now. Just as he was thinking, a series of system notifications sounded. Killed a level 3 mortal beast withered python. Gained 350 blood energy. Killed a level 2 mortal beast withered snake. Gained 170 blood energy. Killed a level 1 mortal beast withered snake. Gained 90 blood energy. Killed a level 3 mortal beast withered snake. Gained 340 blood energy. Killed a common beast withered snake. Gained 30 blood energy. It seemed Xiaoya had found a nest of withered snakes. Against these cold-blooded creatures, his ice-sealing skill was highly effective, amassing over 2,000 blood energy in a short time. With only 2,000 more needed to reach 10,000 blood energy, the Ant Queen's production skill was about to be upgraded. The final notification read, killed a level 4 mortal beast withered snake. Gained 700 blood energy. This was the largest prey recently, enough for the Ant Queen to produce over 20 level 2 mortal ant soldiers. Xiaoya completed the hunt and began his return to the cave. Soon, Xiaoya dragged a 10-meter-long giant python back to the cave, leaving a clear trail on the ground. The weight of the withered wood python had nearly exhausted Xiaoya, who focused on control and speed. It lay on the ground, panting heavily to rest. Qi Anlin wanted to pet its head to comfort it, but Xiaoya quickly avoided him. This made him sigh inwardly, thinking that next time he would definitely contract a more affectionate beast to enjoy the pleasure of cuddling a pet. After letting Xiaoya rest, Qi Anlin placed the queen ant on the withered wood python. Thanks to improved production skills, the queen ant's digestion ability had skyrocketed, turning flesh into energy almost instantly. After consuming about 1/10 of the python's flesh, the queen ant laid 2 eggs and then continued to feast. The previous withered wood python had been completely devoured, resulting in 3 ant eggs. 6 ant soldiers were dispatched to the territory of the mortal-level monkeys. To avoid them being surrounded, Qi Anlin instructed them to only target solitary beasts. While the queen ant was eating, he sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. After multiple battles, Xiaoya had reached the peak of the 4th stage of the mortal level, on the verge of a breakthrough. This made Qi Anlin envious of the beast's innate ability to absorb spiritual energy from the air. The cave fell into a brief silence, broken only by the sound of the queen ant chewing. An hour later, Qi Anlin opened his eyes to find a group of ant soldiers standing still. He was a bit frustrated. Although the queen ant had strong mental power after becoming his beast, it had lost its instinctual survival thinking, causing the ant soldiers to stagnate as well. With a command, the ant soldiers rushed to the monkey territory. However, the large number of ant soldiers quickly revealed their mortal-level 2nd stage aura, attracting the attention of the monkey troop. As the sentinel monkeys sounded the alarm, the entire troop went into a frenzy, hurling giant rocks at the ant soldiers. Riding Xiaoya to the scene, Qi Anlin saw the ant soldiers, who were fighting purely on instinct, in chaos under the long-range attacks. He immediately ordered a retreat, while contemplating whether he could combine the art of war with the queen ant to enhance their tactical abilities. Upon assessment, he discovered that the monkey troop's strength far exceeded his expectations. A mortal level 6 stage wine monkey king, 8 5th stage monkeys, 24th stage monkeys, 33rd stage monkeys, and about 41st and 2nd stage young monkeys. This made Qi Anlin relieved that he had discovered this in time. Otherwise, a reckless attack would have led to a complete defeat. After returning to the cave, Qi Anlin redeployed, sending 30 ant soldiers to hunt beasts and the rest to explore the forest for items with spiritual power. Despite losing 13 ant soldiers overnight, they finally accumulated 3,000 blood energy points. As Qi Anlin enhanced the queen ant's production skills, a blood-red light enveloped her, and her tail began to swell and grow larger. After the upgrade, the queen ant's body significantly expanded, with her abdomen growing by about half its original size. Qi Anlin immediately used appraisal to check her attributes. Name: Ferocious Devourer Queen Ant. Attributes: Metal, Fire. Level: Mortal Rank 6. Potential: Yellow Grade Mid-Quality. Production speed from highest to lowest. Mortal Rank 9, 130 days. Mortal Rank 8, 110 days. Mortal Rank 7, 13 days. Mortal Rank 6, 1 day. Mortal Rank 3, 30 day. Mortal Rank 2, 150 day. Mortal Rank 1, 600 day. Ordinary, 6,000 day. Skills: Intimidation, Mortal Rank Top Quality. Bloodline Control. Special Gene Extraction, Yellow Grade Mid-Quality. Can extract genes from devoured beasts. Production, Yellow Grade Top Quality. Can produce various soldier types based on gene arrangement, slower production for stronger types. After the upgrade, the queen ant's production speed increased to 3 times its original rate. Qi Anlin, after careful consideration, decided to continue producing Mortal Rank 2 soldier ants. His plan was to produce ordinary soldier ants for 2 days, then produce a Mortal Rank 6 elite to restrain the Monkey King. 2 days later, the results were impressive. The ant colony had cleared the surrounding area of beasts and insects. At this moment, over 300 Mortal Rank 2 soldier ants were attacking a Mortal Rank 5 copper condensed ape. These soldier ants, having devoured metal, had greatly increased their defense, with some even advancing to Mortal Rank 3. Qi Anlin followed the queen ant through the tunnels to the scene. A copper condensed ape over 3 meters long was fiercely battling the ant swarm. This beast was covered in a metallic shell, resembling a statue cast in bronze. Copper condensed ape attributes. Name: Copper condensed ape. Attribute: Metal. Level: Mortal Rank 5. Potential: Mortal Rank High Quality. Traits: Full body metal armor, immense strength, superior defense. The battle erupted instantly. The copper condensed ape roared and smashed the ground, sending debris flying everywhere. But just as it leaped into the air, the queen ant unleashed a psychic intimidation, causing it to become disoriented. The ant swarm swarmed over it, their sharp mandibles tearing through the metal shell and severing its blood vessels. Under several rounds of psychic intimidation, the formidable beast finally fell. A system notification sounded. Defeated Mortal Rank 5 Beast Copper Condensed Ape. Gained 2,000 blood energy points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating 100,000 blood energy points. System upgrading. System upgrading. Remaining time 24 hour. Qi Anlin was thrilled, eagerly anticipating the new features the system upgrade would bring. While waiting, Qi Anlin focused on ensuring the queen ant continued producing soldier ants. His blood energy had already reached 30,000, enough for a significant synthesis, but he decided to hold off for now. After all, the system upgrade might unlock new features, and depleting his blood energy now could lead to regret later. The cave's corner was piled with medicinal herbs collected by the soldier ants, mostly used for making pills to enhance strength, with only a few for healing. Qi Anlin didn't have the luxury of waiting to refine the pills, so he directly consumed a few herbs and sat cross-legged. Although this method was less effective than taking pills, it was the best option at the moment. Just as he was lamenting having great power but having to recuperate like an ordinary person, a surge of powerful spiritual energy suddenly emerged within him. This energy coursed through his meridians and eventually gathered in his dantian. Qi Anlin realized that Xiaoya had completed its advancement, and the barrier that had kept him at the peak of Mortal Rank Stage 3 was showing signs of breaking. The pure ice wind energy, combined with the herb's effects, began repairing his body and clearing out the clotted blood. Soon, Qi Anlin's injuries were healed, and he broke through the barrier of Mortal Rank Stage 3. As waves of warmth spread throughout his body, he slowly stood up, exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and officially stepped into Mortal Rank Stage 4. This level of strength was considered excellent among high school seniors, but not quite genius level. Qi Anlin sighed inwardly. Despite his advancement, he severely lacked combat experience. He decided to have the soldier ants capture a Mortal Rank Stage 2 beast for practice, as caution was necessary for his first real battle. Turning to check on Xiaoya, Qi Anlin used appraisal and found that it had advanced to Mortal Rank Stage 5, with potential at the Yellow Rank lower grade. It had mastered the Mortal Rank top grade skill, Ice Seal, and the Mortal Rank mid-grade skill, Swift Wind Step. Given the current situation, he decided to prioritize using his blood energy for the queen ant's development. Qi Anlin speculated that he was in some other world, certainly not the insect realm. He planned to leave the queen ant here to continue developing and providing a steady supply of blood energy for the future, allowing him to focus on enhancing Xiaoya's strength later. Checking the system page, he saw that the gene panel displayed an unfused Chinese tiger beetle gene. This gene fusion required 50,000 blood energy, but could grant the queen ant incredible speed and defense capabilities. Currently, the queen ant could only produce 3 types of soldiers. Although they could be upgraded, the previous soldier ants lacked regenerative genes and would be devoured by their companions if injured. After selecting the regeneration gene, Shi Anlin frowned as he observed the queen ant's production data output had plummeted to 1/3 of its original level. He immediately reversed the decision, as the current ant soldiers were merely second-tier cannon fodder and casualties were inevitable. The benefits of regeneration did not outweigh the cost of reduced production. He experimented with removing the iron armor and fire poison genes, and the queen ant's production instantly doubled. However, after careful consideration, Shi Anlin decided to retain these 2 genes. Iron armor not only enhanced defense but also granted the ant soldiers the unique ability to consume metal, a strategic advantage far exceeding the minor increase in production. As for fire poison, although the toxicity of a single ant soldier was limited, the cumulative effect of thousands of ant soldiers attacking simultaneously could be lethal in an instant. The enormous strength gene was fundamental to the ant soldiers and naturally couldn't be discarded. Since the genes couldn't be altered, Shi Anlin turned his attention to optimizing the design of the ant soldiers. He first removed the decorative spines at the joints, replacing them with smooth, rounded armor contours. The surface shell was thickened, forming a streamlined oval shape that not only better dispersed impact but also eliminated the weakness of potentially broken spines. Finally, he improved the attacking structure of the ant soldiers. He sculpted serrated patterns on their mandibles and transferred part of the fire poison functionality to the tail, redesigning the ejection system to release the toxin more effectively. Although the fire venom's toxicity isn't apparent before it enters the body, if directly sprayed into an enemy's eyes, it can effectively cause blindness. Shi Anlin knew this well and immediately set about modifying and preserving this new soldier type. Under his orders, the queen ant began producing a new breed of ant soldiers. These new ants no longer had a menacing appearance. Their original barbs were cleverly used to thicken their exoskeletons, making them appear more subdued while significantly enhancing their defense. Fortunately, this modification did not affect production efficiency. Once the first batch of new ant soldiers was born, Shi Anlin promptly conducted a field test. The ant soldier's tail bent slightly, and a transparent venom shot out at an astonishing speed, hitting the stone surface. This attack method was quite stealthy, making it difficult for ordinary beasts to defend against in time, and it was highly likely to hit their eyes. Although the venom wasn't enough to blind, its burning effect could temporarily impair the enemy's vision. Considering the palm-sized ant's limitations, their range was controlled within 2 meters, and their venom storage was accordingly limited. At that moment, the system suddenly notified him of an upgrade completion, and the blood energy space was activated. Shi Anlin received 4 rewards: a low-grade yellow ring with a capacity of 10 cubic meters, a high-grade yellow ring that could conceal power below the 4th realm, a mid-grade yellow thunder crocodile egg, and a low-grade yellow earth spirit pill that could heal hidden injuries of first-realm cultivators. The value of these rewards far exceeded his expectations. The capacity of the space ring was enough to make even his father envious, and the concealment ring could perfectly hide his dual identity as a beast master and a body cultivator. As for the thunder crocodile egg, he decided to sell it directly, as young beast eggs were often more sought after. Although he didn't need the earth spirit pill immediately, its ability to heal hidden injuries made it extremely valuable. He quickly stored the earth spirit pill in the space ring, while the living thunder crocodile egg had to go into a storage pouch. Although he was tempted to try combining the space ring with the queen ant, he restrained himself, considering he hadn't fully explored the system's new functions post-update. Opening the system interface, the newly added blood energy space option immediately caught his attention. Upon confirming activation, Shi Anlin was instantly transported to a blood-red space. The area was well-lit and spacious, with a floating panel in front of him displaying 3 options: martial arts training, combat simulation, and scenario simulation. These 3 functions thrilled Shi Anlin. Martial arts training allowed him to spend blood energy to practice purchased martial arts. Combat simulation could create opponents for battle, enabling him to fight alongside Xiaoye and the queen ant without fearing for their lives. Scenario simulation could complement the first 2 by creating specific training environments. Although these functions required a significant amount of blood energy, their value was evident. Shi Anlin didn't hesitate and directly chose combat simulation, setting up an opponent at the 4th stage of the mortal realm. Expending 700 points of blood energy, which was similar to what one would gain from slaying a 4th-tier mortal beast, brought a sense of relief to Shi Anlin. It seemed that simulating higher-level enemies didn't require extra blood energy. The system began randomly creating an opponent. In a flash, a bizarre figure appeared before Shi Anlin. 2 menacing horns protruded from its head, and its blood-red eyes glowed with danger. What is this? Shi Anlin was stunned and immediately used his identification skill. System information appeared. Name: Gu-E. Race: lower-tier demon. Attribute: dark. Level: 4th-tier mortal. Description: a lower-tier demon, known for its brutality and raised in slaughter, possessing formidable combat strength. A demon? Such beings exist? Qi Anlin thought to himself, realizing that perhaps living in the remote Zhao County had kept him from encountering such entities. As he was stretching and preparing to test the demon's strength, Gui launched an attack. A low beastly roar sounded as the demon bent down and charged at Qi Anlin with astonishing speed. So fast, Qi Anlin's pupils contracted, but he reacted quickly. With such speed, dodging would only put him at a disadvantage. He made a swift decision, clenching his fists and choosing the most aggressive response-trading blows. Just as Gui was about to make contact, Qi Anlin aimed a powerful punch at its head. However, the system-generated opponent had no regard for life or death. Both struck almost simultaneously. Qi Anlin's fist hit Gui's shoulder, while Gui's claws pierced through Qi Anlin's abdomen. Pain surged through him, and Qi Anlin gritted his teeth to stifle a groan. Even so, he didn't give up. His hands immediately changed direction, aiming for Gui's eyes. But Gui was faster. Withdrawing its right hand, its claws aimed straight for Qi Anlin's throat. As his throat was torn open, Qi Anlin's consciousness plunged into darkness. Damn it, got taken out in one hit? The surrounding blood-red haze faded, and Qi Anlin opened his eyes again to the familiar sight of the stone wall's patterns. He lay on the ground, replaying the battle scenes in his mind, a deep sense of defeat washing over him. Defeated in an instant, Qi Anlin muttered with a bitter smile as he sat up. He had believed that acquiring the system would make him invincible, at least among those of the same rank. Yet, he couldn't even withstand 3 moves from a mere lower-tier demon. Even though he landed a punch on Gui, it didn't even scratch the surface of his opponent. Weak body, insufficient strength, no combat skills. Qi Anlin mentally listed his shortcomings and couldn't help but mock himself. He must be the worst protagonist ever. But soon, his eyes filled with determination. He stood up and entered the blood energy space without hesitation. If he couldn't beat Gui, a 4th-rank mortal, he'd start by practicing against 3rd-rank demons. However, just a minute later, Qi Anlin was unceremoniously ejected from the blood energy space. He instinctively touched his abdomen, relieved to find it intact. The demon's claws had ripped him open, the pain so vivid it felt like a real life-or-death struggle. The system chimed in, pain tolerance 1. Qi Anlin glanced at Xiaoye beside him, deep in thought. According to Xiaoye, he had only been zoned out in reality for less than 10 seconds. This meant that time in the blood energy space flowed about 10 times faster than in the real world. This discovery excited him, as it provided more opportunities for practice. Unfortunately, only his consciousness entered the blood energy space, not his physical body. Otherwise, it could have been the perfect refuge in times of danger. After sending Xiaoye off to join a beast hunting team, Qi Anlin decided to continue honing his skills in the blood energy space. He knew his foundations were weak and that only relentless practice could make up for the gap. As for martial techniques, his father had never taught him due to his previous lack of talent. Meanwhile, at the edge of a spatial rift, Qi Xingfei glared at the scene before him. The unexpected fusion of the small insect realm and the small beast realm had him deeply worried. The small insect realm, originally a low-tier world under Zhao County's control, had only 3rd-rank beasts at most. In contrast, the small beast realm contained 4th-rank beasts. The newly merged world was now approaching the level of an Earth-grade world. Thinking of his son, Qi Xingfei's heart sank. Although the spatial fusion wasn't too severe and many students who activated their protective charms in time survived, the casualties were still significant. Among the survivors, his son was nowhere to be found. Despite this, Qi Xingfei refused to give up hope and continued searching along the rift. Suddenly, he sensed something and punched the ground, pulling out a giant reed-legged Xiaming ant queen. Remembering his son's habit of collecting such creatures, he decided to keep it. At that moment, Qi Anlin lay despondently on the rocky ground of a cave. He had spent 5,000 blood energy points on combat training, only to be nearly wiped out. Even the rock pigs, which Xiaoye could easily kill, could pierce right through him. The humanoid opponents were even more formidable. Even those a rank lower could easily defeat him. Far from becoming a genius who could challenge higher ranks, he had become an experience bag for others. But Qi Anlin quickly adjusted his mindset. Without weapons, he had to fight beasts barehanded, and no matter how strong he was, he couldn't break through their defenses. Although he was also a Qi practitioner, his previous incompetence left him clueless in this area. The most he could do with his spiritual energy was make a cup of ice water, which was useless in battle. This time, when I go back, I must seriously learn martial techniques, Qi Anlin resolved silently. Qi Anlin surveyed the situation before him and couldn't help but regret that the system didn't have a marketplace feature. If he could purchase weapons and combat skills, he wouldn't have been repeatedly defeated in battles. So far, his only victory was narrowly defeating a 3rd-tier ant soldier. The Ant Queen's legion had grown to a size of 400 ant soldiers. Although they had lost nearly 100, their overall strength was still formidable. Among them were 78 third-tier ant soldiers, 2 fourth-tier ones, and the strongest was a 6th-tier ant soldier directly produced by the Ant Queen. This lineup should be sufficient to deal with the fruit wine monkeys. Ant Queen, how is the underground tunnel preparation going? Qianlin asked. To ensure the fruit wine wouldn't be destroyed, he had long ordered the ant soldiers to dig a complex network of tunnels beneath the fruit wine monkey's territory, leading directly to the wine storage. Beside him were rows of stone jars crafted by the ant soldiers, specifically for storing the fruit wine. Qianlin quickly formulated a battle plan. Dispatch 50 ant soldiers to transfer the fruit wine, while the remaining soldiers would launch a feigned attack at the entrance near the fruit wine monkey's forest to draw their attention. As for the Ant Queen, considering her limited mobility and combat strength, he decided to keep her in the safe confines of the cave to avoid becoming a vulnerability. Gently stroking the Ant Queen's head, Qianlin turned to Xiaoye and issued his command. Xiaoye, you will work with the 6th-tier ant soldier to distract the Monkey King. Focus on harassment, and once the other ant soldiers have dealt with the monkey group, we will concentrate our efforts on taking down the Monkey King. This arrangement was reasonable, as Xiaoye naturally possessed exceptional combat skills, always able to pinpoint the enemy's weaknesses and attack effectively, requiring no specific instructions from Qianlin. Upon receiving the command, the ant soldiers surged towards the cave entrance like a black tide. This newly bred battalion of 150 ants had been genetically enhanced. In previous combat tests, they easily defeated the older ant soldiers with only minor injuries. As experts in close combat, they employed a foreknown tactic to encircle the fruit wine monkeys. Their tail venom could accurately target the monkeys' eyes, causing blindness before they tore them apart. Qianlin rode his mount, Xiaoye, to the edge of the battlefield and put on a ring of concealment to hide his presence. Understanding the dangers of large-scale battles, he decided to stay out for now to avoid being surrounded and potentially killed. He had already planned to infuse the ants with the genes of the Chinese tiger beetle after the battle, which would grant them the ability to fly and significantly increase their speed. For 2nd-tier ordinary ant soldiers swaggered into the fruit wine monkey forest, soon catching the attention of a monkey foraging under a tree. Oh ho! The fruit wine monkey let out an excited cry. Although it had been scared by these black ants before, it had since grown contemptuous after seeing them driven away. It still remembered the crispy ant leg it had chewed on last time. The call attracted over a dozen fruit wine monkeys, who eagerly charged at the ant soldiers, afraid they would miss out on the feast. The other monkeys, seeing that enough of their kind were already on the hunt, continued their own activities. Even the fruit wine monkey king, perched in the trees, merely glanced over, confident that a dozen monkeys could handle 4 2nd-tier ant soldiers. The 4 ant soldiers immediately retreated from the forest, a bait set by Qianlin. He knew this trick would only work once, as the monkeys wouldn't be foolish enough to split up for pursuit after noticing their comrades vanish. The ants quickly withdrew to an open area. Just as the chasing fruit wine monkeys were about to attack, rustling sounds emerged from all directions. Hundreds of antennae appeared, sending the monkeys into a panic. Finish them quickly, Qianlin commanded through the Ant Queen. Instantly, the ant swarm surged forward, encircling the fruit wine monkeys. Their death throes alarmed the entire monkey group, plunging the forest into chaos. The Monkey King roared in fury, calming the tribe's panic before leading a full-scale rescue effort. Meanwhile, hundreds of ant soldiers had completely overwhelmed the initial dozen fruit wine monkeys. The monkeys had no time to retaliate before their limbs were bitten off, turning them into a feast for the ant swarm. The system continuously flashed kill notifications, earning Qianlin nearly 4,000 blood energy points in a short time, replenishing what he had spent in the blood energy space. When the Monkey King and his elite arrived, they found their kin already devoured, prompting a furious roar. Despite the ants' overwhelming numbers, they were still no match for the overall strength of the monkey group. At that moment, more ant soldiers swarmed in from all directions, surrounding the monkey group. The Monkey King's pupils contracted as he let out a terrified scream, but his eyes soon turned bloodshot. Faced with the threat of extinction, the fruit wine monkeys chose to fight to the death. The Monkey King was the first to leap into the ant swarm, tearing apart several 2nd-tier ant soldiers in quick succession. However, just as he was rampaging, a sharp pain shot through his right foot. A 6th-tier ant soldier had managed to get close under the cover of its companions and launched a successful sneak attack. Despite his mangled right foot, the enraged Monkey King continued to charge forward. Suddenly, his left leg was frozen, causing him to crash heavily to the ground. A white figure leaped down from the tree. It was Xiaoye. As Xiaoye's gaping maw approached the Monkey King, the latter desperately tried to grab its throat. Xiaoye, however, revealed a sinister smile as the silhouette of an ant soldier flashed from its mouth. Roar! With a piercing scream, the burning poison accurately sprayed into the eyes of the fruit wine Monkey King. Amidst the sizzling sound, the Monkey King howled in agony but still lunged forward, trying to strangle the enemy that had hurt it. However, Xiaoya was prepared. With a swift step, she deftly dodged the deadly attack and quickly retreated from the battlefield. As the ground trembled, the ant soldiers burrowed into the earth, moving to another part of the battlefield. Blinded, the Monkey King went into a frenzy, smashing the ground and shattering the surrounding trees with its powerful blows. After her successful ambush, Xiaoya turned towards the direction of the fruit wine monkey group, where several rank 4 and 5 fruit jam monkeys awaited to be dealt with. Watching from the trees, Qi Anlin couldn't help but admire Xiaoya's tactics. Faced with a Monkey King that was both powerful and heavily defended, Xiaoya wisely chose not to engage in direct combat, but instead employed a Hitandran strategy to weaken the enemy's overall strength. Seeing their leader injured, the fruit wine monkeys fell into chaos, making it easier for the ant soldiers to carry out their assault. System notifications kept appearing on the battlefield. Kill rank 2 fruit wine monkey, gain 200 blood energy points. Kill rank 4 fruit wine monkey, gain 750 blood energy points. Kill rank 2 devouring ant, gain 120 blood energy points. At the same time, the incapacitated ant soldiers were quickly dealt with by their comrades, following Qi Anlin's orders to convert them into blood energy rather than letting them die in vain from the battle's aftermath. The rank 6 ant soldiers continued to harass the Monkey King, keeping it enraged while accelerating the spread of the poison in its body. The Monkey King's movements grew sluggish, and within 10 minutes, the entire fruit wine monkey group was annihilated. The remaining ant soldiers swarmed the Monkey King, freezing its joints with icy breath and devouring the exposed flesh. Finally, the mighty Monkey King let out a weak roar and collapsed to the ground. A system notification sounded. Kill rank 6 fruit wine monkey king, gain 3,000 blood energy points. Qi Anlin leaped down from the tree, quickly collected the Monkey King's crystal core, and ordered the ant soldiers to transport the bodies back for the queen ant to consume. Through mental communication, he learned that the rest of the monkey tribe had also been eradicated, and the fruit wine was safe. This battle had earned him over 70,000 blood energy points, but the ant army had suffered significant losses, with only about 100 soldiers remaining. If Xiaoya hadn't broken through, they might have only managed to cripple the enemy before retreating. Riding on Xiaoya, Qi Anlin eagerly headed towards the fruit wine monkey group's territory. Passing through the dense forest, a massive ancient tree with a diameter of 3 to 4 meters came into view. The passage at the tree's roots had been scouted by the ant soldiers and deemed safe. He strode inside. The walls of the passage were smooth as a mirror, and surprisingly, the cave was not dark. A giant luminous pearl hung from the ceiling of the hemispherical space, and in the center, a rich aroma of wine filled the air, causing Qi Anlin to swallow involuntarily. It smelled so good. A rich aroma of wine, carrying a subtle hint of fruit, lingered around Qi Anlin's nose. He took a deep breath, immediately feeling a warm sensation spreading throughout his body, as if his vitality had been slightly enhanced. Good stuff. Qi Anlin's eyes sparkled with excitement. He felt a surge of joy in his heart. Thanks to the system's recent upgrade that gifted him a storage ring. Otherwise, transporting this precious fruit wine would have been quite troublesome. Surrounding him, the ant soldiers stood in neat rows. Although the spiritual energy emitted by the fruit wine made them restless, the special skill inherited from the ant queen's bloodline kept them in check. This bloodline suppression was indeed terrifying. It could command absolute obedience from the offspring, even to the point of death. Qi Anlin opened the stone jar brought by the ant soldiers and skillfully transferred the fruit wine from the vat into his storage ring. The vat, which had a capacity of 3 cubic meters, astonishingly held 6,000 jin of wine. Who knew how long these monkeys had been brewing to accumulate such a quantity? I'm rich. Qi Anlin could hardly contain his excitement. This was his first substantial gain in this otherworldly realm. He immediately commanded the ant soldiers, chew up all the vats. Although these wooden vats were coated with a special waterproof material, they had absorbed significant spiritual energy from the prolonged soaking of the fruit wine, making them perfect food for the ant soldiers. As the ant soldiers swarmed to dismantle the vats, Qi Anlin's gaze shifted to the corner where a pile of loot collected by the monkeys lay. The assortment included ores, ordinary-grade medicinal herbs, and even a few scattered human bones. Among these treasures, one particular book stood out. Qi Anlin walked over and picked up the book from the heap of miscellaneous items, Tiger Fist Technique, an ordinary-grade high-level martial art manual. This would be perfect for testing the first function of the blood energy space. After harvesting over 30 ordinary medicinal herbs, more than 10 ordinary metals, and 1 yellow-grade metal, Qi Anlin's face lit up with joy. Although he wasn't familiar with the prices in this world, he knew these herbs must be quite valuable, and the metals could be used to strengthen his ant soldiers. While searching for loot, he also came across a human skeleton. Despite the slightly ominous find, the skeleton carried a martial arts manual and a long knife, both of which he urgently needed. The long knife was made of common metal, suggesting that its previous owner wasn't very powerful, as even the fruit wine monkey group had managed to defeat him. After instructing the ant soldiers to bury the skeleton, Qi Anlin mounted his wolf mount, Xiaoya, and prepared to return. He was quite pleased with this newly acquired fruit wine monkey territory, a large grove of fruit trees, some of which were ordinary grade. Once the ant soldiers evolved the ability to fly, he could train a group of first-stage ordinary grade ants specifically for harvesting. Even better, the underground resources here were largely untapped, promising significant future profits. Back in the cave, Qi Anlin immediately checked the queen ant's gene panel and began the fusion of the Chinese tiger beetle gene. The system indicated that the fusion would take 10 hours and cost him 50,000 blood energy, which made him wince. After some thought, he gritted his teeth and spent another 50,000 blood energy to enhance the queen ant's production skills. With less than 10,000 blood energy remaining, Qi Anlin sighed. He instructed the remaining ant soldiers to continue hunting monsters, then entered the blood energy space. He reassured himself that these investments would bring substantial returns in 10 hours, leading to a significant boost in both the queen ant's production speed and the ant soldier strength. Inside the blood energy space, Qi Anlin opened the martial arts teaching panel and found that only the newly acquired Tiger Fist technique was available for learning. It turned out that this feature required him to first read a martial arts manual before it could be used, shattering his hopes of easily acquiring numerous techniques. The Tiger Fist training was divided into several levels, from beginner to peak, with prices increasing progressively. Qi Anlin opted for the proficient level training, which cost 700 blood energy. Immediately, a stern-looking man appeared before him and began demonstrating the fierce and aggressive moves of the technique. After carefully observing and mimicking the moves several times, the figure suddenly attacked Qi Anlin. Startled, he quickly realized it was a combat training session and assumed a defensive stance. However, his lack of experience led to several setbacks, including the excruciating pain of a broken leg. Thankfully, injuries healed instantly in the blood energy space. Are you aiming to master it all at once? A flicker of joy crossed Qi Anlin's eyes. Trading 700 health points for unlimited healing seemed like a bargain to him. As for the pain, he didn't mind after all. In his past life, he could keep playing soccer for half an hour with a broken toe and pop his own dislocated joints back into place. Though the pain now was deadly, it was still not enough to break his will. However, 3 hours later, Qi Anlin lay on the ground, a shadow of his former confident self. Silent tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. In those brief 3 hours, he had endured torture more brutal than the 10 great tortures of the Qing dynasty. His throat torn, his eyes gouged out, his limbs broken. Each agony left an indelible mark on his soul. Fortunately, it was finally over. Through countless cycles of life and death, he had finally mastered the Tiger Fang Fist. During the process, he had attempted to counter the shadowy figure with other techniques, only to be mercilessly killed each time. It became clear that only by truly mastering the Tiger Fang Fist could he end this ordeal. Good thing I didn't choose peak level training, Qi Anlin thought with relief. Otherwise, I wouldn't get out of here for days. Dying hundreds of times would be the least of my worries. Even just the proficiency training was enough to make him deeply question his life. Breakthrough to rebuild. Qi Anlin sprang to his feet with a sudden burst of energy. After enduring such immense pain, it was time to find an opponent to unleash his frustration. Though he still wasn't a match for the shadowy figure, he was more than capable of dealing with the lesser demon tribe in the combat simulation. After a thorough assessment, he was confident he could completely annihilate a second-tier mortal-level demon without getting hurt. This training had not only allowed him to master the Tiger Fang Fist, but also to grasp numerous combat techniques. It was precisely because he had known nothing before that he needed to go through so many life-and-death trials to barely reach proficiency within 3 hours. Combat simulation, keywords, second-tier mortal level, demon tribe. As his words fell, the simulation began. A suffocating aura of malice rushed towards him, and Qi Anlin raised an eyebrow at the distant figure that appeared. Information about the simulation target appeared. Name, Demonine Tribe. Attribute, Dark. Level, second-tier mortal level. Description, a genius from the tribe. Power suppressed to the second-tier mortal level. Formidable combat strength. Good luck. Qi Anlin looked at the information and couldn't help but think. Qi Anlin gasped as he read the introduction in front of him. The race section displayed a question mark. Was this due to insufficient access permissions? Before he could dwell on it, a sharp killing intent surged towards him. He quickly assumed a battle stance. Although his opponent was a second-level demon of the mortal grade, he was 2 levels higher and had significantly increased his strength, so he should have the upper hand. 30 seconds later, Qi Anlin stumbled out of the blood energy space, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. Imoine, huh? I'll remember you. Taking a deep breath, he had to admit that he had been overconfident. Rather than surviving for 30 seconds, it was more accurate to say he had been toyed with for 30 seconds. With such power, even Xia Yin would probably lose. After adjusting his mindset, Qi Anlin re-entered the blood energy space. This time, he decided to carefully choose his opponent rather than let the system make a random selection. The Tiger Fang Fist, being a mortal-grade martial art, was adequate against ordinary beasts but clearly insufficient against these genius-level opponents. He chose a lower-tier, second-level demon as his opponent. He had initially considered challenging the rock pig, but knowing that even Xiaoyu couldn't break its defense made him abandon that idea. Soon, a demon with horns on its head appeared before him. This was Kago, a demon Qi Anlin had narrowly defeated in a previous encounter. In reality, such injuries would have been fatal. However, with combat experience on his side, he faced Kagu more confidently this time. The battle began instantly. Qi Anlin landed a punch on Kagu's shoulder and then swiftly retreated a few steps. When Kagu lunged again, Qi Anlin sidestepped and drove his right knee upwards with force. With a crack, Kagu spat blood and was sent flying. Seizing the opportunity, Qi Anlin rushed forward and delivered a heavy punch to Kagu's forehead, causing blood to spurt from the demon's eyes. Kagu suddenly changed tactics, rolling on the ground and biting at Qi Anlin's calf. The unexpected move caught Qi Anlin off guard, and pain shot through him. He grabbed Kagu's hair, trying to pull him away, but the demon's jaws clamped down relentlessly. In desperation, Qi Anlin formed his hand into a claw and struck hard at the back of Kagu's neck. A minute later, Qi Anlin spat on the ground, looking at the headless corpse. Had it not been for the endurance honed through numerous battles, this bite would have nearly cost him his life. Even in death, Kaga's teeth remained locked onto his leg, leaving the blood energy space. A wave of exhaustion washed over him. 3 consecutive hours of fighting had drained him, and the 2 recent fierce battles had pushed him to his limits. Xiaoyu, keep an eye on me and the Ant Queen. I need some sleep, Qi Anlin instructed. Though there were ant soldiers patrolling, he called on Xiaoyu as a precaution. After pondering for a moment, he took out some fruit wine. Previously, he had refrained from drinking it to focus on his cultivation techniques. Now that he planned to rest, he decided to give it a try. The high-grade fruit wine was smooth and fragrant, with a subtle fruitiness that lingered on his tongue, spreading warmth throughout his body. The medicinal properties quickly took effect, and Qi Anlin drank it sip by sip until he gradually fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long he had slept, but when he groggily woke up, he found Xiaoyu staring at him coldly, with several pieces of roasted meat wrapped in leaves at his feet. His stomach growled, and he gratefully looked at his mature companion. Xiaoyu merely pointed a foreleg at the meat, and then turned to walk towards the cave entrance. Qi Anlin didn't mind its aloof demeanor. Xiaoyu was always like this, distant from humans, but incredibly intelligent, almost like a prodigy. As he savored the roasted meat, his eyes fell on the Ant Queen, and he was shocked to see that it had undergone another transformation, making it almost unrecognizable. Compared to before, the Queen Ant's body has undergone significant changes. Not only has she grown larger, but a pair of wings has also sprouted from her back. However, upon closer inspection, Qi Anlin believed that these wings might be merely ornamental. Given the Queen Ant's current size, it would be quite challenging for her to actually take flight. The Queen Ant's attribute panel shows. Name, Devouring Queen Ant. Attributes, Metal, Fire. Level, Mortal Stage 6. Potential, Yellow Grade Medium. Production Speed, Mortal Stage 9, 1 every 15 days. Mortal Stage 8, 1 every 5 days. Mortal Stage 7, 1 every day. Mortal Stage 3, 90 every day. Mortal Stage 2, 300 every day. Mortal Stage 1, 1,200 every day. Ordinary, 12,000 every day. Aside from her double productivity, the Queen Ant's own strength has also reached the peak of Mortal Stage 6. Qi Anlin opened the gene panel, found the Chinese tiger beetle gene, and integrated it into the first soldier type. Immediately, the appearance of the ant soldiers changed significantly. Their originally slender bodies became more robust, their 6 legs noticeably lengthened, their exoskeletons took on a faint green hue, and an additional winged shell-like structure appeared on their backs. After checking the production capacity, Qi Anlin couldn't help but sigh. Although the new ant soldiers gained enhanced abilities, their production speed reverted to pre-upgrade levels. These improved ant soldiers retained their ability to reproduce autonomously, but required a longer incubation period. This stood in stark contrast to the Queen Ant's almost instant production capability, leaving Qi Anlin puzzled. Continuing to have the Queen Ant reproduce Mortal Stage 2 ant soldiers, a new type of ant soldier carrying the Chinese tiger beetle gene soon appeared. Qi Anlin then ordered the Queen Ant to recall 10 ordinary ant soldiers, selecting 5 of them to face off against the new type, aiming to test whether its combat abilities had improved. When the 5 original ant soldiers appeared in the cave, the new type charged at them without hesitation. Seeing the astounding speed exhibited by the new type, Qi Anlin couldn't help but mutter to himself. This speed has increased several times over. The ant soldiers, infused with the genes of the Chinese tiger beetle, exhibited extraordinary prowess. Their exoskeletons became even more robust with the added protection of their wing covers, and their combat style was highly aggressive. Surrounded by the old ant soldiers, the new ant soldier launched an unhesitating assault, biting one of the old soldiers at the waist and lifting it high into the air. Snap! The crisp sound of breaking echoed as the old soldier's waist was instantly severed in two. Gaining 100 points of blood energy, the new ant soldier quickly changed direction and charged at another soldier. Through continuous battle observation, Chi Anlin noticed the characteristics of these new ant soldiers. Their impact was astonishing, but they lacked agility. Each charge, if it missed the target, would carry them far away. After multiple encounters, he estimated that their combat power was about 4 times that of the old soldiers. With their superior defense and speed, they could easily break through encirclements. If not for their lack of maneuverability, even 10 old soldiers would struggle to handle one of them. We need the queen ant to learn some military strategy, Chi Anlin mused. Since it inherited the genes and combat abilities of the Chinese tiger beetle, let's call it the tiger beetle ant soldier. Looking at the queen ant before him, Chi Anlin realized that his first beast still didn't have a name. Considering that the queen would continuously evolve, naming it based on its species seemed inappropriate. He gently stroked the queen's head, reminiscing about its small form in the beginning. I'll call you Xiao Yi, he decided. Imagining the future, where this killing machine would be referred to as Xiao Yi, he couldn't help but smile at the thought of others' astonished reactions. After instructing Xiao Yi to focus on producing more tiger beetle ant soldiers, Chi Anlin checked his own condition. The fruit wine had not only healed his remaining injuries, but also more than doubled his strength. There was still some undigested medicinal power within him. This fruit wine, a treasure brewed by the monkey clan, was extremely rare on the market, mostly hoarded by high-level cultivators. If I'd known it was this effective, I would have tried to subdue a few fruit wine monkeys instead of wiping out the whole clan, Chi Anlin regretted, slapping his forehead. With the system at hand, I could have easily made them serve me. This high-grade mortal fruit wine was particularly suitable for body cultivators, but its spiritual energy made it easy to get drunk. So, he had only drunk a little yesterday to achieve such effects. Instead of selling the remaining wine, he decided it would be better to trade it for other valuable items. Soon, 152nd stage mortal-level ant soldiers were hatched and began advancing into the depths of the forest. Although the queen ant required 100,000 blood energy for its next upgrade, once it broke through to the 7th stage, it would produce 3rd stage ant soldiers as quickly as it currently produced 2nd stage ones. Therefore, Chi Anlin ordered all crystal cores and rare metals to be reserved for Xiao Yi to consume. He then entered the blood energy space, preparing to accelerate the absorption of the remaining medicinal power through combat while continuing to practice the tiger fist technique. Meanwhile, deep within the world, a determined young woman with a ponytail was wielding a giant hammer, smashing the ground into pieces. Flames burned around her, leaving deep craters in their wake. This was Qi Shueyue, locked in fierce battle with a nearly 5-meter green light venomous blood spider queen. Back during military training, you chased me for so long, and now you've barely reached the 3rd stage? Qi Shueyue scoffed, sending the spider queen flying with a single hammer strike. The soldiers watching from afar couldn't help but marvel at her strength. Once a mere mortal-level cultivator, she had now grown into a formidable 3rd stage cultivator. Despite being primarily a Qi cultivator, she wielded body cultivation weapons with remarkable proficiency. The origin of this battle traced back 2 years when the Spider Queen had found a unique queen ant. This queen ant could produce a large number of soldiers without needing much gestation time. The Spider Queen had planned to devour it after it reached the 2nd stage, but Qi Shueyue had taken it away while the Spider Queen was out. While Qi Shueyue was fiercely battling the Qingguang venomous blood spider, Chi Anlin's development was in full swing. The territory of the tiger-armored ant soldiers was rapidly expanding, soon leading to intense conflicts with various beasts of at least the 5th rank in the mortal realm. These tiger-armored ant soldiers demonstrated remarkable combat prowess, with just 22nd rank soldiers being able to collectively take down a 5th rank beast. Under the guidance of Xiaoya, Chi Anlin gradually mastered the use of spiritual power. By infusing wind attribute spiritual power into his legs, he could significantly boost his speed. Ice attribute spiritual power, on the other hand, could disrupt enemy movements, providing control effects and, if necessary, could be condensed into sharp ice spikes as weapons. As the Ant Queen was nearing a breakthrough, the ant colony's hunting activities became increasingly frenzied, scouring for beasts to accumulate energy. Chi Anlin pondered the medium required for the breakthrough, either a high-grade crystal core rich in spiritual energy or high-grade metallic minerals. Although he didn't have a crystal core on hand, he thought of the ice crystal hanging around his neck. Despite not being a metal, the ice crystal was still a type of mineral. Originally, this ice crystal was intended for Xiaoya, but due to Xiaoya's lower level, it couldn't be properly integrated yet. Without hesitation, Chi Anlin removed the ice crystal and handed it to the Ant Queen. Sensing the crystal's aura, the Ant Queen emitted an excited screech, sending waves of appeasing messages through its mental sea. After swallowing the ice crystal, the ant queen's entire body began to rhythmically vibrate, causing gusts of air to lift pebbles from the ground. The cave was exceptionally clean, as the ant queen had converted everything it devoured into pure energy, leaving not a trace of the beast's remains it had consumed. The spiritual energy in the air suddenly became highly active, and Chi Anlin immediately sat down to meditate. Streams of energy flowed into his meridians, carrying the unique essence of the ice crystal, perfectly matching his and Xiaoye's attributes. He opened the spiritual power channel with Xiaoye, allowing the energy to circulate between them. The breakthrough process lasted for half an hour. When Chi Anlin opened his eyes again, he had not only advanced to the 5th rank in the mortal realm but also felt an overwhelming sense of power, with all previous fatigue completely gone. He then checked the statuses of Xiaoye, and the Ant Queen Xiaoye had advanced to the 6th rank, mastering the skills Ice Seal and Swift Wind Step. The Ant Queen had even reached the 7th rank, significantly enhancing its reproduction capabilities, allowing it to produce elite soldiers of the 7th rank. Seeing these astonishing results, Chi Anlin was overjoyed and immediately ordered the Ant Queen to start producing 5th rank soldiers. Given the current strength of the beasts in the forest, most of them are at least at the 5th stage or higher. Chi Anlin knew well that merely producing 1st stage mortal grade ant soldiers, no matter how many, would be insufficient to contend with these formidable beasts. A simple example is the flame tiger, which only needs to breathe out a burst of fire to turn hordes of low-level ant soldiers into ashes. Even an ordinary beast can easily kill these fragile ants with a casual strike. In contrast, 5th stage mortal grade ant soldiers are significantly more powerful. At this moment, a newly hatched 5th stage ant soldier stood before Chi Anlin, its size comparable to a small dog, measuring about 50 centimeters long. To test its defensive capabilities, Chi Anlin picked up a rock and hurled it forcefully. Bang! The rock shattered upon impact, while the ant soldier merely wobbled slightly, its hard carapace remaining completely unscathed. From this test, Chi Anlin estimated that the ant soldier's defense was about 1/3 that of a rock boar. Coupled with its ability to fly, the threat level of these ant soldiers increased substantially, posing a danger even to birds and beasts in the sky. As Chi Anlin was studying the tiger armor ant soldier, the queen ant suddenly emitted a sizzle sound. Through their mental connection, an important message was transmitted into Chi Anlin's mind. 3 kilometers from the cave, the ant soldiers had detected human presence. Although the queen ant might not understand human language, it could relay the conversations it heard directly to Chi Anlin. Those people were discussing the possibility that Yongyuan Pool might harbor rare treasures, attracting many cultivators and beasts. One person anxiously said, "Boss, should we?" but was interrupted. "Are you crazy? Think about your own strength." Another person added in a lowered voice, "I heard that Songlong Squad has issued a stern warning. Anyone who dares to compete with them will face a fight to the death." Grey Wolf Squad. Chi Anlin frowned slightly, contemplating the duo's description of this team. By all accounts, they sounded formidable, but the information from the Ant Queen indicated that the 2 individuals were only at the 2nd stage of the mortal rank, which puzzled him. Given his recent experiences hunting beasts deep within the forest, he knew the area was extremely perilous. If not for the constant vigilance of the ant swarm clearing threats, he wouldn't be enjoying such ease. To be cautious, he decided to send 2 3rd-stage mortal rank ant soldiers to tail the duo. Xiao Yi produced 10,000 ordinary tiger beetle ant soldiers and have them search Yongyuan Pond, Chi Anlin commanded. These new tiger beetle ants were faster, capable of covering several miles swiftly when searching thoroughly. As the Ant Queen bowed to execute the order, Chi Anlin opened the system backend to check his stats. He had accumulated 20,000 blood energy points, and his strength had advanced to the 5th stage of the mortal rank. As a regular beast tamer, he was now eligible to contract a second beast. After careful consideration, he decided to choose a functional beast this time. His first choice was a healing-type beast, but he was open to other options. With the support of the synthesis system, he hoped this beast could combine healing, buffing, illusion, and debuffing abilities, becoming a versatile support unit. Although the cost of nurturing such a beast might rival that of the Ant Queen, it was worth a try. His second target was a treasure-seeking beast. This type needed to possess not only treasure-finding abilities, but also tracking and concealment skills. After much thought, a treasure mouse seemed like a good choice. Small, adept at burrowing, and most importantly, inconspicuous. Xiao Yi, have the ant soldier search for rodent-type beasts, but don't kill them, Chi Anlin instructed. Watching Xiao Yi nod repeatedly, he sighed, knowing that asking the Ant Queen to find treasures was futile. It always brought back beast carcasses, considering them the most precious finds. From his perch in the tree, Chi Anlin observed the electric mouse being besieged below. This was an 8th-stage mortal rank beast. While its level and potential were decent, it fell short of his ideal beast. The human-sized yellow giant mouse looked anything but cute, appearing rather menacing instead. After a day of hunting, He had successfully slain 7 6th-stage mortal rank beasts and over 30 5th-stage ones, amassing 50,000 blood energy points. He kept the beast cores for now, planning to take them with him once he found a way out of this other world. As Qi Anlin pondered, Xiaoye was directing the battle. Smartly using branches and ice spears, it avoided direct contact with the electric mouse. After several hours of relentless assault, the electric mouse finally fell, earning Qi Anlin 18,000 blood energy points. After the level 8 electric mouse was brought back to the nest by several ant soldiers, it was quickly devoured by the queen ant. The accumulated energy from this would be used for production the next day. Qi Anlin stood in the cave, contemplating. The queen ant before him had already amassed a considerable amount of blood energy. Upgrading the production skill required 100,000 blood energy. Given the current production efficiency, which was quite impressive, he decided to attempt a synthesis. Opening the synthesis system, the options that appeared on the screen left him stunned. Beep. Would you like to fuse the devouring queen ant with the space ring? Required blood energy. 1,500,000. Success rate. 55. 1.5 million. Qi Anlin rubbed his eyes in disbelief, carefully counting the blood energy value. This number was astronomical. The total blood energy he had accumulated so far was barely close to 200,000. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. The queen ant's biggest issue at the moment was digestion time. As the level of the devoured beasts increased, the digestion time grew longer. Previously, producing a level 2 ant soldier took only 10 minutes, but now producing a level 5 ant soldier took over an hour. If he could fuse the queen ant with the space ring, her abdomen might become an independent space, speeding up digestion and possibly increasing production. Although it was currently impossible to complete the fusion, this direction was worth exploring. Qi Anlin turned his attention to the gene panel and began examining the available genes. The electric mouse gene could grant the ability to attack with lightning, requiring 32,000 blood energy for fusion. Combined with the underwater capability gene of the water arrow bug requiring 20,000 blood energy, it was entirely possible to create an amphibious electric strike force. After an hour of fusion, the new gene combination was complete. Qi Anlin carefully adjusted the form of the new soldier. A streamlined body with electric organs on both sides, multiple legs covered in special fur to enhance propulsion, and a tail modified into a jet thruster. Finally, the newly named lightning ant soldiers were born. The first lightning ant soldier was placed into the pool, immediately showcasing its astonishing speed, darting through the water like a blue flash of lightning. Watching this scene, Qi Anlin's lips curled into a confident smile. The treasures of Yongyuan Pool are as good as mine. The lightning ant soldiers still maintain a considerable speed on land. Although their combat abilities are not as formidable as underwater, they are sufficient for most situations. The addition of this new type of ant soldier has reopened river areas, previously abandoned due to heavy losses of the tiger beetle ant soldiers, as viable development zones. Standing at the cave entrance, Qi Anlin gazed at the ant soldiers who could move freely underwater, contemplating the numerous possibilities. This unit could not only hunt underwater beasts, but also search for underwater treasures. Unlike the land, which had been nearly stripped clean by cultivators, underwater treasures often remained intact. Even air cultivators who mastered water's spiritual power struggled to operate underwater for extended periods, making the beasts in these regions more numerous and often stronger than their land counterparts. Unfortunately, the queen ant's energy for creating soldiers had been exhausted for the day. Qi Anlin turned back into the cave to inspect the captured rodent beasts. These rats were quite large, with strengths around the 4th or 5th grade of the mortal rank, but their appearance was so unsightly that Qi Anlin was quite displeased. He waved his hand to the queen ant, preparing to order the execution of these unqualified captives. At that moment, a small figure with white and yellow fur suddenly scurried into his view. It was a small rodent beast resembling a hamster, bowing repeatedly in a comical and endearing manner. Qi Anlin immediately halted the ant soldiers who were about to act and crouched down to closely examine this pleasant surprise. The identification results made Qi Anlin's eyes light up. It was a beast called the hidden mouse. Although it was only at the 4th grade of the mortal rank, it had the potential to reach mid-ear yellow rank and possessed a skill that could lower its presence. Even more valuable was its highly coveted luck attribute. After a brief observation and reflection, Qi Anlin quickly realized that this clever little creature had not been captured but had voluntarily appeared. He promptly opened the synthesis system, intending to fuse the hidden mouse with gold. Unexpectedly, this fusion required 10,000 blood energy but guaranteed a 100 success rate. The fusion process was exceptionally smooth, bypassing the usual cocooning phase and completing directly. The newly born treasure-seeking mouse retained its original traits and acquired the ability to sense treasures within a 100-meter radius, with its potential elevated to the lower tier of the spirit rank. As the contract was completed, a surge of powerful energy flowed into Qi Anlin's body. He sat cross-legged, feeling the impurities being expelled and his strength continuously growing. At that moment, The queen ant delivered two pieces of good news. The location of Yongyuan Pool had been identified, and the exit path had been found. I really am lucky, Chi Anlin murmured softly, a smile unconsciously forming at the corner of his mouth. After commanding the tiger armor ant soldiers to scout around Yongyuan Lake, Chi Anlin rode on Xiaoya and headed out with the treasure-seeking mouse. The surrounding area had already been cleared by the ant soldiers, making it relatively safe, a perfect opportunity to test the treasure-seeking mouse's abilities. The forest was eerily silent, with even the sounds of insects absent. Xiaoya's snow-white figure darted through the trees, while the treasure-seeking mouse on its head looked around intently, its tiny pink nose twitching as it sniffed the air. Watching the timid yet inherently lucky treasure-seeking mouse, Chi Anlin allowed a sly smile to curl at the corners of his mouth. As a seasoned player of Plants vs. Zombies, he knew well the principle of sending the scared shroom to the front lines to build courage. Suddenly, the treasure-seeking mouse let out an excited squeak, its eyes gleaming as it looked in a specific direction, nodding its little head vigorously. Have we found treasure? Chi Anlin raised an eyebrow in inquiry. However, the man and the mouse simply stared at each other for a full minute until Xiaoya let out a puzzled low growl. If you found it, lead the way. Do you expect me to dig it up myself? Chi Anlin said helplessly. The treasure-seeking mouse then reluctantly led the way, feeling aggrieved. This mouse has met a bad person. Before long, they discovered a Xian feather spirit root, a low-grade wind attribute herb that could enhance elemental affinity and was essential for the evolution of magical beasts. Chi Anlin patted the treasure-seeking mouse's head in satisfaction. Such a find on their first treasure hunt showed that the ant soldier's search abilities were indeed lacking. After storing the Xian feather spirit root in his spatial ring, Chi Anlin continued onward. According to the lightning ant soldier's intel, a lotus flower was maturing in Yongyuan Lake and would be ready in 3 days, guarded by numerous high-tier magical beasts. At this point, his forces were quite formidable. Over 120 tiger armor ant soldiers at mortal grade level 5, with the original level 2 soldiers now upgraded to levels 3 and 4, numbering in the thousands. The special level 6 ant soldier had even advanced to level 7 by consuming rare metals. With such strength, even a level 9 mortal grade magical beast could be handled. As they wandered through the forest, a bat flew overhead, followed closely by a level 5 tiger armor ant soldier. Seeing this, Chi Anlin smiled and turned to the treasure-seeking mouse, only to hear it excitedly shout in his mind. I saw an air hostess. You can talk? Chi Anlin asked, astonished. Unlike the vague consciousness transmission from Xiaoya and the Ant Queen, the treasure-seeking mouse could communicate clearly with words. The treasure-seeking mouse nodded enthusiastically. Yes, can't Big Brother Wolf and Big Sister Ant talk? Unaware that the mental communication was shared, its words immediately provoked Xiaoya's retaliation. A surge of cold air instantly froze it into an ice block. Witnessing this, Chi Anlin couldn't help but burst into laughter. After spending a week here, apart from battling in the blood energy space, life had been rather dull. Xiaoya was aloof, and the Ant Queen wasn't very bright. Now, he finally had a talkative companion. The appearance of the treasure-seeking mouse has certainly added some excitement to an otherwise dull and tedious life. Over the past 3 days, Chi Anlin has made significant gains. The treasure-seeking mouse lived up to its reputation, bringing him 5 top-quality yellow-grade medicinal herbs and over a dozen yellow-grade ores with a metallic sheen. Even more thrilling, in a hidden corner, he discovered the remains of a human cultivator. Though the skeleton was decayed, it left behind 2 perfectly preserved top-grade mortal-level martial arts manuals and a gleaming mid-grade mortal-level longsword. As the ant colony expanded, particularly with the addition of the lightning ant soldiers, the accumulation of blood energy progressed rapidly. In just 3 days, Chi Anlin amassed a total of 130,000 units of blood energy. Under his command, all low-tier demon beasts had been thoroughly eradicated, leaving only the more formidable high-tier beasts. Each kill now earned him over 1,000 units of blood energy. The water domain battlefield also yielded rich rewards. The lightning ant soldiers not only captured a large number of common edible fish-type demon beasts, but also unexpectedly netted several extremely rare and invaluable fish species. With keen insight, Chi Anlin quickly relocated these precious fish to a small pond near his cave, where he meticulously nurtured them, hoping for a bountiful harvest of fish fry on his next journey. At this moment, the treasures in Yongyuan Pool were nearing maturity. Chi Anlin dispatched a large number of ant soldiers to thoroughly search the area and soon discovered that this treasure trove had already attracted quite a few covetous individuals. Among them were 5 cultivators at the 7th level of the mortal stage. To ensure nothing went wrong, he ordered his ant army to stand ready, while he concealed himself atop a large tree near Yongyuan Pool, using his concealment ring to observe the situation. Chi Anlin carefully weighed his options. He was reluctant to become enemies with fellow human cultivators, but the current circumstances left no room for mercy. To obtain the treasure, he would have to find a way to incapacitate these competitors. While he was well aware of the harsh realities of the cultivation world, his years of modern education still caused him to hesitate when facing his own kind. However, he also understood that if anyone threatened his life, he would not hesitate to command his ant army to launch a full-scale assault. Big brother, what kind of treasure could be here that attracts so many high-level cultivators? Whispered a man with a sharp face, hiding in the bushes. I've heard rumors it's the Tianfeng lotus, replied Li Qing, his head wrapped in bandages. As the leader of the Zonglong squad, his strength had reached the 9th stage of the mortal realm, just a step away from the next level. This gap had always troubled him. With his talent, reaching this stage was already his limit. However, the Tianfeng lotus in Yongyuan Pond gave him a glimmer of hope. Despite being a low-tier yellow-grade spiritual herb, its marrow-washing effect was extremely valuable to low-level cultivators, often fetching prices higher than some profound-grade herbs. Every time it appeared, it was immediately snapped up by powerful families. A fiery gleam flashed in Li Qing's eyes. Obtaining the Tianfeng lotus could help him break through, and selling it would provide enough resources to elevate his entire team's strength. Tianfeng lotus, exclaimed his subordinate, nicknamed Monkey. Boss, we're going to strike it rich. Once this job is done, I'm going back to marry her. Listening from the shadows, Qi Anlin couldn't help but sigh. This team of high-level cultivators should have been his fiercest competition, but after hearing the information from the Ant Queen, he began to doubt whether this flag-raising guy could make it back alive. Through the ordinary ant soldiers lurking around these people, Qi Anlin had gathered detailed information about the Tianfeng lotus. Such a precious treasure. If he had obtained it earlier, he wouldn't have been such a waste. Thinking about his violent sister's talent, he even wondered if he was really their biological sibling. But the information these people provided was indeed useful. The Tianfeng lotus would release about 15 seeds when it matured. Others might only be able to grab 1 or 2 by luck, but with the help of his ant army, Qi Anlin was confident he could collect them all. Xiao Yi, send all the lightning ants into the water, he ordered, feeling the agitation of the aquatic beasts below. He wasn't just after the seeds. He wanted the entire Tianfeng lotus plant. Though others said it was useless, with his synthesis system, it might just create a miracle. Hundreds of lightning ants dived into the water like bullets, soon encountering a 7th-stage mortal realm silver water snake. Before it could pose any threat, the ants released blinding blue currents, instantly stunning it and causing nearby fish to float belly up. The sudden commotion alarmed all the beasts in the pond and caught the attention of everyone on the shore. Mistaking it for the Tianfeng lotus maturing, everyone, humans and beasts alike, crushed forward, plunging the scene into chaos. Roaring, Qi Anlin never imagined that his single attack would cause such a massive uproar. The area around Yongyuan Pond instantly descended into chaos as the previously hidden cultivators and beasts revealed themselves, engaging in a fierce free-for-all. Damn it! The lotus seeds aren't even ripe yet. What on earth are these beasts doing? Li Qing's furious shout echoed across the battlefield. As soon as he appeared, the formidable aura of a 9th-level mortal stage cultivator drew the attention of 3 8th-level beasts. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Li Qing's eyes as he punched a 7th-level beast away, thinking to himself that these reckless creatures needed to be exterminated. With power far surpassing that of an ordinary 9th-level mortal cultivator, he had every reason to be confident. The scope of the battle quickly expanded. These high-level cultivators seemed like gods of war, their intense clashes destroying all the trees around Yongyuan Pond, creating a wide-open battlefield. Sensing the danger, Qi Anlin swiftly moved to a safer position. As the catalyst for this chaotic melee, the lightning ant soldiers naturally became the focus of many powerful beings. Fully aware of the strength of these high-level beasts, Qi Anlin dared not linger and immediately commanded the ant soldiers to use their special skills to retreat. He chose to remain hidden, waiting for the right moment. He knew that in this battle, he would be the ultimate victor. Mountain Splitter! Li Qing's thunderous shout suddenly rang out from afar. Veins bulging on his arms, he swung a massive axe at a giant blue ape, the immense force sending the beast flying. The giant ape's chest was slashed open, blood and flesh splattering everywhere, and it crashed heavily to the ground, losing its combat ability. Li Qing didn't deliver a finishing blow but immediately turned to attack another level 8 beast. The Tianfeng lotus was not yet mature, and forcibly picking it would cause it to self-destruct, which was why Li Qing had to stay and fight. Qi Anlin keenly noticed the level 8 giant ape still writhing on the ground, a glint of determination in his eyes. He quickly commanded a level 5 armored ant soldier to finish it off. If the final strike was his, the system would reward him with the full blood energy. The ant soldier darted forward like an arrow, precisely biting the giant ape's throat. As the system message, "Killed level 8 Qingmu ape, gained 20,000 blood energy," flashed, the ant soldier swiftly withdrew. Although the giant ape's corpse could provide the ant queen with enough nutrients to produce numerous ant soldiers, Qi Anlin didn't order immediate transport. As the ant soldiers grew stronger, the ant queen's nutritional needs became increasingly demanding. which indeed troubled him. However, moving this valuable level 8 beast's body recklessly could easily attract other cultivators or beasts. The battle had reached a fever pitch, with the pool water turning crimson and the ground littered with casualties. Through constant opportunistic strikes, Chi Anlin had accumulated nearly 100,000 blood energy. Unfortunately, many opponents were slain outright, causing him to miss several chances. For those dying human cultivators, he could only sigh and leave them be, as he wasn't their caretaker, and their presence could threaten the Ant Queen's safety. Most importantly, these people unintentionally provided crucial information this area wouldn't see cultivators above the ordinary level. Without absolute power advantage, who could handle so many ant soldiers? Xiaoxing, go. Gain some courage. Chi Anlin flicked the tiny treasure-seeking mouse named Xiaoxing toward the nearest beast corpse to retrieve the crystal core. This mascot-like little creature, though small, had special skills that made it hard to detect. The treasure-seeking mouse rubbed its sore bottom, tears in its eyes, as it crawled toward the target. Chi Anlin continued to observe the battlefield. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and spent 100,000 blood energy to enhance the Ant Queen's production skills. While remote synthesis was impossible, skill enhancement was feasible from afar. 10 minutes later, the enhancement was complete, significantly improving the Ant Queen's attributes and production capabilities. When the skill reached the profound grade lower tier, Chi Anlin was amazed by the results. About 15 level 5 ant soldiers could now surround and kill a levels even beast, and over 100 could potentially take down a level 9 beast. He immediately ordered the Ant Queen to start producing level 5 ant soldiers and dispatched all ordinary ant soldiers to transport corpses, while the rest joined the battle. An hour later, the battle's intensity peaked. Human cultivators suffered heavy casualties, and the sounds of combat continued to attract new beasts from afar. Boss, what should we do? Monkey looked at the approaching beasts in terror. As an elite in the ordinary level squad, he had originally believed they could easily secure the Tianfeng Lotus, but he hadn't expected such a turn of events. Don't panic. Lu Li and the others will be here to support us soon. Li Qing looked at the distant Tianfeng Lotus with a sense of unwillingness, his brow tightly knit. The sudden rampage of these beasts left him completely baffled. His chest was still bleeding. Moments ago, he had exhausted nearly all his strength to slay a beast of the 9th rank, leaving him entirely drained and incapable of further combat. Leaning against a protruding rock, he calculated silently. Lu Li would soon arrive with that young beauty of the 5th rank. The woman was a healer, and although it would cost her some foundation, she should be able to restore half of his strength. Originally, he had planned to enjoy this young beauty after seizing the Tianfeng Lotus, but given the current chaotic battle, it seemed unlikely he could protect her. Suddenly, a deafening buzzing filled the sky. Li Qing looked up, his pupils contracting sharply. A dense swarm of ant beasts blotted out the sun, their menacing mandibles glinting coldly in the light. Damn it! Everyone, get over here if you don't want to die, Li Qing shouted in panic. This was no longer about fighting for the Tianfeng Lotus. Being surrounded by these ant soldiers, survival itself was in question. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Chi Anlin, riding on Xiaoya, sensed something, a flicker of joy in his eyes. Through the ant's perception, he realized that Xiaoya had arrived in the area. After being alone here for so long, the prospect of seeing a familiar face lifted his spirits. However, his expression quickly turned grim. In his line of sight appeared Chu Xining, covered in blood, her limbs tightly bound, being held by a robust woman. A 7th rank fighter? Chi Anlin narrowed his eyes, drawing a long sword from his storage space and gracefully landing from Xiaoya's back. Xiaoya, understanding his intent, charged forward to block the woman's path. The sudden obstruction startled the woman, but sensing Xiaoya's 6th rank aura, Lu Li instead sneered with contempt. An inexperienced beast tamer, daring to let a beast weaker than herself block her way? To her, Chi Anlin, wearing a concealing ring, appeared to be just a powerless beast tamer. Seeing Chi Anlin, Chu Xining's dull eyes suddenly lit up, but were soon clouded with deep worry. Brother Chi, run! She cried hoarsely. These people are all high-rank cultivators. Tears streamed down her face. They killed Brother Wang Chong. Chi Anlin's eyes narrowed as a sense of foreboding washed over him. Although he hadn't interacted much with Wang Chong, the silent and reserved formation master had left a lasting impression on the team. In recent days, Chi Anlin hadn't wasted any time. He not only improved his proficiency in the Tiger Fist but also mastered other martial skills he had come across. Through battles in the blood energy space against Xia Yin and ordinary human cultivators, he had gained substantial combat experience and learned to target vital points for lethal strikes. Lu Li drew a dagger from her waist, her gaze sharp. In the mercenary group of this beast realm, non-physical cultivators like her were indeed rare. She hurled Chu Xining forcefully, then pounced towards Chi Anlin like a leopard. Despite her burning jealousy of Chu Xining's beauty, the leader's order to take her as a slave forced Lu Li to conceal her killing intent. As Xiaoya saw Chu Xining being thrown, it immediately growled and charged forward to catch her. Lu Li's eyes gleamed with joy, thinking that the beast tamer was foolish to let his beast leave his side, practically inviting death. However, in the instant she turned her head, Xiaoya suddenly changed direction and stormed back with tremendous speed. Clang! The dagger collided with the long sword, sparks flying. The powerful impact shook Lu Li's arm, forcing her to draw another dagger to defend. Twisting her body, a black spike suddenly ejected from her shoe heel, aiming straight for Qi Anlin's forehead. But a surge of spiritual energy enveloped Qi Anlin, boosting his speed as he kicked her away. A physical cultivator, and a spiritual cultivator too? Lu Li was startled, realizing that Qi Anlin must be carrying some kind of secret treasure. For someone his age to master 3 major professions, he had to have powerful backing. Just as she was considering retreat, a cold sensation crept up her back. She instinctively turned to counterattack, only to find her arm joints encased in ice. In the next moment, Xiaoya's claws had already pierced her throat. Defeated Lu Li, mortal rank stage 7, gained 8,000 blood energy points. Hearing the system notification, Qi Anlin exhaled deeply. Battling a physical cultivator 2 realms above him had indeed been a daunting challenge. Qi Anlin gently stroked the concealment ring, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Being a beast master had its advantages, especially when it came to catching opponents off guard. If it weren't for this identity making his adversaries underestimate him, the battle would not have ended so swiftly. Even with his extensive combat experience, facing an opponent's desperate counterattack would inevitably lead to some injuries. Reflecting on the recent fight, he felt fortunate to have mastered the wind spirit acceleration technique just in time to dodge a deadly heel spike. His gaze fell on Xiaoya's bloodstained claws, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. He had planned for Xiaoya to pretend to rescue someone, merely to trick Lu Li. He knew well that Xiaoya would never abandon him to save another. Brother Qi? Chu Xining, who had been protected by Xiaoya's ice wall, witnessed the entire scene, particularly the moment when Qi Anlin struck down the 7-stage body cultivator Lu Li. She was too stunned to speak. In just 10 days, Brother Qi's strength had increased so dramatically, leaving her bewildered. Once rescued, Chu Xining's long-suppressed emotions finally erupted. Feelings of grievance, fear, joy, and relief intertwined, causing her to break down in tears. Qi Anlin walked over to her and gently patted her head. "I will avenge Wang Chong," he said, his gaze shifting towards the direction of Yongyuan Pond. The ant soldiers there had completely lost their sanity, going on a rampage after learning of Wang Chong's death. The harshness of this world forced Qi Anlin to change his perspective. This was not just a world of cultivation, but a world that could devour you. Even in a peaceful world, there were dirty events, let alone here. To obtain treasures, one must be prepared to pay with their life. On the ground, some cultivators who had narrowly escaped the ant soldiers' massacre felt a surge of greed as the ant soldiers temporarily retreated. They lay back down, waiting for the Tianfeng lotus to mature. However, the ant soldiers suddenly returned, mercilessly tearing out the throats of these opportunistic cultivators. They didn't even have a chance to resist, and in an instant, they became cold corpses. News of the deaths of Zhang Feng, a stage 8 mortal, Yi Ming, a stage 7 mortal, and Wang Yang, a stage 6 mortal, came in quick succession, earning Qi Anlin 16,000, 9,000, and 3,500 points of blood energy respectively. Human cultivators who had lost their fighting ability but refused to flee fell one by one, contributing a total of 120,000 points of blood energy to Qi Anlin. Qi Anlin ordered Xiaoya to take Chu Xining back to the cave, while secretly relocating the Ant Queen to avoid being discovered by Chu Xining. He then turned and headed towards the Yongyuan Pool. At the Yongyuan Pool battlefield, a fierce fight was underway. The monkey had initially relaxed when he saw the ant soldiers attacking only the beasts and sparing the humans, even considering letting them help clear the battlefield. However, the ants suddenly turned hostile, launching a frenzied attack on the humans, sparing not even their injured comrades. Despite his stage 8 mortal cultivation, he found himself at a disadvantage under the assault of several ant soldiers. On the other side, Li Qing shattered the shells of several ant soldiers with a single strike, roaring, "Hang on a bit longer. The Tianfeng lotus is about to mature." He had already killed over a dozen ant soldiers, but more kept coming. One ant soldier latched onto his leg, only to be split in half by his axe. At that moment, he felt a sudden heat behind him. The ant soldiers had started spraying venom. Though only 30-some stage 5 mortal ant soldiers remained, the human cultivators were at their limits. Li Qing swallowed a healing pill and continued his assault despite his injuries. 10 minutes later, at the cost of over a dozen lives, the high-stage ant soldiers were finally eliminated. Watching from a tree, Qi Anlin sighed. Although he had a large number of ant soldiers, most were mid-stage mortals. Achieving this much in such circumstances was commendable. However, Another 150 stage 5 mortal ant soldiers were on their way, and with the enemies already exhausted, victory was within reach. At that moment, a golden hamster named Xiaoxing was wandering the battlefield in confusion. It had just finished collecting crystal cores, ready to claim credit, only to find Qi Anlin nowhere in sight. If the master acts like this, the hamster might not stay loyal. Of course, it only dared think this to itself. Xiaoxing shakily placed the crystal cores into a spatial ring, noticing that the Tianfeng lotus in the distance seemed ready to burst. It hesitated about whether to snatch it, thinking that with its luck, it might get 2 lotus seeds. It decided that if it succeeded, it would demand a good reward from its master, perhaps even ask for a flight attendant. Suddenly, the lotus exploded. Unexpectedly, only the base burst open, while the lotus itself flew intact towards Xiaoxing. Seeing the human cultivators rushing over, Xiaoxing grabbed the spatial ring and bolted. "Stop! How dare you!" The shouts of the pursuers echoed behind it as Xiaoxing ran for its life, heart pounding. Fortunately, the injured cultivators couldn't catch up. "Xiaoxing, turn right, the ant soldiers are almost here," Qi Anlin directed in the spiritual sea. Xiaoxing, running for its life, was jumping and shouting in the spiritual sea, even annoying the ant queen. Upon hearing Qi Anlin's words, the treasure-hunting mouse immediately felt a surge of confidence. A large swarm of Tier 3 ant soldiers flooded forward like a tide, forming a dense defensive line to block the enemy's advance. Quickly, the treasure-hunting mouse's gaze locked onto the over 150 Tier 5 ant soldiers, a glint of triumph in its eyes. "I've snatched all the Tianfeng lotus seeds from amidst a legion before. Damn it!" Li Qing roared in fury as he sprinted. He had given everything, only to end up like this. Not only had Lu Li's reinforcements failed to arrive, but even the lotuses that were supposed to explode had all been taken. He had risked it all, only to come away empty-handed. At this point, the Songlong squad was nearly annihilated, with only Li Qing and his cousin, Monkey, fleeing for their lives. A ruthless glint flashed in Li Qing's eyes as he thought, "No, I can't die here. As long as I live, I can make a comeback." Suddenly, without warning, Li Qing kicked Monkey beside him, sending him flying towards the pursuing ant soldiers. "No!" Monkey screamed in agony, disbelief etched on his face as he looked at his cousin, the same cousin who had always taken care of him, even giving him women he had grown tired of. Now, in a moment where both could escape, his cousin had betrayed him for self-preservation. "Li Qing, you'll die a horrible death." Monkey's curse was soon drowned out by his anguished cries. The ant swarm was momentarily delayed by this bait, giving Li Qing a moment of relief, his conscience clear. He had already decided that once he escaped, he would report the presence of the insect mother here to the Militaria red-level threat, second only to the World Lord. As the pursuers fell further behind, Li Qing could already see the boundary of the restricted area. Just as he was about to escape, a sudden, intense pain struck his brain, instantly rendering him unconscious. A peak Tier 9 soul refiner had made a move. In the next moment, hundreds of ant soldiers swarmed over, completely engulfing Li Qing. The system notification sounded. "Killed Tier 9 Li Qing, gained 60,000 blood energy points." Not far away, Qi Anlin smiled in satisfaction. His blood energy had accumulated to 250,000 points. Qi Anlin picked up the treasure-seeking mouse and put it back into his spatial ring, marveling at the little creature's luck. If he had followed the original plan to use an ant swarm to intercept, it might not have prevented all cultivators from seizing the lotus seeds. However, the mouse's actions not only exposed hidden cultivators and beasts, but also allowed him to capture them all in one go. Although news of the ant queen might cause trouble if it got out, there was no need to worry now since all who knew were dead. When he took out the Tianfeng lotus, Qi Anlin raised an eyebrow at the blood-red flower before him. Through identification, he learned that it was a mutated bloodwind lotus, which not only had the effects of purifying the body and widening meridians, but also could continuously absorb blood to nurture new lotus seeds. This discovery delighted him, as ordinary Tianfeng lotuses would lose their value once the seeds were blown away, whereas the bloodwind lotus could keep producing. With his ant swarm, which could harvest a large number of beasts daily, he could easily create a blood pool to nourish the lotus. Satisfied, he placed the bloodwind lotus into his spatial ring, picked up the still sulking mouse, and headed towards the cave. This battle had not only granted him the precious bloodwind lotus, but also accumulated 50,000 blood energy, bringing him closer to his goal of 1 million. Inside the cave, Chu Xining had red eyes, clearly having just cried. When she trembled and called out Brother Qi, Qi Anlin could only sigh. Although they had managed to activate the protective talisman in time, the fusion shock between the insect realm and the beast realm had rendered everyone unconscious. When they woke up, only Wang Chong was left by Chu Xining's side, both severely injured. Fortunately, she was a healer and managed to recover after 2 days. The greater nightmare began when they encountered the Songlong squad. Initially, they thought they had found hope, but the group soon revealed their true nature. Wang Chong died protecting her, and she barely escaped assault thanks to the sudden departure of the squad's leader. Seeing Chu Xining curled up and asleep, Qi Anlin started a fire in front of her and gently draped his clothes over her blood-stained and torn attire. He didn't change her clothes, as that would be too intimate, preferring to let her handle it when she woke up. After leaving the cave, Qi Anlin found the Ant Queen. In a short time, the ant soldiers had killed several high-level beasts, earning him over 30,000 blood energy. Despite the rich rewards from this battle, he was left with only the newly born 5th-stage mortal-level ants, necessitating a rebuild of his forces. He decided to fuse the genes of the heavy spirit silkworm and the antlion to create a new type of ant soldier. This new soldier would lose its exoskeleton and mimic the structure of honey ants, allowing it to store large amounts of nutrients. The heavy spirit silkworm genes would efficiently convert food into nutrient fluid, a process that required 100,000 blood energy, but he could afford it now. Finally, adding the antlion genes would grant the new soldiers the ability to inject digestive enzymes. An hour later, the queen ant's fusion was complete. Qi Anlin reopened the gene panel and began designing a new type of ant soldier. He injected 2 major genes into the new soldiers, prioritizing the nutrient storage function, even if it meant sacrificing defense and mobility to increase their size. In his first attempt, he designed the new ants to resemble caterpillars, but they collapsed into a mush immediately upon appearance. Qi Anlin raised an eyebrow, realizing that his excessive focus on size had made the ants unable to support their own weight. After 9 failures, he finally succeeded on the 10th try, creating the ideal new species transport ants. These nutrient transport ants, even at level 0, were as long as Qi Anlin's forearm. At level 5, they could grow to the size of a water buffalo. Although they lacked combat and walking abilities, they could absorb prey fluids directly by injecting digestive enzymes. More importantly, their production efficiency was 3 times that of ordinary ants, with a level 5 transport ant capable of producing 600 ants per day. After calculating, Qi Anlin decided that 50 level 5 transport ants would suffice for the current stage, as each could store enough nutrients daily to produce 10 level 5 tiger armored ants. As night fell, Qi Anlin returned to the cave with a level 4 rock pig he had hunted along the way. He noticed that Chu Xining had become quiet but said nothing, silently preparing a delicious roast. After dinner, exhausted, he decided to forego training and rest. Chu Xining curled up beside Xiaoya, looking desolate. Qi Anlin tried to comfort her, mentioning that there might be companions waiting outside, but inadvertently touched a sore spot. Tears welled up as Chu Xining spoke of the pain of losing her parents, Xiaobai and Wang Chong. Faced with her breakdown, Qi Anlin could only hand her a jar of monkey wine and silently keep her company. After Chu Xining fell asleep, Qi Anlin softly said, "I hope the next time you cry, it will be out of happiness." Then he entered the blood energy space, spending 30,000 blood energy to get through the night. The next morning, with bloodshot eyes, Qi Anlin secured the blood wind lotus and instructed the queen ant to stay safe before setting off with Chu Xining on their journey home. He planned to visit the guild to purchase rare materials to enhance Xiaoya's power once they left the other world. As they were about to reach the Iron Fortress, a spider corpse exuding a terrifying aura came into view. Even more shocking, a familiar silhouette suddenly sprang up from beneath the corpse and charged toward them at an astonishing speed. Before he could react, Qi Anlin felt his head being squeezed as a familiar scent enveloped him. "You little rascal, do you know how worried I've been these last few days? And you still have time to fool around with girls." Qi Shueyue tightened her grip on his head, her angry words seeping through clenched teeth. Her gaze fell on the voluptuous, drunken woman nearby, causing her to click her tongue in disapproval. Suddenly, Qi Shueyue's expression froze. "Wait a minute. How are you at level 5 of the mortal realm?" She stared at Qi Anlin in disbelief, sensing that not only had he reached level 5 as a beast master, but his physique and spiritual power had also achieved the same level. Holy crap! Qi Anlin was shocked. Despite wearing a suppression ring, Qi Shueyue easily saw through his true cultivation level. He tried to use his appraisal skill but failed. At that moment, he finally realized that Qi Shueyue must be a cultivator above the 3rd realm. "Shueyue, please let go. My head's about to explode," he pleaded. Relenting, Qi Shueyue released him and gave him a tight hug instead. "I'm just glad you're okay. A lot of people died this time. It scared me to death." No sooner had she finished speaking, Qi Anlin felt a powerful force lift him off the ground. Dazed, he stood up to see Qi Shueyue, already mounted on her beast, Xiaoya, clapping her hands in satisfaction. "Not bad, you're tougher now. Since I've confirmed you're safe, I'll inform Dad and head back to school." They made their way to the car, with Qi Shueyue lounging in the back seat, next to the still sleeping Chu Xining. Looking at Chu Xining's delicate face, Qi Shueyue nodded approvingly. "This girl is quite pretty. She fits our Qi family well. Don't misunderstand, we're just teammates," Qi Anlin hurriedly explained. Seeing his worrying lack of emotional intelligence, Qi Shueyue sighed. "Whatever, Let it be. After a scolding session, the exhausted Qi Shuiyue finally closed her eyes to rest. Qi Anlin couldn't help but speak up. I belittle myself in the harshest ways every day. Do you really think your few light insults can affect me? Smack. A crisp sound echoed as Qi Anlin clutched his head, thankful he had stored his treasure-seeking mouse in the beast bag beforehand, or he'd be a laughingstock. Qi Anlin quickly returned home. As soon as he stepped through the door, he learned that his parents were still in another world searching for him, and they should be on their way back now, having received the news. After settling Chu Xining in her room to rest, Qi Shuiyue grabbed Qi Anlin by the arm and hurriedly led him to the backyard. Standing there, a glimmer of excitement flashed in her eyes. I gained quite a bit from my trip to the other world. Since you've officially entered the world of cultivation, it's time I prepared some resources for you. Before she finished speaking, she flipped her wrist, and a pile of glowing treasures appeared on the ground. These are resources I gathered from the beast realm and some others from a raid, she explained, gesturing at the pile. Some are suitable for you to refine your current level, and others I can't use, so they're perfect for you, she continued. Although I don't know what kind of encounter you had, to ensure you excel in the upcoming exams, you don't need to hide your other abilities. With me around, no one will question your uniqueness. It will all be to your benefit. Qi Anlin couldn't help but gulp at the sight of the dazzling array of treasures. Most were yellow-grade items, mixed with a few mysterious herbs he couldn't identify. What caught his eye the most was a high-grade yellow cultivation technique. I guess I'm pretty well connected, he thought smugly. All right, put these away, Qi Shuiyue said with a sly smile. You have a space ring. Just say it's from me. It'll deter any troublemakers. She paused and added, remember, the space ring is on loan. You'll have to return it once you go to college, and you'll need to repay these resources double. Qi Anlin, who had been basking in joy, suddenly froze at her words. He looked at Qi Shuiyue in disbelief, thinking to himself, this woman seems to be up to no good after all. After accepting the cultivation resources from Qi Shuiyue, Qi Anlin sighed as he watched his sister's departing figure. I've really boarded a pirate ship this time. Tell me, what have you been up to in that other world? Qi Shuiyue turned around, her eyes brimming with curiosity. I saved a life. Qi Anlin straightened his back, a hint of pride in his voice. I feel quite proud of myself. Qi Shuiyue raised an eyebrow. Oh, tell me more. I was just debating whether or not to beat you up, but I decided to hold back. Before he could finish his sentence, Qi Anlin was sent flying by a powerful force. A minute later, clutching his chest, he staggered back. Looking at his violent sister, he sighed inwardly. This demoness has always had a bad temper, causing trouble since school days. By contrast, Chu Xining is much more gentle, not only with a soft voice but also giving off a protective vibe. In the courtyard, Qi Anlin recounted his experiences in the other world in detail, only omitting the presence of the Ant Queen. So, you're saying you mastered a basic martial skill in just one day? Qi Shuiyue looked at her brother skeptically. Come on, show me what you've got. Don't think that just getting started means you've mastered it. Before Qi Anlin could say, that's not a good idea, he had already launched an attack. However, after a few rounds, he was sent flying by a kick from Qi Shuiyue. Still, this kid's martial skills have indeed reached a proficient level, Qi Shuiyue thought to herself. I'll have to talk to our mentor about this and see if we can get some benefits out of it. Not bad, Qi Shuiyue smiled. It took me half a day to master a martial skill back then. With your talent, the mentors will definitely be fighting over you when you join the army. Hearing this, Qi Anlin raised an eyebrow. He had trained intensively in the blood energy space to achieve this result, and it turned out his sister was even more impressive. But this also confirmed that he did have some talent. After sending Qi Shuiyue off, Qi Anlin began to inventory his spoils, 20 grade 7 ordinary crystal cores, 5 grade 8 ordinary crystal cores, and the weapons and magical artifacts he had confiscated from dead cultivators. Combined with the resources Qi Shuiyue had given him, it was enough for him to cultivate to the next stage. While checking the college entrance exam information, he discovered that the military training incident had caused over 10,000 casualties, with military training zones across the country attacked by cultists. As a result, this year's college entrance exam policies were reformed, and many high-ranking officials were dismissed for negligence. Entering the blood energy space, Qi Anlin was delighted to find that he could learn the newly acquired techniques. He chose the Xinjun body refining technique, and the system displayed. Level 1 requires 10,000 blood energy, needing flower rain fruit and blood flame root, or 50,000 blood energy as a substitute. Level 2 requires 30,000 blood energy, needing serpent orchid and big dipper lotus, or 200,000 blood energy as a substitute. The consumption of medicinal herbs here is indeed just the optimal choice provided by the system. However, the fact that blood energy can substitute for herbs surprised Qi Anlin. After a brief consideration, he decided to learn the first level, as he had plenty of spiritual herbs in reserve. The scene before him abruptly shifted, revealing a completely blue space. In the center stood a large cauldron, filled with bubbling red liquid. Qi Anlin approached it and noticed a progress bar on the side of the cauldron, indicating that a medicinal bath was required. The first level is already this elaborate. Will the later levels simulate lava? Qi Anlin muttered, taking out a bunch of ordinary grade herbs. To his delight, each herb was labeled with numbers, meaning the system had selected the most suitable materials for body tempering. He added yinlong grass, fire Buddha fruit, and red blood fruit into the cauldron one by one, and the progress bar quickly filled up. Taking a deep breath, Qi Anlin leaped into the cauldron. The scorching liquid instantly permeated his body, causing intense pain that made his eyes widen and his teeth clench tightly. His skin continuously tore and healed, with blood spurting out only to turn into flames that were absorbed, burning through his meridians and reaching his dantian. The ice spiritual power in his dantian scattered, eventually being absorbed by the walls of the dantian, forming a faint blue layer on the surface. Meanwhile, outside the blood energy space, Xiaoya suddenly curled up and let out a series of howls. Invisible flames appeared on its snow-white fur, burning strangely only on its body. After what seemed like an eternity, Qi Anlin finally woke up from his unconscious state, finding himself back in the real world. He staggered to his feet and walked to a mirror, letting out a howl of his own. His previously slightly dark skin had become fair and radiant, making him look much more delicate. This is really... Qi Anlin resignedly accepted this outcome and began to sense the changes in his body. His defense and strength had more than doubled, and he estimated he could now take on a 7th-level body cultivator. As he contemplated whether to continue learning the 2nd level, his eyes fell on the mess in the room. Xiaoya, true to its husky lineage, had once again wreaked havoc while he was preoccupied. Now that he was back in the real world, it was time to improve Xiaoya's abilities as well. After checking Xiaoya's attributes, Qi Anlin decided to fuse an ice-based martial skill for it. He chose to fuse Snowstorm Wolf and Ice Palm, costing 30,000 blood energy with an 85 success rate. Confirming the fusion, blood energy enveloped Xiaoya, and the process was expected to take 1 hour. Taking advantage of this break, Qi Anlin's eyes lit up as they fell on a Bajiquan manual on the bookshelf. Since Xiaoya's combat abilities were so strong, why not have it learn some martial arts too? Bajiquan is a form of martial arts in China, known for its explosive power and ferocity, categorized under short-range combat techniques. Qi Anlin stood in front of the bookshelf, holding a classic text on Bajiquan, lost in thought. In the world of cultivators, martial arts still hold unique value. Many martial techniques have evolved from traditional martial arts, though they now require the use of spiritual energy, resulting in a fundamental difference. His gaze swept over a few other books nearby: psychology, the art of war, and meditation techniques. All worth a try, Qi Anlin murmured to himself. The higher the compatibility of this knowledge with Xiaoya, the greater the enhancement it would provide. A system prompt popped up. Do you wish to fuse Frostwolf with Bajiquan? Required blood energy, 50,000. Success rate, 98. Such a high cost and success rate. Qi Anlin raised an eyebrow, clearly seeing this as a significant boost for Xiaoya. Upon confirmation, a blood cocoon enveloped Xiaoya, requiring 3 hours to complete the fusion. The system then prompted, do you wish to fuse Ice Battle Wolf with the Art of War? Required blood energy, 10,000. Success rate, 5. The change in species caught Qi Anlin's attention. Xiaoya's quality was about to improve. However, the low success rate meant that fusing the Art of War was not feasible for now. He recalled his past confusion about the no-fight plaques in ancient warfare, which was only resolved after understanding the Art of War. Continuing to experiment with other books, the system prompted again. Do you wish to fuse Ice Battle Wolf with psychology? Required blood energy, 70,000. Success rate, 80. Another good match. Qi Anlin confirmed the fusion without hesitation, which extended the synthesis time to 5 hours. While waiting, he entered the blood energy space to study swordsmanship. Suddenly, a surge of powerful energy coursed through his body, making every cell seem to rejoice. This was the feedback from the blood energy. When Xiaoya reappeared, Qi Anlin held his breath. The creature before him was awe-inspiring. Steel-like claws gleamed with a cold light, pale blue eyes radiated intelligence, and icy vapor emanated from its limbs. Its body had swelled to over 3 meters tall, with a glowing blue snowflake on its forehead. This is incredible. Qi Anlin excitedly checked Xiaoya's new attributes. Ice Battle Wolf, now mastering powerful skills like Icebound, Swift Windstep, and Frostclaw, also gained top-tier passive abilities such as Body Technique and Eye of Insight. It could not only identify enemy weaknesses but also predict opponents' moves, making it a combat genius. Qi Anlin's own power also broke through to mortal level 6, giving him confidence he could easily defeat Xia Yin. Meanwhile, Chu Xining woke up and left Qi Anlin's house with a flushed face. Although her phone was not with her, she used Qi Anlin's computer to contact her teammates and learned that everyone except Wang Chong was still alive, and that Xia Yin had reached mortal level 7. As for her blushing, Anlin didn't quite understand. Perhaps due to her embarrassment from the previous night? At that moment, sitting in the car, Chu Xinying's cheeks were as red as a ripe peach. Her clothes had been changed. A wave of shame washed over Chu Xining, and she wished she could disappear under the cushion. Although Anlin hadn't done anything to her, the situation was still deeply embarrassing. Unbeknownst to her, it was actually Shuiyue who had helped her change clothes due to her inebriation. She had no memory of seeing Shuiyue. At this moment, in the Qi family residence, Anlin was recounting his experiences in detail to his parents. With the practice he had from explaining to Shuiyue earlier, his narration was particularly smooth. His mother listened with tear-filled eyes, while his father, Qi Xingfei, let out a long sigh of relief, patting his son's shoulder and repeatedly saying, "It's all right, it's all right." Over the past few days, he had utilized every possible connection to search for Anlin, dispatching dozens of second-realm cultivators. If something had truly happened to his son, it would have been a lifelong regret for him. After calming down, Qi Xingfei called Anlin into a room alone. "Your sister has already told me about you practicing 3 professions," he said, eyeing his son suspiciously. Strangely, he couldn't sense any spiritual energy from Anlin, as if he were looking at an ordinary person. "Do you have a concealing artifact on you?" Qi Xingfei asked directly, trusting that Shuiyue wouldn't lie about such a matter. Anlin nodded in acknowledgement and curiously used his appraisal skill on his father. Name: Qi Xingfei. Realm: Second Realm, 9th Stage. Profession: Body Cultivator. As he had suspected, his father was indeed at the peak of the Second Realm, with no concealment. Remembering the old man who had stolen his artifact, Anlin couldn't help but grit his teeth. Was now certain that the man had been purely bored. With such a high-level cultivator, how could he possibly care about a minor artifact? "I've actually had a concealing ring for a long time and have always wanted to hide my strength," Anlin explained. He thought to himself that his rapid cultivation progress indeed necessitated some means of concealment, and the concealing ring was undoubtedly the best choice. After all, in Zhao County all these years, he had only encountered one cultivator 2 realms higher than himself, so using this excuse to explain his years of hiding made sense. No wonder, Qi Xingfei murmured to himself, a look of realization flashing in his eyes. If it weren't for some concealing technique, how could Anlin have jumped from the 1st to the 5th level of the mortal realm in such a short time, while also mastering 3 different professions? What shocked him even more was Xiaoya's transformation. Just in the courtyard, he had encountered the little wolf cub he had brought back 10 days ago, now grown into a 7th-level beast of the mortal realm. Although Xiaoya was a mutant and its rapid growth was within reason, he had only brought the little guy back because it seemed suitable, without having it appraised by a beast tamer. "Something's off," Qi Xingfei frowned, looking at Anlin. "With your personality, you wouldn't hide your strength if you had it." Anlin was momentarily stunned, then exchanged glances with his father before finally sighing. "Dad, think about it. Sister Shuiyue is such a genius. There's no way I could outshine her in the college entrance exam. If people start comparing us, the pressure would be immense. But if I pretend to be useless and then suddenly show my true strength during the exam, that would be the real 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Don't underestimate the young." As he spoke, he glanced around slyly and lowered his voice. "Dad, have you read those novels? The protagonists always start as losers." Bang! Qi Xingfei sent him flying with a slap. "I finally know where Shuyu learned it from." Anlin dusted himself off and nonchalantly continued explaining his reason for hiding his strength. Qi Xingfei, watching his son's calm demeanor, eventually accepted the explanation. "Just be careful," Qi Xingfei said seriously. "Your sister has exceptional talent, so you can't be that far off. But training in 3 professions at once does slow you down. If you focused on just one, you might already be at the 8th or 9th level of the mortal realm." He pointed out sternly that while mastering 3 professions could earn high marks, it was a difficult path. No one in human history had reached higher levels while training in 3 professions simultaneously. Most were stuck at lower levels. Even for auxiliary professions, people usually only mastered one. Anlin nodded in agreement, though he knew that with the system's help, mastering 3 professions wasn't difficult for him. Through several feedbacks, he had figured out the pattern. Blood energy primarily enhanced his physique, Xiaoya's breakthroughs transformed his dantian with spiritual power, and the Queen Ant's breakthroughs required the most spiritual power, with most of the energy being converted into other forms. As for Xiaoxing, it mostly brought good luck. So he believed he could develop comprehensively without falling behind. After ensuring everything was safe, Qi Xingfei left. As a cultivator, he needed to seek opportunities to break through his bottleneck in life-and-death battles. Finally, Anlin had a moment of peace when the system notification started ringing. Killed a 9th-level mortal realm iron-toothed tiger, gained 65,000 blood energy points. Killed a 5th-level mortal realm armored ant soldier, gained 1,500 blood energy points. A series of kill notifications indicated that the queen ant had found a 9th-level mortal realm beast, but the ant soldiers had suffered heavy casualties, with more than 20 gaining experience. Then came notifications of killing a spirit stone tiger and a crescent python, followed by silence. Chi Anlin quickly contacted the queen ant, and upon learning the details, his pupils contracted in wild joy. Tomorrow, we'll continue producing beast creatures. I'll channel all my blood energy into you. Chi Anlin thought to himself as he looked at the queen ant. Just then, exhilarating news came from the other world. The queen ant had discovered a spirit stone mine. Through her senses, she was certain that occupying this mine would make a breakthrough imminent. After the recent battle, the blood energy had surged to 280,000, not only fully replenishing Xiaoya's consumption, but also leaving a surplus of 20,000 points. The 300,000 blood energy needed to upgrade the queen ant's breeding skill was now within reach. While waiting, Chi Anlin had to let Xiaoxing out of the beast pouch. The treasure-hunting mouse had been causing a ruckus inside, clamoring to come out and play, giving him a headache. In the backyard, Chi Anlin handed Xiaoxing over to Xiaoya for training. Xiaoya, help it improve its evasion skills. Xiaoxing is mainly responsible for collecting resources on the battlefield, so escape and evasion are crucial. Squeak, squeak. Xiaoxing protested, clearly disinterested in playing with Xiaoya. The cold and imposing figure always gave it an unwelcoming vibe. I don't want to play with that big lug. It's not the sharpest tool in the shed and might end up killing me. Hearing this, Xiaoya stopped, turned to look at Xiaoxing, and let out a blast of cold air. Instantly, Xiaoxing was frozen into an ice sculpture, its tiny face etched with terror. I've been bullied by my own beast companion. Soon after, Chi Anlin killed the last stage 5 tiger armored ant soldier, earning 1,200 blood energy points. With the blood energy finally reaching 300,000, he immediately began upgrading the queen ant's breeding skill. This upgrade took a full 5 hours, giving Chi Anlin time to reflect. The spirit stone mine wasn't going anywhere, and the beasts absorbing the stones would eventually become food for the queen ant. It wouldn't be a waste. The next batch of blood energy would be invested in Xiaoxing. The treasure-hunting mouse was too weak and needed to enhance its escape skills. However, considering its sometimes cheeky personality, it might also need a few active taunt skills. 5 hours flew by quickly, and Chi Anlin eagerly checked the system's backend for the data on the Ant Queen. The screen instantly displayed detailed information. Devouring Ant Queen. Attributes: Metal, Fire. Level: Mortal Stage, Level 7. Potential: Yellow Grade, High Quality. Special Ability: Can produce Ant Queen's production speed is half of the original Ant Queen's speed. Strength is the same. Does not have the ability to produce another Ant Queen. Production capacity details. Mortal Stage, Level 9. 190 days. Mortal Stage, Level 8. 21 day. Mortal Stage, Level 7. 101 day. Mortal Stage, Level 6. 401 day. Mortal Stage, Level 5. 1,201 day. Mortal Stage, Level 4. 4,001 day. Mortal Stage, Level 3. 8,001 day. Mortal Stage, Level 2. 16,001 day. Mortal Stage, Level 1. 36,001 day. Ordinary, 300,001 day. Skills: Intimidation Mortal Stage, Top Quality. Bloodline Control Special. Gene Absorption Yellow Grade, Medium Quality. Production Spirit Grade, Top Quality. Xiaoyi can produce Ant Queens now? Chi Anlin was amazed to discover that the skill upgrade not only enhanced production capacity but also improved quality, doubling the production speed. After careful consideration, he decided to let the Ant Queen continue producing Mortal Stage, Level 5 ant soldiers currently the optimal choice. As for producing a new Ant Queen, he would wait until the forces were sufficient or the skills were upgraded again. After all, producing one Ant Queen now would take 60 days, severely impacting the output of ant soldiers. According to the Ant Queen's feedback, this spirit stone mine housed 5 Mortal Stage, Level 9 beasts and over 20 Mortal Stage, Level 8 beasts. Clearing out these beasts could potentially push his blood energy value past 1 million. However, with the current production capacity, it would take at least 2 days to complete the clearing. Chi Anlin decided to first eliminate the weaker beasts in the vicinity while moderately mining spirit stones for the use of the ant soldiers. Although the exact grade of this spirit stone mine was unclear, the Ant Queen indicated that the reserves were plentiful, enough to sustain its breakthrough to Mortal Stage, Level 9 with plenty left over. Meanwhile, Zhao County was undergoing a significant upheaval. A cult attack had caused numerous student casualties, forcing a reform in the military training assessment policy. Higher authorities decided to send personnel for qualification assessments, presenting an opportunity for a small place like Zhao County, which lacked the means to test talents independently. Chi Anlin felt both anticipation and anxiety about the upcoming qualification test. As someone who previously had no cultivation talent, he was unsure of what the results would be. But he reassured himself, Maybe I have unexpected talents in other areas. After the Ant Queen's army of soldier ants conquered an area, they quickly devoured all the spirit stones there. This haul allowed nearly 20 soldier ants to break through to the 6th level of the mortal realm, and the remaining soldier ants only needed to consume a bit more spirit stone to reach the same level. Although soldier ants are naturally able to consume metals, spirit stones are the common currency in the cultivation world, and even Chi Anlin rarely comes across them. He knows well that most spirit stones used by mortal realm cultivators are of poor quality and full of impurities, which are not beneficial for long-term absorption. Back in the real world, although Chi Anlin missed the excitement of the other world, he decided to focus on his cultivation in preparation for the upcoming talent test. After a dreamless night, the Ant Queen once again demonstrated her incredible reproductive ability, producing 400 tiger-armored soldier ants in one go, exhausting all the reserves of the transport ants. Chi Anlin estimated that by the time the Ant Queen reached the 9th level of the mortal realm, the beast meat in that area would likely be insufficient to meet her production needs. As the notifications of beast kills kept ringing, Chi Anlin's blood energy climbed back up to 100,000, bringing him another step closer to his goal of 1 million. He secretly looked forward to what rewards or new features the system would bring next. Just then, a crunching sound came from the room. Chi Anlin raised an eyebrow and saw the treasure-hunting mouse gnawing on his table leg, which was nearly broken. Seeing the little creature bored out of its mind, Chi Anlin decided to give it some flight attendant training to prevent it from panicking when carried by the tiger-armored soldier ants in the future. He quickly stepped forward, flicked the treasure-hunting mouse away, and then took out his phone to order a bat. As for taming it, a simple synthesis would suffice. Taking this opportunity, Chi Anlin planned to take the treasure-hunting mouse to the trading guild to sell some items and let it help pick out some good stuff. The treasure-hunting mouse, rubbing its aching head, looked at Chi Anlin with a shiver. In its understanding, any adjective containing mouse was a compliment, while mentioning the Ant Queen, that foolish creature, was derogatory. The news of the college entrance exam reform reached Chi Anlin, and he looked at the pile of crystal cores he had collected with a hint of helplessness. Most of these crystal cores came from wood and earth-type beasts in his area, with no ice-type cores among them, making them useless for Xiaoya. However, he did find a few metal-type crystal cores, which would be perfect for Xiaoxing. He raised his hand and lifted the treasure-seeking mouse, tossing it around casually. Despite being his highest quality beast, its level was still stuck at the 4th stage of the mortal grade, which was quite frustrating. Over the past few days at home, he had delved into the world's level classifications through the internet. The professional system was relatively simple, while the realm classification started from the mortal grade and went up to the 9th realm. It was said that only 3 9th realm experts existed, capable of destroying otherworldly realms and shattering space with ease. As for quality classifications, whether it was beasts, spiritual herbs, or weapons, they all followed the same hierarchy. Starting from the lowest mortal grade, followed by yellow, spiritual, profound, earth, heaven, king, sovereign, ancient, and the highest, saint grade. Although his treasure-seeking mouse was only a low-grade spiritual beast, corresponding to the 2nd realm, it was already rare in a place like Zhao County. Thinking about his own cultivation level, Chi Anlin couldn't help but sigh, hoping the Ant Queen would soon take over the spirit stone mine. When he boarded the high-speed train with Xiaoxing and Xiaoya, Chi Anlin had to deal with the troubles of being a beast master without a beast pouch. His beasts had to be sent to a special cargo area. The destination, Linsheng, was 100 kilometers away, where cultivators were generally stronger than those in Zhao County, and the management was stricter. After meditating through several battles in the blood energy space, the train had already arrived at its destination. Accidents rarely happened on such transportation, as there were law enforcement officers and cultivators on board who maintained order voluntarily. After disembarking, Chi Anlin retrieved Xiaoxing and headed towards the Commerce Guild. Large beasts were forbidden in the city, so Xiaoya had to remain out of sight for the time being. Soon, a magnificent building came into view, with the golden characters, Jinyuan Commerce Guild, radiating spiritual energy. The spirit detection pillars at the entrance were specifically designed to detect demonic cult auras, which were even more terrifying than heretical cults and had once caused massacres in entire cities. Passing through the detection pillars, the sight before him left Chi Anlin in awe. The entire building was constructed with mid-grade mortal materials, and even the decorative crystal chandeliers were embedded with crystal cores. The guild had 6 floors. The first floor was a marketplace for ordinary people, the second floor was for cultivators, the third floor was an exhibition area, the fourth floor was for trading cultivation techniques, while the 5th and 6th floors were inaccessible due to his current level. Returning to the 2nd floor, Chi Anlin walked while thinking how great it would be to have a small world for farming and breeding, like the protagonists in some novels. Unfortunately, his golden ring was not that kind of artifact, so he had no choice but to continue developing step by step. These ordinary-grade crystal cores of mine probably wouldn't catch anyone's eye, thought Chi Anlin to himself, but they might be impressive enough in Zhao County. He quickly found a crystal core shop on the street and stepped inside. The store was brightly lit, with neatly arranged shelves displaying various crystal cores. A saleswoman in a light-colored dress approached him briskly, her voice soft and pleasant. "Hello, how can I assist you today?" The little creature on his shoulder, Xiaoxing, immediately perked up, its eyes shining as it stared at the saleswoman. Impatiently, it nudged Qianlin with its paw. "Hey, dummy, get her contact info?" Qianlin flicked its head lightly and turned to the saleswoman. "I'm here to sell something and I need a larger space." His spatial ring was filled with unnecessary items, perfect for trading resources. The saleswoman scrutinized the seemingly ordinary customer before her. Although he appeared empty-handed, the aura of magical artifacts emanating from him was unmistakable. Especially his Moonstone Neclacia lower-grade defensive magical artifact that could automatically deploy a shield when attacked, complete with an alarm and tracking function, capable of withstanding 5 minutes of assault from a peak-level practitioner. This was a life-saving item custom-made for him by Qi Shueyue, proving his status and background on Blue Star. Last time, Qi Shueyue not only provided him with ample cultivation resources, but also gifted him this defensive artifact, giving Qianlin the confidence to boldly conduct business in Lincheng. Although the spatial ring might have been acquired by chance, pairing it with such a defensive artifact clearly indicated a significant backing. Noticing the beast pouch at his waist, the saleswoman's smile became even more welcoming. "Sir, please come inside." Qianlin nodded and followed the sales assistant into a spacious private room. Such a secluded space was meant to protect the privacy of the customer's transactions. With a mere thought, the items he had prepared for sale appeared in the center of the room, a neat pile of crystal cores, spiritual herbs, and various miscellaneous items. The sales assistant was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained her composure. "Please wait a moment, sir. I will fetch the appraiser to assess these items." Although the ant soldiers could gnaw through the bones of demonic beasts, Qianlin had kept many valuable parts for sale, such as bear bile, snake gall, and tiger whips. He mused that these tiger whips, when combined with goji berries, might help Mr. Tang impress Mrs. Tang. Soon, the sales assistant returned with a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Name, Li Shang. Occupation, spiritual refiner. Rank, Tier 1, Stage 2. Li Shang's expression turned incredulous upon seeing the items on the floor. Noticing the treasure-seeking mouse on Qianlin's shoulder, he nodded thoughtfully. Although he couldn't determine the exact species of the treasure-seeking mouse, his professional intuition told him that this Tier 4 beast was of at least yellow grade. Considering the young man had both a spatial ring and a beast pouch, Li Shang deduced that there must be a strong backer supporting him. "Young master, these items can be exchanged for a total of 34 grade 1 spirit stones. How about I round it up to 35 stones for you?" The price Li Shang offered was close to what Qianlin had found online. Qianlin agreed with a nod. These items were roughly equivalent to 7 Tier 1, Stage 1 demonic beast crystal cores. He had deliberately refrained from bringing out yellow-grade spiritual herbs and Bloodwind Lotus. These were either rare treasures or important resources given by Qi Shueyue. The Bloodwind Lotus, in particular, was a priceless item that couldn't be sold carelessly. A grade 1 spirit stone was worth about 100,000 renminbi, making this transaction far exceed Qianlin's usual pocket money. This also highlighted the helplessness of ordinary people. A lifetime of hard work might not compare to a single hunt by a Tier 1 cultivator. After the transaction was complete, Qianlin decided to visit the stone gambling area. This was something he had only read about in novels and games, and now he finally had the chance to experience it firsthand. With the treasure-seeking mouse by his side, he was confident he wouldn't suffer any losses. Meanwhile, deep underground, a massive insect beast was devouring Tier 1 spirit stones, while nearby ant soldiers busily transported more fragments. In the spirit stone mining area, a Tier 9 demonic beast was being besieged by a swarm of armored tiger ants. These ants, with strength above Tier 5, used their venomous mandibles to tear at the beast's flesh. Scattered around were the bodies of fallen ant soldiers, and those incapacitated by injuries were quickly dealt with by their comrades. In a single day, the ant soldiers advanced rapidly, capturing 1/3 of the spirit stone mine's territory. With the assistance of ordinary ant soldiers, they swiftly mined the entire area. This development was completely beyond Qianlin's expectations. The ant soldiers were able to rapidly enhance their strength by absorbing the spirit stones. Now, over 50 ant soldiers had reached the 7th tier of the mortal level, and these elite forces alone were enough to sweep through all the 9th tier mortal level beasts in the mining area. The queen ant's power was advancing even more rapidly, with her spiritual energy nearing a breakthrough point. Given a few more hours, she would control the entire spirit stone mine. However, Qianlin was completely unaware of this, as he had turned off all system notifications for some peace and quiet. At this moment, Qianlin was strolling through the stone gambling district with Xiaoxing looking at the ordinary stones priced at 31st grade spirit stones each. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "This is daylight robbery." The high prices of the stones in this area were enough to deter any average mortal-level cultivator. What frustrated Qi Anlin even more was that his appraisal system was of limited help. It could only determine whether a stone contained something, but not the value of the contents. This hint is worse than useless. Qi Anlin grumbled as he continued to browse. If it weren't for accompanying Xiaoxing, he would have left long ago. While he was focused on selecting stones, he suddenly felt a ticklish sensation at his navel. Qi Anlin raised an eyebrow and reached into his pocket. To avoid attracting attention, he had hidden Xiaoxing in his clothes, instructing it to alert him if it sensed something valuable. This little guy dares to poke my belly button. Qi Anlin gently pinched Xiaoxing, applying just the right amount of pressure. Master, I'm being squished to death. Xiaoxing's voice echoed in his mind. Serves you right. Qi Anlin was about to continue scolding it when a system notification suddenly chimed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating 1 million blood energy points. The system is upgrading. The system has upgraded? Qi Anlin quickly checked the back-end messages and found some exciting news. The queen ant had already killed 3 tier 9 beasts and accumulated 1 million units of blood energy, with 300,000 units remaining. Moreover, the queen ant itself was on the verge of a breakthrough. He contentedly patted Xiaoxing, thinking that apart from this little guy, his other 2 beasts had also performed admirably. The system indicated that the upgrade would complete in 12 hours. Suppressing his excitement, Qi Anlin continued to browse the stone gambling area. With his current finances, 35 first-grade spirit stones were only enough to buy 1 raw stone. Recalling the queen ant's gains in the beast realm, the exchange rate between ordinary spirit stone ores and first-grade spirit stones was 100:1. Calculating this, the queen ant had already consumed about 50,000 ordinary spirit stones, making the entire area worth around 1,500 first-grade spirit stones. This made Qi Anlin marvel. The queen ant was practically a little tycoon. With only 35 spirit stones in hand, Qi Anlin approached the cheapest raw stones. Xiaoxing, help me sense which stone feels the strongest to you. He knew that the treasure-seeking mouse could only roughly sense treasures, and such special raw stones couldn't be probed with spiritual power. However, Xiaoxing had a luck attribute, which might lead to unexpected discoveries. As he was thinking, a tingling sensation came from his navel, and Qi Anlin's face darkened. This little guy never learned, but he couldn't be bothered to deal with it now. He'd settle the score later. Following Xiaoxing's guidance, Qi Anlin looked at a small-sized raw stone. Such a size was generally considered a loss, priced at 31st-grade spirit stones. Feel it again carefully? Qi Anlin took a deep breath. If we make a profit, I'll buy you cheese sticks. Those cost several tier 1 beasts to afford. Hearing about cheese sticks, Xiaoxing, hidden in his clothes, tilted its head. Although it didn't know what they were, seeing its usually stingy master willing to splurge, it immediately scratched Qi Anlin's navel twice with its paw indicating it wanted to. After confirming there was indeed a treasure inside the raw stone, Qi Anlin called over a staff member and happily paid the 31st-grade spirit stones. Noting that he had no cultivator aura but carried a treasure, the employee quickly assumed he was a rich young master and treated him with extra enthusiasm. At the stone-cutting machine, the master carefully examined the stone before slowly grinding it. As the stone layers peeled away, Qi Anlin couldn't help but feel tense. His golden ring had no X-ray function, so what lay inside was a complete mystery. The onlookers, seeing his attire and choice of raw stone, shook their heads and went back to selecting their own stones. The foolish son of a wealthy family was their common thought. Soon, the stone was cut open, revealing a familiar pale white object. The system immediately identified it. It was a second-grade spirit stone, usable for absorbing spiritual energy. Sir, this is an unrefined second-grade spirit stone, or we can exchange it for 2 second-grade spirit stones for you, said the staff member, raising an eyebrow. 2 second-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 200 first-grade spirit stones, a profit of 1,700. Qi Anlin breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't uncover any divine artifacts or miraculous medicines, it was still a pleasant surprise. After all, most of the good ores here were usually reserved for insiders. After exchanging the spirit stones, Qi Anlin was in high spirits. Now that he had money, he could afford to buy more expensive raw stones. With the experience from the first time, Qi Anlin quickly selected 3 raw stones, 2 priced at 51st-grade spirit stones each, and 1 at 41st-grade spirit stones. His fingers gently brushed over the rough stone surface, a slight smile playing on his lips. In fact, only the one with the poorer appearance, priced at 40 spirit stones, contained a treasure. The others were just worthless empty stones. A crowd had gathered around him, intrigued by his previous stroke of luck. All eyes were fixed on this fortunate heir. Qi Anlin felt a twinge of worry, fearing that consecutive wins might attract trouble. However, his concerns were largely unfounded, being the largest merchant guild in Lynching. The Jinyuan Guild had seen it all. As long as he didn't hit the jackpot 5 or 6 times in a row, they would turn a blind eye. The first raw stone was cut open, revealing nothing. The second one was the same. A few expected chuckles arose from the crowd. Just another spoiled rich kid who hasn't faced the harsh realities of life. Wang Ming sneered from the crowd. His eyes had been glued to Qi Anlin, especially to the spatial ring on his finger. Were it not for Qi Anlin's defensive artifacts and the strict laws of Huagua, he would have already considered killing him for his treasures. In another world, a few deaths would go unnoticed. Without solid evidence, even within Huagua, there was no need to worry about retaliation. As Wang Ming silently cursed the unfairness of the world, the third raw stone was opened. Holy crap! He exclaimed as fragments scattered and an ancient, glowing manual emerged. Wang Ming's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, his Adam's apple bobbing fiercely. The value of a manual preserved within a stone from another world was immeasurable. Qi Anlin's eyes lit up as well, but the system's prompt left him slightly disappointed. Identification failed. Please increase your strength or upgrade the system. On the first page of the manual, the 3 characters, Yin Feng Ju, were prominently written. Qi Anlin carefully examined the manual, realizing that its level was at least above the Xian grade, given that even he couldn't appraise it. The surrounding cultivators began to breathe heavily, and the air was thick with tension. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Qi Anlin quickly took out his phone to contact Qi Shuyu. Young man, I'll offer you 10,000 first-grade spirit stones for this manual. A burly second-realm Qi cultivator spoke first, his eyes fixed on the storage ring in Qi Anlin's hand, his tone cautious yet eager. 2,000 second-grade spirit stones. That's a more reasonable offer. Another second-realm body cultivator with a large blade on his back immediately joined the bidding, the spiritual energy on his blade clearly visible. The bidding war caused Wang Ming's eyes to turn red. As a newly advanced second-realm rogue cultivator, he couldn't even afford 10,000 first-grade spirit stones and could only watch anxiously from the side. This manual belongs to the Hu family. Suddenly, Hu Yi, a third-realm cultivator dressed in luxurious clothes, spoke up, releasing a pressure that enveloped Qi Anlin. 3,000 second-grade spirit stones. Deal? Qi Anlin raised an eyebrow, fully aware that in this world of cultivation, lacking power was akin to courting death. He decisively stored the Yin Feng Ju in his spatial ring. Such a treasure, once taken, would be nearly impossible to retrieve, even for Qi Shueyue. Seeing this, Hui was furious. Although he noticed the unusual status suggested by Qi Anlin's storage ring, the allure of this king-level manual recorded in ancient texts was too great. Even if it meant offending the forces behind Qi Anlin, his family would protect him. Under pressure, Qi Anlin smiled slightly. I don't really understand transactions. I need to consult my elder sister from the military academy. If you're not in a hurry, please wait a moment. Hui was momentarily taken aback. Students from the military academy had significant status. After graduation, they would join the Grand Xia army, backed by official forces. Qi Anlin dialed Qi Shuiyue's number. Sister Shuiyue, I obtained a manual from a gambling stone, and someone from the Hu family in Linqing wants to buy it for 3,000 second-grade spirit stones. On the other end, Qi Shuiyue had initially intended to scold Qi Anlin but paused upon hearing this. The family has already provided you with enough manuals. This one can be sold, but the Hu family can't afford it. Stay where you are. I have some friends in Linqing who can check it out. With that, Qi Shuiyue rushed to her mentor's residence. Manuals found in gambling stones were often heavenly-grade treasures, and she knew her brother must be in trouble. Soon, Qi Shuiyue burst into her mentor's home. A charming woman was lazily lying on the sofa. Seeing Qi Shuiyue's urgency, she chuckled. Xiao Xue, why the rush? Qi Shuiyue quickly explained the situation. Her so-called friends in Linqing were merely a bluff. She disciplined quite a few people there. The woman smiled slightly. What a lucky little guy. I understand. I'll call Qi Zhan right away. Qi Zhan was the protector of Linqing, and in this world of cultivation, high-ranking individuals were all powerful cultivators. Hearing the teacher's words, Qi Shuiyue breathed a sigh of relief. At least now Qi Anlin's safety was assured. However, she couldn't help but grumble inwardly about her brother. Instead of staying home and training properly, he had gone off to gamble on stones. Where did he even get the money? Once this is over, she thought, she would have to thoroughly question him. She regretted not looking into his situation sooner. Meanwhile, inside the Jin Yuan Commerce Guild, several uniformed third-er body cultivators received some sort of instruction and walked over to Qi Anlin. He immediately recognized the emblem on their chests and frowned, instinctively looking towards Hu Yi. Just then, Hu Yi's phone rang. After taking the call, his expression dramatically changed. Seeing this, Qi Anlin secretly felt relieved. It seemed that his sister had sent reinforcements. If he hadn't seen Hu Yi take that call, he might have thought these people were here to arrest him. Hu Yi left in disgrace, and the onlookers who had been itching to cause trouble quickly backed down. Clearly, this young man's background was far beyond their expectations. A short-haired guard stepped forward with a hint of envy and said, "Young master, if you're considering selling your cultivation techniques, you might want to think about our Jin Yuan Commerce Guild. We promise to offer you the fairest price." Before he finished speaking, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was a stern-faced man whose presence took Qianlin by surprise. His sister actually had connections like this? Being able to float in the air was a skill exclusive to fifth-tier cultivators. Tiger Battle King. The crowd greeted him in unison, their faces full of reverence. Qianlin's eyes lit up. He was very familiar with this title. It was the honorary title of the Guardian of Lynching. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed dramatically. The queen ant had broken through. A torrent of overwhelming energy surged into his body like an enraged dragon, instantly shattering his meridians. Sensing something, Qi Zhan frowned and looked at Qianlin, a flash of intrigue in his eyes. This kid is actually mastering 3 professions? Qi Zhan immediately spotted the secret within Qianlin. At his level, the concealment ring couldn't hide the overwhelming surge of spiritual energy within Qianlin. If not addressed promptly, it could lead to a fatal explosion. Without hesitation, Qi Zhan swept his arm, bringing Qianlin before him. In the next instant, the two appeared in the highest grade training room of the Jin Yuan Commerce Guild. Qianlin had already fallen unconscious. Qi Zhan placed his palm on Qianlin's back, beginning to guide the rampaging spiritual energy within him. A contract with a beast far beyond his own strength? Qi Zhan frowned. This situation wasn't uncommon. Those with extraordinary talent often refused to bond with low-level beasts, neglecting the fact that their own strength couldn't handle the feedback from high-level beasts. As Qi Zhan used his spiritual energy to clear Qianlin's meridians, his consciousness delved into Qianlin's spiritual sea and was taken aback by the sight. 3 distinct seals floated there. One blazed like a great sun, emitting a light that enhanced mental strength. Another exuded extreme cold, continuously nourishing the meridians and dantian with spiritual energy. The last was a golden rat seal, which, though inert, exuded an indescribable aura. 3 contracted beasts? Qi Zhan stopped his probing, astonished. These 3 beasts were of special types, unlike ordinary beasts that only provided energy feedback. They could directly enhance the beast master's physique. This alone made Qianlin stand out among his peers. After a moment of thought, Qi Zhan took out a golden petal and melded it into Qianlin's body. At that moment, a furry little creature treasure-seeking mouse Xioxing crawled out, trembling. It glanced at Qi Zhan's face and bristled instantly. Yikes! This guy's face is terrifying. Xiaoxing initially intended to flee, but was captivated by a pile of high-quality spiritual stones. Although it knew these stones were beyond its capacity, it couldn't resist the temptation and lunged towards them. Qi Zhan easily restrained the audacious little creature. Seeing its pitiful expression, he merely shook his head and continued channeling spiritual energy into Qianlin. Soon, Qianlin broke through to the 7th stage of the mortal realm, using only a quarter of the spiritual energy. Seeing Qi Zhan ignore it, Xiaoxing began frantically absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Meanwhile, Xiaoya, inside the beast pouch, was also receiving a continuous flow of spiritual energy. With its meridians repeatedly breaking and reforming, Xiaoya's strength soared, and a flicker of flame appeared faintly in its ice-blue eyes. Xiaoya's aura grew increasingly intense until it finally broke through a critical threshold, advancing to mortal level 8. This sudden change in the training room immediately caught Qi Zhan's attention. His pupils contracted sharply. A bone-chilling ice element, spiritual power, suddenly appeared in Qianlin's dantian. What was even more astonishing was that this spiritual power seemed to be alive, spreading through his meridians and completely enveloping his entire network of energy channels. What secrets does this guy hold? Qi Zhan pondered. Normally, contracted beasts of a beast master should maintain a unified spiritual attribute to avoid conflicts. The massive spiritual power Qianlin had previously exhibited was attributeless, which was already quite puzzling. Now, this emergence of ice element spiritual power defied all logic. Qianlin's dantian and meridians gradually turned a deep blue. The originally violent, attributeless spiritual power calmed down, perfectly merging with the ice element's spiritual power and being rapidly absorbed by his body. In no time, his cultivation level soared again, reaching mortal level 8. At this moment, Qianlin resembled a withered tree, frantically absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Although this amount of energy was insignificant to the entire training room, this method of absorption still left Qi Zhan utterly astonished. Some kind of body-refining technique? A glint of understanding flashed in Qi Zhan's eyes. He had initially come to help a friend but unexpectedly encountered such a prodigious talent. However, he sighed shortly after Lin University couldn't compare to June University. Such a genius would be hard to snatch from the old foxes at June University. Never mind, let's form a good relationship. With that, Qi Zhan took out a pile of precious herbs, using his spiritual power to refine them into an elixir. which he then injected into Qi Anlin's body. When Qi Anlin opened his eyes again, he was greeted by an unfamiliar sight. Scattered around him were crystalline spirit stones emitting pure white light. He couldn't help but swallow. These spirit stones contained an overwhelming amount of high-grade spiritual energy. Awake? A deep, resonant voice came from behind him. Qi Anlin quickly turned around and respectfully said, "Thank you, Tiger Battle King, for saving my life." Although he had been unconscious earlier, he vaguely remembered that it was this man who had saved him. He thought with lingering fear, speaking of which, the Ant Queen's spiritual power was truly terrifying. Host Qi Anlin's attributes are as follows. Occupation: Beast Master, Body Cultivator, Qi Cultivator, Blood Energy. Beast Mastery: 412000. Beast Mastery Level: Xiao Yifun Level 8, Howling Moon Level 8, Xiao Xing Level 5. Techniques: Tiger Fong Fist Mortal Grade Superior, Mastered. Wind Step Mortal Grade Supreme, Minor Success. Falling Leaf Sword Technique Mortal Grade Supreme, Minor Success. Origin Returning Profound Art Yellow Grade Superior, Second Layer. Profound Monarch Body Refinement Technique Yellow Grade Superior, Second Layer. Qi Anlin looked at the Queen Ant in front of him, feeling quite surprised. This breakthrough not only allowed him to advance 2 levels, but also helped Howling Moon break through its realm. The strange thing was that Xiao Xing didn't seem to have established a spiritual connection with him, so their advancements didn't affect each other. The most gratifying part was that the progress in his body refinement technique gave him the confidence to challenge Li Qing, a mortal grade level 9 cultivator. "Little guy, you used up quite a lot of resources this time," Qi said with a smile. Qi Anlin's body stiffened at the words, indeed feeling the medicinal power still circulating within him. Qi didn't mean for him to repay, just teasing him. His intuition told him that there would be more interactions with Qi Anlin in the future, making this an investment. However, if a genius can't keep growing, they are just a flash in the pan. After thinking for a moment, Qi Anlin took out the Flaming Phoenix art. As the guardian of Lin City and his lifesaver, Qi was trustworthy. Facing such a powerful figure, it was better to show goodwill than to be on guard. "Senior Tiger Battle King, this is a technique I obtained from stone gambling. I wonder if it could be of use to you." Qi looked at the technique made from the skin of a king-level demonic beast, feeling the profound aura within, and his pupils contracted. This was likely an original king-level technique, with immeasurable value. Although as a metal attribute Qi cultivator he couldn't practice this fire attribute technique, the cultivation principles within were still precious and could help him break through the bottleneck at the 5th realm peak. "Do you know the importance of a king-level technique?" Qi asked solemnly. Such high-level techniques are not something ordinary people would share easily. Qi Anlin sighed. "Senior's life-saving grace is greater than the sky, and you've refined many resources for me. Techniques are external objects. How can they compare to the importance of saving a life? If I don't repay such kindness, wouldn't I lose my integrity?" Qi laughed heartily at his words. This kid was interesting. Although he called him senior, he wasn't overly reverent. Satisfied, he patted Qi Anlin's shoulder. "Not bad, truly a prodigy of Lin City. The golden feather leaf wasn't spent in vain. This book doesn't match my attribute, but as a king-level technique, it has its value. After I comprehend it, I'll pass it on to your fire attribute Qi cultivator sister." Qi Anlin nodded with a smile. Although he didn't fully understand Qi's words, he knew the most important part of the technique would be preserved. Just as Qi Anlin was about to leave and adapt to his new realm, he felt a fluctuation in his spiritual sea. This was a sign that the Queen Ant was about to break through again. He looked at Qi with an embarrassed smile. "Senior, I might need your help again." Qi observed the young man sitting cross-legged on the ground, his eyes filled with astonishment. He had seen prodigies who broke through realms during exams, but never someone so young who could cultivate 3 professions with such solid foundations. If his combat awareness wasn't weak, no one in the same level could rival him. Qi Anlin's physical strength, spiritual power, and Qi reserves far exceeded those of his peers. More importantly, Qi could sense a fierce determination in this young man's bones, a resolve to take a piece of his enemy even in death. This was an instinct honed in the blood energy space, always alert even in a state of cultivation. "Another little monster." Qi sighed inwardly as he guided Qi Anlin's spiritual energy. This guy was about to break through to level 9, becoming a mortal grade level 9 tri-profession prodigy. Qi abandoned the idea of keeping him. Such a genius would inevitably enter a top-tier academy. Soon, Qi Anlin's aura changed, and a cold, icy Qi emerged from his dantian. Qi exhaled a breath of turbid air. As expected, such a situation had arisen. "I really want to slice this guy open and study him," he muttered. Qi Anlin opened his eyes again, feeling a surge of power coursing through his body. Thanks to the opportunity created by the Queen Ant consuming Spirit Stone ore, he had managed to break through 3 levels in a short period, reaching the 9th stage of the mortal realm. Reflecting on the perilous process, he realized that if he hadn't impulsively decided to gamble on stones and luckily obtained the Yin Feng Ju technique, along with his sister's timely assistance in bringing the Tiger Battle King, he might have had to start over once more. Now, not only had he reached the 9th stage, but he had also pushed his level to its peak, just a step away from the next realm. He was confident that he could defeat opponents like Li Qing in just 3 moves. This wasn't mere bragging. It was the result of stacking buffs through sheer effort. After thanking Qi Zhan, Qi Anlin began to meticulously examine the Queen Ant's data panel. Name Devouring Ant Queen. Attributes Gold, Fire. Level Mortal Realm, 9th stage. Potential high-grade yellow. Production capability. Production speed is half that of the original Queen Ant. Strength equivalent to the original Queen Ant. Cannot produce new Queen Ants. Production quantity per day. 1 realm, 2nd stage. 1 every 90 days. 1 realm, 1st stage. 1 every 3 days. Mortal Realm, 9th stage, 5. Mortal Realm, 8th stage, 40. Ordinary, 1 million. Seeing these astonishing statistics, Qi Anlin choked and coughed repeatedly. He had thought his own improvement was significant, but compared to the Queen Ant, it was insignificant. The 40 Mortal Realm, 9th stage ant soldiers produced daily alone could easily overpower him, not to mention the terrifying million ordinary ant soldiers. Just imagining the scene made his trypophobia flare up. Qi Zhan merely smiled knowingly, set the training room to close after an hour, and left. As the guardian of Linqing Town, he had to be ready at any moment to respond to potential crises from other worlds. Back home, Qi Anlin released Xiaoya, who had also broken through to the 9th stage of the Mortal Realm. Looking at the still underpowered treasure-hunting mouse, Xiaoxing, he felt a wave of gratitude. It had saved the day this time, and he decided he needed to treat it better in the future. However, this feeling of gratitude didn't last long. Qi Anlin soon discovered Xiaoxing using his phone to send messages. To his horror, it was chatting with Chu Xining little a, and was about to send a mortifying love confession. He rushed over to stop it, but was a moment too late. Fortunately, the message was retracted immediately after being sent, so it probably wasn't seen. Meanwhile, Chu Xining, blushing furiously, hid under her blanket after seeing the quickly disappearing message. Outside the room, Xia Yin sighed as she looked at Chu Xining, who was like a little sister to her. Wang Chang was gone, and after the college entrance exams, they would all go their separate ways, leaving fewer people to look after her. But at least the Songlong squad had been eliminated, and Wang Chang's revenge had been fulfilled. After listening to Chu Xining's description, Xia Yin muttered thoughtfully, Qi Anlin, it seemed that this classmate might be deliberately hiding his true abilities. Shaking his head, he returned to his room, thinking that with the upcoming college entrance exam reforms, it might be a good opportunity to push his limits. Just then, a system notification sounded. Ding. System upgrade successful. Beast evolution path unlocked. The system interface immediately displayed a series of rewards. First, a spiritual grade lower tier weapon named White Crane Sword, which came with a white crane spirit that could enhance the user's speed. Next was a top tier yellow grade great strength Vajra pill, which could increase strength. More excitingly, there were 2 new beasts. The first was a fortune cat. Metal attribute, mortal level 4. Quality, top tier yellow grade. Special skill, fortune top tier yellow grade. Effect, temporarily boosts luck and brings fortune through blessings. Nature, ornamental beast. Qi Anlin's eyes lit up. This was exactly the type of luck-boosting beast he needed, potentially combining well with his treasure-seeking mouse. The second was an ice battle soul. Ice attribute, mortal level 9. Quality, lower tier spiritual grade. Skill set, 1. Extreme cold storm upper tier yellow grade. Releases an ice storm causing area damage. 2. Freezing punch lower tier yellow grade. Gathers spiritual power for a series of strikes. 3. Elemental body lower tier spiritual grade. Passive skill that allows automatic repair of the body if not fatally damaged. Seeing the formidable attributes of the ice battle soul, Qi Anlin was initially tempted but quickly calmed down. Although this beast shared the same attribute as his Howling Moon, meaning there wouldn't be a conflict in theory, his unique situation of having 3 beasts with different attributes made him wary. Hastily forming a contract might hinder his future growth. Besides, once he broke through to the next realm, he could contract another beast. It would be wiser to wait for a better opportunity rather than making a hasty choice. For his next beast, Qi Anlin had already decided to choose a support type. Given his unique personality and the high likelihood of acting alone in the future, carrying a support beast with healing abilities was undoubtedly a wise choice. At the moment, the Frost Battle Spirit could temporarily serve as his first beast. Although the blood energy reserve seemed sufficient, they were barely enough for 3 beasts, let alone distributing it among other monsters. He grabbed Xiaoxing, who was being carried around by the bat, and prepared to attempt merging it with the fortune cat. Before that, Qi Anlin first activated the new beast evolution function in the system. The system immediately displayed Xiaoxing's detailed attributes. Name, treasure-seeking mouse. Attribute, metal. Level, mortal stage, level 5. Potential, low-grade spirit. The evolution paths were then presented. Metal essence mouse mid-grade spirit. Requires 300,000 blood energy. Spirit or mouse high-grade spirit. Requires 500,000 blood energy. Looking at these evolution paths, Qi Anlin pondered. This made him think of the profession of a spirit cultivator, niche job that primarily serves beast tamers by evolving their beasts. Since most beast tamers find it hard to part with their contracted monsters, they rely on evolution to enhance their power, and spirit cultivators are often former beast tamers themselves. After examining the treasure-seeking mouse's evolution options, Qi Anlin shook his head, dismissing the conventional evolution choices. Given the high 90 success rate for fusion, he decided to go the synthesis route. He retrieved the fortune cat from the system, a golden cat adorned with spots resembling coins, exuding an aura of wealth. The system indicated that the synthesis would require 350,000 blood energy. Despite this nearly depleting his reserves, Qi Anlin confirmed the fusion without hesitation. Once the synthesis began, a blood cocoon enveloped the two beasts. He placed the cocoon inside his house and turned his attention to the possible fusion of the Howling Moon and the Frost Battle Spirit. However, the system showed only a 30 success rate for this combination, as one was a physical entity and the other an elemental form, making them too different. Instead, Qi Anlin had Howling Moon create a piece of ice to perform a basic fusion with the Frost Battle Spirit. This required only 5,000 blood energy and had an 80 success rate. 5 minutes later, the fusion was complete. Although the attributes didn't change, the Frost Battle Spirit was now responsive to his commands. 24 hours later, Xiaoxing's synthesis was finally complete. The system interface displayed its new attributes. Name, lucky treasure-seeking mouse. Level, mortal stage, level 6. Potential, high-grade spirit. Skills, invisible me low-grade yellow. Reduces presence. Luck special passive, fortune increases with level. Treasure-seeking top-grade yellow. Senses treasures within 100 meters. After upgrading Howling Moon's swift step to low-grade yellow, Qi Anlin stretched his body. Today was the day of the college entrance examination check, and he was eager to showcase his abilities. Contacting Ji and Chu Xining, he stepped out of his house with his beast pouch, silently anticipating the upcoming moments of triumph and astonishment. Soon, Qi Anlin arrived at the testing center. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, and the area in front of the gymnasium was packed with people, mostly students accompanied by their parents. He noticed that he seemed to be one of the few candidates who had come alone. This wasn't surprising. Zhao County had suffered heavy losses during the recent otherworldly incident, with many students losing their lives. Parents were understandably anxious, fearing that their children might meet a similar fate. Around the gymnasium, monks clad in tactical gear were maintaining order. Not far away, class monitor Tang Hao frowned as he observed Qi Anlin, secretly wondering, how did this guy manage to survive the insect realm? As someone who had always been annoyed by Qi Anlin dragging down the class average, Tang Hao had assumed that Qi Anlin's limited abilities would spell his doom. To his surprise, Qi Anlin not only survived but appeared unscathed. Recalling the rumors about Qi Shuiyue slaying the insect realm's ruler in search of Qi Anlin, Tang Hao wisely averted his gaze. At the entrance, Qi Anlin spotted Ji from a distance, sporting an irritatingly smug expression. Ji was cradling his bandaged arm and dramatically complaining to Chu Xining. "Shall I? Once my arm heals, will I still be able to play the guitar?" His injury, sustained in the other world, required time to heal, and the medical skills in Zhao County were not advanced enough for a full recovery. "Yes, you can," Chu Xining softly reassured him. "That's awesome. Once my arm heals, I'll finally learn to play the guitar," Ji exclaimed, jumping for joy, much to the exasperation of Xia Yin and the others nearby. This guy, who had nearly driven them crazy in the insect realm, seemed incapable of going a day without being a nuisance. Xia Yin sighed and grabbed the still clowning Ji. "Knock it off, Qi Anlin's here. We need to go in for the test." Despite Ji's annoying behavior, Xia Yin thought his cheerful disposition might help lift Chu Xining's spirits, which had been low lately. Qi Anlin strolled over, taking a look around and noticing that everyone's abilities had improved. After surviving the life-and-death trials of the otherworld, this was to be expected. Xia Yin had reached the peak of mortal level 7. Li Wan and Li Yu were both at the peak of mortal level 5. Chu Xining, possibly still affected by Wang Chang's death, remained at mortal level 5. Surprisingly, Ji had also broken through to mortal level 6. In comparison, Qi Anlin's leap from mortal level 1 to mortal level 9 was nothing short of astonishing. After some brief greetings, the group entered the gymnasium. The testing comprised several stages: spiritual power, mental strength, physical condition, and martial arts talent. The gymnasium was filled not only with local candidates from Zhao County, but also with many talented students from other regions, all eager to test their abilities. At a nearby testing station, an elderly man with a white beard was overseeing the spiritual power test. A three-turtle machine stood behind him, humming with activity. A fair-skinned boy stepped forward and channeled his spiritual power into a crystal ball, which turned a muddy yellow. The machine displayed a corresponding value. Number 28765, Feng Pan. Level, Mortal 3, Attribute, Earth, Spiritual Power Quality, Low. The old man's authoritative voice announced. Impossible. I want to retest. Feng Pan shouted in frustration, only to be promptly escorted away by several monks in tactical gear to the next testing point. This scene heightened the tension among the candidates in line, who began whispering anxiously among themselves. Stepping into the world of cultivation, every young person is full of ambition, believing they could be the one to rise above all others and ultimately reach the pinnacle. Chi Anlin stood at the testing site, observing the bustling scene around him, falling into deep thought. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, everyone thinks they are the protagonist, but reality is often harsh. If it weren't for the system, he might have ended up just like any other commoner, lost among the masses. Can sheer effort really attain those seemingly unattainable heights? Looking around, he saw a diverse group of examinees. Some were dressed in luxurious clothing, exuding confidence with every move. Others were in simple attire, with a hint of timidity in their expressions. This world is brutally realistic. Those with connections can easily obtain cultivation resources, while ordinary people have to struggle on their own. Without strength, ordinary people find it difficult to accumulate wealth, let alone keep what little they have. The test proceeded methodically. As time passed, the waiting crowd thinned out. Occasionally, a few sobs could be heard from students who failed the test. The staff, with expressionless faces, led them to the next testing point, as if such scenes were a daily occurrence. At that moment, a young man in extravagant clothing strode forward. His aura was palpable, instantly causing a stir among the crowd. Mortal level 8. Such strength was rare in Zhao County. Soon, someone recognized him as Hu Tian, the eldest son of the prominent Hu family from Lin City, one of the renowned 5 great families. Standing on the testing platform, Hu Tian's gaze swept arrogantly over the crowd. What a shabby place, filled with nothing but trash. He sneered, clearly considering these people unworthy to compete with him, merely wasting his precious time. He reached out to touch the crystal ball, and the machine immediately displayed the test results. 720250, Hu Tian, Mortal Level 8, Fire Attribute, Low Spiritual Power Quality. Impossible. Impossible. Hu Tian's furious shout echoed through the testing site. His fists were clenched, and his face was flushed with anger. For this test, my father spent a vast amount of cultivation resources to forcibly boost my power by 2 levels. My performance during the family test was nothing like this. The invigilating elder watched him passively as Hu Tian was escorted away. He had already sensed the unstable aura around Hu Tian when he stepped forward. Forcibly enhancing one's strength could indeed raise one's level quickly, but the unstable foundation resulted in low-quality spiritual energy, ultimately affecting one's aptitude. Next. The elder's voice was not loud, but it was clear and carried to every candidate's ears. He knew many candidates would take desperate measures before the exam, because once they got into a better school and gained access to ample cultivation resources, these flaws could be remedied. Xia Yin clenched his fists and stepped forward. The low-level spiritual power of the previous 200 or so candidates made him doubt whether he, the top student of number 1 high school, could compare with the members of Lin City's great families. He took a deep breath, placed his hand on the crystal ball, and infused it with spiritual energy. The crystal ball immediately turned a vibrant red. Candidate 799251. Xia Yin, Mortal Level 7, Fire Attribute, High-Quality Spiritual Energy. The elder nodded slightly. This result indicated that Xia Yin had a solid foundation and excellent control over his spiritual energy. Chu Xining and the others watched the mechanical display screen with bated breath. They then stepped forward for their tests one by one. Chu Xining was a Mortal Level 5 healer, and Li Yu was a Mortal Level 5 Talisman Master. As for Li Wan and Ji, since they had no spiritual energy in their bodies, they went directly to the next spiritual energy absorption test point. When candidate 9871580, Luo Yudi, was revealed to have Immortal Level 9 Water Attribute Talent, the crowd erupted. She was the first candidate to reach such a high level. Murmurs spread through the audience. Some lamented that despite their 10 hours of daily cultivation, they were only at Mortal Level 5, while others explained that these were children of Lin City's great families, whose cultivation resources were far beyond what ordinary people could access. When the name Chi Anlin was called, the previously weary elder, Lu Long, perked up. As a mentor from Lin University, he had volunteered to help with the testing specifically to scout for promising talents. Although Chi Anlin was almost guaranteed to be admitted to a top-tier university due to his reputation, Lu Long still harbored a glimmer of hope. This was his first time scouting for a disciple before the university entrance exams, and if he could take Qi Anlin as a student, he might be able to cultivate a future king-level powerhouse. Hearing his name, Qi Anlin walked forward excitedly, eager to find out the quality of his spiritual energy. Generally speaking, he rarely uses his spiritual power in combat, relying mostly on physical prowess. However, with the addition of ice spiritual power, he handles ordinary enemies with ease. Qi Anlin walked slowly up to the testing platform and reached out to touch the crystal-clear orb. Down below, Tang Hao stood with his arms crossed, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Knowing that Qi Anlin was a beast tamer, Tang Hao assumed that the faint spiritual power came from some pills given by his sister in the military, deeming it insignificant. Unable to sense any spiritual power fluctuations from Qi Anlin, Tang Hao was certain he hadn't even reached the lowest level of the mortal rank. Just as Tang Hao was inwardly mocking him, a wave of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd. He looked up sharply to see a faint, icy shadow appearing on the crystal orb. An elder abruptly stood up, his gaze intense. A battle body? Lu Long trembled with excitement. A cultivator with a battle body could at least reach the king level in the future. The numbers on the machine rapidly climbed, quickly surpassing 900 and showing no signs of stopping. The icy shadow gradually solidified into a smaller version of Qi Anlin. It's an ice soul battle body, Lu Long confirmed excitedly. Among the countless beings across the myriad worlds, there are only a few thousand types of battle bodies. Although Qi Anlin's ice soul battle body ranks second to last, it still surpasses many geniuses. This physique not only boasts incredible cultivation speed, but also avoids the risk of deviation and recovers spiritual power much faster than normal. In the same realm, he would have few rivals. Just as Lu Long was contemplating how to recruit this prodigy, another color appeared on the crystal orb. Dual attributes? The crowd was stunned. The numbers on the machine finally stopped at 1098. Candidate number 1581, Qi Anlin, 9th rank, ice and wind attributes, top-tier spiritual power quality. Inspector Lu Long's voice echoed across the field. He paused for a moment, his gaze settling on Qi Anlin. Due to Qi Anlin's possession of the ice soul battle body, he is eligible for early admission. Lu Long smiled kindly. I am Lu Long, a special combat instructor at Lin University. If you are interested in joining Lin University, you may study under my guidance. Before he finished speaking, the crowd erupted. Special combat instructor from Lin University. A heavenly level expert. 5 realms. Exclamations filled the air. Did you hear what Elder Lu said? Qi Anlin has a battle body. A student from Lin City raised his voice. A battle body? Wasn't it said that he couldn't cultivate? People around turned their heads, looking at Qi Anlin with scornful eyes. Qi Anlin snapped back to reality, thinking that this might be related to his bond with Xiaoya. He humbly replied, "Thank you, Elder Lu, for your kindness. If I have the opportunity to enter Lin University, I will seek you out." Though he knew he was more likely to choose the military university, it was wise to leave a good impression on a heavenly level cultivator. Lu Long nodded with a smile. A dragon cannot remain in a pond forever. I know you probably won't stay in Qian province, so head to the next testing station. The news spread like wildfire at the testing site. Qi Anlin has a battle body. His spiritual power quality exceeds 1,000. The education group quickly explained. Though the Ice Soul battle body ranks 9998, it accelerates cultivation speed and prevents deviation during practice. The analysis group added, his sister is also a genius, but with fire attributes. He might have been suppressed by his sister's attributes until he awakened during an otherworld crisis. The gossip group embellished further. I heard Chu Xining ran out of his house blushing. Meanwhile, the detractors chimed in. If I had his talent and family background. Just then, Gigi appeared beside the gossipers, startling them with, life is dull, like a frog commenting on humans. Xiayan sighed, enough fooling around. It's time for the test. He secretly marveled at the extraordinary talents of the Qi siblings. Gigi continued to joke. Jealousy blurs my Gaussian vision. Jealousy makes me. But before he could finish, Qi Anlin dragged him away. The second test assessed the speed of absorbing spiritual power. As Qi Anlin was about to join the line, a person in combat uniform approached him. Qi, we will test you separately. Qi Anlin inwardly lamented, as he had hoped to showcase his abilities in front of everyone. Gigi, reading his mind, asked, will the results be made public after the test? The results will indeed be announced. With this reassurance, Qi Anlin finally felt relieved and shot a grateful glance at Gigi, who understood him best. Qi Anlin walked into the private room and saw several mentors exuding a powerful aura. Instinctively, he moved to the side, his posture somewhat restrained. A burly man with bulging veins, a 5th-level physical cultivator, stepped forward, seemingly suppressing his strength. Another battle physique from Zhao County? Another? Qi Anlin frowned slightly. He wasn't familiar with battle physiques and had never paid much attention to this kind of information before. Noticing his puzzled expression, a female spiritual cultivator spoke gently. Young man, don't you know? Your sister also possesses a battle physique. That's quite rare. The other mentors began to discuss among themselves. For the same parents to have two children with completely different battle physiques, Qianlin felt a headache coming on such an important matter, and Qi Shuiyue had never mentioned it to him. But then he thought, even if she had told him at the time, he probably would have brushed it off and not taken it seriously. Excuse me, mentors, what kind of battle physique does my sister have? Flame Phoenix battle physique, the female mentor replied. Her physique is actually much higher in quality than yours, but at this stage, she's not as monstrous as you. Her ranking is around 5,000. Hearing this ranking, Qi Anlin breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought his violent sister's battle physique would be in the top 10. Now it seemed it wouldn't take long for him to surpass her. After all, once the quality of Xiaoya improved, their bond would change, and his physique ranking would surely exceed his current 9,998th place. All right, young man, a mentor interrupted his thoughts. Enough chit-chat. Next, we need to test your spiritual absorption rate, mental strength, physical strength, combat ability, and comprehension. Others might also test for rune master talent, but I suggest you focus on your current path. Trying to master too many things at once can be counterproductive. You may have to abandon some professions down the line if you want to progress further. Seeing Qi Anlin deep in thought, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, the Flame Phoenix art, was that prepared for your sister? Qi Anlin nodded, fully aware of the intricate connections between the three professions. Without this understanding, he wouldn't have reached his current level. To him, it was more productive to focus on enhancing his existing skills rather than dispersing his energy across multiple disciplines. Moreover, he was already considering cultivating a beast that could refine elixirs, which would save him the trouble of doing it himself. Soon, the first round of tests commenced. A robed instructor waved his hand, setting up a simplified version of a spirit gathering array, with several spirit stones neatly arranged on the ground. As the instructor's gestures changed, intricate patterns emerged on the ground centered around Qianlin, followed by a golden light rising. Qianlin immediately felt the surrounding spiritual energy become extraordinarily dense. At the instructor's signal, Qianlin sat cross-legged and began absorbing the spiritual energy. The energy seemed to be drawn to him like an invisible vortex. The instructors exchanged surprised glances, noting that Qianlin's body development and spiritual energy absorption were already at the level of a first-grade cultivator. As a refining master, Xiao Shun could clearly observe the flow of spiritual energy within Qianlin's body. Part of it flowed into his dantian, while the other part was used to temper his physique. Xiao Shun shook his head, thinking that although dual cultivation of energy and body was solid, it would slow down overall progress. In reality, Qianlin rarely actively absorbed spiritual energy. The continuous supply of energy from the queen ant and the feedback from each breakthrough were sufficient to support his cultivation, especially the blood energy gained from synthesis, which constantly transformed his body, making his realm exceptionally stable. Next came the mental strength test. A peculiar-looking device was brought in, and Qianlin lay down on it as instructed, wearing a goggle-like apparatus. He could feel a force stimulating his brain. Xiao Shun observed from the side, his eyes gleaming with excitement. When the device displayed a reading of 1390, even He Royun couldn't help but consider taking him as a disciple. The physical test results were equally surprising, showing that Qianlin's physique had reached the level of a first-grade body cultivator. The final test was actual combat. In a blood-scented arena, the instructors released two beasts in succession. The first was a 7th-grade lightning dog, which Qianlin easily defeated. The second was a 9th-grade silver sand ironback bear, a towering behemoth that roared and charged at him ferociously. The wind spirit energy flowed through his feet, enabling Qianlin to nimbly somersault away, barely dodging the deadly strike of the silver sand ironback bear. This ferocious beast was incredibly powerful. A direct hit from its massive paw would mean certain death or severe injury. While evading, Qianlin keenly observed his opponent, seizing the opportune moment to gather his spirit energy. In an instant, a solid ice wall rose in front of the silver sand ironback bear. As the beast roared and shattered the ice wall, he took the chance to slip behind it, delivering a precise heavy punch to the vulnerable spot on its neck. This strategy was born from countless battles rather than attacking the heavily fortified head. Targeting weaker points proved more effective. Even though his strength matched that of a standard first-level cultivator, facing a beast king of the same tier required meticulous tactics. Upon landing, Qianlin immediately cast an ice spell, sending several glimmering ice spikes towards the bear's eyes. When the beast raised its paw to block, he seized the moment, swiftly closing in and aiming a claw strike at its vital area. Roar! The beast's agonized howl echoed throughout the arena as it thrashed wildly in pain. The tutors in the stands couldn't help but show appreciative smiles. This ruthless combat style was exactly what they admired most. Taking advantage of the bear's frenzied and irrational attacks, Chi Anlin continued to harass it with ice spikes. Though they couldn't penetrate its defense, they successfully drained the beast's stamina. Once the creature showed signs of fatigue, he decisively unleashed his perfected Tiger Fang Fist, a powerful move imbued with the essence of a tiger's roar. A fierce leg strike pierced the bear's throat, followed by a flurry of punches to the same spot, until its windpipe was completely destroyed. Ultimately, the formidable beast collapsed from severe blood loss. A system notification promptly followed. Killed a 9th-tier mortal silver sand ironback bear, gained 80,000 blood energy. After catching his breath, Chi Anlin glanced at the tutors. This battle made him realize that despite his significant power increase, he needed to be even more cautious to consistently defeat opponents of the same or higher tier. The tutors were astonished by Chi Anlin's combat awareness and lethal intent, qualities far surpassing those of typical military families. Little did they know, these skills were honed through hundreds of life-and-death trials in the blood energy space. Hiroyun stared at Chi Anlin with a dangerous glint in her eyes, as if she was ready to devour him whole. At this moment, Xiao Shun suggested, "I believe his potential goes beyond this. Coincidentally, I have captured a first-tier beast. Why not let him give it a try?" "A tier 1 beast? Are you out of your mind?" Yang Zheng's brow furrowed deeply, his voice laced with clear concern. The gap between a mortal tier and a tier 1 is no joke. However, Xiao Shun remained remarkably calm, shaking his head slightly. "You all are too tense. While Chi Anlin is indeed extraordinarily talented, he's not someone who would easily meet an untimely end. Besides, he has defensive artifacts on him, so we don't need to worry too much about his safety." "I agree with Xiao Shun," another mentor chimed in. "Even if something unexpected happens, we can subdue the beast in time." As the group discussed animatedly, Chi Anlin in the arena had already opened his beast pouch. 2 imposing beasts appeared instantly, stunning everyone present. Chi Anlin's talent as a beast master had never been showcased before, but since beast mastery is a crucial part of one's strength, using it in a practical test was only natural. Although the Frost Battle Souls were not his original contracted beasts, they had developed absolute loyalty to him through system synthesis. To avoid drawing too much attention, he only channeled a sliver of his mental energy around the Frost Battle Soul's mental cores, deliberately avoiding establishing a formal contract. "Esteemed mentors," Chi Anlin's voice rang out clearly, "beast mastery is indeed part of my strength, so I wish to challenge a tier 1 beast." His words left the mentors momentarily speechless. They had been so focused on Chi Anlin's other astonishing talents, especially his achievement of reaching mortal tier 9 at such a young age, that they had completely overlooked his expertise in beast mastery. Now, seeing him command 2 high-quality mortal tier 9 beasts, they were all incredulous. As seasoned mentors who had encountered many prodigies, they found that none compared to Chi Anlin. "Excellent. You've got guts." Yang Zheng was the first to laugh out loud. As a body cultivator, he admired young people with such courage. In his eyes, true strength came from a combination of talent, skill, and bravery. However, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. If he had a daughter, no, his precious girl wouldn't be easily wooed unless that person was stronger than him. The combined power of the 2 ice attribute beasts and Chi Anlin far exceeds mere addition when they cooperate. In the arena, a second realm cultivator walked in slowly, holding a beast-controlling pouch. With a slight nod, a colossal creature emerged from the pouch. This was the first time Chi Anlin faced a life-threatening beast in actual combat, and he felt his body instinctively shiver. Adrenaline surged through him, making him feel exhilarated. Name: Giant Rock Beast. Attribute: Earth. Level: First Realm, First Stage. Potential: Yellow Grade, Mid-Quality. Description: a beast composed entirely of rock, possessing formidable defense. Chi Anlin quickly drew his white crane sword from his spatial ring. For a beast made entirely of rock, bare hands would be ineffective and could cause self-injury. A large hammer would be much more efficient. The giant rock beast, nearly 5 meters tall, was covered in moss, with hands resembling massive war hammers. This is a characteristic of low-realm beasts. They are enormous in size. As they advance to higher realms, they compress to normal sizes, only expanding to their impressive dimensions during full combat. Such a behemoth could crush him into pulp with a single punch. Ice Frost Battle Spirit, focus your attacks on the giant rock beast's right leg. Xiaoya, provide support, Chi Anlin decisively commanded. Despite the giant rock beast's strength, its size made it slow. Disabling one of its legs was the best tactic. The Ice Frost Battle Spirit immediately took to the air. Its elemental body allowed it to float and partially resist physical attacks, making it both offensive and defensive. The giant rock beast swung its massive fist down, engulfing the Ice Frost Battle Spirit in a cloud of dust. In the stands, Yang Zheng scratched his head in confusion. As a body cultivator, He could only sense 4 life energies in the arena and couldn't use spiritual power to observe the specifics of the battle. Xiao Shun, however, looked surprised. An elemental beast? These beasts, which are particularly effective against body cultivators, mostly come from the northern realms. Qianlin has never left Qianzhou. Could it have been brought by Qi Shueyue? Realizing this, he understood. When the dust settled, the giant rock beast raised its hand, revealing the ice frost battle spirit unharmed in the crater. Without condensing into a solid form, it was immune to physical attacks. Ordinary Qi cultivators couldn't harm it unless they could project their Qi externally. Ice frost battle spirit. Use freezing punch on its knee. Xiaoya. Freeze its hands. Thanks to Xiaoya's insightful eye, Qianlin had identified the giant rock beast's weak points and next moves. After communicating with Xiaoya in the mental sea, he stepped onto the newly formed ice path and slid around the giant rock beast, aiming for its neck. Falling leaf sword technique. Qianlin unleashed a flurry of strikes, all hitting the same spot, creating a gash on the giant rock beast's neck. This type of beast, composed entirely of rock, had only 2 fatal points: the crystal core in its brain and the essence of rock in its chest. While other parts could regenerate, removing either of these would cause it to disintegrate into spirit-rich rocks. The ice frost battle spirit's fists glowed blue as it relentlessly pummeled the giant rock beast's knee. Xiaoya, using swift wind steps, leaped to its right shoulder, first freezing its arm before launching a fierce attack with its ice claws. The giant rock beast roared in fury, momentarily unsure of which side to defend against, and could only swing its unfrozen left hand wildly. The moment the giant rock demon's right arm broke free from its restraints, Xiaoya's sharp claws had already left blue marks on it. These shimmering marks were not just ordinary scratches. They were Xiaoya's unique frost imprints, which would trigger a freezing effect once accumulated to a certain level. The battle grew increasingly intense. The ice warrior relentlessly attacked the giant rock demon's knees, each strike shattering layers of hard rock. Enraged, the giant rock demon delivered a powerful kick, smashing the ice warrior's arms into pieces. But the ice warrior quickly reformed its arms and, as the giant rock demon's leg passed through its ethereal body, it seized the opportunity to attack the back of the demon's knee, an old injury that Xiaoya had previously identified as a weak point when the demon was captured. The ice paths on the battlefield continued to extend, and Qianlin skillfully glided over them, seizing every opportunity to strike at the giant rock demon's vulnerabilities. Despite the demon's furious roars, it could not lay a finger on Qianlin or Xiaoya. Suddenly, the giant rock demon plunged its hands into the ground, and in an instant, countless earth spikes erupted, destroying the intricate ice paths. Qianlin landed lightly on the ground. Faced with a field of earth spikes, he decisively changed tactics. Instead of trying to rebuild the ice paths, he and the 2 beasts split up to continue attacking the giant rock demon's weaknesses. After about 5 minutes of relentless assault, the giant rock demon's right knee finally gave way. Its massive body wobbled and began to topple. At this critical moment, the ice warrior unleashed an arctic storm. The howling ice tornado toppled the unbalanced giant rock demon, shattering the surrounding earth spikes. The fall struck the weak point Qianlin had previously targeted, and the giant rock demon's right arm fell off. Simultaneously, Xiaoya's frost skill activated, freezing the entire giant rock demon into a colossal ice sculpture. Victory was within reach. Qianlin led the 2 beasts in a final assault. A few minutes later, they successfully extracted the giant rock demon's crystal core. The system promptly notified, "You have slain a rank 1 stage 1 beast, the giant rock demon, and earned 150,000 blood energy points." Qianlin took a deep breath, sweat dripping down his forehead and trailing along his cheeks. The difficulty of slaying a Tier 1 demonic beast far exceeded his expectations. If it weren't for the sluggish movements of the giant rock war demon and his mastery of the howling moon and ice battle soul techniques, victory would have been improbable. The mentors in the stands watched the young man intently. The giant rock war demon, a unique Tier 1 demonic beast, had combat power far surpassing its rank, yet Qianlin dispatched it with ease. His prowess was astonishing after all. Mortal-level cultivators are so named because they remain within the realm of ordinary humans. In contrast, Tier 1 cultivators have already stepped into the world of cultivation, achieving a fundamentally different level of existence. The gap between the two is vast. A true prodigy, Xiao Shun murmured, deciding to halt further testing. The ability to fight across tiers was enough to prove Qianlin's extraordinary talent. The military academy has already sent word. They will arrive tomorrow. Until then, we must ensure his protection, Xiao Shun said gravely. The period following the release of exam results is often when geniuses fall prey to attacks. Cults and dark cultivators frequently send assassins of the 1st and 2nd tiers to eliminate outstanding students. These attackers, like sewer rats, are hard to eradicate. Given Qianlin's war body constitution, he is a more prominent target, just as his sister Qi Shueiyue was attacked by a Tier 2 physical cultivator years ago. The mentors led Qi Anlin to a quiet cultivation room to conduct a comprehension test. He Royun observed, "This kid's falling leaf sword technique has reached minor achievement. He can strike 4 times in a second." Yang Jing added, "Not only that, he seems to have practiced a yellow rank body refinement technique and reached the 2nd level. An ordinary 7th stage mortal level body cultivator would find it hard to break through his defenses without going all out." In that case, Xiao Shun suggested, "Why not let him try the yellow rank sword technique that He Royun obtained from the ruins?" He Royun readily agreed and handed the mysterious Yin sword technique to Qi Anlin. "Xiao Qi, this is the final test. If you can grasp the basics within a day, you'll undoubtedly be groomed as a seed student." Given Qi Anlin's current performance, he would already be considered a top candidate for elite universities even without this test. Qi Anlin was secretly delighted. This was like getting a yellow rank martial skill for free. He quickly entered his blood energy space to check the martial skill information. Mysterious Yin sword technique fragment, yellow rank middle grade. Actually a fragment of an earth rank lower grade martial skill, capable of detonating mysterious Yin Qi within an enemy's body. Seeing the high blood energy requirements for cultivation, 30,000 to get started, 100,000 to become proficient, 300,000 to master, 1 million for minor achievement, 250,000 for major achievement, and 8 million to reach the pinnacle. Qi Anlin felt fortunate to have the Queen Ant's assistance. In a single day, the Queen Ant had produced 15 9th stage mortal level tiger armor ant soldiers. Although the lack of sufficient flesh meant he couldn't reach the expected 40, it was still enough to support his cultivation. Begin proficiency level teaching? Qi Anlin ordered decisively. The system prompt immediately sounded. Ding. Teaching begins. Please prepare yourself, host. A figure swiftly appeared and began demonstrating sword techniques to Qi Anlin. Gripping the wooden sword bestowed by the system, Qi Anlin earnestly followed the movements, fully aware that if he didn't seize this moment to learn, he wouldn't stand a chance when faced with a real sword. Inside the training room, several instructors were intently observing the scene. However, after quickly skimming through the swordsmanship manual, Qi Anlin suddenly froze. He Royun, taken aback, nearly choked on her own saliva. Yang Zheng, unable to hold back, remarked, "I remember when I first started learning martial arts, I was just as spaced out. Almost got myself killed by my master. Should we snap him out of it?" At that moment, Xiao Shun's brow furrowed as he sensed something unusual. He immediately extended his mental power to investigate and then widened his eyes in shock, urgently whispering, "Everyone, be quiet. Don't disturb him." A faint aura of martial intent began to emanate from Qi Anlin, accompanied by a subtle sound of sword resonance. "This kid, he's having an epiphany." Xiao Shun exclaimed in disbelief. "An epiphany?" Yang Zheng shot up from his seat but quickly sat back down under the murderous glares of the others. Everyone's eyes were glued to Qi Anlin, fully aware of how rare such moments of enlightenment were. Some people spend their entire lives without experiencing one. Yet this young man had entered such a state within a minute of practicing sword techniques. The training room fell into a dead silence. After a long while, Yang Zheng couldn't help but mutter softly, "Is his talent really that monstrous?" "Shut up." Xiao Shun and He Royun simultaneously snapped, regretting their decision to bring him along. Xiao Shun continued to scrutinize Qi Anlin, his mind filled with doubts. As a divine refiner, he easily saw through Qi Anlin's clumsy disguise. The boy's mental sea contained 3 mental cores, but only one belonged to an ice-attributed beast. The ice battle spirit that had been obeying him clearly had another origin. Although he wanted to delve deeper, with these two around, especially the righteous yet dim-witted Yang Zheng, he had to abandon the idea. Meanwhile, in the blood energy space, Qi Anlin had spent 10 hours there, while only an hour had passed in the outside world. He was covered in blood, having been killed countless times by the sword expert before him. The projection, equal in strength to him, mastered the Xian Yin sword technique. Whenever Qi Anlin tried to use other martial skills, the projection would suddenly enhance its power and cut him down. Simultaneously, in the beast realm, the Ant Queen was directing the first stage tiger-armored ant soldiers to gather resources. It discovered a peculiar spot filled with energy-laden pellets and leaf-thin square objects. These energy pellets were equivalent to several spirit stone mines and needed to be carefully absorbed. As for the square objects, though they resembled some kind of dried beast hide and tasted bland, the queen saved them, knowing her master's preferences. A constant, annoying voice in her mind kept her from sleeping well, so she angrily gnawed on beast bones for comfort. Deep within the mental core of the Ant Queen, a persistent voice echoed like an obsessive salesman, "I am a king-level powerhouse. If you become my heir, I will ensure you ascend to a celestial-level beast." These words caused the blood-devourer king's spirit to tremble violently, nearly driving him mad. As a mother insect with powerful mental abilities, this beast should possess high intelligence. Yet, The current situation was baffling no matter what language he used, be it beast speech, demonic language, human language, or any universal languages, the creature simply could not understand. Time passed, and the blood-devourer king's spirit was on the verge of collapse. He sighed deeply, regretting that he hadn't possessed an ordinary ant soldier instead. Who would have thought he would face such a setback in this place? What worried him even more was the clear sensation that this ant queen already had a master. What kind of powerful being could control such a creature? He could only hope that this master was not an enemy cultivator. The blood-devourer king's spirit continued to drift within the ant queen's body. This queen was indeed extraordinary. Not only was her reproduction rate astonishing, but her internal spiritual power reserves were also terrifying. Even though some of the spiritual power from the pills he had left behind had dissipated, it was still far beyond what a beast of this level could normally handle. I must leave here quickly and possess an ant soldier first, the blood-devourer king calculated silently. Although ant soldiers are low-level creatures, I don't have the luxury of being picky right now. Once my strength recovers a bit, I can come back for this queen. Who cares if the queen is female? As long as I can grow stronger, gender doesn't matter. Meanwhile, high above, several figures sped through the sky. This battle body, I must have it. No one better try to take it from me, a voice declared resolutely. The Blaze King is a fire attribute cultivator. He's not suited to teach an ice spirit battle body, another voice retorted. White Spirit King watched the two argue and said helplessly, "Stop fighting. We'll discuss the disciple issue back at the school. If you keep wasting time, Tianshan University will snatch them up, and the dean will skin you both alive." They wouldn't dare. Blaze King immediately roared, "I'll storm Tianshan University right now." Upon hearing the news about the war physique, many universities immediately dispatched people to Zhao County. For these institutions, nurturing an ordinary genius to become a king required painstaking effort, but someone with a war physique was destined to reach kingly status as long as they survived. Thus, the remote Zhao County was once again thrust into the spotlight. Meanwhile, in another place, the Blood Devourer King finally escaped from within the Queen Ant. This Demon Clan King-level powerhouse looked at the Queen Ant with a hint of fear in his eyes. He couldn't help but recall how he ended up in this predicament cursed by that old man who sealed him here. Back in the day, the Blood Devourer King was a figure of great renown, a Demon Clan prodigy who looked down on everything. After infiltrating the human realm and being hunted, he fled to this small beast world, planning to sacrifice the entire world to enhance his strength. However, just as he reached the forest, he encountered an old man who floated effortlessly, devoid of any aura. Before he could react, the old man struck him into the ground with one palm, obliterating his physical body and leaving only the items in his storage rings. As his consciousness faded, he heard the old man say, "I'll leave you here to bear the consequences." Having finally awakened, he found himself trapped inside the Queen Ant. If it weren't for the Queen Ant finding him noisy and kicking him out, he might never have escaped. The Blood Devourer King sighed and had no choice but to transfer his consciousness into a 6th-tier ordinary ant soldier. However, just as he occupied the ant soldier's body, his expression changed drastically. A familiar spiritual force completely restrained him, and the power of laws enveloped his entire being. His consciousness twisted in rage as he roared internally, "What kind of monster is this?" The Queen Ant awoke, puzzled by the resurrected, armored soldier ant. She sensed that this child had changed, even showing some resistance to her. But soon, she delightedly concluded that this was a mutant capable of independent thought, just like herself. She gently tapped the cute child on the head, hopeful that it would become just as intelligent in the future. Meanwhile, in the blood energy space, Chi Anlin had been battling a shadow for 3 days. Although repeated deaths had numbed him, he knew this was the only way to grow stronger. He understood that his progress was due to making the right choices, contracting with the Queen Ant to gain blood energy, contracting with the Howling Moon to avoid spiritual overload, and contracting with the treasure-seeking mouse, which led him to meet Qi Zhan. During one of the exchanges, Chi Anlin suddenly grasped the essence of the mysterious Ein sword technique. This devious swordsmanship thrived on cunning. The more treacherous, the closer to its true form. He began to restrain his edge, like a venomous snake lying in wait for a lethal strike. Soon, he broke through to the proficient level. Back in the real-world training room, Royun immediately stepped forward to test Chi Anlin's strength. Using the same mysterious Ein sword technique, they sparred. Although Chi Anlin was quickly defeated, Royun was astonished to find that he had already mastered the technique to a proficient level. Looking at the still weak young man before her, Royun made up her mind. Even if she couldn't compete with top-tier universities, she would ensure that this immensely talented individual joined her team. Royun's gaze towards Chi Anlin grew increasingly gentle. As a formidable cultivator who had been at the heaven tier for over a decade, she understood the difficulties of breaking through and had to seek external aid. In the cultivation world, it was common for experts to mentor exceptionally talented juniors, helping them grow. This kind of investment was often based on the juniors' potential surpassing their own. Otherwise, how could they assist each other at the same level in the future? Qianlin happened to fit this criterion. Maybe, I've finally found my chance for revenge, Hiroyun thought to herself. She then softly said, young one, we are fated to meet, and we both practice the same sword technique, so you can consider yourself half my disciple. This martial art is divided into 5 parts. I've only obtained 2. The remaining 3 you must find on your own. She took out a pill from her storage space. I see you are on the verge of a breakthrough. This pill, which can help expand your meridians, is my gift to you. Fulfilling half a master's duty, Qianlin stood frozen in place, while Yang Zheng looked at Hiroyun with an incredulous expression, as if saying, are you already trying to curry favor? Hiroyun shot him a glare, thinking that this musclehead really didn't get it. This was clearly an early investment. Meanwhile, Xiao Shun adjusted his glasses, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Before Qianlin could refuse, Hiroyun warmly took his hand and pressed the pill into it. In a short time, Qianlin felt as if Hiroyun wanted to adopt him as her godson. He wanted to slip away but was closely watched by the 3 of them. He could only helplessly wait for the university admission staff to arrive, thinking they would probably come by plane and not send a heaven-tier expert to recruit a genius. Qianlin did not take Hiroyun's mention of danger lightly. If someone truly reckless came to attack, wouldn't he be in big trouble? He sighed, thinking that while others sparred with peers of the same level, he might have to face a group of unbeatable maniacs. To be safe, Qianlin spent 200,000 blood energy to upgrade Xiaoxing Can't See Me skill to the top tier of the yellow grade. He then hid the lucky treasure-hunting mouse in his clothes. Although Xiaoxing's ability had limited effect on 5th-tier cultivators, it could still prevent him from being killed in one strike. The 3 mentors immediately sensed Xiaoxing's presence. Hiroyun and Xiao Shun already knew Qianlin had 3 contracted beasts, but Yang Zheng, whose mental strength was weaker, was surprised. You have another contracted beast? Qianlin smiled. Despite feeling uncomfortable being observed, he could only endure it due to his lack of strength. He resolved to find treasures to remedy this flaw. Otherwise, how could he ever play the underdog? I was born with strong mental power, so I contracted 3 beasts, Qianlin explained. His mental strength had indeed reached the 1st tier. Although Yang Zheng was skeptical, he muttered, of all things to contract, you chose a little mouse. Though its quality is good, it's not much use in a fight. Qianlin pretended not to hear and looked elsewhere. Just then, he felt a tickle at his navel, making him take a deep breath. It was clearly the bored Xiaoxing causing mischief, rolling around inside his clothes and poking his navel, delighting even more when he tensed up. Meanwhile, in the northern district of Zhao County, 2 men in black were conspiring. I heard the target is a combat body. The Yu clan has offered a hefty reward for capturing him alive, one whispered. With 3 heaven-tier experts escorting him, it'll be hard for us 3rd-tier cultivators to succeed. The other, a burly man in black, responded. This mission involved 2 3rd-tier cultivators and over a dozen 9th-level mortal cultivators, all aiming to capture the combat body alive. We're just here to grab the person. Those heaven-tier experts will be dealt with by others, the first man in black said. Were it not for the lucrative reward, he wouldn't take such a risk. Luckily, they received the information in time and were close enough to take on this task. Hu Yin sighed, thinking that after completing this job, it would be time to leave the human realm. Had it not been for the promise of safety given to him by the feathered man, he wouldn't have risked endangering the Hu family by attempting to capture Qianlin. The group cautiously approached Qianlin's training room, their footsteps so light they were almost inaudible. They were well aware that with the perception of a heaven-tier master, getting too close would inevitably lead to detection. Therefore, the person tasked with distracting the heaven-tier master had to make the first move. Inside the training room, 3 mentors were guiding Qianlin in his cultivation. As they engaged more deeply with him, they discovered that despite his exceptional talent in cultivation and combat, he lacked some basic knowledge in other areas. On reflection, this was understandably no one could excel at everything. Moreover, Qianlin's humble attitude toward learning showed none of the arrogance one might expect from a prodigy. At that moment, Xiaoxing, the small creature hidden in Qianlin's clothes, suddenly raised its head in alert. Its keen instinct sensed danger, and it immediately started screaming in Qianlin's mental sea, run, Xiao Anzi. Someone's here to kill us. Simultaneously, it began frantically scratching his navel. Over the years, this intuition had allowed Xiaoxing to escape death numerous times after stealing treasures from other mystical beasts. Qianlin's face turned pale upon hearing this. He quickly scanned his surroundings and shouted to the 3 mentors, "We're under attack." Before he even finished his sentence, he had already summoned Howling Moon and Frost Wraith. He leaped onto Howling Moon's back and commanded Frost Wraith to unleash an Arctic storm. Although Hiroyun and Xiao Shun had not yet sensed the enemy's presence, they instinctively moved to protect Qianlin. Just then, an elderly voice rang out, and their faces turned ashen. What a sharp young man, to sense my killing intent. As the voice echoed, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire space. Hiroyun swiftly drew her sword from her waist and shouted, "A heaven-tier master! Yangzheng, Xiaoshun, get Qi Anlin out of here immediately." She understood the terrifying power of a heaven-tier master. Even the aftermath of their battle could be fatal for Qi Anlin. Her face hardened with fierce determination as she snarled, "I just invested in this genius, and you pack of hyenas want to take him down." In an instant, the entire building collapsed with a thunderous roar. Several Arctic storms whipped up dust and debris, plunging the scene into utter chaos. Qi Anlin urged Xiaoye to escape with all her might. In these perilous times, he would rather take the risk of fleeing than sit and wait for death. He quickly assessed the situation. Although Yangzheng and Xiaoshun were mentors, they couldn't be entirely trusted at this moment. If 2 out of the 3 mentors harbored ill intentions, they would have acted already. If only one had malicious intent, they would be waiting for the right moment. Qi Anlin's eyes were vigilant. Even if these mentors were here to test his talents, there was no guarantee they wouldn't have ulterior motives, or worse, be cult members in disguise. When Yangzheng saw Qi Anlin escaping, he immediately followed. He knew that cult members wouldn't come alone, and he had to protect the boy. Qi Anlin weighed his options. The big guy likely wasn't an enemy. If he had ill intentions, he could have easily attacked Xiaoshun when he was lured away. A body cultivator's close combat skills are nearly unbeatable, especially against Xiaoshun, who is merely a spiritual refiner. Xiaoye used her swift wind step to flee rapidly, while her ice battle soul was retracted into the beast master bag. The extreme cold storm she had unleashed earlier might be ineffective against heavenly-level cultivators, but it could confuse lower-level practitioners and, more importantly, attract other mentors from the gymnasium. Meanwhile, Hiruyun's battle with the old man had reached a fever pitch. She swung her sword with a frenzy, each strike aimed at vital points, while the old man barely parried with his spear. The old man frowned and said, "Hiroyun, is this boy worth your life?" Hiroyun recognized the old man's identity, Hu Tianzong, the reclusive ancestor of the Hu family. As their fierce clash continued, 2 Third Realm experts pursued Qi Anlin. While Yang Zheng's furious roar echoed nearby, "Lu Gao, Wu Peng, how dare you betray us?" Violent energy waves shattered the ground, causing Qi Anlin to cough up blood, and Xiaoye was sent flying. He quickly retracted the treasure-seeking mouse to prevent it from being killed by the aftershocks. Buildings collapsed around them, and many ordinary people turned into blood mist. Ignoring the casualties, Qi Anlin staggered towards Xiaoye and took out the Earth Spirit pill rewarded by the system. Although it was a waste to use a pill that could heal internal injuries of first-realm practitioners on Xiaoye, he had no other choice at the moment. After consuming the pill, Xiaoye's injuries rapidly healed. She then carried Qi Anlin and continued their escape. Behind them, Yang Zheng was fighting 2 heavenly-level experts alone and was steadily losing ground. "Xiaoshun, stop daydreaming. Hurry up and help, the reinforcements are almost here," Yang Zheng shouted, sensing the rapid approach of the other mentors. Although the reinforcements might not be as strong as them, any additional fighting power was invaluable at this moment. Xiaoshun looked down at the devastated ruins, spotting a boy in his teens trapped under the rubble, crying out in pain. With a sigh, he unleashed a burst of mental energy. Under Yang Zheng's shocked gaze, he reduced the boy's body to a pool of blood. As the boy died, a peculiar aura filled the air. This sudden turn of events caused Yang Zheng to lose his combat rhythm, allowing Lu Gao to exploit the opening and land a heavy punch, driving him into the ground. Xiaoshun's face displayed a cold indifference, as if he had become a different person. Blood energy surged around him, accompanied by the wails of countless lost souls, turning the scene into a living hell. "Junior brother, can we really avenge our master like this?" This unexpected turn made Lu Gao and Wu Peng stop in their tracks simultaneously. Xiaoshun's change of stance was an unexpected boon for them. Qi Anlin, lying on the ground, witnessed everything and barely managed to suppress the injuries churning within him. Blood surged up to his throat. He was secretly relieved that he hadn't rashly joined the other mentors, or he might have fallen into the enemy's hands. However, a deep sense of despair soon overwhelmed him. While others leveled up gradually, like the classic story of the Calabash brothers saving their grandfather, he had to face several top-tier fighters right from the start. Without the reinforcements' help, his current strength, even with any hidden cards, would not save him from being captured. It felt like being thrown into an endgame scenario against a powerful foe right from the beginning. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, and with a thunderous roar, Yang Zheng burst from the rubble. His eyes were bloodshot, his entire body surging with energy, like a human-shaped bomb ready to explode at any moment. "Yang Zheng, have you lost your mind?" Lu Gao shouted, his face changing color in alarm. Yang Zheng's aura continued to climb. Not only had he burned through all his potential, but he had also destroyed his own foundation. To the horror of everyone present, he began to burn his very life essence. The surrounding dust and smoke dispersed violently as if struck by an invisible force. Yang Zheng's aura surged to its peak, faintly touching the threshold of the king level. His muscles rippled like waves, and with a low growl, he declared, "One punch to quell the storm. Gods vanish from the four seas." This punch targeted Lu Gao directly, its momentum unstoppable. Lu Gao, paralyzed by the oppressive aura, stood rooted to the spot. Though also a heaven-level warrior, his strength paled in comparison to Yang Zheng, who was burning his life force. The massive fist crashed into Lu Gao, producing a deafening roar that echoed across the sky. Shockwaves radiated outwards from Lu Gao, resembling a mushroom cloud from a nuclear explosion. His body was slammed into the ground, vaporizing the surrounding sand and leaving a massive crater 50 meters in diameter. Yang Zheng didn't pause, immediately pursuing his target. In battles at this level, mercy only provided opportunities for the enemy. Xiao Shun watched silently, observing Yang Zheng burn his life force for the sake of an unfamiliar battle body. He glanced down at the souls entwined around him, the countless bloodstains over the years seemingly dragging him into hell. In the distance, Xiaoye, who was fleeing, suddenly stopped and was uncontrollably pulled towards Xiao Shun. At that moment, Lu Gao burst from the ground, and Yang Zheng's voice followed, "Not enough. All three of you, come at me." Yang Zheng appeared beside Xiao Shun in an instant, his blood-soaked fists causing the surrounding souls to shriek in terror. Xiao Shun shook his head and said, "Junior brother, why do you torment yourself like this? Do you even deserve to call me junior brother?" Yang Zheng retorted coldly, his eyes locked on the fleeing Lu Gao. As Xiao Shun dodged the attacks, he bitterly explained his fall into the demonic path. "I did this only to break through, to avenge our master." Facing Yang Zheng's powerful punches, he chose to take them heed-in, his long hair whipping wildly in the wind. Yang Zheng turned his assault towards Lu Gao, his body now showing cracks. Xiao Shun, emotionally charged, questioned, "Why should we, heaven-level warriors who sacrifice for the country, be denied the resources to break through while everything is handed to those so-called genius battle bodies?" Yang Zheng shattered Lu Gao's skull with a single punch. By now, his hair had turned white, and his aura was rapidly waning. With tears in his eyes, he looked at Xiao Shun. "Master said you were talented and suited for divine refinement, and that I, the foolish one, should follow you. But Master was wrong." Wu Peng tried to escape, but Yang Zheng held him firmly. In this life-and-death struggle, Yang Zheng continued, "I too once resented the lack of support for Master's breakthrough, but Master once told me his path had come to an end. When he needed others to help him break through, he was destined to remain stuck there for the rest of his life." Yang Zheng stood there, recalling his master's words. Back then, his master's eyes were filled with deep helplessness. "We have reached where we are today thanks to the protection of the older generation. The human race could not afford to lose hope, even if it meant sacrificing their lives. It's my fault for being so incompetent." Yang Zheng clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms. "I couldn't reach the king realm, nor could I heal my master's injuries." He turned to Xiao Shun, the big guy who never made a sound even when severely injured. At that moment, Yang Zheng's voice choked with emotion. "Master always said you were smart and never needed these lessons, thinking you would understand. But he never expected you to go astray in the end." Looking at Wu Peng, whose body was half destroyed, Yang Zheng's eyes grew vacant. He turned to Qi Anlin, who was pinned to the ground by Xiao Shun's mental powers. That young figure reminded him of his younger self. Back then, his master had fought fiercely to protect him, ultimately damaging his own foundation. But while his master had only driven away the cultist, today Yang Zheng had taken down one enemy and injured another in a 3-on battle. "Master, I've surpassed you," Yang Zheng said with a bitter smile. He remembered his days as an orphan, bullied and filled with resentment towards the world. It wasn't until his master appeared that he felt warmth for the first time and understood the feeling of having a home. The surrounding scene began to blur as Yang Zheng's body fell powerlessly from the sky. As his consciousness faded, he seemed to see that kind-hearted old man, smiling and handing him a steaming sweet potato. Under his master's guidance, he learned to be kind to others and to control his temper. "Teacher, the part of me that you changed will always stay with me. In that way, we'll always be fighting side by side." Wu Peng's body slowly recovered. As he looked at the falling corpse of Yang Zheng, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. That madman was finally dead. If he hadn't also reached the peak of the sky level, he might have perished long ago. As for Lu Gao's death, it was actually a blessing in disguise. For him, one less competitor meant more resources. Yang Zheng's body landed with an eerie gentleness, not even stirring a speck of dust. In the sky, Xiao Shun stared at the corpse with a complex expression that words could not describe. On the ground, Qi Anlin looked at his mentor, who had been laughing and scratching his head with him just yesterday. Now, he had fought and died for him. A wave of indescribable grief welling up inside him. Why? Why did he fight so desperately for me? Why did he burn his life without hesitation? Qi Anlin's bloodshot eyes turned to Xiao Shun, filled with hatred. Even if Xiao Shun had his reasons, he could never understand watching his junior brother die on the wrong path. Feeling Qi Anlin's gaze, Xiao Shun turned his head and sighed lightly. Teacher, I regret it. He then guided Lu Gao's soul and essence into the blood curtain behind him. In the next moment, Xiao Shun made his move. A massive spiritual force transformed into a skull, rushing towards the heavily injured Wu Peng. Despite deafening warnings from others, Xiao Shun did not stop. Wu Peng's face turned pale with horror as he realized that Xiao Shun was not just tempted by profit, but was a true member of an evil cult. The skull devoured Wu Peng in one bite, and the floating souls began to gnaw at his body and spirit. Xiao Shun's aura changed drastically as he began to forcibly break through by absorbing the essence and souls of two sky-level masters. This fool was stupid all his life, but he got smart this once, Xiao Shun muttered. His body covered in blood-red patterns, his eyes growing increasingly crimson. Suddenly, a giant hand appeared, reaching towards the demonic Xiao Shun. Xiao Shun, do you really think you can match me by forcibly breaking through to the king level with dark arts? Under the giant hand, Xiao Shun seemed like a flickering candle in the wind. If not for his spiritual power's protection, Qi Anlin would have been crushed to a pulp by the overwhelming pressure. The power of a king. So what? Xiao Shun sneered. If your foundation hadn't been damaged, how could you have used me as a pawn? How could you have let me watch my junior brother die? The blood curtain unfurled, and countless vengeful souls howled, blocking the giant hand like a parade of ghosts. Blood trickled from Xiao Shun's mouth as he looked at the dissipating souls, which included former students, innocent people, and even his own daughter. He finally realized that in his quest for power, he had lost himself. Xiao Shun looked at Qi Anlin and gave a bitter smile. Kid, no one can be right every step of the way. I forgot I was a human in my pursuit of power. I killed my students, my daughter, and now even my junior brother. He closed his eyes, blood tears streaming down. The surrounding souls roared as they merged into his body, countless faces appearing on him, speaking in unison. I can't turn back anymore. When he made his first mistake, it was already too late to make amends. With the souls inside him, Xiao Shun's aura became even more eerily powerful. The faces began to tear at each other, and his spiritual power surged like a flood, transforming into ghostly apparitions that devoured the giant hand. A false king. Several giant hands suddenly turned towards Qi Anlin, only to shatter instantly. A towering blood-red scythe appeared, and Xiao Shun shrieked, trying to run? Old dog, you're regressing with age. The scythe slashed through the air, as if to cleave the sky. An ancient figure appeared, his body emanating a powerful aura like a giant sun. King Qinshan's face darkened. If not for Xiao Shun's betrayal, he could have taken Qi Anlin away effortlessly. Now that his identity was exposed, there was no place for him in the human realm. In that case, you will die here, King Qinshan said calmly, preparing to snatch Qi Anlin and leave quickly. Even if he didn't act, Xiao Shun, as a practitioner of dark arts, would eventually meet his end. The shadow behind Xiao Shun lunged at King Qinshan, its eyes gleaming with a demonic light. King Qinshan's face changed, quickly shielding his spiritual sea. This former genius had secretly advanced his spiritual power to such a terrifying level. Seeing his spiritual sea on the verge of being torn apart, King Qinshan roared, his fist glowing white, emperor-breaking fist. The space seemed to tear apart, explosions echoing across the sky. Xiao Shun frowned, instantly splitting into more than 10 figures, each with a ghostly image wielding a scythe, all slashing towards the earth-shattering punch. The speed of their battle was as swift as lightning, and even Qi Anlin could only see blurred afterimages. The air was thick with a suffocating pressure, and deafening explosions echoed all around. Although Xiao Shun's spirit-formed shadow, forged from resentment and mental power, had reached king-level strength, it was still constantly evading Qinshan Wang's fierce attacks. Clearly, it was still far from being able to kill him outright. In the instant the two combatants separated, Qi Anlin felt the restraints on his body suddenly vanish. Xiao Shun's voice echoed in his mind. Run! There are 2 more third-realm cultivators chasing you. Qi Anlin immediately scrambled to his feet, and was about to run towards Xiaoye when he caught sight of Yang Zheng's corpse out of the corner of his eye. He hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and dashed over to store the body in his spatial ring. Then he shouted, Xiaoye, run! At that moment, Qi Anlin finally understood the truth. Xiao Shun did not want to become enemies with Yang Zheng but had no choice but to watch him die. If Xiao Shun had intervened, Qinshan Wang, hidden in the shadows, would have immediately retaliated. It was only after Yang Zheng burned his life force to kill two heavenly-level experts that Xiao Shun could use demonic techniques to absorb their souls, forcibly breaking through to the king level. A wave of bitterness surged in Qi Anlin's heart. In his original world, although negative news was common, it was never as starkly brutal as this reality. He couldn't help but ponder. When one possesses immense power, can laws truly restrain them? Shaking his head, Qi Anlin summoned Xiaoxing, mounted Xiaoya, and fled for his life. The events of the day made him silently vow he would be an eternal enemy of the demonic cults. On the other side of the battlefield, Xiao Shun's right arm was torn off by Qinshan Wang, but his scythe simultaneously slashed through, severing one of Qinshan Wang's hands. As a body cultivator, Qinshan Wang's wounds healed quickly, while Xiao Shun, a spirit refiner, took the opportunity to distance himself again. By now, his glasses were shattered, and his clothes were merely a shadow formed by his mental power. Xiao Shun suddenly dove into a nearby residence. Qinshan Wang was about to flatten the house with a punch when he saw Xiao Shun re-emerge, holding a child of about 5 years old. Bastard! Let him go! Qinshan Wang roared, his eyes filled with killing intent. Let him go? Xiao Shun, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, laughed grimly. Old dog, this is your last remaining kin, isn't it? As the child tried to speak, Qinshan Wang's rage exploded, causing the surrounding buildings to collapse under his aura. It turned out that the child's tongue had been cut out. Xiao Shun, how could you be so cruel? He's just a child. Qinshan Wang's teeth ground together in fury. A child? Xiao Shun gripped the child's head, his voice icy. My daughter, my students, weren't they children too? You forced me to kill them, again and again. Now that I am all alone, what can you threaten me with? Tears of blood streamed from Xiao Shun's eyes. With a wave of his hand, a pile of corpses fell to the ground, and he threw something at Qinshan Wang. It was a stillborn fetus, emitting a foul stench, and it was the unborn child of Qinshan Wang's young wife. Old dog, you had a son in your old age, but what a pity. Your wife was still calling your name when I ripped the fetus from her womb. You've gone mad. Qinshan Wang's eyes filled with tears. I will make you pay. Xiao Shun shook his head, exerting force with his hand, and the child's head exploded like a watermelon, spraying blood everywhere. Xiao Shun. Qinshan Wang's roar shook the heavens. Meanwhile, Qi Anlin retracted his nearly shattered frost battle spirit, his face grim as he continued to flee. A large number of pursuers were on his tail, including 2 third-realm cultivators and a horde of lower-level disciples. To get me, they deployed a king level, 3 heavenly levels, and so many small fry. Demonic cult, you sure are something. Gritting his teeth, Qi Anlin continuously released his spiritual power to hinder the pursuers. By now, his mental sea was in complete chaos. Queen, I have given birth to a super-intelligent child. Xiaoya, Xiaoxing, Shushu is going to die. Mom, don't save dinner for me tonight. Qi Anlin's voice was filled with despair. He was racing down the street on Xiaoya, with 3 Tier 3 cultivators hot on his heels. The distance between them was closing rapidly. Qi Anlin frantically considered all possible escape routes, but realized he had no means to evade the Tier 3 cultivators. Even upgrading Xiaoya's skills was out of the question, as his current blood energy was far from sufficient. He quickly entered the blood energy space, attempting to find a weakness in his opponents, but was instantly defeated upon engaging. The disparity in power was simply too great. Soon, one of the Tier 3 cultivators caught up and grabbed the running Xiaoya. If they hadn't been intent on capturing Qi Anlin alive, they would have likely used their martial skills to obliterate him by now. In a desperate move, Qi Anlin immediately recalled Xiaoya into the beast pouch and sprinted ahead on foot. Brother, whatever the cult is paying you, my Qi family will double it. He didn't care about pride. He just wanted to survive and seek revenge later when he was stronger. Before he could finish his plea, another Tier 3 cultivator arrived and struck him, sending him flying. Stop wasting time with this kid. Grab him quickly. Reinforcements will be here any minute. There was a flicker of fear in the cultivator's eyes. If Qi Anlin escaped into the wilderness, it would be difficult to track him with their limited mental power. Qi Anlin hit the ground hard, unable to get up immediately. As the 2 Tier 3 cultivators closed in, he let out a long sigh, thinking this must be the author's way of writing him off. Who the hell gets hunted by a bunch of bosses in the newbie phase? I'm doomed. He closed his eyes, bracing for death, but the expected attack never came. Instead, he felt a chilling cold. Fenghua King. Look, if you two hadn't wasted time, this kid wouldn't be this injured. Qi Anlin opened his eyes in confusion, and the sight before him made his pupils contract sharply. The cultists who had been chasing him moments ago were now all frozen statues. Above the sky, the white spirit queen's moist, beautiful eyes were filled with reproach. Her gaze fell upon the young man below who had just endured a fierce battle. The Fire King descended to the ground and lightly tapped Qi Anlin's body. Instantly, his wounds began to heal at a visible speed. Then, with a wave of his hand, he summoned a blaze behind him that engulfed the cultists like a fiery inferno. "All right, kid, you're safe now." Qi Anlin swallowed hard, hardly believing he had escaped danger so easily. Those two powerful cultivators hadn't even made a splash before being annihilated. He looked at the intimidating Fire King before him. His fierce features and fiery red hair made Qi Anlin instinctively shrink back. "Don't frighten him, Fire King. He's an ice spirit physique. Your fire attribute energy could harm him." A gentle force lifted Qi Anlin. He turned to see the ethereal figure of the white spirit queen. Her flawless skin, delicate features, and serene demeanor reminded him of a grown-up Chu Xining. The Fire King snorted but didn't argue. He turned to Qi Anlin and asked, "Kid, where are the mentors who tested you?" Qi Anlin's eyes widened, and he quickly replied, "Honored seniors, Mentor Shao is still fighting the Thousand Mountain King. Although he carries demonic energy, it was the Thousand Mountain King who drove him to the demonic cult." "I see." The Fire King nodded and suddenly chuckled. "That old fool, though I don't know him, is weak beyond belief, being suppressed by a pseudo-king and showing signs of going berserk. No need to worry. The Water Moon King has already gone to capture those two king-level cultivators. As for the demonic cult, that's not something you need to concern yourself with." Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, a blood-red ant, the Blood Devourer King, was on a hunt. He had just killed a lunar tiger and absorbed all its energy, reaching the 8th tier of the mortal level. Although he resented the control of the Ant Queen, the high compatibility with his current ant soldier body made him temporarily accept his situation. In the underground nest, the Ant Queen, after consuming nearly half of the small pellets, gave birth to a new batch of offspring. Observing the Blood Devourer King's growth, she saw he was about to break through to the 9th tier of the mortal level. She ordered him to lead the ant soldiers out of the forest. The Ant Queen herself was on the verge of breaking through to the first realm, just waiting for the right opportunity. Back in Zhao County, a massive water sphere floated in midair, trapping two figures inside. Qi Anlin stared in shock. Two king-level powerhouses had been captured just like that. The Water Moon King smiled and said, "Capturing a king-level body cultivator can fetch some good cultivation resources. But this pseudo-king, I'm afraid, won't be as fortunate." It was his first time capturing king-level cultivators with such ease. The water bubble burst, sending the two crashing heavily onto the ground. King Fenghua spoke coldly. "This old man must be the Grand Pontiff of Qianzhou. With members of the 4 major families involved, it's time for a thorough investigation." King Bailing remained silent, offering only a faint smile. Among the 5 prominent families of Linqing, only the Ding family stayed uninvolved. This incident would undoubtedly cause trouble for King Huzhan, as Linqing fell under his jurisdiction. Ro Yun flew closer, her complex gaze landing on Xiao Shun. Although the specifics were unclear, the mere presence of the spirits clinging to Xiao Shun was enough to ensure his reckoning. No matter the intent, using human lives to boost one's power was unforgivable. Xiao Shun understood his fate well, his expression unchanging as he stared indifferently at Qi Anlin. After a long pause, he forced a bitter smile. "Qi Anlin, I admit I once coveted your body." The words sounded strange, but Qi Anlin remained silent, simply observing him. Despite Xiao Shun's ill intentions, without him, Qi Anlin would have surely perished today. This complex emotion left Qi Anlin at a loss for words. "Given the circumstances, I don't seek your forgiveness." Xiao Shun shook his head. "I only hope you can kill a few more of the Tianjiao kings in the future." With the spirits inhabiting his body, he was doomed, and rather than waiting to die in vain, he preferred to make one final contribution. Tiny starlights danced in the air as Xiao Shun's body gradually faded under Qi Anlin's conflicted gaze. A black horn appeared in Xiao Shun's hand, which he ignited with his mental power. An unusual fragrance filled the air, a flicker of hope flashing in Xiao Shun's lifeless eyes, only to give way to disappointment. Burning rhinoceros horn releases a strange scent, allowing communication between the living and the dead. Tears slid down Xiao Shun's human face. Qi Anlin watched him, a wave of sorrow welling up inside. The surrounding starlight drifted towards Qi Anlin as Xiao Shun's form grew increasingly ethereal. The 3 kings silently observed, with King Bailing sighing as he waved his hand, capturing Xiao Xing, who had been hiding in the shadows. Xiao Shun gazed at the empty space ahead, his eyes gradually dimming. Burning the rhinoceros horn and practicing demonic soul control techniques had ultimately failed to reunite him with his father-like teacher. "Teacher, did you also think I was wrong?" The starlight flowed into Qi Anlin, transforming into gentle spiritual and mental energy that propelled his advancement. Xiao Shun's body completely vanished, and in his final moment, Qi Anlin saw a trace of joy on his face. Even then, countless spirit hands were dragging his soul into the abyss. "Kid, consider this your good fortune. Close your eyes and absorb it quickly." said King Fenghua in a deep voice. With two other king-level experts present, they could ensure Qi Anlin's safety during his breakthrough. King Fenghua glanced at the two king-level experts beside him, secretly marveling at the boy's extraordinary talent. Remembering Qi Anlin's astonishing test results, he even felt a strong urge to take him as a disciple if the other two weren't present. He would have definitely taken this ice element genius under his wing. Who said a fire element master couldn't teach an ice element disciple? Qi Anlin sighed, feeling the immense spiritual energy surging within him. He then sat cross-legged and began to absorb it. Although the vast spiritual energy was gentle, it threatened to burst his meridians. At that moment, the spiritual channels of the Ant Queen and Xiaoya opened in time, helping him manage the tidal wave of spiritual energy and the unclaimed mental power that almost shattered his sea of consciousness. Xiaoya, just healed by King Belan, was momentarily stunned before lying down to absorb the spiritual energy. Meanwhile, far away in the forest, the Ant Queen suddenly awoke, feeling the influx of spiritual and mental energy within her. Delighted, she began to absorb it. The strength of this power was so great that it started to loosen her realm barrier. After a moment's thought, she decided to share some with the young one. This was the first time she had ever shown such favor to a child. Suddenly, the blood devourer king among the ant colony stiffened and began to writhe on the ground, startling the surrounding ant soldiers. The sudden impact of king-level spiritual energy nearly caused him to explode. Had he not reacted quickly, his ant body would have been shattered. In the ruins, the fluctuations around Qi Anlin grew even more intense, while Xiaoya was the first to break through. The three kings immediately turned their attention to the wolf beast. They all realized that Xiaoya had managed to hold on until King Belan's treatment due to a pill he had taken. This unprecedented pill made them wonder if it came from some ancient relic. King Belan, while comforting the spoiled Xiaoxing, fed him another pill. Both Shi and King Shuiyue noticed something odd. Qi Anlin had contracted 3 spirit beasts without breaking through a single realm, yet Xiaoxing did not share spiritual energy with him. King Shuiyue was particularly puzzled about Xiaoxing and Xiaoya's species. Although she had some clues, she couldn't pinpoint it exactly. As the three kings each pondered their own thoughts, Xiaoya completed his breakthrough. His body enlarged, claws gleaming blue, mane flying, muscles bulging, exuding an imposing presence. At that moment, Qi Anlin's dantian swelled again, turning an icy blue, and his meridians appeared more refined, rapidly increasing his spiritual energy absorption rate. Flames flickered in King Fenghua's eyes, almost disturbing Qi Anlin. Fortunately, King Belan quickly calmed the disturbance with her ice spiritual energy. She chastised King Fenghua's recklessness and then closely observed Xiaoya, suddenly narrowing her eyes. This wolf beast also possessed an incompletely activated ice soul battle body. 2 identical battle bodies. Bai Lingwang took a deep breath, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. This kid's fortune is truly extraordinary. Not only does he have a battle body himself, but even his contracted beast possesses one too. The synergy between them is bound to result in incredible future growth. No wonder his spiritual power is so pure. While Bai Lingwang was deep in thought, the other 2 kings were equally shocked. A beast with a battle body becoming a contracted beast, this was unprecedented in history. Fenghua Wang, the old folks from the other universities are on their way. You go hold them off. Bai Lingwang and I will take this kid back. Shuiyue Wang quickly reacted. The dual battle body talent was enough to make them bend the rules. Such a prodigy couldn't be allowed to fall into the hands of other universities. Upon hearing this, Fenghua Wang immediately soared into the sky and disappeared in an instant. Shuiyue Wang was momentarily stunned, then muttered under his breath, "Idiot, I was just speaking offhandedly. Did you really have to go?" His temper is too volatile. If he actually ends up fighting those other kings, he might get captured. That would be a huge embarrassment. Qi Anlin, unaware of the commotion around him, was focused on his own breakthrough. The barrier of his current realm shattered with a roar, and powerful spiritual energy surged throughout his body, making him yearn to find someone to spar with and release this newfound power. However, before he could adapt to this power, the spiritual energy tide from the Ant Queen surged over him. The familiar scene replayed, and blood trickled from the corner of Qi Anlin's mouth. With difficulty, he looked at the 2 kings and pleaded, "Seniors, help me." Bai Lingwang and Shuiyue Wang's expressions changed dramatically upon seeing this, and they immediately stepped in to stabilize Qi Anlin's meridians, helping him absorb the excessive spiritual energy. What kind of beast has this kid contracted? The spiritual energy feedback is simply astonishing, Shuiyue Wang exclaimed. What puzzled him even more was that the beast clearly had fire and metal attributes, yet the feedback was pure spiritual energy with no attributes, not to mention the abnormal mental feedback. Bai Lingwang, cursing, freak, under his breath, continuously fed Qi Anlin pills. The spiritual energy was so immense that it could potentially cause another breakthrough. They had to lay a solid foundation for him to prevent an unstable base. Sure enough, It wasn't long before Qi Anlin's aura changed again, breaking through directly to the second stage of the first realm. Given the current circumstances, Qi Anlin has not yet officially taken the college entrance exam but has already reached the second stage of the first realm. This level of strength earned a smile of approval from Bai Ling Wang, indicating that this young man no longer needs to take the final theoretical exam. The devastation in Zhao County is heart-wrenching. First, the incident with the small insect world caused numerous casualties, and now the fierce battles among several powerful figures have left the entire city in ruins. Suddenly, a powerful wave emanated from the sky. Shui Yuang looked up to see Hu Zhanwang appear in tattered clothing, clearly having gone through a fierce battle. Hu Zhanwang surveyed the wreckage of Zhao County and sighed deeply. The aftermath of battles between cultivators above the fifth realm is exceedingly destructive. There were no survivors to be found among the ruins. He quickly gathered his emotions, turned his gaze towards Lin City, and a flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. It was time to deal with those prominent families. Judging by the time, people from other universities should be arriving soon, Bai Lingwang said. Let's take this kid and leave first. Shui Yuang was rather indifferent towards Qi Zhanwang. Although they were both of the kingly realm, the distance between their territories meant they rarely interacted. Moreover, the presence of so many high-realm cultists in his territory indeed indicated some management issues. However, considering Lin City's vast and sparsely populated area, along with the scarcity of kingly realm cultivators, one couldn't entirely blame him for being overwhelmed. Bai Lingwang glanced at Shui Yuang with some surprise, having initially thought he was joking, but it turned out he was serious. Taking this young man back to their school was indeed a wise move. As for other universities trying to recruit him, it would be a fair competition. After all, the military university had ample resources, so there was no worry about retaining talent. Shui Yuang reminded him that although the connection between Xiao Yu and Qi Anlin's battle bodies was currently known only to them, the representatives from other schools, even if not of the kingly realm, were all top-tier experts with keen eyes. If this relationship were discovered, it might trigger a scramble, which would be undesirable. Bai Lingwang nodded in agreement. After greeting Hu Zhanwang, he took Qi Anlin and the two summoned beasts and soared into the sky. The system panel updated immediately. It detailed Qi Anlin's various data, including realm, profession, blood energy, summoned beasts, and cultivation techniques. Qi Anlin could clearly feel the leap in his strength. He was now capable of easily defeating 20 of his previous selves. The Queen Ant's production capacity had also increased to the point where it could produce first-realm ant soldiers, raising the troop limit to 6, which allowed for the development of new types of soldiers. Looking at the rapidly receding clouds, Qi Anlin couldn't help but feel a bit weak in the knees. Even though the king's spiritual shield protected him from the wind resistance, the sensation of being suspended in the air was still something he hadn't quite gotten used to. The subsequent content includes conversations with Bai Lingwang and Shui Yuang, discussions about the military university, and Qi Anlin's reflections on the plight of Zhao County. It also showcases his anticipation of modifying the tiger-armored ant soldiers, planning to integrate mantis genetic traits into them. The gene list of the Ant Queen appeared before Qi Anlin, and he quickly identified the gene of the iron flower mantis. Seeing the required 800,000 blood energy, he felt a twinge of pain but gritted his teeth and confirmed the selection. The fusion process would take an hour. In the blood energy space, Qi Anlin had been fighting continuously for 10 hours and finally awaited the completion of the fusion. At this moment, he closed his eyes quietly, seemingly resting but actually harmonizing his state. Bai Lingwang and Shui Yuewang noticed that Qi Anlin's control over his body was steadily improving. What a little monster! Bai Lingwang marveled. Breaking through both the fan level and the E level, Qi Anlin not only showed no discomfort, but also exhibited a trend of complete mastery. Shui Yuewang, however, frowned and said, Bai Ling, this kid has monstrous talent, but his cultivation is too scattered. He explained in detail that even for Qi cultivators, the physique and mental strength undergo a transformation after breaking through to the Wang level, which is why Wang level can crush Tian level. However, switching to another profession after breaking through often leads to a decline in body control and energy imbalance. Shui Yuewang was quite conflicted about Qi Anlin's future. As the owner of the Ice Soul battle body, Qi Anlin was indeed more suited to focus on Qi cultivation. But now his beast companion also possessed the Ice Soul battle body, and the complementary effects of the two identical battle bodies far exceeded simple stacking. In terms of body cultivation, Qi Anlin's practice of the Xianjun body refining technique had reached a shocking level, achieving the 7th layer at the peak of the E level, a rare talent indeed. Qi Anlin listened to the conversation between the two kings. After some testing, he found that Xia Yin, at fan level 8, could no longer break through his defense. Even standing still, he remained unharmed. This leap in strength left him secretly amazed. Regarding the suggestion to abandon certain professions, Qi Anlin inwardly chuckled. With the system in hand, there was no need to worry. Now that he had reached the E level, he began to consider contracting a second beast, this time opting for a support type. Entering the system's backend, Qi Anlin started modifying a new ant soldier. He removed the fire poison trait, intending to find a stronger poison gene for replacement in the future. After fusing the iron flower mantis gene, the initial form of the new ant soldier looked somewhat odd. Qi Anlin immediately began adjustments, retaining the scythe-like forelimbs, restoring the rear forelegs to normal for stable support, and adding armor-piercing drills to the ends of the scythes, maintaining mobility while enhancing armor-piercing and bleeding capabilities. This new ant soldier was characterized by strong offense and weak defense, complementing the defense-oriented tiger armor ant soldier. Qi Anlin initially thought of creating more pure defense-type ant soldiers, but quickly dismissed the idea it was better not to aim too high. Soon, a new ant soldier took shape in Qi Anlin's hands. This ant soldier resembled a mantis, but was far more robust. Its most striking feature was its scythe-like forelimbs, gleaming coldly as if forged from steel, with trident-like armor-piercing tips at the ends that sent chills down one's spine. To enhance this unit's armor-piercing ability, Qi Anlin specifically thickened the muscle fibers within its body, significantly boosting its explosive power. However, this modification also led to decreased mobility. To address this, he came up with a solution: the mimic worm gene. This gene, worth 300,000 units of blood energy, was hard-earned. When the ant soldiers ventured out of the forest, they hunted a few first-tier demonic beasts, and all the blood energy gained was invested into this modification. The mimic worm was a special creature discovered by the ant soldiers during their sweep. It could perfectly mimic its surroundings and conceal its presence. Despite its knack for hiding, it wasn't difficult for the keen-scented ant soldiers to find it. Tiger ant soldiers detected it when it disguised itself as a rock. With the mimic worm gene integrated and meticulously fine-tuned, this new type of ant soldier became a unique, heavy-armored assassin unit. Though large in size, first-tier individuals were already comparable to adults and seemingly incompatible with stealth, Qi Anlin had a tactical plan. They would work in tandem with the tiger ant soldiers. While the latter drew the enemy's attention, the new units would quietly approach and deliver a fatal blow. Upon reviewing the production parameters, Qi Anlin realized that the cost of a single new ant soldier was equivalent to that of 5 tiger ant soldiers of the same tier. However, the investment was worthwhile. He contentedly named this new unit Blood Reaper Ant Soldiers, truly a precision killing machine. After finishing with the ant soldiers, Qi Anlin contentedly exited the system's backend. In the distant night, the lights of Haicheng glittered like a tapestry, mesmerizing him. The cityscape was stunning from his aerial view, though the lack of safety barriers during flight made him feel slightly uneasy. Meanwhile, the Blood Devourer King was on the ground, absorbing the surrounding blood to heal his wounds. They had just exited the forest when they stumbled upon a battle between several Tier 1 demonic beasts. Initially, he planned to wait until they were weakened before making a move, but unexpectedly, the group of Tier 9 ant soldiers charged in recklessly. These ants seemed to know no fear, fighting anything in their path and even removing incapacitated comrades. What surprised the Blood Devourer King the most was the Queen Ant's ability to continually produce ants of the same tier. Whenever he felt hostility towards the Queen, he would inexplicably calm down, as if some force was suppressing him. Helpless, he had to temporarily leave the ant swarm and search for solitary Tier 1 demonic beasts. After absorbing the souls of both the beasts and the ant soldiers, his aura grew stronger, hinting at a breakthrough to Tier 1. At that moment, in an underground cave in the forest, several fierce blood fiend ants were licking their scythes. To test the combat strength of the new ant soldiers, the Queen had arranged a special match. Several Tier 2 blood fiend ants against a group of tiger armor ants, supplemented by 10 Tier 1 tiger armor ants and 3 blood fiend ants as high-level combatants. The battle erupted instantly. A blood fiend ant struck first, its sharp piercing stinger penetrating a tiger armor ant's head. Immediately, the other blood fiend ants' scythe-like forelimbs slashed through the enemies, dismembering them. Their explosive power and lethality far exceeded that of ordinary mantis-type beasts, capable of delivering fatal strikes while in stealth. Although the blood fiend ants managed to kill over 100 tiger armor ants in direct combat, they were eventually overwhelmed and killed due to their smaller size. Even in their final moments, they maintained formidable combat strength, taking down 2 more enemies before their heads were bitten off. Qi Anlin learned all of this through the Queen Ant, and was very pleased with the blood fiend ant's performance. In direct combat, a single blood fiend ant could take down 7 or 8 tiger armor ants. If fighting alone, their kill count could even increase by half. This fearless nature, combined with their powerful combat abilities, made each blood fiend ant a terrifying presence for any enemy. As Qi Anlin descended, he pondered the issue with the tiger beetle ant soldiers. Despite their formidable combat abilities, their lack of intelligence and reckless behavior had led to heavy casualties. He realized that he needed to start researching composite warfare strategies as soon as possible, and various innovative ideas began to flash through his mind. At that moment, Bai Lingwang spoke up. "Shao Qi, this is Haicheng. However, we won't be heading to the military academy tonight. He explained that since Qianlin had not yet officially become a student of the military academy, it would be presumptuous to take him away, and bringing him directly into the academy would be even more inappropriate. Doing so would inevitably attract joint complaints from several other major schools. Although battle bodies are rare, it's not uncommon for a few to appear among the millions of candidates each year, Bai Lingwang continued. This year is particularly special, with over a dozen battle bodies emerging. Even without you, the military academy has recruited 3, the Tianlei battle body ranked 8720, the Jinhong battle body ranked 9702, and the Bingfa battle body ranked 4705. The academy has paid a considerable price for this. He added that in the myriad worlds, humanity was not particularly strong, and in the past century, only one battle body had made it into the top 100 rankings. Qi Anlin nodded in understanding. Learning that his sister, Qi Shueyue, had already gone to another world, he breathed a sigh of relief. Given his current level, if he ran into his sister, he would inevitably be dragged into a sparring match, which was the last thing he wanted right now. Thinking about his upcoming university life, Qi Anlin couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. More resources meant more options for synthesis, and a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Leveraging his unique synthesis system to help mythical beasts evolve and mutate in a place teeming with wealthy individuals like the military academy could be an immensely profitable venture. After checking into the hotel provided by the school in Haicheng, Qi Anlin bid farewell to his 2 mentors and began contemplating his money-making plans. Although using blood energy to synthesize beasts would be the fastest way to make money, it would be too conspicuous. He knew very well that if he did that, a swarm of powerful figures would come to seize his abilities before the government even had a chance to intervene. After careful consideration, he decided to take a more conventional route, aiming for a position as a spirit nurturer. As someone who started out as a beast tamer, he couldn't afford to give up this identity, even if he abandoned the other 2 professions, because it was crucial to his synthesis system. While he was pondering, his gaze fell on Xiaoxing, bouncing on the bed. An idea suddenly struck him. Since the system was so intertwined with beast taming, could the blood energy space also accommodate beasts? He grabbed Xiaoxing. This pet had indeed been holding the team back recently, mainly because it hadn't established a spiritual channel with him. Otherwise, the energy from his breakthroughs would have benefited it greatly. Speaking of which, he really needed to gain better control over the Ant Queen's spiritual channel. Every time the Ant Queen broke through, it almost killed him, which was quite embarrassing. He silently commanded Xiaoxing to enter the blood energy space, and the next second, Xiaoxing actually disappeared from his hand. He quickly entered the blood energy space and was delighted to find a new option next to the original 3, beast training. Seeing this new feature, Qi Anlin felt like slapping himself. How could he have missed such an important function? All because of this uninformative, unupdating system. Xiaoxing looked around the blood-colored space in confusion, then showed a terrified expression, as if it thought it had died. Qi Anlin sighed and rubbed his temples, lifting it up and saying, "You're not dead, but what you're about to go through might be worse than death. Enjoy poking your belly button, do you? Like sending messages to girls on my phone, huh?" He opened the beast training interface, revealing options for attack, defense, speed, skills, combat ability, and overall enhancement. Considering it was his first attempt, he chose speed training. The system indicated it would require 10,000 points of blood energy and 1 hour of training time. Once the training began, Xiaoxing was transported to the center of a field, surrounded by over a dozen humanoid puppets armed with machine guns. Amidst the hail of bullets, Xiaoxing was repeatedly shot, revived, and shot again, letting out agonizing screams. Watching this brutal training scene, Qi Anlin felt a pang of guilt and exited the blood energy space. He then summoned Xiaoya and selected attack training for it. Although it cost 100,000 blood energy points, seeing Xiaoya grow stronger through continuous attacks, injuries, and recovery made him feel the investment was worthwhile. Just then, a message arrived from Bai Lingwang, saying she had finished discussions with the school and would soon come to talk about resource allocation. Qi Anlin felt a surge of excitement. This meant representatives from other universities had also arrived. He eagerly anticipated the offers they would make to win over his formidable abilities. Upon receiving the news, Qi Anlin quickly left the hotel and headed to a spacious stadium. From the sky descended the White Spirit King, followed by the Water Moon King, who wore a faint smile. As the topic of the Beacon Fire King came up, the Water Moon King couldn't help but show a look of schadenfreude. Earlier, their old friend had brazenly attempted to intercept the kings from other schools all by himself, declaring, "Our army has claimed the battle body, you may leave." Naturally, he ended up being surrounded and attacked by several kings. Though his life wasn't in danger, he did suffer quite a bit. At this moment, the Beacon Fire King was nursing his injuries, leaving behind only an angry shout, "I will remember this grudge." Seeing the Water Moon King's expression, the White Spirit King shook his head helplessly. "Only the Beacon Fire King would be so reckless," he said, then turned to Qianlin. "Xiao Qi, The various schools will soon present their offers. There's no need to rush your decision. Since you're here, we can discuss things privately. Although the military university had a natural advantage in recruiting battle bodies, Chi Anlin already possessed a battle beast, which meant other universities would likely offer attractive conditions. The White Spirit King candidly admitted that the military university had invested heavily in acquiring the battle body this year, and could not afford to divert resources from other students, which might limit their offer. Chi Anlin nodded in understanding. If the offers were comparable, he would naturally lean towards the military university, where his sister Chi Shueyue was studying. It was a pity she wasn't a beast master. Otherwise, they could rise together. Suddenly, several figures descended from the sky, and the immense pressure made Chi Anlin raise an eyebrow. The newcomers were the Sky Sword King, the Brutal Force King, and 5 other kings, each from top-tier and first-rate schools. The Brutal Force King landed with a force that shook the entire stadium, prompting the Sky Sword King to remind him to control his strength. The 7 Absolutes King from Yuanda carefully reviewed Chi Anlin's profile, his eyes flashing with admiration. All of Chi's ability indicators were top-notch, and he had already reached the second stage of the first Realma rare talent indeed. The 7 Absolutes King was the first to make an offer. Young man, join Yuanda, and I'll give you 5,000 credits, a king-level technique, 5 heavenly golden cicada leaves, and a slot for secret realm training. For your body refining technique, the school will provide 2 full sets of resources. This offer far exceeded Chi Anlin's expectations. He restrained himself from immediately accepting and politely said he needed to consider it. The 7 Absolutes King was very pleased with his attitude, as many young battle bodies tended to be overly arrogant. Next, the Purple Thunder King extended an olive branch. Join Nanda, and you'll get 5,000 credits, a king-level technique, a portion of heavenly flood dragon blood, and an opportunity to train at the Enlightenment Cliff. The Enlightenment Cliff? Nanda is really pulling out all the stops. This condition drew the attention of everyone present. Chi Ju Wang raised an eyebrow, his expression revealing a hint of deep meaning. He slowly explained the precious nature of Wu Dao Yuthi's sacred training ground that opens once every 4 years. Not only does it enhance one's comprehension, but it also allows cultivators to enter a state of sudden enlightenment, offering a chance to grasp the true essence of martial arts. For any martial artist aspiring to become a king, having their own Dao is crucial. Although the school can provide Chi Anlin with a celestial level technique, it is ultimately just a replicated version and does not contain the true essence of the Dao. Because of this, every spot in Wu Dao Ya is extremely valuable. Standing beside Chi Anlin, Bai Ling Wang's face changed dramatically. She knew that Nan University was determined to win. Even though Chi Anlin's battle body was destined to reach the king level, truly comprehending the Dao would take an unknown amount of time. Chi Anlin keenly noticed the change in expressions among the kings around him and immediately realized the extraordinary nature of Wu Dao Ya. However, he weighed his options internally. With the help of the system, coupled with 10 times the time and expert guidance, perhaps the results wouldn't be inferior to those of Wu Dao Ya. Bai Ling Wang sighed and earnestly said to Chi Anlin, Shao Qi, the opportunity of Wu Dao Ya is indeed rare. With this spot, you might directly comprehend the Dao. After listening to Bai Ling Wang's detailed explanation of Wu Dao Ya's benefits, Chi Anlin nodded thoughtfully. He knew that he didn't particularly need this opportunity, but since Nan University offered such generous terms, it was clear they valued him highly. This goodwill shouldn't be easily dismissed. At that moment, Yulong Wang from Long University suddenly spoke up, his eyes fixed on Chi Anlin. I've heard you're also a beast tamer. Why don't you summon your beast so I can see your talent? I might even gift you a king-level beast cub. As a king-level beast tamer himself, he had already noticed the 3 light clusters in Chi Anlin's spiritual sea. What surprised him the most was the immense power of the first light cluster, far exceeding the level Chi Anlin could currently contract. Even for a king like himself, he had never seen such a peculiar existence. Royal Beast Master. Chi Anlin's voice trembled with excitement. With this reward, he could save at least 10 years of hard work. Nearby, Bai Ling Wang and Shui Yue Wang's expressions turned grim. Clearly, their plans had been exposed. They had hidden the fact that Chi Anlin possessed a beast with a similar combat body. They had secretly contacted the school to negotiate for a larger share, hoping to recruit Chi Anlin at a lower cost. But now that Chi Anlin had revealed the existence of Xiaoya, they would have to pay a higher price. Shao Qi, let your beast out, Bai Ling Wang sighed. It had come to this, and there was no other choice. She was also genuinely curious about what Chi Anlin's first beast was. Chi Anlin nodded in agreement and pretended to take out the beast back. In the next moment, Xiaoya appeared on the ground, its powerful aura causing the ground to crack. The pupils of the kings contracted sharply, and Bai Ling Wang had to wave her hand to dispel the surging aura. Ice Soul Combat Body, Yulong Wang exclaimed, his voice trembling. Initially, he was only interested in Chi Anlin's first beast and didn't care much about the combat body. But now, Seeing an Ice Soul combat body contracting a beast with the same combat body was a huge surprise. Yulongwang was shaking with excitement. As a beast master, he knew how precious beasts with combat bodies were. Such beasts were nearly impossible to contract forcibly and were often geniuses of their respective races, with deep backgrounds that made them hard to capture. He turned to Bai Lingwang and Shueyuewang. You knew all along, didn't you? No wonder the military conference made an exception to bring him directly to Haicheng. Xiaoqi, summon all your beasts, Yulongwang said kindly. Qianlin then summoned the Ice Soul Battle Spirit and Xiaoxing. The Ice Soul Battle Spirit appeared somewhat weak due to its injuries, while Xiaoxing immediately ran to Qianlin's leg, smearing his pants with tears and snot. Yulongwang carefully examined the beasts. Xiaoxing's species was unclear but seemed quite special. As for the Ice Soul Battle Spirit, he could tell it wasn't Qianlin's contracted beast. Xiaoqi, where's your first beast? Qianlin's face changed, and he hurriedly explained that the Ice Soul Battle Spirit was his first beast. But Yulongwang shook his head, knowing that elemental beasts have no emotions and could not be so obedient just from being raised. After thinking for a moment, he guessed that it might be a companion spirit of the Ice Soul combat body beast. Sorry, senior, my first beast got lost in another world, Qianlin said calmly. Next, the kings from various academies started making offers. Yulongwang, representing Dragon Academy, offered a royal beast cub, academic credits, techniques, and a heaven-grade beast bag. The Heavenly Sword King tempted with royal-level techniques and Yuanyang Ice. Finally, the Military Academy offered the most generous terms, dual royal-level techniques, Tianlang Divine Jade, Snow Crystal Pills, and other precious resources. Faced with such generous offers, Qianlin was thrilled inside, but remained calm on the surface. Sorry, seniors, my sister studies at the Military Academy, and it has always been my first choice. After a brief discussion, the kings gradually departed. Once everyone had left, King Bailing spoke up. So, it turns out your beast was lost in another world. At that time, I thought you just hadn't summoned it. King Bailing's tone grew more serious. If a beast dies, it will cause a backlash to its master. Since your beast is lost in another realm, retrieving it is crucial. However, there is another option: severing the bond with your beast. This method, though it will cause some harm to the master, is not severe and can be treated. In fact, many beast masters choose to abandon their original beasts for higher quality ones as they grow stronger. This method is much more cost-effective than having a beast trainer evolve the beast. Qianlin immediately shook his head, his attitude firm. I will never cancel the contract. He thought to himself, no way, the Queen Ant's blood energy is too important to me to give up. However, this lie made him a bit anxious. If the school really sent someone to search for the beast in the future, it could be troublesome. The small beast realm has low spiritual energy density, and the strongest monster there is only at the 4th stage. Any king-level figure could easily sweep through it. He needed to find a way to cover it up. These kings are like radars, easily seeing through the secrets of his body. Under the guidance of the two kings, Qianlin arrived at the gates of the Military Academy. To his surprise, the academy was not located in Haicheng but in another world. King Bailing explained to him that this other world, known as the Military Realm, was not conquered but was a subsidiary world of Blue Star, developed by the first principal. Unlike those secret realms that cannot autonomously generate spiritual power, such as Wuda's Spirit Pool Secret Realm, which has 10 large spirit springs but limits the number of entrants each year, the Military Realm not only has a large spirit spring but also a higher overall spiritual energy density than Haicheng, making it ideal for students and teachers to cultivate. Passing through a spatial tunnel, Qianlin's vision went dark momentarily before he saw a gigantic gate exuding an ancient aura, towering into the clouds. He couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The layout here didn't resemble a modern university. It looked more like an ancient sect. King Bailing led him into the air, and above the clouds, he saw floating green peaks, resembling a fairyland. In the Military Academy, each peak belongs to a king and represents a different cultivation path, King Bailing explained. Qianlin looked around and indeed found that each mountain was unique. There was a fire attribute peak with trees constantly ablaze, an ice attribute peak covered in crystalline ice, a water attribute peak filled with ponds and waterfalls, and a peak made entirely of rock. A king's aura changes the surrounding environment. This is not a privilege but a way to prevent strong individuals from constantly restraining their power. To avoid the entire school becoming chaotic, such an arrangement is necessary. As they flew into the school, a few students looked up at them. Although it wasn't yet the start of the school term and most students were training in other worlds, the campus wasn't very crowded, but some still recognized Qianlin's level. Another battle body? Are there really that many battle bodies being admitted this year? One student muttered. For someone to be admitted at this time, unless they had extraordinary talent, the school wouldn't send a king to personally escort them. Even if they had reached the 1st realm, they would have to wait until the term started to enter. Stop talking. He's already at the 1st realm. Get back to training, or you'll be pushed out of the rankings by the new students, another student sighed. Entering the military academy meant being among geniuses, but for that very reason, the differences in their abilities stood out even more. Above the sky, Chi Anlin gazed at the cloud-shrouded pavilions and the grand, walled residences nestled among the green trees. The ancient, picturesque architecture blended perfectly with the cultivation world, making him appreciate it much more than modern buildings. Although the military academy was vast, as cultivators, they had their own ways of coping. Like Chi Anlin now, who could achieve speeds comparable to vehicles just by using his legs. This was even more true for cultivators of the second and third realms. As a result, the entire academy had no need for any transportation tools. Soon, Chi Anlin arrived at the residence assigned to him by the school. It was a four-sided courtyard brimming with spiritual energy, featuring a pond and small bridges in a well-laid-out garden. The spacious area was large enough to accommodate his spirit beasts. Looking at this luxurious abode, Chi Anlin couldn't help but marvel at how the development of this other world had made housing so affordable. Such a courtyard was actually given for free. Bai Lingwang noticed his astonishment and explained with a smile, "This is a heaven-grade residence, only available to the top 100 students on the leaderboard. Although all students live alone, only the heaven-grade residences are this spacious. Moreover, it comes with a dedicated alchemist and a cultivation room, and the spiritual energy density here far surpasses other areas." As soon as he entered the courtyard, Chi Anlin saw a unique beast. An eagle-head, lion-bodied creature that looked like it was made of white jade. Instinctively, he assessed it. Name: Ice Spirit Griffin. Attribute: Ice. Level: Second Realm, First Stage. Potential: High-grade Spirit. Seeing the confusion in Chi Anlin's eyes, Bai Lingwang continued, "This is also one of the school's benefits. The academy is so large that even a first-realm cultivator would be exhausted from running around. So the school provides some students with beast mounts." Chi Anlin suddenly understood. As a cultivation academy, the military academy naturally looked down on ordinary transportation tools and preferred to use spirit beasts for transport, which was more fitting for their status. However, such treatment was evidently reserved for the top students, while others would likely have to pay out of their own pockets. The daily cleaning duties at school are handled by both regular staff and monks. However, for large residences like the Tianzi dormitories, students have the option to hire housekeepers at their own expense. Regarding the movement of non-student personnel within the academy, the school has long been prepared. Anyone without a personal mystical beast can summon a ride using a wristband provided by the school. The cost varies depending on the beast's level. Bai Lingwang took out a wristband emitting an icy blue glow from his sleeve and handed it to Chi Anlin. This is the wristband issued by the school. It not only has a holographic projection function, but also comes with a storage space of 10 cubic meters. Chi Anlin took the wristband, closed his eyes, and concentrated for a few seconds to complete the refinement process, instantly mastering how to use this artifact. "Thank you, Senior." The continuous stream of benefits made Chi Anlin secretly delighted. Is this the treatment for geniuses? Although he once resisted privileges, the allure of special treatment proved irresistible once again. After Bai Lingwang left, Chi Anlin immediately activated the wristband's holographic projection to delve deeper into the school's details. After all, the king level Bai Lingwang wasn't his personal butler. He would have to figure out the rest on his own. The holographic projection displayed various functional modules such as the points mall, task list, and basic school information and notices. Chi Anlin first opened the points mall to see what treasures he could get with his 10,000 points. The virtual panel showcased an array of dazzling items. Queen Carcass of the Flame Heavy Star Tumor Ant Low King level, 35 billion points. Heart of the Flesh-Eating Flame Carving Lion Mid King level, 17 billion points. Aurora Swordsmanship Path of the King, 21 billion points. Purple Gold Dragon Spear Low King level, 31 billion points. Heavenly Demon Bodhi Pill Low King level, 13 billion points. Seeing these exorbitantly priced items, Chi Anlin couldn't help but marvel. Especially the Queen Carcass of the Flame Heavy Star Tumor and the mere thought of the power boost it could bring made his heart race. Unfortunately, the prices of these king-level items were staggering, far beyond his points. Switching to the section for First Realm monks, the prices were much more reasonable. Bone Tempering Pill Yellow Level Low Grade, 40 points. Chi Refining Pill Yellow Level Low Grade, 40 points. First Grade Spirit Stone, 30 points. Red Sky Technique Yellow Level Low Grade, 210 points. By comparing, Chi Anlin quickly understood the value of points. 100 points were roughly equivalent to a first-grade Spirit Stone, making his 10,000 points worth about the same as a second-grade Spirit Stone. However, the true value of points extended beyond this, as the school mall offered many rare resources hard to find elsewhere. For instance, the Aurora Swordsmanship would drive even kings crazy. Next, he checked the task list and found tasks of varying difficulty. Collect 10 yellow-level Wind Chime Grass, 300 points. Obtain the corpse of a third-realm Xian Feather Stone Horse Beast, 3 million points. Kill the Blood Devourer King. 42 billion points. Blazing Sun Path. Seeing the task to kill a king-level entity, Chi Anlin couldn't help but daydream. How great would it be to encounter a severely injured Blood Devourer King? Of course, this was mere fantasy. In his current state, he couldn't withstand even a glance from a king-level entity. After exploring the wristband's functions, Chi Anlin turned his attention to the Ice Spirit Griffin. Although it was provided by the school as a mount, it was ultimately just a hired relationship, making its loyalty questionable. He pondered whether to attempt a synthesis. Meanwhile, the Queen Ant in the background was continuously producing First Realm Tiger Armor Ant Soldiers and Blood Fiend Ant Soldiers, who steadily joined the ranks for blood energy accumulation. Defeating a Stage 1 Kailu can earn him 110,000 blood energy, while taking down a Stage 3 Fei Yuan netted 450,000. Chi Anlin watched as the blood energy count steadily climbed, finally settling at 1.3 million. He nodded in satisfaction. The addition of the Shui Sha Ant Soldiers had indeed significantly boosted his efficiency in farming blood energy. Although the Shui Sha Ant Soldiers weren't particularly fast, Chi Anlin had devised a strategy to counter this, sending the agile Hu Jia Ant Soldiers ahead to scout. Once they located a target, they would return to lead the Shui Sha Ant Soldiers to it. This tactic proved to be quite effective. With an ample amount of blood energy in hand, Chi Anlin was ready to use it to enhance the loyalty of a certain creature. But as he looked up towards the distant mountain peak, his brow furrowed. Being new to the military academy, there was always a chance that a king-level expert could be observing him from the shadows. Using his synthesis ability now would be like exposing himself. As for evolution, it wouldn't ensure the loyalty of the beasts. It seemed he would have to wait until he left this place. Nearby, the Ice Spirit Griffin watched Chi Anlin curiously. It could sense a special aura around him that made it feel closer to him, as if staying by his side would continually unlock its potential. Originally, these academy-fed beasts served the students under the threat of the Demon King, but after receiving many benefits, their attitude had shifted from reluctant compliance to active willingness. The Ice Spirit Griffin hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to sniff Chi Anlin. Its eyes lit up, and it let out two excited calls. Cheetah Sha. It wants to become your beast. Xiao Xing, perched on his collar, immediately noticed and loudly alerted him in his mind. Chi Anlin shook his head with a sigh. While having the Ice Spirit Griffin as a mount would indeed be impressive, its attributes and role overlapped with his Howling Moon. Even with its flight capability, he currently needed a support-type beast more. Occasionally helping it with synthesis would suffice. A contract wasn't necessary. You are a Stage 2 beast now, far stronger than me. Let's talk about this later, he gently reassured it. He planned to find a secluded spot to secretly perform a synthesis for it, so he wouldn't have to worry about these issues. Just then, his wristband chimed with a message notification. Chi Anlin checked it and saw that Bai Ling Wang had summoned him to the War God Tower. As a specialized training ground for students, the War God Tower not only improved combat skills but also offered rewards for each level cleared. Moreover, the higher the level, the more credits one earned each month. Is this an invitation to challenge the tower? Chi Anlin pondered thoughtfully. Riding on the Ice Spirit Griffin, Chi Anlin followed the map to the War God Tower. This towering structure appeared to have only 9 floors from the outside, but inside, it concealed 100 levels. The tower's exterior was marred with cracks, and at its base, the White Spirit King was conversing with a white-bearded elder. White Spirit, is this the new battle body? The elder, known as the Demon Subduer King, glanced at Chi Anlin with surprise in his eyes. This young man's physical body is incredibly strong. The White Spirit King nodded with a smile. What do you think, Demon Subduer King? His potential is impressive. If he focuses solely on physical training, his power will far exceed its current state, the Demon Subduer King assessed. That won't do, the White Spirit King explained. We've discussed it, and Chi Anlin is best suited to dual cultivation of Beast Mastery and Chi cultivation. He possesses the Ice Soul Battle Body, which aligns perfectly with Chi cultivation, and he's already a Beast Master. The two disciplines complement each other. Even with dual cultivation, his progress won't lack. However, a Beast Master without strong mental fortitude risks being overpowered by their beasts. Surprisingly, his mental strength is far beyond his peers. The Demon Subduer King sighed. What a pity. The Ice Spirit Griffin landed smoothly, and Chi Anlin respectfully greeted the two elders. Greetings, esteemed elders. He thought to himself, perhaps he should claim his reward first and master the 2 king-level techniques in the blood energy space before challenging the tower. With his talent, he should be able to grasp the basics within half a month. The Demon Subduer King stroked his beard, observing Chi Anlin. Despite his humility, the young man maintained a combat-ready stance, prepared for any sudden developments. This vigilance clearly indicated extensive battle experience. Young man, you carry many secrets, the Demon Subduer King remarked, as his arms suddenly expanded, energy surging to form a crystal. This is my Tao crystal, containing my full-strength strike. As he finished, his aura noticeably weakened, indicating significant expenditure. You're quite decisive, the White Spirit King remarked in surprise. Chi, this crystal's power is enough to severely injure a newly ascended king-level cultivator. Thank you, Elder. Chi Anlin accepted the generous gift without hesitation, knowing that excessive modesty would only embarrass the Elder. The Demon Subduer King laughed heartily, patting Chi Anlin on the shoulder. Give the War God Tower a good run. I have high expectations for you. Those I've favored have never disappointed. He then listed the achievements of other battle bodies. The Golden Rainbow Battle Body reached the 12th floor, the Heavenly Thunder Battle Body the 16th floor, and the Soldier's Path Battle Body an impressive 28th floor. These far surpassed the average newcomer's 5th-floor level. I will not let you down, Chi Anlin promised earnestly, his heart filled with anticipation. This great Dao Crystal is exactly what Chi Anlin needs. He plans to use it as insurance for his upcoming visit to the Ant Queen. Considering the unique nature of the Ant Queen, he cannot have the kings escort him, making this crystal the best means of self-defense. Though he has yet to conquer the War God Tower, Chi Anlin is confident in his abilities. He carefully reads the description on his wristband. The tower does not judge based on cultivation level, but rather on the warrior's overall combat prowess. Even though other warriors may have been steeped in battlefield experience from a young age, they might still fall short in combat awareness compared to him. After all, during his time in the Otherworld, he fought tirelessly in the blood energy space every day, unbothered by injuries or the fear of death. After a brief conversation with the two kings, Chi Anlin stepped into the War God Tower. His vision went black, and a familiar sensation of spatial teleportation washed over him. In the next instant, he found himself in a vast space. Suddenly, a figure lunged at him like lightning. Chi Anlin reacted swiftly, his right hand clamping down on the opponent's neck like a steel vice, veins bulging as he slammed them into the ground. As blood splattered, he recognized that this was a version of himself, albeit one significantly weaker than his current self. As the opponent fell, a surge of pure spiritual energy flowed into Chi Anlin's body. Though this amount of energy was insignificant to him, it marked the completion of the first stage. Chi Anlin quickly realized that this self was at a lower cultivation level, with combat power equivalent to a first-stage cultivator without any enhancements. Outside the tower, White Ling King watched as the marker for the first stage lit up, a slight smile playing on her lips. She handled that faster than expected, she thought. This stage has tripped up quite a few people. Indeed, the War God Tower's hallmark is that battles commence as soon as one enters. Many first-time challengers are caught off guard and injured, impacting their subsequent attempts even if they aren't eliminated. While the injuries within the tower are real, the system will immediately teleport a student out if they face a fatal attack. The first challenge involved facing a version of himself with lower cultivation. Chi Anlin wasn't worried about this opponent, whose power was equivalent to that of an ordinary cultivator. Even if he got hit unexpectedly, his own strength would ensure the damage was negligible. In the second challenge, Chi Anlin encountered a slightly stronger version of himself. Unlike the first challenge, he could initiate the attack this time. He released a faint killing intent, which the opponent immediately sensed and responded to with an attack. Instead of rushing to defeat his opponent, Chi Anlin chose to engage in a brief skirmish to confirm that this version was indeed somewhat stronger, though still lacking his unique abilities and martial skills. Finally, with a precise kick to the throat, he easily cleared the challenge. His reward was a top-grade mortal fruit. Chi Anlin had a sudden inspiration and summoned Xiaoxing and Xiaoyu. Since it was a simulated battle, it wouldn't hurt to let them gain some experience as well. Xiaoyu's strength had increased by 30, and Xiaoxing's speed and evasion had also improved significantly. He tossed the fruit to Xiaoxing, who caught it joyfully and began to devour it with delight. In the third challenge, there were two weaker opponents along with the projections of Xiaoxing and Xiaoyu, making a total of 4 enemies. Chi Anlin effortlessly dispatched the 2 projections of himself with 2 punches, and Xiaoyu quickly finished its battle. Xiaoxing, however, was chased around by 2 weaker versions of himself until Chi Anlin intervened, crushing the 2 mouse shadows with a single stomp. This scene left Xiaoxing staring in shock as its kind dissolved into light particles. In the subsequent challenges, Chi Anlin advanced smoothly, quickly reaching the 10th level. Here, he had to face 2 exact copies of himself. Thanks to his extensive combat experience, he still emerged victorious with ease. The rewards from the earlier challenges included various resources, spiritual energy, and body tempering power, while the 10th level granted him a spiritual-grade lower-tier cultivation technique called Mind Refining Method, designed to enhance mental resilience through forging practice. After breaking through the 10th level, the battle mode changed. In the 11th challenge, Chi Anlin faced an opponent from the Golden Horn tribe named Mocha. To be cautious, he first entered the blood energy space to gather information. He learned that the strongest defense of the Golden Horn tribe was in the horn on their head, and striking it could cause an energy riot. Armed with this knowledge, Chi Anlin easily defeated Mocha. This victory brought him a substantial reward of spiritual energy, directly filling his dantian. Although Xiao Xing and Xiao Yu didn't participate in the battle, they still received some of the spiritual energy as part of his combat force. Unlike the violent energy infusion from the Queen Ant, this time the spiritual energy transfer was moderate, allowing Qi Anlin to cultivate calmly. After meditating for a while, Qi Anlin managed to advance his cultivation level. Although the abundant spiritual energy could have propelled him directly to the peak of the first stage's second level, he chose to allocate some of it to temper his body and nourish his dantian, laying a more solid foundation for future cultivation. He then continued to proceed to the next level of the War God Tower. Outside the War God Tower, a minor incident occurred. The King of Flames, wrapped in bandages and looking rather disheveled, flew over with a face full of anger. That brute, the King of Strength, dared to ambush me while my body was weakened. Just wait, he'll taste the fire soon enough. The White Spirit King struggled to contain his laughter, while the demon-subduing king bluntly reprimanded, "This is what you get for not controlling your temper. You keep hanging around with the Moon Water King, and every time he takes advantage while you end up injured." Upon hearing this, a sharp glint flashed in the King of Flames' eyes, but he quickly lowered his head and landed silently on the ground. The White Spirit King couldn't help but burst into laughter ever since the King of Flames had been suppressed by the demon-subduing seal for a whole month after defying the demon-subduing king. This usually fearless warrior had become quite submissive in his presence. "This kid has already reached the 15th level," the demon-subduing king said, changing the subject. "His progress is impressive. He's catching up to the Thunder War body." Although Qi Anlin's higher cultivation level meant he faced stronger opponents, and he was also skilled in 3 professions, the demon-subduing king still doubted he could surpass the mini-Temescalinge soldier's war body. However, the speed at which Qi Anlin was clearing each level was unusually fast, suggesting he was likely pausing briefly to recover his spiritual energy and heal his wounds. Little did the 3 kings know that Qi Anlin was currently in the blood energy space, repeatedly simulating battles against giants to find the optimal path for clearing levels without getting injured. In this special space, he could freely expend energy, whereas in reality, every injury required a long recovery period. Meanwhile, inside the War God Tower, Xiao Xing was holding a large pile of rare treasures, the abundance of which even left Xiaoya astonished. Despite participating in the battles, Xiaoya's rewards were only a quarter of Xiao Xing's, which left Xiaoya feeling somewhat resentful. The levels quickly rose to the 20th floor, and Qi Anlin paused to rest. Outside the tower, the presence of 3 kings drew a crowd of onlookers among the remaining students, who discussed in small groups. "A new combat body? He's already reached the 20th floor," exclaimed a young man dressed in traditional clothing. "I've heard from home that a full-talent Ice Soul combat body appeared in Zhao County and managed to survive under the hands of a king, reaching the 20th floor on his first attempt, and he doesn't even need to recover?" Bai Lingwang frowned, sensing something was amiss. The strength of the images within the War God Tower was not to be underestimated, and Qi Anlin's astonishing progress raised suspicions. More importantly, the school's life source hadn't been delivered yet. How was this kid recovering? Fenghua, Fumawang suddenly spoke. "Deliver the school's resources directly to him. I'm going to find Fenghua Ju." With that, he leapt into the air and disappeared in an instant. Breaking through 20 levels in 2 hours was an astounding display of combat talent. For reference, even Ji Hao, the record holder of the military academy and a Saint Emperor combat body, took a full 8 hours to reach the 25th floor on his first attempt. Inside the blood energy space, Qi Anlin looked at his injured hand and shook his head in resignation. The demons on the 20th floor were indeed formidable, and despite trying various combat strategies, he couldn't avoid getting hurt. Fortunately, injuries would fully heal upon retrying the challenge. After countless life-and-death experiences, he had learned to maintain combat effectiveness even with severe injuries. Weighing his options, Qi Anlin spent 80,000 blood energy to summon Xiaoya. These demons were armed to the teeth, especially their dangerous cone-shaped tails. "Xiaoya, watch out for its tail," Qi Anlin briefly instructed before launching his attack. Facing a first stage, second-level dark attribute demon named Mosin, Xiaoya, despite being only first stage, first level, showed no fear. The power of ice instantly froze Mosin, but the ice shattered a moment later, and Mosin charged at Xiaoya. "You observe its weak points. I'll keep it occupied," Qi Anlin commanded while engaging in battle with Mosin. Suddenly, a sharp white bone spike shot out from Mosin's elbow, aiming straight for Qi Anlin's throat. Prepared for such an attack, Qi Anlin swiftly dodged and tore through the demon's wing membrane. Mosin let out a piercing roar, opening its massive jaws to bite off Qi Anlin's head. At that moment, Xiaoya suddenly appeared and ferociously lunged at Qi Anlin's nape. Without turning around, the demon centipede immediately raised its pointed tail, aiming to pierce Xiaoya's body. In this critical instant, Xiaoya's tail agilely entwined with the centipede's tail, instantly releasing a freezing power that locked the intertwined tails in ice. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Anlin pushed off the ground and swiftly moved out of the centipede's attack range. With a flick of his wrist, his long sword pointed directly at the centipede's mouth. The centipede's eyes gleamed with malice, just as it was about to bite the sword. A sudden intense pain turned its eyes blood red. It turned out that Shi Anlin had already executed a cunning move from the Xian Yin sword technique, striking the centipede's vulnerable underbelly. Blood dripped from the wound onto the ground as the centipede let out a painful roar. Seeing this, Xiaoya immediately released the centipede's tail, but not before leaving a few deep gashes on its body with its icy claws. Enraged, the centipede turned its head, its eyes glowing an even deeper red. It opened its mouth filled with sharp teeth, and a pitch-black energy sphere began to form within. Shi Anlin was about to shout a warning to Xiaoya to dodge, but the energy sphere had already been launched. This was the centipede's ultimate move. Whenever it found itself in a desperate situation, it would burn all its blood and spiritual energy to unleash a devastating attack far beyond its usual power. Wherever the energy sphere passed, the stone tiles on the ground disintegrated, rapidly closing in on Xiaoya. The centipede knew that this lethal strike might not kill Shi Anlin, so it targeted the weaker Xiaoya instead. Just when Shi Anlin thought he might have to restart from a checkpoint, Xiaoya's body made an incredible twist, dodging to the side with an almost impossible angle. The energy sphere exploded upon impact, and although Xiaoya quickly erected a massive ice wall, it was still shattered by the destructive force. The body of the demon ginseng turned into a dried corpse, and as the dust settled, Xiaoya appeared in Shi Anlin's line of sight, looking slightly disheveled. Shi Anlin squinted his eyes, assessing the battle. Although Xiaoya had a slight edge in speed, his lack of defense and attack power was concerning. As a subject of cultivation, Xiaoya needed the ability to confront enemies hidden, not just to cause disruptions. Considering that opponents at the one-realm level made the freezing skill seem inadequate, Shi Anlin immediately invested 400,000 blood energy to upgrade Xiaoya's freezing skill to the spirit grade lower tier. Once Xiaoya completed the upgrade in the blood energy space, he promptly returned to the War God Tower. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, a 5-meter ice-100 lion was facing off against the Blood Devourer King. A murderous glint flashed in the Blood Devourer King's eyes. If I kill this one-realm 3rd stage ice-100 lion, I can break through to the one realm. The Blood Devourer King was feeling restless. Recently, the new ant soldiers cultivated by the Queen Ant had not only astonishing attack power but also stealth abilities that made them almost undetectable by beasts of the same realm. He had nearly lost his life to a Blood Shura ant soldier while injured. According to the rules, any ant soldier that lost its combat ability had to be executed, a brutal regulation that made the Blood Devourer King wary of getting injured. Once I reach the 2nd realm, I'll reclaim my demon heart, the Blood Devourer King calculated. Although this ant soldier body was decent, its potential was limited. With the demon heart, he could break through all the way to the 3rd realm 5th stage. As the surrounding ant soldiers launched their attack on the ice-100 lion, the Blood Devourer King concealed his aura, searching for the perfect moment. Although the souls of these ant soldiers were thin after death, the souls left behind by slain beasts could help him enhance his power. Back in the War God Tower, Shi Anlin was toying with an ice blue moon crystal, a reward for reaching the 30th level, a top-grade spirit-grade treasure. His gaze fell on Xiaoya, and he entertained the idea of fusion. Despite the daunting cost of 300,000 blood energy and a 40 success rate, Shi Anlin decided to give it a try. Unfortunately, the first 2 attempts ended in failure, costing him 600,000 blood energy and 2 moon crystals. But determined to gain the power of the lunar force, he gritted his teeth and tried a 3rd time, finally succeeding. In the end, Shi Anlin approached Xiaoxing, taking all the treasures she had accumulated. He spoke gently, "These are of no use to you. Tell me what you want, and I'll get it for you." Looking at Xiaoxing's priceless treasures, top-grade spirit-grade red cloud bone, lower-grade profound-grade flowing flame fur, even he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. I worked myself to the bone, but in the end, I still couldn't match this guy. Xiaoxing's eyes immediately reddened as she watched her belongings being snatched away. Just as she was about to cry, she heard Shi Anlin's words and her eyes darted around. She quickly changed tactics. "I, the little mouse, want to start a mouse harem." Shi Anlin was taken aback for a moment, then grabbed the little hamster in his hand. "Do you even know your own gender? Are you a male hamster? All you think about are stewardess mice or mice in black stockings. What kind of nonsense is in your head?" "I, the little mouse, just like it that way," Xiaoxing responded confidently. Shi Anlin felt helpless, but then he thought, since Xiaoxing wanted female mice, there wouldn't be any issue of the cabbage being eaten by pigs. So, he nodded and agreed to her request. He planned to visit the pet store later and buy her 2 female hamsters, hoping it would stop her from using his phone to flirt around. After collecting Xiaoxing's reward, Shi Anlin entered the blood energy space and began practicing the 4th level of the Xinyun body refinement technique. Meanwhile, outside the War God Tower, a large crowd of students had already gathered, their discussions buzzing. 30 floors. Is this guy cheating? He actually broke the record of the Holy King. Several kings have come to watch. The military academy is about to produce another prodigy. I heard this new battle body cultivates 3 professions simultaneously, and all have reached the second stage of the first realm. That's inhuman. The new battle body is indeed powerful. Not long ago, the soldier battle body gave a few sophomores a tough time. As the students were engrossed in their discussions, a lazy yet fiery figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Everyone immediately fell silent. Disperse. Instead of training, you're all here making a commotion. The figure's voice was lazy but carried undeniable authority, causing the surrounding students to scatter like birds and beasts. On the ground, Fenghua Wang restrained his arrogance and spoke up. Fenghua Jun, you actually came in person? Just here to check on that girl's brother. Otherwise, shall come to Phoenix Peak and bother me again, Fenghua Jun said casually, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes as he glanced at the stone tablet. In the Tower of War, Qi Anlin exited the blood energy space and exhaled deeply. After enduring inhuman torment, he finally mastered the 4th level of the Xianjun body refinement technique. His current defense was now formidable enough to withstand attacks even from a 9th-tier mortal. Nearby, the blood cocoon that Xiaoya had transformed into shattered, and the blood energy turned into pure power, beginning to heal the internal injuries caused by Qi Anlin's body refinement. Once his physique returned to its peak state, his gaze fell on the newly transformed Xiaoya. The synthesis had brought significant changes to Xiaoya. A crescent moon, emitting a divine aura, appeared on the forehead of the extreme ice lunar wolf. Its ice-blue eyes seemed capable of freezing space, and its smooth fur gently swayed despite the absence of wind. Not only did it acquire several powerful skills like Ice Seal and Swift Wind Step, but it also awakened a spirit-level passive skill called New Moon, which could enhance its combat power under moonlight. Not bad, not bad. Definitely worth my 900,000 blood energy, Qi Anlin said with some pain, as it was supposed to cost only 300,000. With Xiaoya's evolution, a surge of lunar power infused its spiritual energy, perfectly aligning with Qi Anlin's lunar sword technique. Surrounded by lunar energy, Qi Anlin instinctively gripped his sword and launched an attack at the figure across from him. The guardian on the 30th floor, Feng Su, was a divine warrior radiating intense heat. Facing Qi Anlin's assault, Xiaoya immediately joined in, unleashing a barrage of ice spikes. As the ice spikes neared Feng Su, they exploded into ice shards, obscuring visibility. Qi Anlin's sword struck like a viper, aiming directly for Feng Su's eyes. An intense battle ensued. Feng Su's area attacks were incredibly powerful, but each release left him briefly vulnerable. Qi Anlin seized these moments, coordinating with Xiaoya for close combat. At a critical moment, his Xian Yin sword technique advanced to a minor accomplishment level, conjuring countless azure swords that pierced Feng Su, turning him into a sieve, thus securing victory. Although this battle left Qi Anlin and Xiaoya with some injuries and consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy, they managed to pass this stage safely. Unfortunately, the enemies slain in the Tower of War were merely projections. Qi Anlin sighed as he gazed at the empty battlefield. He had hoped to obtain a battle body and had even imagined the fascinating changes that could occur by merging the battle body with his spirit beast. This level is enough for now. Qi Anlin decided to halt his challenge temporarily. Once he mastered the king-level techniques, his strength would undoubtedly soar, and he could resume the challenge then. A surge of pure spiritual energy flowed into his body as a reward from the Tower of War. Qi Anlin immediately sat cross-legged, focusing on absorbing the energy. Xiaoya, his spirit beast, lay beside him, also digesting the spiritual power. Even Xiaoxing, who had merely basked in the sun nearby, unexpectedly broke through to the 9th stage of the mortal realm, letting out joyful cries. Soon, Xiaoya broke through to the 2nd stage of the first realm. The spiritual energy from this breakthrough was primarily used to transform Qi Anlin's Dantian, doubling its capacity compared to other cultivators of the same level. He didn't rush to break through further, but compressed the spiritual energy within his Dantian to the extreme, almost reaching the point of gasification. Fortunately, his Dantian was resilient enough. Otherwise, such compression could easily cause it to rupture. The reward for reaching the 30th floor also included 3 floating source pearls, radiating a rich life force. These pearls, of mid-grade spiritual quality, were condensed from the life essence of demonic plants and possessed powerful healing effects. Qi Anlin stored the source pearls in his spirit beast space without using them immediately. Reflecting on his experience in the tower, Qi Anlin realized there was still room for improvement in his abilities. Some geniuses, who had been training since childhood and had the added advantage of battle bodies, accumulated numerous benefits within the same realm. Just like the high bloodline demons he encountered in the blood energy space, who not only had a plethora of skills but also far superior physical qualities. Outside the tower, Fenghua Jun, with her narrow fox-like eyes, scrutinized the young man who had just set a new record. She whispered to Bai Ling, "This kid, despite his ordinary background, managed to surpass Ji Hao's record. You've trained him well." She thoughtfully recalled her own disciple, finding the situation of the Qi siblings rather intriguing. As Qi Anlin rode Xiaoya out of the Tower of War, he saw only 3 kings waiting in the air. One of them exuded an especially formidable aura. Even though it was restrained, Qi Anlin could still feel its overwhelming presence. "Honored seniors, I am pleased to report that I have successfully broken Senior Ji's record," Qi Anlin said, slightly embarrassed. He had expected a larger audience, unaware that Feng Huajun had already dispersed the onlookers. At that moment, Feng Huajun's languid voice echoed, "Kid, you're even stronger than your sister was back then. Break Ji Hao's record, and I'll reward you with a heavenly grade magical artifact and an extra 100,000 credits." These words struck Qi Anlin like a bolt of lightning. His eyes lit up instantly, and his heartbeat quickened. This Feng Huajun was not only a big shot, but also knew his sister. While expressing his gratitude, Qi Anlin's mind was already speculating. This person was very likely his sister's mentor. Feng Huajun gave him a meaningful look. "You, little fellow, have quite a few secrets. It's intriguing." As she spoke, she flipped her wrist, and a delicate ring appeared in Qi Anlin's hand. "This is a heavenly grade concealment ring. It can hide your aura. Even a King Realm expert wouldn't be able to detect your secrets without careful inspection," she explained. "With this, ordinary kings will just think you're a regular First Realm cultivator." Then, with a light grasp, Feng Huajun took Qi Anlin's wristband. As she adjusted it, she said, "The school's rewards are all stored here. Remember, the heavenly wolf divine jade should be hung around your wolf beast's neck to let it absorb slowly. It shouldn't be consumed directly. The snow crystal pill can be taken directly, as its medicinal properties are mild. The blood flame's secret realm, which is specifically for body refining, will open in half a month. Since school hasn't started yet, find something to occupy yourself." Qi Anlin nodded repeatedly, already planning his trip to the beast realm. Rather than conventional cultivation, he was more interested in using these resources for beast synthesis. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something important and asked, "Excuse me, senior, does the military academy have a place to assess the spirit cultivator profession?" This question brought a brief silence to the surroundings. In the next moment, Qi Anlin found himself teleported right in front of Feng Huajun. "You have the talent of a spirit cultivator?" Feng Huajun's expression turned peculiar. To her, it was astonishing that someone so young could practice so many professions simultaneously. She even suspected that this kid might have accidentally evolved his beast once, and then started considering himself a spirit cultivator. Qi Anlin quickly nodded, internally marveling at the terrifying power of a June-level expert. The move that had seemingly shattered space to grab him still left him in awe. Feng Huajun looked skeptical. After pondering for a moment, she said, "Coincidentally, there are many flying beasts in the back mountain. I'll take you to test them." She then turned and instructed, "Feng Hua, go fetch Fei Yuwang." As the only Beastmaster King in the military academy, Fei Yuwang was the key to why these flying beasts were so obedient. Feng Huajun thought to herself, she wanted to see what tricks Qi Anlin could pull. In an instant, Feng Huajun's figure flickered, and the scenery before Qi Anlin changed abruptly. He found himself floating above a massive cliff. The cliff looked as if it had been cleaved by a divine axe, nearly vertical, with man-made caves dotting its walls. Looking up, he saw countless beasts soaring in the sky, creating a magnificent scene. In addition to the common griffins, there were many bizarre birds of various shapes. Even winged horse Pegasus were among them. Qi Anlin wondered why such herbivorous creatures would choose to nest on a cliff. Feng Huajun led him into a larger cave, where a massive wyvern-like beast cowered in a corner upon seeing her. Qi Anlin looked around and noticed a crystal ball embedded in the stone wall, which made him look at Feng Huajun with curiosity. "This is a product of the school's research," Feng Huajun explained, as she tapped the crystal ball with Qi Anlin's bracelet. The ball immediately displayed a location. "Each beast is equipped with a mental inducer, allowing us to locate the pickup point accurately." She added with a hint of resignation, "These beasts are much faster than vehicles and are quite a combat force. If it weren't for these advantages, I would have vetoed such a troublesome arrangement long ago. If you can afford the credits, you can even hire a heaven-level beast for transport. They can fight for you, but will flee in the face of mortal danger." Qi Anlin nodded in agreement. This was a new revelation for him. The perfect blend of science and fantasy made this world uniquely fascinating. "This wing croc is a mid-tier mortal-grade beast," Feng Huajun continued. "It's not very intelligent but has a large body, which is why the school keeps it. See if you can meet its evolution conditions." Qi Anlin looked puzzled at the wyvern-like creature, wondering how it could be called a crocodile. Using his identification skill, information immediately appeared. Name, winged croc. Potential, mid-tier mortal grade. Level, mortal grade, stage 7. Attribute, earth. Description: a hybrid species born from special circumstances, with chaotic bloodlines and significant defects, resulting in low intelligence. Special circumstances? Is reproductive isolation just a formality? Chi Anlin resisted the urge to comment and activated the evolution path option. Given his ability to freely combine things, the existence of such peculiar creatures didn't seem so strange. 3 evolution options appeared. 1. Sky Croc Top Tier Mortal Grade. Requires 7,000 blood energy. 2. Earth Drake Low Tier Yellow Grade. Requires 30,000 blood energy. 3. Winged Beast Top Tier Mortal Grade. Requires 6,000 blood energy. After careful analysis, Chi Anlin realized that the first option sacrificed size for speed, the second abandoned flight for a Western dragon form, and the last focused on increasing size, making it the most suitable for a transport beast despite the reduced flight speed. Noticing Chi Anlin's contemplative expression, Feng Huajun raised an eyebrow and thought, could this kid really have figured something out? Senior, Chi Anlin seized the opportunity to say, this wing croc is difficult to command due to its chaotic bloodlines and low intelligence. I've thought of 3 evolution paths. Facing a June-level expert, Chi Anlin decided to speak openly. Gaining her favor at this stage could provide guidance that would save him years of effort. 3 paths. Feng Huajun's frown deepened. Typically, a spirit trainer would need to observe a beast's various traits, including teeth and combat abilities, over an extended period to determine an evolution method. This kid claimed to see 3 paths at a glance, making her want to slap him. But she didn't expose him. She calmly asked, what are the 3 paths? Senior, Chi Anlin replied confidently, the evolution methods can be explained based on its bloodline. Chi Anlin elaborated on 3 evolutionary paths for the winged crocodile, with the most intriguing being the bloodline activation plan. This plan involves finding 5 flying grass plants and a single wind element crystal, which would activate the flying wyvern bloodline within the beast. Although this would result in a significant reduction in size, it would greatly enhance its intelligence, addressing the issue of its mixed bloodline causing it to be dim-witted. Feng Huajun listened thoughtfully, slightly parting her lips in contemplation. As a beast cultivated by the Feiyu King, the initial goal for the winged crocodile was to leverage the massive size of the earth-armored crocodile to create a large flying beast. Previously, the evolution of other winged crocodiles required the absorption of flying wyvern blood essence, which was not only costly but also less practical compared to purebred flying wyverns. Chi Anlin's proposed method, if feasible, could significantly reduce the cost of evolution. After all, flying grass is abundant in the habitats of flying wyverns. Feng Huajun pondered for a moment. Although these plans had not yet been tested, her simulations suggested they were quite viable. Clearly, Chi Anlin's analysis was not mere speculation. When the Feiyu King arrives, we will conduct a field test, said Feng Huajun, her eyes glinting with anticipation. Although these beasts are dim-witted, they have a high reproductive capacity. If all 3 evolutionary paths succeed, the military could reap substantial benefits. Chi Anlin nodded in agreement, but internally, he was cautious. He reminded himself not to be too ostentatious. Even if he wanted to display his genius, he should first carefully observe the situation. Being able to discern the evolutionary paths of beasts at a glance could attract unnecessary trouble, even with Feng Huajun's protection. Before long, a massive shadow appeared in the sky. The surrounding flying beasts let out terrified screeches and fled hurriedly back to their caves. Chi Anlin looked up to see a gigantic eagle-like creature hovering in the air, its size so immense that even his body seemed insignificant compared to one of its feathers. A king-level beast. Chi Anlin thought in shock. An elderly figure gracefully descended from the back of the eagle beast and stepped into the cave. This was the Flying Master King, whose stern demeanor reminded Chi Anlin of strict old teachers who would often punish students. Feng Huajun got straight to the point. This is a new battle form entrant. He has discovered 3 evolutionary paths for the winged crocodile. Please verify their feasibility. If they are indeed viable, I intend to grant him the title of Spirit Nurturer. The Flying Master King was taken aback, scrutinizing the seemingly ordinary Chi Anlin. Upon probing with his mental power, his expression changed dramatically. Feng Huajun, did you really bestow such a treasure upon this boy? As a beast-taming expert obsessed with research, he was quite oblivious to external affairs. His talent is promising. He might become the next Jihao, Feng Huajun said calmly. Although Chi Anlin's current performance was outstanding, Jihao's battle form talent was indeed superior, making Chi Anlin's potential hard to predict. Shocked, the Flying Master King quickly focused on the key point. You said he found 3 evolutionary paths? Although he was aware of these paths, it was astonishing that a first-stage, second-tier cultivator could come up with them. Sensing the 3 unique energy spheres in Chi Anlin's mind, he excitedly grabbed the young man's shoulder. 3 professions? Tell me more. Chi Anlin winced in pain, silently retracting his previous assessment of the elder's composure. Meanwhile, in the beast world, The Blood Devourer King was locked in a fierce battle with the first stage, second-tier beast. His body, covered in menacing spikes, had long since evolved from the form of a tiger-armored ant soldier. During the fight, he manipulated his opponent's blood to form a massive blood beast, continuing the struggle. As long as he gathered enough blood energy and souls, he would break through to the second stage. Deep within the cave, the Ant Queen quietly digested the prey brought back by Little Clever, contemplating the future of this unique ant soldier. Ultimately, she decided to let Little Clever lay eggs directly, without overthinking the complex relationships involved. Back in the cave, after Chi Anlin presented his evolutionary plans, the Flying Master King couldn't hide his astonishment. Incredible! How did you come up with this? Even Feng Huajun was amazed by the land dragon before them. Chi Anlin fabricated a story. Senior, I owe it to my unique mental power. During the turmoil in the insect world, I entered a space filled with numerous beast-taming books. While recovering from my injuries, I read them all and gained a lot of insights. Later, I tried to harmonize the energy within beasts, leading to these discoveries. Hearing this, the Flying Master King stroked his chin and said, "Young man, would you like to become my disciple? I see you have 3 special beasts, and I can provide the best evolutionary resources." However, Feng Huajun timely interjected, "Flying Master King, you're too late. This little one has already become my disciple." Chi Anlin froze, looking utterly bewildered. He had no idea when such a thing had happened. A flicker of change passed over Fei Yu Wang's face, but he quickly regained his composure. Feng Huajun is indeed very powerful, but managing students is a tedious task better suited for us. Besides, this boy's sister is my top disciple. It would be more appropriate for her to handle his training. And what if it's fire attribute? Feng Huajun retorted coldly. Look at the entire sect. Can any ice attribute mentor compare to me? A look of helplessness flashed in Fei Yu Wang's eyes. It was true that, aside from the principal, Feng Huajun was the only one in the school who had reached the June level. Not even a group of mentors from other attributes could match her strength. Little Chi, you should think this over carefully, Fei Yu Wang said, sensing Feng Huajun's displeasure and wisely stopping his argument. What? You dare to poach my disciple after all I've said? Feng Huajun snorted, grabbing Chi Anlin. I've taken on another apprentice. Fei Yu Wang. Don't forget to register him as a spirit trainer. Before he could respond, she disappeared with Chi Anlin. In the cave, Fei Yu Wang sighed deeply. I should have come out of seclusion sooner. In an instant, Feng Huajun and Chi Anlin appeared in a courtyard. She spoke sternly, Little Chi, when Xiaoxue became my disciple, I gave her a few objectives. You will have to complete the same tasks. First, earn 10,000 credits within the first 7 days of school, excluding any initial rewards. Second, you must rank within the top 5,000 in the school's power rankings before your second year. Third, before graduation, you must complete one of 2 options. Either defeat a world ruler of the same realm, even from a small world, or hunt down an otherworldly king. Chi Anlin gasped. Where would he find a world ruler? As for a king, it felt like his teacher was sending him to his death. Those are the requirements, Feng Huajun continued. Before school starts, I can send you to another world. Remember, once school begins, you must dominate all the new students. Feng Huajun allowed a faint smile to cross his face as he gently tapped Chi Anlin's wristband. However, as your mentor, I will provide you with some assistance. Given your current strength, I'll start you off with a Shin level weapon. As for healing pills, I don't have any Huang level ones in stock, so I'll give you 30 Ling level snow toad pills instead. He then inquired, what do you usually feed your battle beast? Feng Huajun had heard from Bai Ling Wang that Chi Anlin's beast was well-trained and formidable in combat. He wanted to supplement its diet with some spiritual foods. Chi Anlin recalled, I've always fed Xiaoya whatever I eat, mainly barbecue and home-cooked meals. This statement seemed to freeze the air. After a long pause, Feng Huajun sighed and said, raising a battle beast requires supplemental spiritual foods. Have you really studied the knowledge of beast tamers? Xiaoya is an ice attribute beast. Its diet should include ice attribute spiritual herbs, crystal cores, and meat. Seeing Chi Anlin's bewildered expression, Feng Huajun sighed again, finding it a miracle that Xiaoya had been raised so well. Coincidentally, Fei Yu Wang has just come out of seclusion. I'll have him prepare some spiritual foods for you. Chi Anlin nodded repeatedly, not fully understanding the purpose of spiritual foods, but grateful for the assistance. Teacher, I've made up my mind. I plan to go to the beast realm, Chi Anlin suddenly announced. That could work, Feng Huajun replied, narrowing his eyes. But keep in mind that after Xue Shi Wang killed Master Lin, he hid in the beast realm and hasn't been found since. Although you have the Dao crystal from Fuimo Wang, to be safe. As he spoke, he released his spiritual power, causing the space to subtly fracture, and a red Dao crystal appeared. This is my Dao crystal. It's powerful enough to annihilate Xue Shi Wang. If he is at his peak, use it directly. After receiving the spiritual food, Feng Huajun led Qi Anlin to the spatial tunnel to the beast realm. The speed of their flight far exceeded that of a king-level practitioner, leaving Qi Anlin a bit dizzy. I've prepared plenty of spirit stones for you. Train well. To gain more support from the academy, you need to surpass Ji Hao's record of 5 ranks in one realm, Feng Huajun said as he sent Qi Anlin into the beast realm. Remember to return to school in half a month. Missing the Blood Flame secret realm means waiting another year. Qi Anlin landed in a steel fortress, wearing a disguise artifact given by Feng Huajun. He quickly left the fortress and summoned his second realm ice spirit griffin. Although it felt like cheating, Feng Huajun's intention was for it to serve as a transport. Qi Anlin, however, planned to use it to gather blood energy. As the forest drew nearer, Qi Anlin grew excited finally. He could enhance the Queen Ant's abilities. With the ice spirit griffin, he could quickly amass millions of blood energy points, allowing the system to upgrade again. Upon entering the forest, Qi Anlin explained to the ice spirit griffin that the area suppressed their abilities and secretly instructed the Queen Ant to have her soldiers lie in ambush. He told the ice spirit griffin that he had a special talent for evolving beasts. Hearing this, a glint of greed flashed in the ice spirit griffin's eyes, but it quickly hid it. It understood that with a sovereign-level protector backing Qi Anlin, harming him would be suicidal. Qi Anlin gazed at the ice spirit griffin, noticing the greed flickering in its eyes, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. He knew that magical beasts inherently yearn for freedom, and if he could offer it a chance to evolve, the ice spirit griffin would undoubtedly accept willingly. Without hesitation, he summoned Xiaoye and Xiaoxing. Xiaoye conjured a pristine ice block to serve as a medium, while Xiaoxing, though primarily there to increase the success rate, muttered to itself in the spiritual sea, "Master is tricking another beast again." Qi Anlin took out a collection of precious ice attribute elixirs and minerals, including even the heavenly grade Tianlang divine jade. Seeing such rare treasures, the ice spirit griffin's eyes flashed with a complex emotion, and it gently nuzzled Qi Anlin to show its affection. All right, we're all on the same side," Qi Anlin said warmly. "These treasures are just for show. I haven't even fed my own yet. Relax, I'm about to use my innate ability." A system prompt appeared. Do you wish to fuse the ice spirit griffin with the ice block? Required blood energy, 1,500,000. Success rate, 55. Fusion time, 1 hour. So expensive, Qi Anlin sighed. However, considering this was a Tier 2 magical beast, the cost for its loyalty seemed justified. He patted Xiaoxing's tiny head and chose to begin the fusion. Blood threads instantly enveloped the ice spirit griffin, which attempted to flee, forming a blood cocoon around it. After instructing the ant soldiers to move the cocoon to a safe location, Qi Anlin headed underground to find the ant queen. The ant queen had grown to an enormous size, resembling the queens from movies. Upon seeing Qi Anlin, it emitted an excited yet pitiful hissing sound, struggling to move its massive body. Xiaoxing leaped onto the ant queen's head, its pink nose twitching gently. Guided by the ant queen, Qi Anlin arrived at another part of the cavern, where he found a blood-red ant soldier curled up in a corner next to a bright red ant egg. It turned out this intelligent ant soldier had fallen into a depressive state after being forced to reproduce. This ant soldier was actually the blood devourer king in possession of its body, desperately trying to convince itself that only the possessed body had been defiled. Seeing Qi Anlin and the ant queen's harmonious interaction, it couldn't help but wonder, could this be a shape-shifted powerful being? Realizing that Qi Anlin might see through its true identity at a glance, the blood devourer king shrank back. It then understood how the ant queen could nurture so many soldiers of equal rank, thanks to its formidable background. As for beast tamers, the queen ant had never considered this option. After all, what beast tamer could possibly form a contract with such a powerful insect queen? This would not only mean contracting an entire swarm of beasts at once, but also violate the basic limits on the number of contracts a beast tamer can have. The information Qi Anlin had found earlier was merely a beautiful illusion for low-level beast tamer SWAT if someone special could actually succeed. Sensing the fear emanating from the bloodthirsty king, Qi Anlin was puzzled. He didn't know that the bloodthirsty king had once investigated him, especially since he wore an artifact that concealed his aura. Moreover, the bloodthirsty king's spiritual power was greatly diminished at this moment, making it impossible to see through Qi Anlin's true level. Qi Anlin stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment before deciding to use his appraisal ability to get to the bottom of it. Name: Bloodthirsty King. Species: Blood Armor Ant Soldier. Attribute: Dark. Level: Stage 1, Level 2. Potential: Low-grade Spirit. Description: An ant soldier possessed by? With enormous potential. Cough, cough, Qi Anlin nearly choked on his own saliva. This was the Bloodthirsty King? The question marks in the system's description seemed redundant, since the name was already displayed. This discovery left Qi Anlin momentarily stunned. A murderous intent rose within Qi Anlin. If this truly was the bloodthirsty king, he couldn't allow it to continue growing. However, recalling the bloodthirsty king's earlier behavior, he quickly calmed down. As a king, why would it willingly follow the queen ant's orders? The answer was obvious: the queen ant's bloodline controllability. It was this special skill that forced the bloodthirsty king to obey. Thinking of this, a smile crept up on Chi Anlin's lips. Although the bloodthirsty king was extremely dangerous, it was now just an ordinary ant soldier under his command. Killing it outright seemed like a waste. With proper training, its growth rate would surely surpass other beasts. Of course, Chi Anlin had no intention of contracting the bloodthirsty king. With the fusion system, the beasts he would cultivate in the future would undoubtedly surpass the king level. However, just to be safe, he decided to upgrade the bloodthirsty king through fusion. The system prompt immediately sounded. Ding! Do you wish to fuse the bloodthirsty king with an iron block? Required blood energy, 20 million. Fusion success rate, 80. Fusion time, 1 hour. 20 million? Chi Anlin was stunned. Although the bloodthirsty king was currently just a stage 1, level 2 ant, considering its unique soul, this price was practically a steal. Although Chi Anlin doesn't currently have the 20 million blood energy he needs, he knows that with time, this goal is within reach. At this moment, the ice spirit griffin is in the process of being synthesized. With such a powerful ally, even if it can't defeat a tier 2 beast, it can easily annihilate a tier 1 beast. Xiao Yi, keep a close eye on this ant soldier and don't let it get out of your control, Chi Anlin instructed the ant queen in his mental sea. He was still uncertain about how long the queen's bloodline control could restrain the blood devourer king. After giving his instructions, Chi Anlin delved deeper into the cave. His plans for this trip to the small beast realm were clear. The top priority was to diversify the types of ant soldiers. The tiger armor ants were numerous and fast, perfect for encirclement tactics, while the blood fiend ants specialized in slaughter. The production of lightning ants had recently decreased significantly due to the lack of marine environments in the small beast realm, where aquatic beasts were generally weaker and terrestrial resources were the main battlefield. As for transport ants, Chi Anlin found the current design too limited. He planned to redesign them to create space-bearing transport ants after the Ant Queen merged with the spatial ring, fundamentally solving the volume constraint problem. An hour later, the ice spirit griffin emerged from its cocoon. Its gaze at Chi Anlin had shifted from greed to loyalty and trust, showcasing the system's terrifying ability to make synthesized beasts utterly devoted to him. Currently, the Ant Queen could produce 40 tier 1 tiger armor ants daily, and 3 of these ants could easily surround and kill a beast of the same tier. Even accounting for losses, they could generate around 2 million blood energy daily. Of course, encountering higher tier beasts could result in the annihilation of the ant soldiers, leading to 0 blood energy income. Blood fiend ants, on the other hand, were more lethal, capable of instantly killing same-tier beasts in a successful ambush, and although they might suffer losses in direct combat, their chances of victory were still high. The blood energy recently acquired by the Ant Queen had been nearly exhausted by Chi Anlin. To merge with the spatial ring, he had to gather the required blood energy himself. The production of Tier 2 ant soldiers had now reached a scale of 100,000 per day. Despite the enormous energy consumption, these small scouts were spread throughout the small beast realm, providing early warnings for the Tier 1 ant soldier army and helping them avoid high-tier beasts. Chi Anlin glanced at the ice spirit griffin beside him. With this Tier 2 power, it was time to hunt the high-tier Tier 1 beasts discovered by the ant soldiers. After discussing with the Ant Queen, he targeted a Tier 1, Stage 8 Steel Devourer Anteater. This creature had a strong territorial instinct and fed on ants, posing a significant threat to the ant soldiers, so it had to be eliminated first. Riding the ice spirit griffin and accompanied by Xiaoxing, Chi Anlin quickly reached the plain where the target was located. There, a 3-meter anteater was leisurely strolling, its fur gleaming with a metallic sheen. Sensing the ice spirit griffin's presence, it raised its head and let out a threatening roar. The system indicated that this was a top-grade yellow-tier steel devourer anteater, and the most alarming feature was its ability to secrete a toxin that temporarily paralyzed ants, spreading through its saliva. Chi Anlin decided not only to eliminate this threat, but also to collect a sample of its toxin. If the toxin proved harmless, he might consider integrating its genes with the Ant Queen. To ensure safety, Chi Anlin let the ice spirit griffin fight alone. With his Tier 1, Stage 2 strength, joining the battle recklessly could mean death. The ice spirit griffin soared into the sky and, with a long screech, launched spirit-powered ice spikes that easily pierced the anteater's defenses and embedded themselves in its body. Roaring in pain, the anteater realized the disparity in strength and chose to flee. However, its body had already begun to freeze, slowing its movements. At that moment, the ice spirit griffin landed and seized its back, its sharp claws deeply embedding into the anteater's flesh. The moment the blood gushed out, the anteater let out a piercing wail. The sharp beak of the ice griffin glowed with a ghostly blue light as it accurately struck the back of the anteater's neck, instantly piercing through flesh and skin. The The blood around the wound quickly froze, and the cold spread through the anteater's body via the injury. Its movements gradually stiffened until it finally became a cold corpse under the ice griffin's fatal attack. Chi Anlin waited for a long time but never heard the expected system notification. He quickly understood the reason. Although the ice griffin was loyal to him, it wasn't his contracted beast, so the credit for the kill wouldn't be attributed to him. This realization made him abandon his initial plan to use the blood energy to synthesize other people's beasts. He analyzed that the reason the ant soldiers could gain blood energy from killing beasts was that the ant queen, being his contracted beast, established a connection with him, thereby linking the blood ant soldiers to him. However, this issue was not difficult to resolve. He just needed the ice griffin to severely wound the beasts, and then have the blood ant soldiers deliver the final blow. As for why he didn't personally take action, it was purely out of concern that the beasts might feign death and launch a deadly counterattack. With the assistance of the ant soldiers, they quickly located another beast at the 8th level of the first realm. After a brief skirmish, the ice griffin subdued the opponent with overwhelming strength. To ensure the blood ant soldiers could deliver the final blow, Chi Anlin ordered the ice griffin to tear open a wound on the chest of the golden wave mink, exposing its heart. Under his direction, the blood ant soldiers accurately targeted the vital point of the golden wave mink's heart. Ding, you have slain a level 8 first realm beast, golden wave mink, and gained 9.7 million blood energy. An additional 5 million blood energy has been awarded for cross-level combat. Congratulations, host. Your total blood energy has reached 10 million points. The system will now upgrade. Remaining time, 24 hours. The system upgrade alert sounded, and Chi Anlin immediately summoned Xiaoya, preparing to return. He delegated the hunting tasks to the ice spirit griffin, instructing it to continue working with the ant soldiers to search for tier 1 beasts, while he was eager to utilize the accumulated blood energy. Good news kept coming in during the return trip. The ice spirit griffin successfully killed 2 more tier 1 level 7 beasts, the blood rainbow stone ape and the white pear sheep, earning 6 million and 5 million blood energy respectively. Chi Anlin's total blood energy had now reached 26.12 million, enough to synthesize the blood devourer king. Back in the underground cave, Chi Anlin immediately had the ant queen summoned the blood devourer king. Holding an iron block, he slowly approached the blood devourer king. Xiaoyi, order it to lower its guard. Under the suppression of bloodline, the blood devourer king could only watch helplessly as Chi Anlin approached. Damn it, I've been discovered, the blood devourer king roared internally, but Chi Anlin was oblivious, directly confirming the system's prompt. Instantly, blood threads wrapped around the blood devourer king's body like a spider web. It struggled frantically. The power of rules. This isn't just a shape-shifting beast, it's a supreme being. After the synthesis began, Chi Anlin breathed a sigh of relief, feeling fortunate about his luck. Although he couldn't reclaim the 20 million blood energy because the blood devourer king wasn't his own beast, it was still a worthwhile trade. Taking advantage of the moment, he retrieved the initial ring with only 10 cubic meters of storage space. Compared to the 100 cubic meters space ring gifted by Fenghua Jun, this smaller ring required less blood energy, making it perfect for experimentation. The system prompt appeared. Do you want to fuse the devouring ant queen with the space ring? Required blood energy, 1.5 million. Success rate, 60. Fusion time, 2 hours. Seeing the improved success rate, Chi Anlin gently patted Xiaoxing's head and unhesitatingly confirmed. The ant queen was immediately enveloped in a blood cocoon. With several million blood energy remaining, Chi Anlin summoned a tiger armor ant soldier, planning to attempt a fusion with anteater saliva. However, the system's displayed 5 success rate made him reconsider. He pondered. Could it be that the system's blood energy not only facilitates fusion but also optimizes the fusion results? This discovery warranted further investigation. Time passed quickly, and when the blood devourer king emerged from its cocoon, Chi Anlin immediately sent it to train with the ice spirit griffin. Although the blood devourer king retained its consciousness, it now harbored genuine loyalty towards Chi Anlin. Through Xiaoxing's translation, he learned that the blood devourer king could enhance its power by devouring blood and souls, perfectly complementing the ice spirit griffin's high-level beast hunts. On the other side, the ant queen also completed its transformation. The system displayed its new attributes. Name: Spatial Ant Queen. Attributes: Space, Fire, Metal. Level: Tier 1 Level 1. Potential: Mid-grade Spiritual. What delighted Chi Anlin the most was the ant queen's production capacity had increased 5-fold, and more importantly, it had acquired spatial genes. This meant that the ants it produced would inherit this trait, creating true transport ants. However, upon closely examining the spatial genes description, Chi Anlin noticed some limitations to this capability. Create a transportation unit, essentially granting an additional storage ring. At this moment, Chi Anlin pulled out an exquisite beast bag from his chest. Unlike a typical spatial ring, The beast bag couldn't store ordinary items but had the unique ability to store living creatures, which was precisely what he needed. Over the next 2 hours, the ice spirit griffin demonstrated an astonishing hunting efficiency. Using the intel from the ant soldiers, it hunted down nearly all high-level monsters it encountered. This series of hunts brought Qianlin a significant haul over 60 million blood energy. He was now only 20 million short of the amount needed for the next system upgrade. Just then, the system issued a prompt. Ding. Would you like to fuse the queen space ant with the beast bag? Required blood energy, 100 million. Success rate, 97. Seeing such a high success rate, a smile crept onto Qianlin's face. This direction was indeed the right one. He was about to create a true mobile armory. By carrying just one ant soldier, he could mobilize the entire ant colony, meaning he could take his ant army to any other world. Queen Ant, how is the situation with the Blood Devourer King? Qianlin suddenly asked. He had just spotted a second-level first-stage monster, but having the Ice Spirit Griffin confront it head-on was too risky. While the Ice Spirit Griffin could easily handle monsters 2 stages below it and only sustain minor injuries against first-level 9-stage monsters, facing a second-level monster posed a significant risk of falling. The Queen Ant's antennae gently vibrated, quickly delivering encouraging news. After absorbing a large amount of souls and blood, the Blood Devourer King had ascended to first-level 4th stage. More importantly, it could now simulate a king-level aura in just 0.5 seconds, a brief pressure enough to intimidate any second-level monster. However, this ability would deplete a lot of the Blood Devourer King's energy, and in return, the entire corpse of the second-level monster would have to be given to it. Let's do it. Qianlin decisively made his choice. A second-level monster's blood energy would undoubtedly break the 100 million mark. In a deep canyon, the Blood Devourer King stood firmly on the back of the Ice Spirit Griffin, with an army of ant soldiers lined up neatly behind him. As the offspring of the Ant Queen, the Blood Devourer King could provide Qianlin with blood energy by killing demonic beasts. Not far away, a howling wind cloud dog was eyeing them menacingly. The beast's muscles were tense, its body trembling slightly, ready to launch a deadly strike at any moment. Although the Ice Spirit Griffin was a second-tier demonic beast, its lack of combat experience made it likely to be outmatched in an unknown fight with the howling wind cloud dog. After a moment of contemplation, the Blood Devourer King sent a tactical command to the Ice Spirit Griffin through a slight movement of his mind. Although his mental power had not yet reached the level of external projection, his experience as a former king allowed him to manage this small feat. Simulating the aura of a king consumed a lot of energy, but if he could devour the blood essence and soul of the howling wind cloud dog, breaking through to a higher realm would be within reach. The howling wind cloud dog launched the first attack, gathering crescent-shaped wind blades around its body and shooting them towards the Ice Spirit Griffin with a howl. The Ice Spirit Griffin quickly formed ice pillars around it to block the wind blades. At that moment, the howling wind cloud dog seized the opportunity, opening its massive jaws and lunging at the Ice Spirit Griffin's head. Boom! The ice pillars suddenly shattered, and the broken ice crystals, controlled by the cold energy, reformed and shot at the howling wind cloud dog like arrows. The ground exploded, and a tornado rose from nowhere, colliding with the ice crystals. The massive shockwave sent the armored ant soldiers flying. A green light flashed behind the howling wind cloud dog, its speed doubling as it charged at the Ice Spirit Griffin again. Just then, an overwhelming pressure descended, causing the howling wind cloud dog to collapse to the ground instantly, eyes filled with terror, emitting a whimpering plea for mercy. In the next moment, an ice spike pierced its mouth and exploded under the control of the Ice Spirit Griffin. Countless ice crystals rampaged through its body, and the Blood Devourer King seized the moment to leap forward, emitting a crimson aura, manipulating the blood within the howling wind cloud dog to squeeze its heart. Boom! The heart exploded, and the howling wind cloud dog died on the spot. I guess that counts as my kill, the Blood Devourer King thought, collapsing in exhaustion, with only that thought in mind. A system prompt immediately followed. You have killed a second-tier, first-stage howling wind cloud dog and gained 80 million blood energy. Crossdire kill bonus. An additional 40 million blood energy. Qianlin sprang to his feet, thrilled by the sudden gain of 120 million blood energy. The system prompted again. Blood energy has surpassed 100 million. The system is upgrading. Upgrade time reduced to 12 hours. In high spirits, Qianlin began to whistle. The Otherworld truly was the best place for leveling up, and the rewards from back-to-back upgrades were something to look forward to. However, the most pressing matter was to fuse the Ant Queen with the Beast Bag. The system prompt sounded again. Do you wish to fuse the Space Ant Queen with the Beast Bag? Required blood energy, 100 million. Success rate, 97. Fusion time, 5 hours. The subsequent content includes specific changes following the Ant Queen's fusion, new designs for transport ant soldiers, and continues with the same rewriting approach. Qi Anlin is contemplating how to enhance his ant soldier army. The tiger armor ant soldiers and blood assassination ant soldiers are already serving as assault and assassination units, respectively. However, he believes that adding control and toxin units will complete his tactical system. First, he focuses on designing a control-type ant soldier. By combining spider genes with plant genes he previously obtained, he begins his experiments. After much deliberation, he decides to forego the traditional sticky design, as these powerful beasts can easily tear up the ground to escape. Instead, he incorporates multiple resilient genes: the web of the luminescent spider, the tendrils of the ghost vine, and the unchewable tendons of the mountain-crushing ox. He concentrates the original sticky substance into a mechanism that can be sprayed into enemies' eyes. After meticulous design, a new type of ant soldier resembling a spider with a tail like a cannon barrel is born: the Skynet ant soldier. Experiments show that a first-stage Skynet ant soldier can produce 60 units per day. Although it consumes 3 times the nutrients of a tiger armor ant soldier, its binding ability is exceptional, even capable of restricting the movements of a blood assassination ant soldier. Next, he begins developing a toxin-type ant soldier. By integrating genes from various highly venomous beasts and adding the stinger of the armor-piercing wasp, he creates the dark green mandrake ant soldier. Although its production rate is low, with only 5 units produced per day, its toxicity is astounding. A first-stage mandrake ant soldier can poison beasts 2 to 3 stages higher than itself. At that moment, the system suddenly notifies him that the upgrade is complete, unlocking the weak point analysis function and granting a series of rewards: the bloodthirsty spirit sword, the Xian Yun formation book, the pea shooter, the flower spirit egg, and the heavenly Dao illusion book. Qi Anlin finds the unexpected appearance of the pea shooter amusing, but he quickly makes arrangements. He gives the flower spirit egg to the ant queen for incubation, planning to develop it into his 4th beast companion. In the meantime, he contemplates buying a machine gun to see if he can cultivate a machine gun shooter. Finally, he takes out the bloodthirsty spirit sword, points its tip at Xiaoya, and prepares for a new experiment. A glow flickered at the fusion point Qi Anlin had chosen. To his delight, he discovered that the new version of the fusion system not only supported full-body fusion, but also offered a more precise point-to-point fusion function. A prompt popped up on the system interface. Do you want to fuse the extreme ice Taiyin wolf with the bloodthirsty spirit sword? Required blood energy, 32 million. Fusion success rate, 35. Blood energy can be used to increase the success rate. Fusion time, 3 hours, reducible with blood energy. This system is starting to feel more and more like a pay-to-win game, Qi Anlin muttered, though he had to admit the new feature was quite practical. Curious, he clicked on the option to increase the success rate, but his face darkened immediately upon seeing the cost: 150,000 blood energy for just a 1 increase. To raise the success rate by 20, the cost would be equivalent to a full fusion attempt. After glancing at his ample blood energy reserves, Qi Anlin gritted his teeth and painfully increased the success rate by 20, then proceeded with the fusion. His goal was clear. The Moon Howler's attack power was too weak, and fusing it with the bloodthirsty spirit sword should allow it to inherit the sword's attributes. While the fusion process was underway, Qi Anlin opened the system's weak point analysis feature. This function visually displayed the shortcomings of each beast. The data on Moon Howler showed significant weaknesses in attack power, defense, and elemental resistance, although its speed and control abilities were decent. Looking at Xiaoxing's panel, Qi Anlin couldn't help but frown. It was almost entirely weak points. The system even directly labeled it as timid, low combat ability, poor quality, and suggested to restart. As for the Queen Ant, its intelligence rating was so low it was almost negative, making Qi Anlin laugh and cry at the same time. Although the system suggested unlocking a more detailed analysis of weak points with blood energy, Qi Anlin decided to hold off for now. The pressing issue was to handle other immediate problems. After completing the system update, he entered the blood energy space to study the 2 king-level cultivation techniques he had been rewarded by the school. With blood energy at its peak, now was the perfect time to train. The 1 Tian Junju is a mid-tier king-level cultivation technique divided into 9 stages. The blood energy required for each stage increases exponentially: 500 million for the first stage, 1.5 billion for the second, 5 billion for the third, and a staggering 10 trillion for the ninth. As Qi Anlin looked at these figures, he couldn't help but frown. Although this technique had no attribute restrictions and could significantly boost cultivation speed and the solidity of spiritual energy, making it very suitable for his Ice Soul battle body, was still far from the 500 million blood energy needed for the first stage. He then turned his attention to another body refinement technique, Heavenly Thunder 9 Refinements. This was a low-tier king-level technique, also divided into 9 stages. The first stage required 100 million blood energy, plus a mid-tier, Heavenly Thunder branch, or Heavenly Tribulation. The second stage demanded 500 million blood energy, along with a top-tier True Thunder Stone. Qi Anlin couldn't help but imagine himself being struck by lightning in a power station. After exiting the blood energy space, Qi Anlin sighed. For now, He needed to continue accumulating blood energy. At the cave entrance, large beast corpses were being dragged in continuously, disappearing in front of the queen ant and then devoured by the digestion pool in her small world. Watching the queen ant's petite figure, Qi Anlin had a thought. Perhaps he could enhance Xiao Yi's world through conceptual synthesis, using time-related items like a watch. When he tried to open the synthesis panel, the system notified him of insufficient permissions. This discovery made Qi Anlin's eyes light up, and various synthesis ideas began to flood his mind. Could he create a true dragon by combining a snake, deer antlers, tiger paws, eagle claws, and a horse head? While he was immersed in these thoughts, a timid gaze caught his attention. Xiao Xing was looking at him with a hopeful yet apprehensive expression. This little guy, whose strength had recently skyrocketed, reminded Qi Anlin of his promise in the war god to Werdo, finded a few female mice. To Qi Anlin's surprise, Xiao Xing then produced a piece of paper depicting a black and white mouse. What shocked him even more was that it turned out to be a fragment of a blood refinement manual, rated as a low-tier king-level technique. This was a technique created by the Blood Devourer King, allowing one to strengthen themselves by consuming the blood of powerful creatures. Upon further inquiry, Qi Anlin discovered a pile of books in the corner, all found by the queen ant at the site where the Blood Devourer King had been sealed. As for the heart of the Blood Devourer King, Qi Anlin decided to take it back to school to report his success and inform teacher He that their great enemy had been avenged. As night fell, stars filled the sky. Riding on Howling Moon, Qi Anlin crossed the forest and arrived at the plains. Suddenly, Xiao Xing excitedly leaped out. It had spotted a khaki-colored little mouse nibbling on a fruit. Qi Anlin and Howling Moon watched from the shadows as Xiao Xing shyly approached the little mouse. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The khaki-colored mouse puffed up its fur and let out a series of urgent cries the moment it saw Xiao Xing approaching. Xiao Xing paused for a moment, then summoned his courage. As he tried to communicate with the khaki mouse, he muttered to himself in his mental sea. The creator planned this encounter, calling it redemption, ever since the birth of the White Rose. Where did Qi Anlin come up with such cheesy lines? The khaki mouse tilted its head, staring at Xiao Xing in confusion. Want to visit the mouse family? The big dog there can do backflips and street dance. Xiao Xing's words had barely left his mouth when he suddenly felt a chill and shivered involuntarily. Under a distant tree, Qi Anlin glanced at Xiaoya, understanding that big dog referred to him. Indeed, Xiaoya's moves in battle did resemble street dance. Don't worry, that's just how this guy is. I've been thinking about training its cold resistance anyway, so you can help, Qi Anlin reassured Xiaoya. Xiao Xing continued. The mouse family also has a big fool who acts as a nanny and a silly riding ant. Great, he's managed to offend everyone at once, Qi Anlin thought to himself, rubbing his hands, already planning an intense training session for Xiao Xing. Just then, a fiery red eagle Qiyun eagle was circling in the sky, scouting for tonight's prey. It thought, there's something odd about this forest. Better avoid flying over it or my powers could be suppressed. Suddenly, it spotted the conspicuous khaki mouse on the plains. This area has been devoid of beasts lately. This will do. The Qiyun eagle immediately dove, flames trailing behind it like a falling star. Xiaoya sensed the danger instantly, first standing on end as it charged forward. Qi Anlin's pupils contracted. Before he could shout a warning, the Qiyun eagle's talons were already closing in on the khaki mouse. In a split second, Xiao Xing leaped, pushing the khaki mouse aside, only to be caught by the Qiyun eagle himself. The eagle, pleased with its catch, thought that this tender-skinned mouse would be perfect for its chicks. Suddenly, a wave of cold and a barrage of ice spikes forced the Qiyun eagle to use its skills, turning into a flaming streak to escape. The ice spikes embedded themselves in the ground, turning the plains icy blue. Xiaoya gave chase, letting out a thunderous howl. Instantly, countless ants rose into the air, forming a black mist that pursued the Qiyun eagle. The Blood Devourer King, with nearly a meter-long wingspan, transformed into a blood-red light and followed closely, joined by the Ice Spirit Griffin. A few mortal-level cultivators who had come to hunt were terrified by the sight of the ant swarm and the blood-red light, scattering in all directions to flee for their lives. High in the sky, Xiao Xing, clutched in the Qiyun eagle's talons, looked bewildered. Memories of Lily, Xiao Bai, and other members of his harem flooded his mind, bringing tears to his eyes. As the distance between him and Xiaoya grew, Xiao Xing felt even more desperate. I used to have a harem, too. This dumb dog is just too slow. Suddenly, a light appeared on the horizon, revealing a massive volcano. The ground radiated red heat, with various fire-type beasts vying for territory, casting a hellish glow. The Qiyun eagle finally reached the fiery domain and breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was only at the 7th stage of the first realm, its speed was unmatched. It had barely managed to shake off the terrifying pursuers by frantically using its spiritual energy to accelerate. After flying back to its nest, the red cloud eagle casually dropped the plump mouse inside. Although this bit of food wasn't enough to fill its own stomach, it was just enough to feed one of its eaglets. After leaving Xiaoxing, the red cloud eagle immediately took off again, needing to shake off the persistent pursuers and avoid revealing the nest location. Xiaoxing tumbled a few times in the enormous red nest before finally finding its footing. It rubbed its eyes and glanced around, noticing 4 eaglets with only a hint of down feathers. Surprisingly, they showed no reaction to the unexpected guest. Xiaoxing breathed a sigh of relief. Being a 9th-level ordinary mouse, dealing with these 3rd-level eaglets was a piece of cake. Moreover, it had the passive skill invisible to me, making it practically invisible to the eaglets. Taking advantage of the eaglet's post-meal drowsiness, Xiaoxing began to explore the nest. It discovered a pile of fiery red crystals, and in a corner of the nest, a small, entirely red she-wolf was trembling. Xiaoxing leisurely approached. Although the little wolf was only a 3rd-level ordinary creature, it looked quite decent. Xiaoxing thought it might as well take the little she-wolf back as a bride for Big Silly Dog. Bones were scattered around the little wolf, indicating it wasn't the only one ever captured. But as Xiaoxing got closer, it felt a familiar aura from the little wolf, and even its appearance bore some resemblance to Big Silly Dog. Could it be Big Silly Dog's illegitimate daughter? Xiaoxing wondered, but quickly dismissed the thought. Big Silly Dog was younger than Xiaoxing and only appeared large due to its rapid advancement in rank. It couldn't possibly have an illegitimate child. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the fire domain, Blood Devourer King and Howling Moon had already met. Cold indifference flickered in Howling Moon's eyes as memories of its birth resurfaced. It was right here that its mother had abandoned it. Behind Xiaoya, Qi Anlin sighed softly. He could sense Xiaoya's sorrow and wanted to reach out and pat its head, but then he remembered how this once proud little wolf had changed so drastically. Qi Anlin took off his worn-out shoes and said quietly, "They'll be here soon. Let's go inside first. Xiaoxing is lucky. He should be fine." In the sea of his mind, the small sun representing Xiaoxing still shone steadily, indicating that he was safe. Looking at the fiery area ahead, Qi Anlin reluctantly stepped forward. As an ice element cultivator, this place was extremely unfavorable for him. Xiaoya stood at the entrance, its ice-blue eyes dimming. Deep within the fiery region, a female wolf with fiery red fur was licking her cubs. Long ago, she had been severely wounded by an ice element beast, and the residual cold poison in her body had never been eradicated. However, after becoming pregnant with these cubs, the cold poison mysteriously vanished, restoring her strength. Among the cubs, all were robust except for the firstborn, who was weak. What puzzled the female wolf was that the weakest cub was completely snow-white. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, such an unusual cub was destined to be abandoned. They not only had to face threats from stronger beasts, but also had to guard against human cultivators coveting their cores. As the wolf cubs grew, the white cub became even more unique. Its body developed ice element spiritual power. This meant that it would not only be suppressed by the attributes of the fiery region, but also become a target for other beasts. Ultimately, the mother wolf had no choice but to abandon this special cub. Qi Anlin rode on Xiaoya through the fiery region. Thanks to Xiaoya's keen senses and the concealment provided by the breath-hiding ring, they had avoided detection by many beasts. Even at the outskirts, he had already encountered several Tier 1 beasts, making this environment far more dangerous than the forest. Through their mental connection, Xiaoxing informed him that he was near a bird's nest under a star and had found a small pet. Although the description was vague, it at least proved that Xiaoxing was temporarily safe. Suddenly, Xiaoya stopped and signaled that they should split up the search. Though Qi Anlin had his doubts, he guessed that this place might be related to Xiaoya's past. He handed Xiaoya the Tao Crystal of the Demon Subduing King and instructed, "This is the Tao Crystal of the Demon Subduing King. Use it if you encounter danger." Although no kings are born in this alternate world, there may be kings from other worlds. After Xiaoya disappeared into the volcanic crater, Qi Anlin walked toward the dense trees. He found that the trees here were imbued with fire element spiritual power, so he felled a fiery red tree and stored it along with the fire cloud fruits in his spatial ring, intending to cultivate them later in the Ant Queen's space. As Qi Anlin continued his search, a violent tremor suddenly erupted from the depths of the fiery region. A colossal beast, 100 meters long, soared from the boiling lava, spreading its massive wings and causing countless beasts to flee in terror. It was the king of the fiery region, the furious flame-bone dragon. Qi Anlin gazed at the horizon, dyed red by the flames, and muttered to himself, "Could I be this unlucky?" By rights, the strongest beasts in the little beast world should only be at the earth level, but the creature before him clearly exceeded that level's power. Although Qi Anlin had no idea what level of beast made that distant roar, he wasn't too worried. After all, he still had the great Tao crystal given to him by his teacher. With the help of a few Tier 1 ant soldiers, he quickly found and flew to the eagle's nest where Xiaoxing was. The interior of the nest was astonishingly spacious, which made sense given the massive size of the crimson cloud eagle. Just as he landed, Qi Anlin was greeted by an amusing sight. Xiao Xing was sitting boldly on a young eagle's head, nonchalantly patting its beak. What are you doing? Qi Anlin walked over, exasperated. This little guy was usually as timid as a mouse, but the moment it encountered a weaker beast, it would immediately puff up with arrogance. Squeak, squeak. Xiao Xing happily jumped towards Qi Anlin upon seeing him. As Qi Anlin gently petted its head, he thought to himself that although the little creature had been quite frightened, it deserved praise for pushing away other mice in a critical moment. Qi Anzi, I've adopted a goddaughter, Xiao Xing suddenly announced. Okay. What? Qi Anlin was stunned. Before he could react, Xiao Xing had already scampered to a corner of the nest, explaining as it ran that the young eagles had scared its goddaughter. Soon, a small, fiery red wolf pup came into view, bearing a resemblance to Xiaoya. Qi Anlin immediately used his identification skill. Name: Fire Spirit Wolf. Element: Fire. Level: Mortal Stage 3. Quality: Yellow Grade High. As Qi Anlin recalled that Xiaoya had initially been an ice spirit wolf, Xiao Xing excitedly said in the mental sea, the little red dog must be the big silly dog's sister. I can smell the big silly dog scent on it. As soon as the words fell, Xiaoya, who had been silent, let out an excited roar in the mental sea, seemingly confirming the claim. While picking up the wolf pup, Qi Anlin also collected the treasures from the eagle's nest. Although the young yellow grade high eagles were valuable, he didn't need money at the moment, and with the queen ant not around, he had no intention of taming them. Have the Blood Devourer King take care of the Crimson Cloud Eagle, and then we can leave, Qi Anlin mused. This new map was teeming with fire element beasts, making it a great place to nurture fire element beasts. Although he wasn't particularly interested in fire element beasts, preparing a high-quality beast for his sister, who had a fire attribute battle body, seemed like a good idea. As for this wolf pup, it would be better off under the care of its big sister, Xiaoya. Meanwhile, in a certain cave, Xiaoya stood beside the heavily scarred body of a mother wolf. This last member of the Fire Spirit Wolf clan had been dead for some time. Xiaoya gently touched the mother wolf's body with its nose, icy blue eyes flickering with coldness. It had detected the lingering scent of human cultivators on the mother wolf. Xiaoya picked up the mother wolf's body, its snow-white fur quickly stained with blood. When Qi Anlin descended from the eagle's nest carrying the wolf pup and Xiao Xing, he witnessed this scene. The wolf pup let out a sorrowful cry, and through the mental sea's fluctuations, Qi Anlin understood the situation. The Fire Spirit Wolf clan had been annihilated, and the body on Xiaoya's back was its biological mother, who had died at the hands of human cultivators. Qi Anlin sighed. From Xiaoya's perspective, although its mother had abandoned it back then, it was out of necessity. If it had stayed with the clan, this outlier would have been cast aside eventually, especially since ice element beasts couldn't survive in the fire domain. Now, its only wish was to personally avenge its mother. Qi Anlin gracefully dismounted from the ant soldier's back, his gaze sweeping over the Fire Spirit Wolf's carcass on the ground. As a human cultivator, hunting demon beasts for resources was a given, yet an unsettling feeling rose within him. He turned to EE and commanded, have the ant soldiers remember the aura of these human cultivators, and expand the search area to find them. From a human perspective, this was justifiable, but Qi Anlin had already made up his mind as demon beasts had been annihilated, and this debt had to be repaid. He quietly planned to have Xiaoya take action when the time came. While contemplating, Xiaoya made an unexpected request to merge with its mother's corpse. Qi Anlin lowered his gaze slightly and summoned the system interface. Ding, the system notification sounded. Would you like to merge the extreme ice blood wolf with the fire spirit wolf? Required blood energy: 100 million, success rate 100, fusion time 10 minutes. The exceptionally high success rate surprised Qi Anlin. Logically, a mere high-grade yellow-level fire spirit wolf shouldn't require such an immense amount of blood energy. After reconfirming Xiaoya's wish, he decisively chose to proceed. In an instant, blood-red light surged, and countless crimson threads rose from the ground. The fire spirit wolf's body transformed into specks of red light, encircling Xiaoya. Within that radiance, Xiaoya saw its mother, her eyes filled with love and joy as she walked forward slowly. Suddenly, the she-wolf stopped and lowered her head in guilt. Blood threads climbed up Xiaoya's body, enveloping it like a beating heart. Xiaoya gently shook its head and let out a low growl. I stopped hating you long ago. I just can't forget who I was back then. Memories of its childhood surfaced. A snow-white wolf cub howling in the mud, watching its mother's retreating figure. Until a human picked it up and said, a mutated wolf cub? Let's bring it back for that boy to use as a beast companion. Flames began to spread across Xiaoya's body. Deep within its icy heart, a small flame ignited, touching but not melting the azure ice. Its white fur was gradually transformed by the flames, turning into interwoven orange and red patterns, dancing gracefully in the blaze. In just 10 short minutes, Xiaoyu underwent a complete transformation, like a phoenix rising from the ashes. Blood coursed through his body, turning his heart a vivid red and causing it to beat fiercely. A spectral figure of a giant flame wolf appeared above him, its eyes gleaming with defiant battle spirit. The wolf howled at the sky, transforming into a fiery tornado that surged straight into the blood-red heart. With a thunderous boom, the heart exploded. Xiaoyu emerged from the blast, enveloped in dancing flames, his fiery red fur billowing in the wind. The surrounding air instantly grew scorching hot, forming a miniature domain. New attribute information flashed in Qi Anlin's mind. Name Ice Fire Battle Skywolf. Attributes Ice, Fire. Level 1st Realm, 2nd Stage. Potential Supreme Profound Grade. Physique Ice Soul Battle Body, Scorching Heaven Battle Body. A series of skill details followed, including ice-based abilities like Ice Seal, Extreme Ice Flash, and Ice Forbidden Spell, as well as fire-based skills such as Explosive Flame, Battle Spirit, and Unyielding. The most notable was the special skill, Mutual Destruction. This is blatant cheating. Qi Anlin's eyes widened in disbelief at the transformation before him. However, before he could process it, a sourceless flame ignited in his dantian, swiftly spreading through his meridians. Pain surged through him, causing Qi Anlin to writhe on the ground in agony. Yet he quickly realized this was a rare opportunity and began to operate the Xinjun body refining technique. A massive amount of blood energy flooded into his body. Though his skin constantly cracked, it was rapidly healed by the blood energy, allowing him to feel the exhilaration of breaking through amidst the pain. Meanwhile, the Blood Devourer King sensed something amiss from afar. He recognized the presence of a king-level Wrathfire skeletal dragon in the area, his previous adversary from whom he had narrowly escaped after being gravely injured. Sensing danger, the Blood Devourer King, who had taken over an ant soldier's body and was only at the 1st realm, 5th stage, knew he was no match and fled hastily with a few drained demonic beasts. Suddenly, Xiaoyu seemed to sense something. He quickly picked up Qi Anlin and placed him on his back, then grabbed Xiaoxing and his sister. 2 ant soldiers secured everyone with their foot hooks. Xiaoyu's fur turned from red to white in an instant, emitting a chill as he transformed into a beam of white light and vanished. In the distance, the Wrathfire skeletal dragon let out a roar that shattered the clouds. It had sensed the presence of an ice attribute battle body within its territory and greedily sought to devour it to restore its strength. This ancient dragon beast, weakened and exiled to the small beast realm due to its injuries and declining power, now saw a chance to return to the dragon abyss and immediately spread its wings in pursuit. Xiaoyu kept using his skills to escape, feeling the terrifying pressure behind him closing in rapidly. Despite the dire situation, his eyes remained calm. If the owner of that pressure caught up, he could always use the Dao crystal of the demon-suppressing king. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fire realm, a graceful figure was moving nimbly. Qi Shueyue advanced while pondering the sudden turn of events. How could such a high-level beast appear in the fire realm? She originally planned to go to the fire spirit world to complete her mission, but learned of a target in the fire realm while passing through the little beast world. Considering the fire spirit world was fraught with dangers, and she had recently killed a fire spirit's battle form, she decided to lie low and turn to the fire realm instead. I wonder what Qi Anlin is up to, she thought as she approached the furious flame skeletal dragon. This other world is such a hassle. Not even a network connection. After battling the world sovereign, her strength had broken through to the 4th realm, although she had yet to reach the great 3rd realm. The beast in front of her, exuding the peak aura of the 4th realm, was powerful, but with her various enhancements, she was confident she could escape unscathed if she couldn't win. More importantly, the beast seemed injured, presenting a perfect opportunity. At this moment, Xiaoyu could feel the furious flame skeletal dragon getting closer. Reluctantly, he considered using the precious Dao crystal of the king. Given the current situation, not using it might mean his end. Just then, Qi Anlin finally awoke from his cultivation and slowly sat up. When he saw the enormous furious flame skeletal dragon behind him, he rubbed his eyes, thinking he was dreaming. To his surprise, Xiaoxing was leisurely taking selfies with the dragon as the backdrop, while the fire spirit wolf cowered in fear. What's going on? Qi Anlin patted his still-dazed head, not noticing the changes in himself. Big silly girl explained to the mouse, squeak, squeak. This is the old flame of the blood-devouring king. They had a history, and now it's here to settle scores. Qi Anlin gulped as he took in the dragon's massive form. The system indicated it was an old dragon nearing the end of its lifespan. After battling the blood-devouring king, its injuries had worsened, reducing its original 6th realm strength to the 9th stage of the 4th realm. As Qi Anlin hesitated whether to use the Dao crystal, a figure surrounded by phoenix fire leapt into the sky. Qi Shueyue kicked out, and the phoenix fire transformed into a flaming bird, letting out a loud cry. The once mighty furious flame skeletal dragon was knocked off course and crashed heavily to the ground. Big sis? Chi Anlin was stunned. This was once a king, and his sister attacked without hesitation. When Chi Shueyue landed, her tight battle armor accentuated her perfect curves, with a vivid crimson phoenix emblazoned on her chest. She licked her lips excitedly, whispering, "An injured king-level beast. My luck is great today." With a wave of her hand, a long spear materialized, facing the gigantic dragon. This was her key to victory. She was cultivating with a sovereign-level technique and using king-level martial skills. With the king-level spear in her hand, Chi Shueyue was fully prepared. Her body trembled slightly, but her eyes sparkled with determination. Today, she would slay the king. The Phoenix Flame battle body activated instantly, and Chi Shueyue's aura surged. Time was of the essence. She had to kill the ancient dragon before the guardian arrived. From a distance, Xiaoya halted and observed the battlefield. Chi Anlin gracefully leapt off Xiaoya's back, watching his sister engage in fierce combat with the Inferno Bone Dragon. Although his sister had reached the fourth realm, he still worried for her. However, he consoled himself with the thought that Feng Huijun must have prepared some life-saving measures for Chi Shueyue, ensuring her safe retreat if necessary. Chi Anlin squinted his eyes, hiding nearby to secretly observe how his sister utilized her battle body. He pulled out a concealment ring to hide his presence and even leisurely lay down, munching on sunflower seeds. Though he wanted to join the fight, he knew his strength was insufficient and he would likely be vaporized in an instant. As for greeting her, now was clearly not the time. He couldn't afford to distract her. The battlefield roared with continuous explosions. The Inferno Bone Dragon let out a deafening roar, and scorching flames engulfed a vast area. Despite its age, the dragon's kingly presence was still formidable. Chi Shueyue was swept away by the dragon's tail, her body crashing heavily into the ground, creating a massive crater over 10 meters deep. But in the next moment, Chi Shueyue was back on her feet. She spat out a mouthful of blood, her fighting spirit even stronger. A phoenix silhouette appeared on her Fengyu killing spear as she leapt into the air, deftly avoiding the dragon's claws and thrusting her spear 100 times in the blink of an eye. Fiery flames erupted from the spear's tip, striking the old wounds on the Inferno Bone Dragon with precision. These wounds were evidently inflicted by a previous king and had yet to heal. Realizing this weakness, a gleam of joy flashed in Chi Shueyue's eyes as she focused her attacks on these vital spots. Meanwhile, Chi Anlin, hoping to land a final blow, quietly anticipated the outcome while sensing the growing bond between him and Xiaoya. Xiaoya's evolution seemed to have deepened their connection even further. Host Chi Anlin is at the first level, second stage of cultivation, and holds 3 professions: Beast Master, Body Cultivator, and Chi Practitioner with blood energy. He possesses 180 million beasts, among which Yi is at the first level, first stage, and Xiaoya has reached the first level, second stage. Another beast, named Xiaoxing, is practicing a 9th level mortal technique. Through his Sea of Consciousness, Chi Anlin can establish a mental connection with his beasts, significantly enhancing his mental power and expanding the capacity of his Sea of Consciousness. His most unique ability is the Ice and Fire transformation can switch between the Ice Soul battle body and the Scorching Sky battle body with a 1-second interval. Remarkably, when not switched, these 2 attributes are perfectly hidden from detection. Additionally, he has a luck-enhancing ability that increases his chances of encountering fortuitous events. While Chi Anlin was reveling in the discovery of his ability to switch attributes at will, his attention was drawn to a battle nearby. He raised his phone, silently recording the fierce combat between Chi Shueyue and the furious Flame Bone Dragon. Despite wearing king-level armor, Chi Shueyue, at the 4th level, first stage, appeared overmatched against the giant dragon. The ground was littered with craters from where she had been struck, and the dragon itself was not unscathed, with its wings damaged and bleeding profusely. Chi Shueyue's combat style was exceptionally fierce. Every time she was knocked back, she would quickly recover using pills and charge at the dragon again without hesitation. However, as the battle dragged on, even the continuous use of pills could no longer sustain her mounting injuries. With a thunderous explosion, Chi Shueyue's figure was sent flying towards Chi Anlin. He sighed, stepped forward, and caught his sister, skidding across the ground to dissipate the immense impact force. Cough, cough, thanks. Chi Anlin? Chi Shueyue recognized her brother, feeling a mix of surprise and anger, but the danger was far from over. The furious Flame Bone Dragon was already closing in. She immediately pushed Chi Anlin aside, drew her spear, and transformed it into a fiery phoenix, hurling it accurately at the dragon's throat. In that critical moment, Chi Anlin mounted Xiaoya and used Extreme Ice Flash to transfer his severely injured sister to a safe location. This scene left Chi Shueyue astonished, not only at Xiaoya's special abilities, but also at sensing the unique dual battle bodies within her. Give me your concealment ring and let me borrow your beast. Chi Shueyue handed over a pill, promising it would restore Xiaoya's strength. After affixing a defensive talisman to Xiaoya, Qi Anlin reluctantly handed over the ring, advising, "Sis, if possible, let Xiaoya deliver the final blow. I think it will help with her bloodline evolution." He then swiftly left the battlefield. Qi Shueyue mounted Xiaoya, briefing the mysterious White Wolf on the battle strategy. Meanwhile, the furious flame bone dragon had already spat out the phoenix spear and was furiously searching for its enemies. When it detected the presence of the ice-attributed creature with a unique battle body, it let out an earth-shaking roar. Without a second thought, Qi Anlin immediately chased after the distant figure. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming pressure from behind. Turning back, he saw the enormous dragon head menacingly charging towards him. His face turned pale, and he quickened his pace, leaving afterimages in the air. At this critical moment, Xiaoya's figure flashed to the neck of the furious flame skeletal dragon. Qi Shueyue swiftly pulled out a stack of talismans, densely engraved with flame symbols and power runes. With swift movements, she attached the talismans to the dragon's neck, and Xiaoya quickly retreated. Qi Shueyue's hair fluttered in the surge of spiritual energy, and the flaming phoenix reappeared on her spear. The furious flame skeletal dragon sensed the energy fluctuations at its neck and tried to evade, but it was too late. With a low shout, Qi Shueyue thrust her spear into the talismans. This strike drained all her spiritual energy, and the phoenix's shadow instantly enveloped the entire skeletal dragon. With a thunderous explosion, ripples of energy shook the space, sending Qi Anlin flying. Xiaoya appeared beside him just in time, using extreme ice flash to carry him away from the explosion center. The massive body of the furious flame skeletal dragon crashed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust and causing magma to gush from the cracked earth. After setting Qi Anlin down, Xiaoya immediately charged towards the wounded skeletal dragon. Its body was covered in cracks and still burning. Qi Shueyue landed weakly, barely managing to swallow a pill. As the skeletal dragon trembled slightly, Xiaoya aimed at the crack on its neck. Snowflakes blossomed under her feet, and with a step, cold energy surged through the wound to the dragon's head. The ice-binding spell exploded within it. The light in the furious flame skeletal dragon's eyes faded, and it collapsed with a thud. A system notification sounded, informing Qi Anlin that he had gained 100 million blood energy and an opportunity to comprehend the Great Tao. He jumped up excitedly, already planning how to use this unexpected fortune. "Sis, are you okay?" Qi Anlin hurriedly supported the weakened Qi Shueyue. Leaning against her brother, she saw through his lie but didn't expose him. After a brief conversation, Qi Anlin mentioned the flame phoenix art, which instantly revived Qi Shueyue's spirits, though her unhealed body nearly caused her to fall. Qi Anlin told her that the technique was with the Tiger Battle King in lynching, and that she could retrieve it anytime. A massive beast's corpse suddenly appeared before them. Despite its enormous size, it still seemed insignificant compared to the Fury Flame Bone Dragon. "Here you go," Qi Shueyue said eagerly. "I'll leave once I recover my spiritual power." She glanced at the Spider Queen's corpse, planning to trade it for resources. Since she could exchange it for the Flame Phoenix technique, this deal was a major win. For ordinary cultivators, the Flame Phoenix technique might be just an average skill, but for someone with the Flame Phoenix battle body like her, it could help her break through several realms. By the way, Qi Shueyue suddenly remembered, once you awaken your skill, you can claim benefits from the family. Have I mentioned this before? Qi Anlin gave her a peculiar look. Our Qi family has so few people, can we even call it a family? It's a long story, Qi Shueyue explained. It's actually not our Qi family. It's Mom's side of the family. Don't tell me, Qi Anlin said with a pained expression. Mom is actually a princess from a big family who eloped with Dad? How did you know? Qi Shueyue asked in surprise. Given the situation at home, no one should have told Qi Anlin about this, especially since he had trouble cultivating before. Seeing his sister's reaction, Qi Anlin couldn't help but laugh bitterly. This plot is in 8 out of 10 novels, isn't it? It's not that dramatic, Qi Shueyue replied, putting away the Fury Flame Bone Dragon's corpse and feeling her spiritual energy gradually return. Dad used to be a genius too, but he damaged his foundation saving Mom. The family didn't oppose their relationship. You didn't know any of this because your talent was too poor. Even if you knew, the family couldn't help you. Anyway, you should ask Dad about it. I need to find the Tiger Battle King, Qi Shueyue said as she prepared to leave. This time, I got really lucky, so I won't have to worry about cultivation resources for a while. You also need to hurry up and get stronger. Aim for a good rank when school starts. The rewards are quite substantial. By the way, sis, Feng Huajun has also taken me as a disciple, Qi Anlin said, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Qi Shueyue was momentarily stunned, but her expression quickly relaxed when she remembered her brother also possessed a battle physique. You need to complete the tasks Master has assigned you promptly. My king-level Phoenix Spear was a reward for defeating a world dominator, she said earnestly. Getting into the top 5,000 shouldn't be too hard for you. If Master has set a challenge, there must be corresponding rewards, and the better you perform, the richer the rewards will be. With that, she hurriedly left, clearly preparing for the upcoming tasks as the new term approached. Watching his sister's hurried departure, Qi Anlin sighed. His elder sister always tackled things with such urgency. But on closer thought, Qi Shueyue had to earn most of her cultivation resources herself, unlike him, who could use blood energy to boost his beasts. For him, cultivation resources were less critical, as the breakthroughs of his beasts would naturally enhance his own power. His gaze fell on the green-light venom blood spider queen, and he swallowed hard before activating the appraisal function. Name: Greenlight Venom Blood Spider Queen. Attribute: Poison. Level: 3rd stage, 1st phase. Potential: Earth grade, lower tier. Physique: 1000 Venom Battle Physique. Ranking: 9650. World Power: 0.01. Qi Anlin raised an eyebrow, surprised to find it was a battle physique. Although its ranking was low, it was stronger than his Ice Soul physique. This Spider Queen was meant for his Ant Queen. The fusion would not only enhance toxicity but also improve production efficiency. As for what world power was, the system offered no explanation, leaving him puzzled. Feeling a sense of great accomplishment, Qi Anlin returned to the forest. Along the way, Xiao Xing had woken up and was crying over a lost khaki-colored mouse. "Don't worry, the ant soldiers will help you find it," he reassured her, only to have her wipe her nose and tears on his clothes. Arriving at the Ant Queen's side, Qi Anlin began a series of fusions. First, he fused the Void Ant Queen with the Greenlight Venom Blood Spider Queen, spending 20 million yuan to boost the success rate to 75 to ensure everything went smoothly. Next, he fused Sun Tzu's Art of War and the Xinyan Formation Book, both targeting the Ant Queen's head. After completing all the fusion settings, Qi Anlin organized his resources, handed the Celestial Wolf Divine Jade to Xiaoya, and began secluded cultivation of the king-level technique. One day later, when Qi Anlin emerged from seclusion, Xiaoya had advanced to the 1st stage, 4th phase, and his own strength had risen to the 1st stage, 3rd phase. After spending 10 days in the blood energy space, Qi Anlin finally mastered the 1st level of the One Tian Jianju. This achievement filled him with immense joy. His meridian capacity had doubled, and the spiritual energy in his dantian had started to liquefy. Qi Anlin could clearly feel his strength surge. If he were to go all out, he could easily contend with 3 of his former selves. The fact that just the 1st level of a king-level technique brought such a significant improvement made Qi Anlin very excited about the future. However, due to time constraints, he hadn't yet begun the body refining techniques. The most surprising progress came from the Blood Devourer King. After receiving 100 grams of the life source, it took only a day for the Blood Devourer King to elevate its power to the 1st realm, 9th stage. However, due to its quality, its level had hit a temporary bottleneck. Qi Anlin decided to initiate a new round of synthesis and enhancement for the Blood Devourer King. At that moment, his gaze fell upon the Queen Ant, and he was immediately captivated by its attribute data. Void Silver Poison Ant Queen. Attributes: Space, Fire, Metal, Poison. Level: 1st realm, 1st stage. Potential: Earth grade, Superior. Production speed: Queen Ant, 170 days. 1st realm, 4th stage, 101 day. 1st realm, 3rd stage, 501 day. 1st realm, 2nd stage, 2001 day. 1st realm, 1st stage, 10,001 day. Mortal grade, 9th stage, 30,001 day. Skills: Intimidation, Mortal grade, Superior. Bloodline control, Gene absorption, Yellow grade, Intermediate, can devour and integrate beast genes. Production: Spirit grade, Superior, can produce ant soldiers, faster with higher skill level. Formation: Mysterious grade, Superior, can arrange multiple formations with ant soldiers. Tactics: Passive skill increases troop morale by 50, combat ability by 300, reduces loss rate, may summon battle spirit. After analyzing the Queen Ant's data, Qi Anlin immediately set out to enhance its skills. He first invested 10 primordial units to upgrade gene absorption to Mysterious grade, Inferior, to resolve previous issues with gene integration. Then, he decisively invested 10 million primordial units to elevate the production skill to Earth grade, Intermediate. The Queen Ant's production capacity is astounding. Every 50 days, she can produce 1 Tier 5 ant soldier, and daily she can produce 200 Tier 4, 1,000 Tier 3, 3,000 Tier 2, 10,000 Tier 1, and 50,000 mortal level 9 ant soldiers, with a total daily output reaching 150,000. Qi Anlin stared at these staggering numbers, eyes wide in disbelief. Was this production intended for conquering the entire otherworld? His gaze shifted to the Queen Ant, deciding that enhancing her power was of utmost importance. He noticed a 0.01 value marked on the Queen's small world gene, which seemed to be the world power he had seen earlier. Although the specific use of this power was still unclear, he planned to research it gradually. For now, The priority was to test the formation capabilities of the ant soldiers. Incredible, Chi Anlin marveled as he watched the ant soldiers in combat ahead. Over 100 Tier 1 armored ant soldiers were battling a Tier 4 Shilong jackal. The ants were glowing with a yellowish-brown light, executing a perfect military formation. This combined formation concentrated the attack and defense power of all the ant soldiers into a single point, rendering the jackal's attacks ineffective and pushing it into a defensive position. Meanwhile, nearby Bloodblade ant soldiers were inscribing runes on 12 armored ant soldiers. After devouring precious materials, they successfully set up a spirit-gathering formation. Golden light rose, and the surrounding spiritual energy quickly converged. This was a yellow-grade spirit-gathering formation, capable of boosting the cultivation speed of a Tier 1 practitioner to 2.5 times the usual rate. Remarkably, this formation could move with the ant soldiers, as long as they maintained their original positions. Chi Anlin, riding his ice spirit griffin, continued to observe the battles in other areas. The ant soldiers not only mastered formations, but were also skilled in military tactics and coordination. A group of Skynet ant soldiers was subduing an iron sand sheep. After a Bloodblade ant soldier cut open a wound, a Mandrake ant soldier swiftly burrowed in, taking just half a minute to take down the Tier 3 beast. Despite acquiring a significant amount of blood energy this time, Chi Anlin knew he couldn't rest on his laurels. He decided to purchase stealth equipment for the newly bred dozen transport ant soldiers, so they could carry supplies without being detected. Upon returning to the ant nest, Chi Anlin began preparing for the synthesis of the Blood Devourer King. He allocated half of the remaining Earth-grade life source to nurture the newly acquired wood element beast eggs. The Blood Devourer King, sensing the Queen Ant's mutation and the awakening of the wolf beast's battle body, became more respectful towards Chi Anlin and even shared many secrets of the demon realm. Chi Anlin started organizing the treasures obtained from the War God Tower, mainly Shin-grade items. He decided to fuse the Blood Devourer King with dark element treasures like the Xian Yin Ghost Crystal, the Zhong Tian Mystic Tome, and the Stone Demon Elephant, estimating a 3-day process. He also didn't forget to enhance the abilities of Xiaoxing, who frequently went out treasure hunting by merging body techniques and defensive treasures, spending over 1,000 yuan. Finally, Chi Anlin took out a large amount of spiritual food and cultivation resources, preparing to enter seclusion with Xiaoya to deal with the impending blood energy feedback. He believed that upon returning to school, his strength would surely make him stand out among the freshmen. 3 days flew by quickly, and Chi Anlin emerged from his secluded training. The progress during this time was astonishing not just for him, but also for his beasts. Xiaoya had broken through to the 6th stage of the first realm, and the Queen Ant had reached the 3rd stage of the same realm. Although Chi Anlin himself only advanced to the 4th stage of the first realm due to his training in a king-level technique and body cultivation method, his actual combat power far exceeded his previous state. In terms of body cultivation, he cleverly replaced lightning with blood energy, bringing the king-level body cultivation method to the 2nd layer. Now, even against body cultivators of the same realm, his defense was nearly impenetrable. Half of the spiritual energy in his Dantian had liquefied, giving him a significant advantage in prolonged battles. However, Chi Anlin was most troubled by the Queen Ant's issue. The production speed of her ant soldiers was severely restricted due to the need for a large number of demon beasts as a nutritional source. Just as he was fretting over this, the fusion of the Blood Devourer King and Xiaoxing was completed. The Blood Devourer King's attributes showed it as a Shadow Razor ant, with its strength at the 1st stage of the 2nd realm and potential at the high-grade Xian level. As a king in its past life, it could quickly break through realms as long as it had sufficient energy. Xiaoxing's attributes were quite unique. Besides the basic metal attribute, it possessed a series of special skills. From the stealth-enhancing, can't see me, to the treasure-hunting, treasure seeker, to the taunting, what are you looking at? And the speed-boosting, run like the wind. While these skill names made Chi Anlin laugh and cry, their effectiveness was undeniable. At that moment, the system sent an update notification, rewarding him with items such as a heavenly source crystal, a beast trap, beast lure, and a demon beast radar. As Chi Anlin pondered how to allocate these rewards, the sound of an eggshell cracking caught his attention. A small fairy, about the size of a palm, peeked out from the eggshell with timid emerald eyes. This little creature, named Womuling, not only possessed wood attributes, but also the rare life attribute, making it the support beast Chi Anlin had long awaited. However, before Chi Anlin could approach, Xiaoxing excitedly pounced on Womuling, scaring it into tears. At the crucial moment, Xiaoya intervened, not only repelling Xiaoxing but also skillfully weaving a suitable outfit from its fur and ice needles. Seeing Xiaoya's unexpected action, Chi Anlin raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Well, you Baijid fellow, could it be that you're a Lican? After Xiaoxing dressed Womuling, Chi Anlin gently cradled the tiny sprite in his palm. To ensure her recovery, he took out a basic healing pill and began the synthesis process immediately. With ample resources at his disposal, the minor time expenditure was of no concern. Once synthesized, Womuling no longer seemed afraid of Qi Anlin. She flapped her delicate wings vigorously, her small face turning red, but she couldn't lift off. Qi Anlin gently tapped her forehead, flicking Xiaoxing off his sleeve, and then closed his eyes to begin the bonding ritual. His spiritual energy quickly enveloped Womuling's spiritual core, causing a shimmering green crystal to manifest in his mental sea. A wave of comfort washed over him, and Qi Anlin was delighted to find his control over spiritual power had significantly improved. Opening the system interface to check the task panel, he saw a new elemental affinity effect in the bond section. This allowed him to adapt to all elemental spiritual powers and increased his resistance to other attribute attacks, perfectly resolving the rejection issues he had faced during the Xiaoya bond upgrade. Inspecting Womuling's skills. Healing Light Low-tier Spirit. Summons a light with healing properties. Spirit Song Mid-tier Spirit. A healing melody that soothes body and mind. After a moment of consideration, Qi Anlin pulled out a basic alchemy book obtained from the War God Tower, intending to enhance Womuling's abilities. The system immediately prompted. Do you want to fuse Womuling with fire refining technique? Required blood energy, 50,000. Success rate, 2. Fusion time, 5 hours. Effect. Learns alchemy skills but cannot master alchemy. It's recommended to fuse with a fire element item first. This fusion effect surprised Qi Anlin, as it seemed to be a new feature after a system update. Considering Womuling's healing nature, he abandoned the fire attribute option and instead took out the Heavenly Tao Illusion book. Do you want to fuse Womuling with the Heavenly Tao Illusion book? Required blood energy, 5 million. Success rate, 70. Fusion time, 1 hour. Effect. Gains illusion abilities, including charm and creating illusions. The required blood energy was a trivial amount for him now, so Qi Anlin compressed the fusion time to 1 minute without hesitation. After the fusion, Womuling transformed into an illusion sound sprite. Name, Illusion Sound Sprite. Attributes, Wood, Life, Illusion. Level, Basic Tier, Stage 3. Potential, Top Tier Spirit. Skills, Illusion Top Tier Spirit. Creates illusions to control enemies, with effectiveness increasing with spiritual power. Charm Mid-tier Spirit. Attracts and controls enemies. Qi Anlin decided to develop her as a pure support beast, capable of healing allies and controlling enemies. He gently stroked the illusion sound sprite's head and placed her on Xiaoya's back. Though still in her juvenile form, her appearance would undoubtedly change as her strength grew. Use Spirit Song, Qi Anlin instructed. The illusion sound sprite nodded in agreement and began to sing a melodious and soothing song. The music felt like a warm flame, alleviating Qi Anlin's fatigue, and like soft ribbons wrapping around his heart. He instantly felt rejuvenated, his weariness vanishing. Even Xiaoya was entranced until Xiaoxing's loud exclamation of "amazing" broke the tranquility. Coach, I want to learn too. Xiaoxing clapped excitedly but was flicked away by Qi Anlin once more. Moved by the celestial music of the sprite, Qi Anlin decided to name his new companion, Tianyin. He then prepared to continue his secluded cultivation, readying himself for the upcoming journey home. With Tianyin around, fatigue would no longer be an issue. Use the Great Tao Insight opportunity, Qi Anlin commanded the system within his blood energy space. Ding! Successfully used. In an instant, Qi Anlin's consciousness sank, surrounded by countless profound Great Tao principles. His soul seemed to float among them, sensing the essence of the Thunder Tao, River Tao, Hammer Sky Tao, Blood Shadow Tao, and more. As he drifted in this sea of Tao, Qi Anlin pondered what path he truly needed. Without the Queen Ant, he might have had to hunt beasts like other protagonists to gain blood energy, possibly leading him to comprehend the slaughtered Tao. Immersed in his insights, the surrounding Tao laws gradually integrated into his body. 5 days later, Qi Anlin opened his eyes and assessed his status. Name, Qi Anlin. Level, First Realm, Stage 5. Professions, Beast Master, Body Cultivator, Qi Cultivator. Blood Energy, 62 million units. Beasts, E First Realm, Stage 5. Xiaoya First Realm, Stage 8. Xiaoxing Basic Tier, Stage 9. Tianyin Basic Tier, Stage 4. Techniques, omitted. Great Tao, Extreme Ice Tao, 1. Fusion Tao, 0.05. Burning Fire Tao, 0.5. Aren't Great Taos supposed to be comprehended only by king-level cultivators? Qi Anlin muttered to himself in confusion. While in the blood energy space, Qi Anlin pondered for a moment before summoning a deity of the same level. Before him appeared a girl with an outstanding aura. She had light golden eyes and skin as smooth and white as ivory. Not only was she strikingly beautiful, but she also exuded an innate sense of nobility. Despite her alluring figure, she radiated an untouchable, sacred presence. These deities, each more pretentious than the last, Qi Anlin thought to himself. He didn't summon any weapons, but instead chose to confront her with his bare hands. This deity, named Ji Shui, had attributes of light and holiness, and was at the first tier, fifth stage of her power. Seeing Qi Anlin rushing towards her unarmed, her pupils narrowed, and she instantly summoned a long sword to strike at him. Clang! Qi Anlin caught the blade with one hand, sparks flying. Without hesitation, he threw a punch with his other hand, sending Ji Shui flying. He glanced at his palm, noticing only a faint white mark. Even deities of the same level can't break through my defense? Qi Anlin smirked. Anyone who thinks I'm just an ordinary beast tamer is in for a big surprise. Regaining her stance, Ji Shui let out an angry roar. Her long sword emitted a blinding light, and a holy sword energy surged towards him. Seal, Qi Anlin whispered. The sword energy instantly turned into an ice sculpture and fell to the ground. This was the ice seal skill, imbued with the essence of the Tao, capable of freezing even attacks. He then looked at Ji Shui and, with a surge of spiritual power, completely encased her in ice. As the blood energy space dissipated, Qi Anlin exhaled deeply. Though his comprehension of the Tao was not yet complete, this power far surpassed ordinary martial skills. It made him understand even more profoundly the saying, below the king level, all are ants. Next, Qi Anlin proceeded to handle the aftermath. He instructed the Blood Devourer King to retrieve the heart buried deep in the forest. Despite being long dead, the heart remained as red as ever, its energy making the nearby queen ant drool with envy. After handing the Tianyuan crystal to the queen ant, Qi Anlin gently patted its head and instructed, keep the number of soldiers at around 2,000 for now. Focus on cultivation and consider nurturing a new queen. In this fourth-tier beast realm, with the world dominator eliminated, the strongest beasts only reach the peak of the fourth tier, allowing the queen ant to continue growing. Ordinary resources no longer interested Qi Anlin, so he left them as food for the soldiers, reserving only Xian and Ling-level resources for synthesis. Suddenly, an idea struck Qi Anlin, and he proposed to Xiaoya. What if we combine the beast radar with ordinary beasts and then feed it to the queen ant? Could it transfer the ability to the soldiers through genetic fusion? Xiaoya paused for a moment, giving him a helpless look. Qi Anlin continued excitedly, this method could work for other beasts too. For example, using your blood, could the soldiers gain battle body genes? After some discussion, Xiaoya agreed to provide blood. Although the queen ant had a digestion pool, it preferred to taste food with its mouth. Qi Anlin checked the genetic panel and indeed found many new gene options. Ice Soul Battle Body, Scorching Heaven Battle Body. Fuse with the Ice Soul Battle Body. Qi Anlin commanded excitedly. With a battle body, the soldiers' combat power and cultivation speed would far surpass the queen ants. However, the system message, fusion failed, please improve skill level, was like a bucket of cold water poured over him. Indeed, attempting to fuse a battle body with a low-tier Shin-level gene extraction skill was rather ambitious. Qi Anlin shook his head, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. Although the fusion attempt had failed this time, he was convinced that he was on the right track. As long as he could elevate this skill to a high enough level, he would be able to merge various battle bodies and form an army of pure battle body ant soldiers in the future. However, to raise the skill to the king level, the current amount of blood energy was far from sufficient. Even though he had obtained a significant amount of blood energy from the dragon beast that had fallen to the 4th level and 9th rank, it was still a considerable distance from reaching the king level. The road ahead is long and arduous. Qi Anlin muttered to himself, then mounted the ice spirit griffin and prepared to return. This trip to the beast realm had been quite uneventful. Since he had instructed the ant queen not to kill unnecessarily and the ant soldiers had almost hunted all the nearby beasts, the entire area appeared desolate. Most of the cultivators who ventured into the forest were scared off and fled, with few daring to linger. Before setting off, he carefully placed Xiaoxing and Tianin into his pocket and had Xiaoya follow on the ground. Since the beast master bag had been given to the ant queen for synthesis, he couldn't retrieve his beasts for now. As for the ice battle soul, which was in the midst of breaking through the 1st level, it stayed temporarily in the ant queen's small world. During the flight, Qi Anlin spotted a group of returning cultivators in the distance. These 1st-level cultivators, sensing Xiaoya's presence, immediately raised their weapons in caution. However, Xiaoya paid them no mind and flew past them, allowing the group to breathe a sigh of relief. As they approached the teleportation point, the number of cultivators around noticeably increased. This area, bustling with people, had become the safest place. Qi Anlin directed the ice spirit griffin to descend slowly, adjusting his aura to that of an ordinary beast master. He knew that completely concealing his presence would only arouse the suspicion of the station soldiers. After all, not all beast masters had beast master bags, and it was perfectly normal for beasts to appear at the teleportation point. What kind of beast is that? Such high quality. The surrounding chatter grew louder. Although Xiao Yu was a battle beast, in an environment dominated by 2nd-tier cultivators, its true strength was hard to gauge accurately. Someone in the crowd noticed that this young man had all ice-type beasts, a clear sign of a wealthy family background. But he didn't have a beast pouch, which led to whispers. Probably just showing off, someone quietly remarked. Sure, beast tamers need their beasts for protection, but flaunting them like this? Chi Anlin merely glanced at the people around him and walked out of the passageway without a word. Upon returning to Blue Star, he took a deep breath and decided to head to the nearest city, Lincheng. The priority was to buy a beast pouch given Xiao Yu's size. Riding the ice spirit griffin back was out of the question. Along the way, he encountered several beast tamers riding their beasts, but due to his social anxiety, Chi Anlin always avoided them in advance. He pulled out his phone and began to deal with the accumulated messages. First up was Gigi, a talented individual who had been admitted to a top university. 3 days ago, Gigi had messaged saying he'd met his first love. Chi Anlin simply replied, "Congrats. How's it going now?" Gigi instantly responded with a poetic reflection, recounting everything from catching cicadas at 7 to his first kiss at 16, ending with, "Ex-boyfriends should be compensated." Chi Anlin quickly closed the chat, thinking to himself that Gigi's style was beyond saving. Next, he exchanged a few pleasantries with Xia Yan and responded to Xiao's message. As a member of their team, everyone except Wang Chong had gone to the same university. Lastly, he sent an important message to Hiro Yun, informing her that he had discovered the Blood Devourer King's ruin in another world and confirmed its death. The related items would be brought back to the school. Considering Hiro Yun's husband had died at the hands of the Blood Devourer King, this was news she needed to hear promptly. Upon arriving in Lincheng, Chi Anlin left his beast at the city gate and headed to the Merchant Guild. Due to recent incidents involving cult members in several prominent families, the city was on high alert, with Tiger Battle King overseeing the investigations. Everyone entering the city had to undergo a scanning check. Once his identity was confirmed, the guard's attitude became respectful, and they even provided a car to escort him to the Merchant Guild. At the 5th floor of the Jin Yuan Merchant Guild, a saleswoman warmly welcomed him and showed him 3 types of Xinggrade beast pouches. One with no attribute that could hold 5 beasts, featuring spirit stone absorption and healing functions, priced at 500 third-grade spirit stones. A mid-grade fire attribute pouch that could hold 6 beasts with a better environment, priced at 850, and finally, a high-grade no-attribute pouch with 8 beast slots, offering a 3-room, 1-hall setup for the primary beast, priced at 1,200 third-grade spirit stones. Just as Chi Anlin was marveling at the 3-room, 1-hall setup, a bejeweled, breathless man rushed in. "Mr. Chi, finally found you." Jane Yuanbai, a director of the Jin Yuan Merchant Guild, panted as he spoke, adorned in jewels. For a business association, attracting talented individuals is indeed a necessary step, especially when it comes to geniuses like Chi Anlin, who possess extraordinary physical abilities. Jin Yuanbai stood behind the counter, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness. Although his own abilities weren't particularly high, the intelligence network of the association had already informed him that Chi Anlin, upon entering the military academy, had taken a highly esteemed mentor. Even though Feng Huijun hadn't publicly announced taking on a disciple, Jian Yuanbai's keen intuition led him to believe that Chi Anlin's mentor was undoubtedly a king-level figure. "Mr. Chi," Jian Yuanbai said with a slight bow, making an inviting gesture, "please follow me to the 6th floor. The goods on the 5th floor are ordinary items for public sale, but only on the 6th floor will you find the true treasures of our Jin Yuan Association." Chi Anlin gave Jin Yuanbai just one glance and immediately saw through his intentions. He sighed inwardly. Dealing with people is truly exhausting, but for now, he had no choice but to go along with it. "Are you looking to purchase a beast taming bag, Mr. Chi?" Jin Yuanbai asked enthusiastically. "Our association has a long-term partnership with the military academy, and you can enjoy a discount with your student bracelet." Jin Yuanbai calculated in his mind. Chi Anlin had just been taken under the wing of a king-level mentor and was at the peak of his confidence. Attempting to recruit him now would not only be costly but also unlikely to succeed. Instead, offering a discount as a gesture of goodwill seemed more prudent. Although the price might not be as low as what could be obtained through the military academy's credit system, it was certainly the best deal among external associations. Besides, the academy credits had to be earned through completing tasks, whereas if their branch invested wisely, the resources allocated from the headquarters would be more generous. Moreover, Jin Yuanbai continued, signaling his subordinates to bring out higher-grade items. "If you have any valuable resources to sell, our purchase price will surpass that of other associations." Soon, several exquisitely crafted beast taming bags were laid out in front of Chi Anlin, each with a very enticing price tag. After selecting a beast bag that could hold 8 spirit beasts, Chi Anlin began carefully choosing other essentials on his tablet. His first picks were a treasure map and a metal detector, which could be used to synthesize with little Xing to enhance its treasure hunting abilities. Next, he loaded his shopping cart with a variety of weaponry: rocket launchers, machine guns, railguns, grenades, and more. These weapons would be fed to the Queen Ant after being synthesized with spirit beasts. granting the ant soldiers long-range combat capabilities. After some thought, Chi Anlin added a few signal jammers to his cart. He was considering merging these with spirit beast brains to see if they could evolve into psychic signal blockers. He also picked up some watches, phones, and rings, which could be used to alter appearances. To acquire the genes of marine spirit beasts, Chi Anlin specifically bought the corpses of marine creatures like mantis shrimp, since there was no ocean environment in the little beast realm. As he was about to select signal boosters, he suddenly paused. Through communicating with the queen ant in his mental sea, he learned an important piece of information. The connection between the queen ant and the ant soldiers had limitations. If the ant soldiers ventured into other worlds, they would lose contact. However, establishing a new queen ant in that world would re-establish the connection. This meant that by giving a teammate an ant soldier and merging it with a phone, they could establish cross-world communication. After completing his purchases, Chi Anlin began to liquidate his resources. He sold off materials obtained from the War God Tower and spiritual herbs collected by the Queen Ant, earning 94th grade spirit stones. He also sold martial techniques acquired from the Blood Devourer King, netting 500 4th grade spirit stones. He planned to keep the remaining martial techniques and intelligence for exchange credits back at the military academy. As for the breath-concealing treasures, he decided to purchase them at the academy, as they offered discounts in this area. With everything in order, Chi Anlin mounted his ice spirit griffin and set off for the military academy. Though the speed of his mount rivaled that of an airplane, the expanded size of this world's blue star meant the journey from Lin City to the academy would still take 10 hours. Fortunately, the windproof array on the saddle made the trip quite comfortable. During the flight, he entered the blood energy space to continue his training, bringing Howling Moon, Little Xing, and Tianyin along with him. Upon arriving at the Sea City entrance to the military realm, the scene was bustling with people. Numerous parents were bidding farewell to their children, filling the air with a sense of parting. Chi Anlin noticed that most of these new students were at the 8th or 9th level of the mortal stage, representing various professions. Their attire was distinctive. Alchemists donned white robes, while body cultivators looked like wild men. Riding his ice spirit griffin directly into the military realm, Chi Anlin found it equally lively. A large number of students were queuing up to receive student wristbands from senior students. Although many beast tamers had their own mounts, the vast expanse of the military realm necessitated the use of the Academy's spirit beasts for transporting new students at this stage. In the distance, several mythical beasts were ferrying students to their residential areas. Chi Anlin was seated on the back of an ice spirit griffin and quickly arrived at his dormitory. Just then, he noticed a thunderous roar coming from the courtyard next door. It was a formidable dark steel dragon, its entire body covered in armor-like metallic scales, and its crimson eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. The dragon was about 20 meters long, with powerful limbs and a cold metallic sheen, exuding an unmistakable aura of dominance. After a quick identification, Chi Anlin realized it was a Stage 3, Grade 5 Earth-level beast, possessing both metal and dark attributes. Standing on the dragon's back was a man with sharply defined features, his eyes carrying a sternness beyond his years. His gaze fell on Chi Anlin, seemingly assessing his new neighbor. At that moment, Chi Anlin had already used his concealment ring to hide his true strength, appearing as a mere mortal. He knew that Ji Hongfei, the man on the dragon's back, was well aware that any student residing in the heaven-level area couldn't possibly be as weak as he appeared. Chi Anlin. He introduced himself proactively. Ji Hongfei raised an eyebrow slightly and asked directly, "What level is your beast?" It turned out that Ji Hongfei was a Stage 1, Grade 4 body cultivator with a war body, ranking 4,705th on the leaderboard. Chi Anlin understood clearly. Aside from himself, this person was likely the strongest body cultivator among the new students at the military academy. Due to the concealment ring, Ji Hongfei couldn't sense Chi Anlin's true capabilities and naturally assumed he had earned his place here through his high-level beast. Indeed, the profession of a beastmaster was unique. While they could gain spiritual energy breakthroughs through their beasts, they relied more on their mental strength. Therefore, a beastmaster's personal cultivation level often did not accurately reflect the strength of their beasts. When inquiring about himself, Chi Anlin couldn't help but smile. He knew that this new student clearly hadn't checked the information on other battle bodies on their wristbands. It was easy to find out someone's identity just by knowing their name. Before Chi Anlin could speak, Ji Hongfei said in a peculiar tone, "Whatever, their strength doesn't concern me. My goals are not focused on my peers." With that, he waved his hand, and the imposing dark shadow steel dragon vanished instantly. Ji Hongfei then turned and walked into the quadrangle courtyard. Chi Anlin shrugged, ready to head back to his own courtyard, when he suddenly sensed something and turned to look. Out of the neighboring courtyard walked a man with long, ink-black hair, dressed in a light purple robe. His purple eyes glowed with a strange light, and his carefree and unrestrained aura made Chi Anlin instinctively feel that this man was quite the charmer. Name, Mou. Level, Stage 1, Tier 3. Profession, Chi Practitioner. Physique: Heavenly Thunder Battle Body. Rank: 8,720. Your sensing ability isn't bad, Imo said with a smile. Don't mind that guy. He's a typical show-off, rude in speech but fairly upright in character. Chi Anlin nodded in agreement. It was understandable for seasoned experts to refer to themselves as I, given their long lives, but which young person talks like that nowadays? Imo's purple eyes flickered. That guy might be in for a fall this time, though. You cleared 30 levels of the War God Tower in one go. Though your exact strength is unknown, you're undoubtedly the top freshman. You're overestimating me. My level is nowhere near Ji Hongfei's, Chi Anlin replied. Though he hadn't heard Ji Hongfei introduce himself, the Battle Body Information Manual had all the details. You're too modest. Chi, the opening ceremony is about to start. Why don't we go together? Seeing Imo's friendly demeanor, Chi Anlin, though aware of his probing intentions, decided to agree. He wasn't familiar with the school and Imo seemed harmless. This way, he could learn more about the school and observe Imo's combat abilities, which might come in handy for future blood collection. Along the way, Imo briefed Chi Anlin on various aspects of the school, from Ji Hongfei being Ji Hao's cousin to where the new beauties lived, knowing it all. This confirmed Chi Anlin's impression of Imo's flirtatious nature. Chi, the freshman will be divided into 4 classes. Most of us with battle bodies will likely be separated, Imo reminded. Make sure to strive for the class leader position. It comes with many benefits. They soon reached the playground. Despite the freshman gathering, the vast space still seemed sparse. Imo retracted his flying beast and continued explaining that the opening ceremony included not just class divisions, but also tests of strength and endurance. When the topic turned to mentor selection, envy flickered in Imo's eyes. Chi Anlin had already been accepted as a disciple by Feng Huajun, one of the 2 monarch-level experts at the academy, the other being the principal who guarded the Sea City Otherworld entrance. Among the 20 king-level experts, Ji Hongfei would likely apprentice under the demon-suppressing king, while Imo, though wishing to learn from the White Spirit King, might have to settle for the Thunder King due to mismatched attributes. As they conversed, several figures suddenly appeared in the void. Shui Yuang looked at Feng Huajun with a troubled expression. Feng Huajun, how should we handle your disciple? This kid has already reached stage 1, tier 5. The Demon King revealed a meaningful smile, his gaze falling on Chi Anlin. This physique, it should be categorized as a body cultivator. And this kid has mastered 2 royal-level techniques as well. Truly a prodigy. Yes, a body cultivator, Feng Huajun replied flatly. But soon, we should have him summon his beasts. Feng Huajun scrutinized Chi Anlin closely, a hint of astonishment flickering in her eyes. This kid's cultivation speed is truly remarkable. His previous strength was already impressive, but now, his level is comparable to Ji Hao when he first joined. She extended her spiritual power into Chi Anlin's body and quickly reached a conclusion. Among the new students, probably only Ji Hongfei can break through his defenses. Even if the others attack him while he stands still, they wouldn't be able to harm him at all. Suddenly, Feng Huajun frowned. Why is there an additional beast in his spiritual sea? And the light clusters of his other beasts have become brighter. Especially that wolf beasted has even gained a fire attribute. She looked at Chi Anlin as if he were an incredible anomaly, then cleared her throat, shattering the spiritual probes of the other kings and concealing Chi Anlin's spiritual sea. The other kings did not object. Everyone knew that although Feng Huajun usually appeared laid back, her temper was incredibly fiery. Once, an otherworldly king tried to capture Qi Shueyue while she was training, and Feng Huajun directly attacked his stronghold, even injuring the otherworldly monarch. Now that Chi Anlin was her disciple, his secrets were naturally not for them to pry into. Allocate 3 slots in the Blood Flame secret realm for Chi's beasts, Feng Huajun suddenly announced. King Shueyu was taken aback and quickly tried to dissuade her. Feng Huajun, you mustn't. You know the Blood Flame secret realm? It doesn't matter. Feng Huajun interrupted him directly. I'll go to the Golden Horn realm and kill a king to fill the slots. Her words left King Shueyu speechless, and the surrounding kings fell silent. Although with Feng Huajun's strength, killing a king would only take a move or 2. Such actions could very well ignite a war between the Golden Horn tribe and the human race. As the clock struck 10, several monarchs descended from the sky and hovered over the field. The students gazed up at these legendary figures, erupting into a chorus of gasps. Even though many of them came from distinguished backgrounds, seeing these near-ancestral-level monarchs in person was a rare opportunity. Feng Huajun hovered in midair, her gaze sweeping across the crowd below. If it weren't for Chi Anlin being among the freshmen, she would never have attended a mere opening ceremony in person. Quiet down, everyone. Bai Lingwang's gentle voice washed over the crowd like a spring breeze, instantly calming the noise. As per tradition, we will subject you to 3 tests, Bai Lingwang announced, scanning the crowd and nodding in approval at their attentive expressions. The first test will involve adjusting pressure according to your respective professions. Beast tamers must summon their beasts, and those with multiple professions will be judged based on their strongest one. This test assesses your strength and endurance. The second test will involve an illusion, testing your mental fortitude and laying the foundation for confronting inner demons. As for the final test, we'll explain it once you've passed the first two. She added, Chi Anlin, you need to summon all your beasts. Start preparing now. The field erupted once more as students discussed Chi Anlin's identity. Some said he was one of the 4 battle physiques of this class and a rare triple profession cultivator. Others mentioned that he had broken Senior Ji Hao's record by clearing 30 levels of the War God Tower in one go. Amidst the chatter, Ji Hongfei suddenly turned, his gaze sharp as a blade, staring down a student who had been speaking. The force of his aura, at the 4th stage of the first realm, caused the student at the 8th stage of the ordinary level to stumble back 3 steps. Onlookers reacted with a mix of awe at Ji Hongfei's power and disapproval of his domineering manner. Someone quickly reminded them. This was the battle physique of arms, and Ji Hao's cousin definitely not someone to provoke. At that moment, a girl in a blue and white knee-length dress approached. Her skin was as fair as jade, her features delicate, and her long hair cascaded over her shoulders like a silken waterfall. She exuded a serene beauty, much like a radiant moon. Sorry, everyone, the young general didn't mean it, she said apologetically, then glared at Ji Hongfei. Hongfei, be more mindful. Ji Hongfei frowned slightly at her arrival, snorting, it's just a matter of strength. He fell silent only after another reprimand from the girl. Watching this scene, Chi Anlin curiously asked Mou, who is that girl? She seems very familiar with Ji Hongfei. She's the golden rainbow physique, Mou explained. Rumor has it she's Ji Hongfei's childhood friend. 5 minutes later, Bai Lingwang spoke again. Everyone, get ready. If you can't hold on, just squat down and push yourselves too hard. One of your seniors made that mistake and ended up flat on the ground. With a wave of Shui Yuewang's hand, a pale yellow seal appeared, enveloping the area in an inexplicable pressure. Physical cultivators bore the brunt of the pressure, while spiritual refiners faced mental strain, and Qi cultivators endured both physical and dantian pressure. Qi Anlin summoned his 3 beasts, Xiaoye, Xiaoxing, and Tianin. Xiaoxing was immediately overwhelmed, collapsing to the ground and wailing in the mental sea, help, big dummy. The mouse is going to be crushed. I see my great-grandma. Its cries drew glances from those nearby. In contrast, the newborn Tianin, though struggling with a flushed face and drooping wings, managed to hold on. Xiaoye, however, remained composed and unruffled. In the sky, Feng Huajuan, noticing Qi Anlin's ease, sent a message to Shui Yuewang. Double the pressure increase for this one. After some consideration, Shui Yuewang agreed. Soon, students began to falter, squatting down one by one. Ji Hongfei kept a close eye on Qi Anlin, and when he noticed that Qi Anlin's beast was a battle physique, his pupils contracted sharply. Dual battle forms? This thought flashed through Ji Hongfei's mind. His knowledge of Qi Anlin was limited to cultivation. In his eyes, anything else was a waste of time. Naturally, he didn't know that Qi Anlin had already conquered the 30th level. Standing beside Ji Hongfei, Dan Yunyao followed his gaze. Little general, this is your formidable rival, she teased with a hint of mockery. Rival? Ji Hongfei raised an eyebrow, his tone full of arrogance. I am invincible. Who dares to be my rival? Dan Yunyao couldn't help but roll her eyes. This childhood friend of hers was almost perfect, except for his over-the-top bravado. Most people go through a phase of delusions of grandeur when they're young, but Ji Hongfei had carried it from childhood into adulthood. Just a few days ago, she had witnessed him dramatically proclaiming, with the sun and moon in my grasp, no one compares to me. Meanwhile, Mou was busy ogling the female classmates around him. Staring at the youthful girls in skirts, he almost drooled. But the next moment, everything went dark. In the sky, Shui Wang smirked. This guy dared to be so blatant in front of so many kings. He was courting death. On the field, except for a few battle form practitioners, dozens of people remained unfazed. As the prodigies of their generation, this level of pressure was nothing to them. This pressure didn't come from peers of the same realm, but from the limits that ordinary cultivators of their respective realms could endure. Apart from the kings in the sky, there were also Tian level, De level, and Shin level mentors on site, all observing the students' performances closely. In the void, Feng Huajun was somewhat surprised. Qi Anlin's training method puzzled her. The wolf beast had developed a second battle form. Even she had never seen such a thing. Moreover, the quality of that rat had significantly improved, showcasing Qi Anlin's astonishing talent in nurturing spirits. As for the elf, it was shocking that an independent race could be contracted as a beast. Since taking Qi Anlin as a disciple, she had lost count of how many times she had been astonished. Although elves typically couldn't become contracted beasts, under special circumstances, if an elf was willing to completely open its heart and obey unconditionally, a contract could be established. However, such an elf would essentially become a slave. Looking at Qianlin, Feng Huajun thought her disciple was even more extraordinary than Ji Hao and Qi Shuiyue. She decided to nurture him well, hoping to produce a June-level disciple, so she wouldn't have to stay in the military realm indefinitely. With this in mind, she immediately left a clone behind while her main body tore through space and departed. The number of people on the field was gradually decreasing, but Qianlin and the others were still holding on. In the sky, Shuiyue Wang suddenly felt a twinge of unease and looked at Feng Hua Wang. Although Feng Hua Wang hadn't fully recovered from his injuries, his external wounds were mostly healed. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here. Shuiyue Wang pondered. Could this guy have realized that I've been setting him up all along? But then he dismissed the thought, considering it unlikely since Feng Hua Wang hadn't figured it out after so many years. Truth be told, Feng Hua Wang had an incredibly tenacious life force, constantly challenging other worldly kings and often being set up by Shuiyue Wang, yet still surviving. When he glanced into the void and saw that Feng Huajun's clone was still there, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that Feng Huajun might kill a king for Qianlin. Comparatively, exchanging resources with other students who had slots was a better option. Kings of the same realm could fight, but if higher-level cultivators intervened, the strong ones on the other side wouldn't stand idly by. Moreover, the military realm needed June-level experts to maintain order, so Feng Huajun's absences were always brief to avoid detection. At this point, there were still over 100 students left on the field. When the pressure reached the 7th stage of one realm, Qianlin also began to feel the strain. The pressure exceeding the first stage had already eliminated most students, and it continued to increase. I think Qianlin should continue as a beastmaster. That wolf beast has dual battle forms, Feiyu Wang said solemnly. As a king among beast masters, he could see that Qianlin had life contracts with these beasts. Such contracts were unequal. If the beast master died, the beasts would only suffer some damage before regaining their freedom. When a beast dies, the beast master usually suffers a backlash. However, Qianlin's contract is different from the rest. This unique bond establishes a closer connection, causing the beast to view him as the closest person and to fully obey him. If the beast dies, Qianlin suffers no harm. Conversely, if Qianlin dies, the beast will perish as well. More importantly, this close bond allows Qianlin to receive spiritual power feedback far beyond that of ordinary people. These beasts will die if their connection with him is severed, and this inseparable contractual relationship makes even those present envious. I think this kid has a talent for physical cultivation, an observer remarked. The White Spirit King chuckled and reminded, Feng Huajun is a Qi cultivator, but the choice of primary profession should be left to Feng Huajun. It's not our concern. The Flying Beast King sighed, thinking to himself that if he had been the one to recruit Qianlin, he would have done everything possible to bring him into his sect. However, he also knew that without Feng Huajun's invitation, he wouldn't have intervened. Normally, testing for a spirit nurturer's talent would only require any spirit nurturer, but Feng Huajun always sought the best for his disciples. Just like when he specially found a king-level armorer to craft a royal battle armor for Qi Shuiyue, it was clear he had already intended to take him as a disciple. The Flying Beast King smirked, thinking that Feng Huajun didn't understand beasts at all. When Qianlin needed guidance on beast matters, he would have to come to him. In this way, he could consider himself half a master to Qianlin. At this moment, the pressure level below increased by another notch, leaving only 20 people on the field. Xiao Xing's pressure had dissipated, but its little legs were still twitching slightly, puzzled as to why others could avoid the pressure by crouching down while it was nearly crushed to death. The pressure emanating from Qianlin had already reached level 8 of the first realm. His bones creaked loudly, and the pain made him doubt his own limits. As the pressure continued to rise, he calculated silently. If these people weren't eliminated soon, and the pressure increased by another level or two, he wouldn't be able to hold on. The pressure surged towards an even higher realm, and in an instant, 10 more students fell to their knees. These were mostly students in the first realm, clearly outmatched by the ordinary cultivators. Despite Bai Lingwang's warning, a few stubborn students tried to hold on, ultimately collapsing in a bloody heap and being carried off the field. This batch has good potential, Feng Hua Wang noted with satisfaction, observing a fire element cultivator who was the strongest fire attribute cultivator present, apart from Feng Huajun. Other kings like Shuiyue Wang also had their eyes on promising disciples. Fumo Wang's gaze was fixed on the arrogant Ji Hongfei, while others showed great interest in the 4 battle physiques. Such a scene was rare. Usually, only one king presided over the opening ceremony. 5 minutes passed, and several more fell, leaving only 5 standing. Murmurs arose from the crowd. Who is that non-battle physique, keeping up with the battle physiques? That was Chunyu, a female cultivator at level 2 of the first realm. Her face was stubborn, sweat pouring down her body. She almost collapsed several times, but managed to hold on. It was said she came from a poor background, and all her cultivation resources were earned through life and death struggles in another world. Otherwise, her strength might have been on par with Ji Hongfei. Despite her dazed state, she gritted her teeth, her nails digging into her palms, blood dripping down. Mou, though blind, could sense Chun Yu's resilience. He chuckled softly and squatted down voluntarily. This scene caused an uproar. The one considered the strongest battle physique of the same realm had conceded to an ordinary girl who fought her way up. The moment Chin Yu saw Mou squat down, she closed her eyes in relief and finally collapsed. At the critical moment, Mou's body flashed with lightning, catching her as she fell and gently laying her on the ground. Bai Lingwang looked on with satisfaction, while Fenghua Wang loudly questioned Mou's early surrender. Shuiwei Wang merely gave a cold glance and then lifted the restrictions on Mou. At this point, only 3 people and 1 beast remained. Xiaoye was enduring the pressure of level 1 of the second realm, his body teetering. Voices of doubt and defense arose around him. A student from Linqing revealed. It said that during the college entrance exams, Qi Yanlin had already reached level 9 in 3 professions, and his beast was at the same level. As the crowd reeled from this revelation, the pressure on Xiaoye increased again. In an instant, his fur stood on end, scorching flames erupted, and his entire body transformed into a majestic fire wolf. He howled skyward, flames scattering, and crackling sounds filled the air. The kings exchanged shocked glances. Despite Fenghua Jun's concealment, which only allowed them to sense things vaguely, it was clear that Xiaoye had developed a second battle form. Even more astonishing was that these 2 battle forms had completely opposite attributes. In the history of humanity, dual battle forms had never appeared, let alone ones with opposing attributes. How could this wolf-beast balance 2 conflicting energies within its body? Instinctively, they looked towards King Feiyu, only to find the same shock written on his face. They tacitly decided not to ask further. After all, in the myriad of otherworldly realms, the types of beasts and their evolutionary paths were countless and ever-changing. Anything was possible. As the pressure continued to rise, Dan Yunyao could no longer withstand it. She glanced hurriedly in Ji Hongfei's direction before collapsing to her knees. When the pressure reached the 9th level of the first realm, even Qi Yanlin almost lost his footing. This doesn't make sense, Qi Yanlin muttered, staring intently at Ji Hongfei, perplexed. He had always considered himself an exceptional case, with physical strength far surpassing others in his realm. How could Ji Hongfei's body be so formidable? Ji Hongfei met Qi Yanlin's gaze with a stoic expression, but the violent trembling of his legs betrayed that he was also under immense pressure. The pressure felt like a tangible mountain pressing in from all sides on Qi Yanlin's body. He gritted his teeth, his muscles twisting and contorting under the strain, while his inner energy continuously repaired the damage, making his body even tougher. Suddenly, cracks spread across the ground like a spider web from where Qi Yanlin stood, and an overwhelming aura erupted from within him. The barrier of his realm shattered with a thunderous crash. Qi Yanlin stood tall, and the pressure's impact on him significantly lessened in an instant. He had broken through. Interesting, the kid has broken through, King Fenghua remarked, slapping King Shuiwei on the back, sending sparks flying. King Shuiwei glanced at him expressionlessly before offering a knowing smile. Fenghua, a rare fire attribute treasure has appeared in the Weiyang realm. Just imagine how valuable a fire attribute treasure would be in that vast ocean world, Shuiwei said persuasively. I planned to take you there once you recovered, but seeing Qi Yanlin reminded me of how you wanted to take Qi Shuiwei as a disciple, only for Fenghua Jun to snatch her away. She was a rare fire attribute warrior. Fenghua's nostrils flared with anger at these words. Shuiwei, your little tricks won't fool me. You just want me to help you seize the treasure in Weiyang realm, don't you? King Bailing looked at Fenghua in surprise, thinking, has this fool finally wised up? But the next moment, Fenghua added, there's no need to provoke me. Once I break through to the monarch level, I'll make sure Fenghua Jun knows who the strongest fire attribute cultivator in the army really is. With that, he transformed into a fiery meteor and disappeared into the sky. A smirk played on Shuiwei's lips, his plan successful. Just then, Fenghua Jun's figure emerged from the void, shaking her hand dismissively. That guy is really asking for it. Shuiwei, make sure to teach Mou a lesson. She paused briefly before adding, and be mindful of Liyu's temperament if you plan on doing any favors. You might end up worse off. With that, she vanished back into the void. The students below remained oblivious to the drama unfolding overhead. Their attention focused on Qi Yanlin, Xiaoye, and Ji Hongfei. As Ji Hongfei struggled under the increasing pressure, Dan Yunyao intervened just in time, enveloping them both in golden light. The students' wristbands then displayed the first round rankings, with Ji Hongfei in second place. As the golden light faded, Ji Hongfei's displeasure was evident, but Dan Yunyao's gentle persuasion calmed him somewhat. He looked at Qi Yanlin and shouted, enjoy being first for now. We'll see what happens in the next round. Qi Yanlin continued to endure the escalating pressure, while Xiaoye, after a glance at him, retracted his flames, broke through to stage 9 of his realm, and chose to withdraw. King Shuiwei waved his hand to reclaim the heaven-sealing seal. In reality, Qi Anlin had already surpassed the record of withstanding pressure 4 stages above his own, but due to Feng Huajun's request, this fact was not made public. King Bailing descended gracefully onto the field, releasing a burst of green life essence to heal the students' injuries and enhance their strength. The students cheered and expressed their gratitude enthusiastically. Mou stood beside Qi Anlin, watching the small fox, Xing, pretend to sleep in his arms. Just as he was about to praise Xing's intelligence, Xing kicked out, prompting Qi Anlin to lift him up. Quite the actor, aren't you? You sleep like a log when you're actually asleep. Xing, furious, could only roar in his mind. This weakling is the one who's really perceptive. Get ready, the next round is an illusion. Womuling, perched on Qi Anlin's head, excitedly raised her hand, indicating this was her specialty. Mou's eyes lit up, and he began to inquire about the fairy's origins, only to be brushed off with a dismissive look from Qi Anlin. On the other side, Ji Hongfei crossed his arms and said solemnly, "So this is what defeat feels like." Dan Yunyao found her childhood friend's dramatic demeanor endearing and quickly comforted him. Meanwhile, a few bald students in the distance chanted, "Umitba, form is emptiness. Emptiness is form," as they quietly distanced themselves from the scene. Half an hour later, King Huantian appeared to announce the start of the second round, and everyone was plunged into an illusion. In Xing's illusion, he lay on a large bed, surrounded by hundreds of colorful female mice, reveling in bliss. Oh, the joy of being a mouse. The first stage of the illusion targeted lust. Xiao Xing was lost in indulgence, while on the other side, Mou wore a goofy smile. In his illusion, he was surrounded by beautiful women by the pool. Bai Ling Wang was feeding him a glistening grape, while Chen Yu held a strawberry, playfully insisting on feeding him. Just as Mou was enjoying the attention of these beauties, a delicate hand brushed past him. Quick as a flash, he grabbed it and, with a mischievous grin, said, "Troublemaker. Now's not the time for mischief." Meanwhile, in Ji Hongfei's illusion, Dan Yunyao exuded an irresistible allure as she pressed herself against him. Ji Hongfei backed away repeatedly, shouting, "Yunyao, please maintain your dignity. My heart is set on cultivation. I have no time for romantic entanglements." When Dan Yunyao tried to wrap her arms around his neck, he turned and ran, breaking free from the illusion. Only after confirming that the real Dan Yunyao was behaving normally did he breathe a sigh of relief. Qi Anlin was the first to escape his illusion. When the exotic beauties he had defeated in the blood energy space appeared, he wasted no time in smashing these pink skeletons to pieces. Now, he was watching the reactions of the others with great interest. 5 minutes passed, and more people began to wake up. Among a group of monks, a young monk was still muttering to himself, "Lady Benefactor, I broke my vows. How shameful." This awkward scene left everyone exchanging puzzled looks. Blushing, Dan Yunyao stole glances at Ji Hongfei, recalling how, in the illusion, this blockhead had invited her to a movie. She sighed inwardly. In reality, she had indeed invited him and even bought tickets for the couple's seats in the back row. But this wooden-head fellow had insisted on buying front-row tickets to see better. Just then, the voice of Huan Tian Wang rang out, sternly admonishing, "Only with a focused mind can one succeed in cultivation." His gaze fixed on Mou. "The elders of the Mo family have asked me to keep a close watch on you. If you continue like this, you'll be sent to Tianlei Cliff for 10 days of seclusion." Mou immediately reined in his frivolous demeanor. The second illusion descended. In Qi Anlin's illusion, he stood on a giant rock in a sea of blood. A grotesque head floated out, promising him the power of kingship in a day. Facing this remnant soul of an ancient demon clan warrior, Qi Anlin threw a punch without hesitation. He thought to himself, "If it really had the power to possess me, it wouldn't need all this chatter." Killing this ancient remnant soul might even yield a lot of blood energy. Finally, in Ji Hongfei's illusion, he confronted his father, Ji Chongqing. When Ji Hongfei demanded to know whether tasks were more important than family, Ji Chongqing responded with a simple yes. Ji Hongfei gritted his teeth and said, "If that day ever comes, I will abandon you too. If it truly comes to that, then you will have grown up." Since then, he never returned to that home. It wasn't until one day, he saw his deceased sister's name on the wanted list. She was a dark cultivator, and their father had ended her life with his own hands. On the playground, students gradually emerged from the illusions. Some successfully broke free, while others were forcibly expelled due to failure. Most faced the same dilemma within their illusions, sacrificing their closest ones for the greater good of the group or nation. Qi Anlin listened to the surrounding murmurs of discussion, secretly relieved that he hadn't encountered such a choice. From a societal perspective, sacrificing the few to save the many is the right decision, but for him, he would only choose to save his closest ones. To everyone's surprise, Ji Hongfei was still in the illusion. Dan Yunyao stood worriedly beside him, knowing that with Ji Hongfei's character, he would never kill the innocent for cultivation resources. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with concern as she recalled the story of Ji Hongfei's sister. In the sky, several kings conversed in low tones. The demon subduing king frowned and said, "This kid has inner demons." The White Spirit King mentioned that it might be related to Ji Hao, as Ji Hongfei had always strived to surpass his cousin. The Water Moon King thought it might be related to Ji Hongyue, who had fallen into the demonic path years ago, causing great harm to Ji Chongqing's lineage. Suddenly, the Beacon Fire King flew back, leaving behind the words, 30 years on the east bank, 30 on the west. Never underestimate the elderly in poverty. I will repay this enmity another day, before disappearing again. The other kings, seeing this, said no more. Dealing with inner demons is ultimately a personal struggle. The Illusion Sky King lifted everyone's illusions. Unexpectedly, Mou, disinterested in resources other than beauties, easily took first place. Qi Anlin came in second, though his beast companions didn't rank due to rule restrictions. Ji Hongfei emerged in silence. Soon, the second round of illusions began, themed around facing death. Having experienced death 1,000 times in the blood energy space, Qi Anlin found it effortless and was the first to break through. After 4 rounds, with Ji Hongfei falling short, Qi Anlin's total score was far ahead. The White Spirit King announced the rules for the third challenge. The arena would be solidified for a free-for-all battle. Only contracted beasts could be used, with weapons and family-provided beasts prohibited. Alliances were allowed, and victory would be determined by endurance. This round accounted for 50 of the total score, with generous rewards, including a grand prize of 100,000 academic credits and a top-tier technique. The news caused an uproar. Many non-combat students quickly reached a consensus to gang up on the combat types. Brother Qi, what do you think? Mou turned to Qi Anlin, knowing that even a combat type would struggle against such overwhelming numbers. Qi Anlin rubbed his chin, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. As someone who was usually on the attacking side, experiencing what it was like to be besieged was a novel sensation for him. He couldn't help but lament the absence of the Ant Queen and the fact that she couldn't appear. If she were here, these students wouldn't even withstand a single wave of the ant soldiers. Since we're all facing a siege, how about we join forces? Mou suggested at the right moment. Qi Anlin seemed indifferent to the idea. With Xiaoyu, a master at the 9th stage of the first realm, on their side, even if the opponents doubled in number, it wouldn't make much difference. Nonetheless, he nodded in agreement, though he mused privately. With Ji Hongfei's prideful nature, asking him to form an alliance would likely result in him scoffing and saying something like, "Alliances are merely the means of the weak to survive. Even if I stand alone, I can face thousands." To his surprise, the team-up request was approved. More precisely, it was approved by Dan Yunyao on Ji Hongfei's behalf. Not only that, but Dan Yunyao also proactively invited over a dozen students to join their battle formation. She explained that as a tactician, the more subordinates he had, the stronger he became. Hearing this, Qi Anlin's eyes lit up. He stared intently at Ji Hongfei, thinking, if this battle formation were paired with ant soldiers, wouldn't it be invincible? This guy is practically a treasure trove. Meanwhile, in the Golden Horn realm, Feng Huajun was concealing his presence, waiting by a city gate. He keenly sensed that the city's lord had already broken through to the monarch realm but was deliberately hiding his strength, clearly harboring ulterior motives. His phoenix eyes flashed with cold light, and a slight smirk appeared on his lips. To break through to the monarch realm and still be so secretive, who are you plotting against? Recently, Juling City had been at war with the human race, and Feng Huajun quickly discerned the lord's intention. The city lord was likely planning to ambush a human king. The thought made Feng Huajun furious. How audacious! If not for my foresight in uncovering this plot early, the human race would have lost a king. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Phoenix Lord stood quietly at the entrance. As a newly ascended ruler, she was acutely aware of the vast disparity in power among monarchs. To become an ordinary ruler, one not only had to fully master one path, but also integrate the principles of 5 others. This far exceeded the requirements for a typical king. Even the strongest exorcist king at the academy had only mastered 4 paths, while others had merely grasped 2. The true power of the Great Path is not something one can claim to master through superficial understanding. If it were easy to strip and fuse the Great Path by killing kings, rulers wouldn't be so rare. What set Phoenix Lord apart was her specialization in 5 fire-related paths, making her one of the top-tier rulers. The anticipated moment arrived swiftly. The trumpet, signaling the war between Giant Spirit City and the human race, had sounded. She mused to herself that with the power of a ruler, the aftershocks of the battle would likely obliterate Giant Spirit City, even if she held back. In the city, silver-armored beings with single horns on their foreheads marched out in an orderly fashion. These soldiers' strength had reached the first realm, far surpassing many arrogant students fresh out of the military academy. The vast army surged towards the entrance to the human realm, soon clashing with the human forces. 3 celestial-level warriors hovered in the air, overlooking the battlefield. One of them, a short figure with a golden horn on his head, arrogantly declared, "The King of 8 Desolations is only at the 5th stage of the king level, yet he dares to challenge the Lord of Giant Spirit City. When we break into the human realm, we will enslave all those delicate human women." Phoenix Lord glanced at him coldly from the void, silently deciding to eliminate this noisy fellow later. The short figure, Chi-Gu, suddenly shivered, feeling an inexplicable sense of danger. But he quickly reassured himself that even if the humans had a backup plan, it would only add one more king to the fray, and the other city lords would surely come to his aid. The battlefield was a chaotic swirl of dust and continuous battle cries. Suddenly, the King of 8 Desolations appeared, his voice booming across the sky, "Horned King, come out and face your death." With that, he flew directly towards Giant Spirit City. A 3-meter horned giant rose from the city, exuding the pressure of a peak king level. "King of 8 Desolations, don't be arrogant." The Horned King secretly hid his true power, ready to deliver a fatal strike. The golden-horned inhabitants of the city erupted in cheers, their morale soaring. The King of 8 Desolations appeared confident, but was extremely cautious inside. He knew the gap between him and the Horned King and had engaged in these battles merely to hold the opponent at bay. Meanwhile, 2 other human kings were attacking New Asia City. As long as he could stall the Horned King, it would ease the defense at the human realm's entrance. Just as the King of 8 Desolations was about to strike, a terrifying pressure suddenly descended, sending him flying. A sun of flames rose slowly between him and the Horned King. The Horned King's face changed drastically. He could no longer afford to hide his power and burst out with the aura of a ruler, desperately fleeing towards the depths of the Golden Horn realm. Phoenix Lord roared, "Horned King, how dare you hide your true power and plot against our human kings? I, Water Moon King, will execute you today as an act of divine justice." The sky was instantly engulfed in flames, resembling the apocalypse. The fiery sun flickered, directly consuming the fleeing Horned King. World-burning flame. Amidst the roaring explosions, the space collapsed, and shockwaves swept in all directions, annihilating all golden-horned beings in their path. With a casual wave, Phoenix Lord cast protective flame shields over all the human cultivators, ensuring their safety. Amidst the raging flames, Phoenix Lord flashed and grabbed the unsuspecting Chi-Gu, crushing him and storing his body in a spatial ring. A minute later, she waved her hand, and all the flames retracted into her body. That should do it, she thought. Anymore, and Giant Spirit City would be completely gone. Although I didn't manage to hunt a king, getting a ruler's spoils isn't bad. I'll hang this guy's giant horn on the wall as decoration. Rulers from other realms were adept at survival. Only this newly ascended Horned King was reckless enough to be instantly killed. If she didn't leave now, other rulers would soon arrive. Grabbing the Horned King's corpse, Phoenix Lord vanished in an instant, leaving behind scorched earth and a group of dumbfounded human cultivators. What just happened? Where's Giant Spirit City? Our ruler is so powerful. She flattened an entire city and protected us all, they marveled. The King of 8 Desolations floated in the air, stunned by what he had witnessed. The Horned King had ascended to ruler status, yet was instantly killed? This was a major event. He quickly shouted, "Everyone, return to the base immediately. Ruler-level warriors will arrive any moment." He glanced back at the direction of Giant Spirit City, clicking his tongue in amazement. So ruthless, not even a trace left. Such a shame about those treasures, all burned away. And that was Phoenix Lord, wasn't it? What is she doing here? At that moment, a terrifying roar echoed, shaking the very fabric of space. The King of 8 Desolations shivered. It was definitely a ruler. 5 ruler-level auras descended simultaneously. The Golden Horn realm was in chaos, and amid it all, a sigh was heard. Golden Horn Ancient Emperor. This situation was caused by the Horned King's breach of the rules. The Water Moon King's counterattack on a ruler doesn't count as overstepping. Tiangu, after all these years, you still have no shame. Jin Jiao Ancient Emperor's majestic voice echoed through the space, causing the people of the Jin Jiao realm to fall to their knees. Jin Jiao Ancient Emperor was seething with rage. How dare Tiangu make such absurd claims, saying a king could defeat a monarch in a second? And how could that obvious fire element power come from the Shuiwei King? I advise you kindly, yet you speak with such disrespect. Jin Jiao, come out and fight. Before the words had even faded, Tiangu Ancient Emperor's figure suddenly appeared, launching a fierce attack directly at the Jin Jiao clan's monarch. A flash of golden light intercepted the deadly strike, saving the monarch. "Out of my way, you fool!" Tiangu Ancient Emperor shouted in fury. "How dare you block an ancient emperor's attack? Do you have no respect for my authority?" Instantly, a fierce battle erupted between the two ancient emperors, their terrifying energy waves tearing through space, causing countless beings to perish. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Shueihua King watched the chaotic fight below with great interest. Although it was common for students to gang up on battle bodies every year, such a stark difference in power had never been seen before. Even in Jihao's year, the duel between the two battle bodies ended in mutual destruction. At the center of the battlefield, Qi Anlin's wolf beast, Xiaoya, was unstoppable. Qi Anlin sat leisurely on the grass, watching the battle with Xiaoxin and Tianyin. Nearby, three other battle bodies showcased their abilities to fend off the attackers. Imoyu unleashed thunderous might, purple lightning roaring and sending three first-stage freshmen flying. Dan Yunyao, with her golden wings, flitted through the battlefield like a fairy, her wings slicing through enemies like blades. Ji Hongfei gathered his strength with the resolve of the vanguard, shattering the ground with a single punch and sending dozens flying. Under the protection of the Fumo King, all students had life-saving marks on their wrists, ensuring that even a fatal attack would only render them immobile. On another front, over 100 first-stage students were joining forces to fight Xiaoya. The wolf beast was engulfed in blazing flames, creating a scorching field that had already incapacitated more than 50 students. In the sky, the kings discussed among themselves. Shueihua King sighed, "These youngsters still don't understand the importance of the power gap." Bai Ling King chuckled, "They have no idea that Xiaoya is an ice soul battle body. Trying to exhaust its energy is a fool's errand." Finally, Fumo King sighed, "The power gap is too vast. This time, the military academy has recruited a true prodigy. Let's hope he doesn't meet an untimely end. Such talent attracts trouble, and we can't protect him forever. Let's hope he doesn't have the misfortune of encountering otherworldly kings." The battle was nearing its end, and the situation on the field made King Shueihua furrow his brow. In his view, these students should unite to confront Imoyu first, at least to eliminate one strong opponent. At that moment, 50 students simultaneously unleashed their martial skills, trying to stop Xiaoya. Unexpectedly, 10 students at the first stage of the first realm suddenly changed tactics, breaking away from the main group to charge at Qianlin. Their true target had always been Qianlin defeat this beast tamer, and his wolf beast would naturally withdraw from the battlefield. Qianlin watched the approaching opponents with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth and stood up calmly. However, the situation took everyone by surprise. The wolf beast did not return to protect its master. Even more astonishing, the front line had already been decimated, and Xiaoya emerged slowly from the flames, its snow-white fur hanging peacefully, as if the fierce battle had never occurred. Sensing something amiss, the 10 students were already committed and couldn't turn back. They gritted their teeth and unleashed their most powerful martial skills towards Qianlin. The sound of fists colliding with flesh echoed, but what greeted them was a violent counterforce, as if their bones were about to shatter. In their astonished eyes, Qianlin incapacitated them with just a few heavy punches, remaining unscathed himself. "Very good. You are worthy to be my opponent." Ji Hongfei's voice was filled with battle intent. He had initially thought Qianlin was merely a beast tamer reliant on his beasts, but he hadn't expected such formidable physical strength, capable of easily neutralizing a joint attack. As Ji Hongfei's momentum surged, Dan Yunyao's face grew increasingly grave. She knew well that although Ji Hongfei was extraordinarily powerful, Qianlin also had a beast at the 9th stage of the first realm. This kind of unified combat prowess meant Qianlin's true strength far exceeded appearances. "No, Ji Hongfei will be defeated." Dan Yunyao gritted her teeth and decisively turned to attack Imoyu and Chenyu. She knew that although Ji Hongfei sometimes seemed as dense as a wooden fish, he would surely come to her aid if he saw her being besieged. Imoyu, seeing Dan Yunyao charging towards him, effortlessly unleashed a bolt of purple lightning. By now, the battle on the field had reached a fever pitch, with only a handful of students still able to maintain their combat strength. The situation was clear. The support roles were almost entirely wiped out. Formation masters were eliminated while setting up their formations, and talisman masters exited one by one due to exhaustion. Surprisingly, a first-stage female healer and a young beast tamer were still holding their ground. The beast tamer managed to persevere using her 3 first-stage beasts, a web gorilla, an ironclad giant, and a bloodvine dryad. Chunyu, despite knowing that Imoyu had previously shown her mercy, did not hesitate to join forces with him against Dan Yunyao. For the sake of her family, she desperately needed to secure a higher ranking. The combined assault of the lightning element Qi cultivator and the body cultivator forced Dan Yunyao into a retreat. "How dare you gang up on Fatty Yao?" Ji Hongfei, who had been preparing to confront Qianlin, roared angrily upon hearing the commotion. This nickname made Dan Yunyao's heart flutter briefly before she fumed. "That guy. I'm curvy, not fat. What a blind fool." "Biffed. Sister Yao, Brother Ji's pet name for you is truly unique." Imoyu teased while launching another purple lightning attack. Ji Hongfei's sudden departure left his followers in a bind. "What about us now that you're gone?" They looked at each other, feeling the pressure without their leader's support. Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. Xiaoya, attack! Qi Anlin commanded, beginning to clear the battlefield. He first targeted a few lurking, old sixes students who had been hiding their strength using some sort of concealment technique. To prevent them from ambushing other exhausted students, Qi Anlin decided to eliminate them first. As Qi Anlin moved into action, a talisman master named Lu Qing revealed himself. The first stage third-level expert hurled several talismans, which transformed into roaring fire dragons charging at Qi Anlin. This sudden attack stunned the young beast tamer, who realized that Lu Qing had been hiding among the injured all along. At this moment, Ji Hongfei landed a powerful kick on Mou, sending him flying and revealing the disparity in their strengths. In a moment of desperation, Mou had a flash of inspiration. He grabbed a nearby incapacitated student and turned him into a lightning human bomb, hurling him at Ji Hongfei. Seeing this, Ji Hongfei raised an eyebrow and kicked another downed student as a countermeasure. This bizarre combat style quickly spread across the battlefield. Students began emulating it, using incapacitated peers as weapons, either throwing or swinging them. Some even wielded their classmates like spears, using their heads as the striking point. The kings observing from the sky were dumbfounded, especially King Shueiyue, who fixated on Mou, the instigator of this strange battle tactic. Such an odd spectacle had never been seen before at the military academy. In the future, defeated students should be removed from the battlefield immediately. Bai Lingwang squinted his eyes, a pleased smile dancing in his curved gaze. Even I didn't anticipate this, sighed the demon suppression king, his tone tinged with surprise. These guys really caught me off guard. In one corner of the battlefield, Xiao Xing was rubbing its paws on the face of a fallen student. Squeak, squeak. Dumb dog, come here and sharpen your claws. This thing is tough, it exclaimed excitedly. This reminded Qi Anlin of Xiaoya's old habit, always sharpening its claws on the trees around their den, leaving the trunks scarred and unsightly. Hearing Xiao Xing's voice in his mental sea, Qi Anlin immediately intervened. That's enough, he thought to himself. With several kings present, using classmates as weapons was already excessive. If they started using people as scratching posts, not only would the kings be displeased, but the students would also feel awkward around each other later. As the unnecessary participants were cleared from the battlefield, the fight reached its final stage. A young Beastmaster girl joined Mou's camp and promptly arranged for a healer to tend to her injuries. Meanwhile, on Ji Hongfei's side, even though a first-rank, second-stage wood element Qi practitioner offered assistance, Ji Hongfei attacked him along with the enemies. Ji Hongfei was in an unusual state, his battle fervor verging on uncontrollable, almost injuring his comrade Dan Yunyao. Qi Anlin noticed this anomaly and furrowed his brows. Watching Ji Hongfei repeatedly fend off attackers, he thought, this guy is really something, holding his ground against so many. But his expression grew serious. He almost attacked Dan Yunyao just now. Something seems off. With that thought, Qi Anlin turned to Tianyin and commanded, Tianyin, use the Song of the Spirits. Although Tianyin appeared somewhat reluctant, it spread its wings and took flight. Soon, a gentle, breeze-like melody filled the battlefield, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Ji Hongfei's reddened eyes gradually cleared, and his body suddenly began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy like a vortex. Dan Yunyao, who was still catching her breath on the ground, immediately took out a large number of spirit stones from her spatial ring and crushed them without hesitation. The spiritual energy flowed towards Ji Hongfei like a stream, merging into his body. Soon, his aura changed drastically, and he directly broke through to the 5th stage of the first realm. Mou watched this scene with despair written all over his face. The crowd tacitly stopped their attacks, waiting for Ji Hongfei to complete his breakthrough. Brother Qi, aren't you aiding the enemy here? Mou spread his hands helplessly. Forget it. Let's not fight anymore. It was already difficult to deal with Ji Hongfei at the 4th stage of the first realm. Now that he's broken through, we don't stand a chance. After completing his breakthrough, Ji Hongfei looked at Qi Anlin with a complicated expression. Although his inner demon was not eradicated, it was temporarily under control due to the suppression of the Tianyin skill. Thanks, I owe you one, he said, waving his hand as he walked off the field. For him, only the first place reward held some appeal, but at this moment, he had no intention of becoming enemies with Qi Anlin. Dan Yunyao nodded at Qi Anlin and followed Ji Hongfei. The only ones left on the field were the Nangong sisters, Mou, Chunyu, and Qi Anlin. Mou glanced around and introduced, this is Nangong Shirlan from the Nangong family. Her 3 contracted beasts are all top-notch and powerful. That healer over there is her sister, Nangong Yushi. His gaze then fell on Chinyu, who was at the 2nd stage of the first realm, and Mou flashed a roguish smile. Since they're gone, Nangong Shirlan, shall we have a match? Nangong Shirlan frowned, her eyes darting between Qi Anlin and Mou. Brother Qi won't interfere. We'll compete fairly. All right. Nangong Shirlan turned to her sister. Xiaoxi, you can take the 5th place. As a healer, reaching this rank is already thanks to your teammates. Winning in a 2-known fight would be unfair. Nangong Yushi nodded in agreement and stepped back. The battle was imminent, and Nangong Shirlan's 3 contracted beasts launched a fierce attack on Mou. Chunyu was about to join the fray but was stopped by Qi Yanlin. He could see that Mou intended to let Chinyu enter the top 3, but with Chunyu's strength, she would lose against any of the remaining competitors. A fair duel would decide the outcome. I have returned, Feng Huajun announced as she re-entered the military realm, now possessing 5 new das. There were 2 ways to use these das: direct replacement, which would limit potential, or absorption, which would allow for later improvement despite an initial lack of comprehension. As a peak monarch who was currently comprehending the rules, these ordinary das were of little use to Feng Huajun. She decided to grant Qi Shueiyue a fire Dao for comprehension and give 2 more to her apprentices to experience the essence of the Daosa gesture that would make even kings envious. The remaining 2 would be kept for the school. Feng Huajun's mental power broke through the spatial ring's limitations and probed into the ring of Jujiao Jun, TSK. Quite wealthy, aren't you? You've embezzled a lot, she thought with a sly smile. Lately, her luck had been good, and she had acquired ample cultivation resources. These would be enough to properly nurture her 2 apprentices. Both of my apprentices have great potential. They'll definitely break through to monarch level in the future. A sect with 3 monarchs. She hummed a little tune, planning for the future when they could hunt down that peak monarch, stubborn wood. She had coveted the source of life for a long time. Although she had the strength to handle it alone, she worried that the opponent might self-destruct and destroy the source of life upon death. The fall of Jujiao Jun has thrown the Golden Horn realm into chaos. The demon suppression king sighed as he looked at the message on his wristband. Fenghua, Feiyu, let's make a trip. By Ling Wang, stay at the school and continue overseeing things. Shueihue Wang, you stay here too? Shueihue Wang was somewhat puzzled by this, as the Golden Horn realm's teleportation portal was right in Haicheng, and the military academy usually deployed everyone in such situations. A sense of foreboding crept into Shueihue Wang's heart as Feng Huajun's earlier words echoed in his ears. He furrowed his brows, and a disturbing thought flashed through his mind. Could she really have gone to the Golden Horn realm? He then questioned himself, puzzled. Wait, why can't I go? Suddenly, the gravity of the situation dawned on him. Feng Huajun had killed the newly ascended monarch, Jujiao, and deliberately left her name behind. Although everyone knew it wasn't his doing, if he were to go to the Golden Horn realm now, he would undoubtedly be walking into danger. This small trouble could be fatal. The ancient emperor of the Golden Horn was in a state of fury, and if he took it out on him, even Shueihue Wang, who was quite powerful among the kings, wouldn't stand a chance. For an ancient emperor, killing a king was a mere trifle. Shueihue Wang's expression turned dark and menacing. As someone who was usually adept at manipulating others, he found himself outmaneuvered today. The most frustrating part was that he had no choice but to swallow his pride. In the military, Feng Huajun was notorious for her unreasonable ways, having even subdued the rebellious Fenghua king. What a pity! No more trips to the Golden Horn realm. Fenghua Wang added fuel to the fire from the side. Bailing Wang watched this scene unfold, secretly amazed. This Fenghua Wang really has no fear of death. Just as Shueihue Wang was stewing in his anger with no outlet, he suddenly noticed a glint of excitement in Fenghua Wang's eyes. A clever idea struck him, and he lightly coughed before switching to a pure, girlish voice. Little Feng Feng, why don't you come to Peach City tomorrow? Bailing Wang felt a wave of nausea at the abrupt change. What kind of bizarre tactic is this? However, when he turned to look at Fenghua Wang, he found him frozen in place as if under a spell. Lan Yu? Fenghua Wang's voice trembled, filled with disbelief. For the past few months, he had been searching everywhere for Lan Yue, just to see her once. Yes, it's my alternate account. Shueihue Wang nodded, flashing a sly smile. Seeing his old friend caught up in an online romance like the younger generation, he decided to teach him a lesson to prevent future deceit. At this moment, the battle on the playground was nearing its end. Mou, leveraging his exceptional combat skills, successfully defeated 3 beasts of the same level, but this victory left his spiritual energy completely depleted. Nangong Shirlan silently watched her wounded beasts, said nothing, and quietly put them back into her beast bag before turning to leave. Mou glanced at Qi Yanlin, a faint, bitter smile appearing on his face. Brother Qi, I thought we would face Ji Hongfei together in the end, but it turns out I was short-sighted. Your strength is far beyond that of our senior, Ji Hao. He cast a brief look at Qinyu, gently shook his head, and voluntarily withdrew from the competition. Qi Yanlin then signaled Xiaoye to retract its intimidation towards Qinyu. Qinyu, who had been keeping her head down, looked at Mou's departing figure and softly said, "Thank you. I will repay these resources someday." She silently recalled how her father had been severely injured by a beast in another world, with wounds that had not healed for over a decade. Ordinary elixirs were of no use. To obtain the elixir that could heal her father, she desperately sought resources, surviving countless near-death experiences in the other world to reach her current level. The final results were announced. Qi Anlin unsurprisingly took first place, Dan Yunyao came in second, and Chen Yu secured third place with her outstanding performance in the first two rounds. Even if Qi Anlin had let Chen Yu win the final round, the ranking would have remained unchanged. By Ling Wang's gentle voice sounded, Chen Yu, considering your special circumstances, I have replaced part of your third-place reward, except for the king's guidance, with the elixir of renewal that can heal your father's injuries. Upon hearing this, Chun Yu's eyes instantly welled up with tears, and she bowed deeply, saying, "Thank you." Bai Ling Wang. Bai Ling Wang then announced an important piece of news. Due to unforeseen circumstances, the kings had temporarily left but had left behind their apprentice lists. She turned to Nangong Yushi and warmly asked, "Yushi, would you like to be my apprentice?" Nangong Yushi joyfully responded, "Disciple greets master." Other mentors present also began selecting their disciples. Several kings competed to recruit the combat talents, and even some ordinary students had the chance to join the ranks of the kings. However, some overconfident geniuses could only attract the attention of Shin-level mentors. After joining the ranks of King Qinglei, Mo Yu looked back but could no longer see Qi Anlin. By this time, Qi Anlin had already appeared in a villa filled with snacks. Feng Huajun's voice echoed, "Shao Qi, your strength has progressed quite rapidly. I must say, my judgment was spot on. However, with your current ability, you can only complete the first task I assigned you. Keep working hard." Qi Anlin replied, "Master, if all goes well, I should have completed both the first and third tasks." In the small beast realm, I encountered the seriously injured Blood Devourer King and ultimately defeated it with the help of my beasts. As he spoke, he took out the technique obtained from the Blood Devourer King and handed it to Feng Huajun. Feng Huajun's expression turned incredulous. "Did you find the inheritance left by the Blood Devourer King and try to deceive me? Shao Qi, you've got some nerve." Before he finished speaking, Qi Anlin took out a still-beating heart from his spatial ring and handed it to Feng Huajun. As soon as the heart appeared, a shadowy figure suddenly emerged, roaring with bone-chilling resentment, "Qi Anlin, you broke your promise. I will tear you to pieces." The shadow dissipated, leaving Feng Huajun standing there in shock, a trace of astonishment in her eyes. Noticing his master's confusion, Qi Anlin explained, "Master, I specifically had the Blood Devourer King leave an imprint on the heart to prove that I personally killed him." Before Feng Huajun could ask about the meaning of breaking the promise, he continued, "Previously, to extract information, I pretended to promise him his life. That's why he harbors such hatred for me." With that, Qi Anlin retrieved a heavy tome from his storage space and respectfully handed it to Feng Huaju. "This is all the intelligence I obtained from the Blood Devourer King. It contains many secrets of the demon realm." Feng Huajun took the book and quickly skimmed through it. As a sovereign-level expert, she rarely showed emotions, but as she read further, her expression shifted from initial affirmation to shock, and finally to a grim look. She promptly took out a token bearing a phoenix emblem and began sending messages to certain individuals. The book detailed information about 10 heavenly-level cultivators who had defected to the demon realm, including even a king-level figure. After handling these urgent matters, Feng Huajun took a deep breath and looked at her disciple. "Shao Qi, you've truly astonished me this time." She was fully convinced that Qi Anlin had indeed killed the Blood Devourer King, as the intelligence was too comprehensive otherwise. However, she also marveled at the Blood Devourer King's desperate will to live, revealing everything to save himself. Of course, this information would need further verification, as words spoken in a life-or-death situation might not be entirely reliable. "Well done," Feng Huajun said with satisfaction. "With the completion of the Blood Devourer King's task, you've earned enough credits to reach your first goal. I had planned to give you this after you advanced to the Earth level, but you've completed the task so quickly. Impressive, very impressive." Phoenix Fire Sovereign looked at Qi Anlin with increasing satisfaction, her eyes gleaming with approval. She calculated silently that once this news spread, those kings would be driven mad with envy. Her disciple, at just the first realm, had accomplished feats that many kings could not even dream of. The value of this intelligence alone was comparable to the benefits of slaying a king. Qi Anlin gazed expectantly at Phoenix Fire Sovereign, thinking about how his sister had already acquired king-level armor and weapons, causing his heart to flutter with excitement. "Although your physical body is already quite extraordinary, the Blood Flame Secret Realm can still bring you significant improvements," Phoenix Fire Sovereign said casually. "To ensure your beast companion gets access to the Secret Realm, I just went to the Golden Horn Realm and killed a monarch." "Killed a monarch?" Qi Anlin's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at his mentor. Such a monumental feat was mentioned, as if it were no more significant than killing a common chicken. Knowing that his master had crossed realms and slain a monarch just to secure a spot for his beast companion, Qi Anlin felt a surge of gratitude. Master, you are incredible, he sincerely praised. Phoenix Fire Sovereign squinted her eyes, clearly pleased with the well-timed compliment. Coincidentally, I've acquired 5 great paths. I can break one down for you to experience. It will be beneficial for your future understanding of the great paths. Hearing the term great paths, Qi Anlin's eyes lit up. He casually conjured a piece of ice, which, though seemingly ordinary, was harder than common metals and contained a mysterious aura. This display left Phoenix Fire Sovereign Stanita, First Realm Cultivator, had already grasped the rudiments of the Great Paths. She had initially planned to teach Qi Anlin about the Great Paths once he reached the Earth level, but this boy had already achieved such proficiency. Phoenix Fire Sovereign felt as if she were looking at a rare treasure, realizing she might not be nurturing a future monarch, but potentially an ancient emperor. Phoenix Fire Sovereign then detailed Qi Anlin's rewards. For completing the task of killing the Blood Devourer King, he earned 42 billion Academy credits and a Sun Path. Although this path did not match Qi Anlin's attributes, it could be used by his beast companion. She also promised to select a suitable fire path for Qi Anlin's sister, and had already lifted the exchange restrictions in the Academy store. Looking at this disciple, now ranked among the top 5,000 in the Academy, Phoenix Fire Sovereign felt a sense of surrealism. A freshman with a beast companion at the 9th stage of the First Realm, such rapid advancement was indeed astonishing. Finally, Phoenix Fire Sovereign generously handed out a plethora of rewards. King-level Ice Attribute Armor, King-level Weapons, Ice Attribute King-level Crystals, and various levels of Thunder Attribute Herbs for the 9-fold Thunder Tempering. She also reminded, your beast pouch is too low level. Go find King Feiyu and get a new one. Mention my name. A heap of rewards left Qi Anlin momentarily stunned. Though these rewards had yet to materialize, he knew that Lord Fenghua always kept his promises. All he needed was a little patience. Reflecting on the fact that these rewards came thanks to the foolish Blood Devourer King, he couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude. Had it not been for the king's attempt to seize the Ant Queen, he would never have achieved such a substantial reward by merely obtaining the heart. After handing over the academic credits and the Dao to Qi Anlin, Lord Fenghua led him to a cultivation chamber. This was undeniably the best choice, as there was no place safer than Fenghua's domain within the entire military academy. As for the Dao of Ice, she needed to travel to Haicheng to exchange it, since the academy primarily stocked the Dao of Metal and the Dao of Fire. In the center of the cultivation chamber was a pool of liquefied spiritual energy, clear and radiant. Xiaoxing couldn't contain her excitement, diving in and greedily absorbing the spiritual liquid as she swam. Seeing her unrestrained behavior, Qi Anlin couldn't help but twitch his lips in mild exasperation. No need to take off your clothes, Lord Fenghua said, gently patting Qi Anlin's shoulder. His clothes vibrated, and all the dirt was instantly removed. Relieved by the instruction, Qi Anlin stepped into the pool of spiritual liquid, followed closely by Xiaoya and Tianyin. Close your eyes and comprehend, Lord Fenghua commanded, taking out a Dao and smashing it without hesitation. The Dao transformed into pure Dao resonance, filling the room. Qi Anlin immediately focused on comprehending the Dao of extreme ice. With everything arranged, Lord Fenghua left a clone to oversee them while her main body departed. Bai Ling, inform the students holding slots for the Blood Flame Secret Realm that the opening will be delayed by 10 days, Lord Fenghua said, unfazed by any potential losses. I will compensate them. This arrangement had a deeper purpose, allowing Qi Anlin to first comprehend the Dao and enhance his strength, thereby maximizing his gains once he entered the Blood Flame Secret Realm. While Qi Anlin was comprehending the Dao, the development in the Beast Realm never ceased. With the help of the Blood Devouring King, the Queen Ant successfully cultivated thousands of Tier 1, Level 5 ant soldiers by devouring a large number of Tier 2 monsters. These ant soldiers were then transported in batches by carrier ants to distant areas to expand their territory. Following Qi Anlin's instructions, the ant soldiers chose to avoid humans whenever possible. However, if cultivators insisted on pursuing them, they would retaliate without hesitation to protect themselves. This cautious strategy was necessary because if it was discovered that these ant soldiers did not actively attack humans, they would inevitably attract greedy cultivators seeking to harvest their valuable crystal cores. Meanwhile, the blood-devouring king's egg finally hatched. The newly born ant, entirely blood-red, inherited the blood-devouring king's blood-sucking ability. Although its power was far less than that of the blood-devouring king, its potential was not to be underestimated. Interestingly, the blood-devouring king seemed to show a certain aversion to this offspring, consistently refusing to come into contact with it. The pea shooter that Qi Anlin had previously obtained from the system was also growing robustly. Following his suggestion, it was planted in the ant soldier's feces to enhance its vitality using the natural fertilizer. 10 days flew by, and when Qi Anlin emerged from the training room, his entire body crackled with the sound of breakthroughs. The queen ant had advanced to Tier 1, Level 6. Qi Anlin reached Tier 1, Level 7. Xiao Xing broke through to Tier 1, Level 1. Tianyin advanced to mortal level 7, and Xiaoya was on the verge of breaking through to Tier 2. Checking his attribute panel, Qi Anlin found that he had made significant progress in the Dao. Extreme Ice Dao reached 10. Fusion Dao reached 2. Blazing Fire Dao reached 4. The 10 mastery of the Extreme Ice Dao allowed Qi Anlin's freezing abilities to surpass even Xiaoya's, though this ability could not be shared. Despite Xiaoya's deeper understanding of the Dao, without the system's assistance, he could not directly comprehend it like Qi Anlin. This was why Feng Huajun was so shocked. A cultivator comprehending the Dao at Tier 1 was unique to Qi Anlin. Even Qi Shueyue, who had reached Earth level, was just beginning to touch the threshold of the Dao. Feng Huajun's avatar eagerly asked Qi Anlin to demonstrate his spiritual power. Qi Anlin condensed an ice spike and shot it at her, earning a satisfied nod. Soon after, Feng Huajun's true form arrived and led Qi Anlin's group to the entrance of the Blood Flame secret realm through a spatial rift. Over 50 young cultivators had already gathered at the entrance, including some formidable body refinement experts at the profound level. Among them was Ji Hongfei, who merely nodded at Qi Anlin upon seeing him. Feng Huajun surveyed the crowd, handed 4 tokens to Qi Anlin, and then formed hand seals. A beam of blood-red light shot into the sky, shaking the space and announcing the opening of the Blood Flame secret realm. Everyone rushed into the secret realm in a frenzy. After thanking Feng Huajun, Qi Anlin also led his beasts inside. A crimson hue filled their vision, limiting their sight, and even their spiritual sense couldn't penetrate the blood flame. Qi Anlin took out his beast radar, only to find it could only detect his own beasts and was ineffective against the blood spirits. Looks like we'll have to rely on luck, Qi Anlin sighed inwardly. Qi Anlin gazed into the swirling blood mist, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. Though the blood mist hindered both vision and spiritual probing, it might serve another purpose. He immediately attempted to synthesize blood energy with Tianyin, but the system promptly reported fusion failure due to the vast disparity between the beast and the fusion material. This unexpected outcome caught his attention. He quickly used his identification skill on the blood mist, and the system displayed detailed information. Name: Divine Concealment Mist. Quality: Ancient Lower Grade. Description: a substance formed after the fall of an ancient emperor, containing the emperor's rule power, capable of blocking all detection below the ancient emperor level. Ancient emperor? Qi Anlin furrowed his brow. Though he had never encountered an ancient emperor, he knew that even the aftermath of a heavenly-level expert's power could nearly destroy Zhaoxian County. Not to mention, his master could tear space with a mere gesture, and the power of an ancient emperor must far exceed that. No wonder the beast radar had failed. It was clearly completely obstructed by this power. With technological means rendered useless, Qi Anlin decided to resort to the most primitive method of exploration. As he rode on Xiaoya, searching ahead, the small creature hidden in his clothes, Xiaoxing, suddenly moved, gently scratching his navel with its paw. "Hey, treasure hunter, I sense something valuable," it squeaked. Qi Anlin promptly pulled Xiaoxing out from his clothes, his eyes lighting up. He had nearly forgotten about his treasure-hunting mouse. Since the territories in the small beast realm had mostly been explored by the queen ant, and there was nothing worthwhile left in the military base, this ability had almost slipped his mind. This little mouse, usually preoccupied with eating, drinking, playing, and occasionally making lewd jokes, was finally proving useful at a critical moment. Following Xiaoxing's direction, Qi Anlin soon encountered his first blood spirit. However, the sight of the oversized blood droplet shape made him chuckle wryly. So this is what a blood spirit looks like? Is it supposed to poke people with that pointy end? The name and quality of the blood spirit were displayed as yellow-grade high quality. This creature, formed from the blood of ancient emperors after their fall, possesses powerful body-refining effects. Qi Anlin gasped upon hearing that blood could transform into a living being. It reminded him of the legend where Penga's body turned into all things after his death. However, he quickly realized that this world seemed to lack the myth of Penga creating the heavens and the earth. So he shook his head and focused on commanding Xiaoya to attack the blood spirit. Considering that Xiaoya, although formidable in combat, had a slightly weaker physical body, Qi Anlin's primary goal this time was to enhance its physique. As for Xiaoxing and Tianyin, since they were not attack-type beasts, there was no urgent need to improve their physical strength. As the battle began, the blood spirit immediately extended long blood whips towards Xiaoya. Qi Anlin sensed that this yellow-grade high-quality blood spirit was significantly weaker than a high-stage, first-realm cultivator. Xiaoya's ice spikes turned the blood spirit into a sieve, but it quickly regenerated. This creature had a regenerative ability and had to be completely destroyed to be killed. Eventually, under Xiaoya's relentless attacks, the blood spirit turned into a puddle of blood and flew towards Xiaoya, merging into its body. This alone improved Xiaoya's physique by about 5%. According to the wristband display, every time the Blood Flame's secret realm opened, the military would drop a large number of monster corpses as supplies. Powerful blood spirits could assimilate this blood. Fenghua Jun generously provided a monarch's corpse, while the school supplemented with a king's corpse, as the monarch's corpse had other uses. With Xiaoxing's guidance, Qi Anlin found several more blood spirits. As they were continuously killed and absorbed, Xiaoya's physique improved by 50%, showing signs of a breakthrough. Finding a safe spot, Qi Anlin had Xiaoya begin its breakthrough while using a yuan to upgrade Xiaoxing's treasure-seeking skill to profound grade low quality, expanding its search range. Meanwhile, Ji Hongfei was searching the secret realm. He pierced a blood spirit with his spear and used his innate skill, bean soldiers, turning a handful of beans into 10-centimeter tall soldiers. As a warbody, he could enhance his strength and morale through his army, but for now, creating 100 soldiers would only result in each having a second-stage mortal realm strength. With the bean soldiers' help, he soon discovered an unusual blood spirit. This blood spirit was entirely pitch black, unlike the usual blood-red ones. Ji Hongfei sneered, trying to be mysterious, and thrust his spear, only to see the blood spirit explode violently. The black blood stained the bean soldiers, turning their eyes crimson as they furiously attacked Ji Hongfei. Despite using golden armor, with a battlefield phantom appearing behind him and his body glowing with golden light to shake off the blood, he was ultimately stained black. A magnificent palace then appeared before him. At the same time, Xiaoya successfully broke through to the second realm, further stabilizing Qi Anlin's own realm, though the beast's breakthrough was no longer enough to push him further. After the breakthrough, Xiaoya comprehended the Ice Shield skill, significantly enhancing its defense. This added a powerful defensive capability to Xiaoya's ice form, which already excelled in control and speed. Coupled with continuous slowing and freezing effects, even if enemies managed to get close, they would find it hard to break through its defense. This form focused on attrition tactics, while the fire form was known for its extreme offense. The fire domain could weaken enemies and boost Xiaoya's attack power. In the same realm, even Qi Anlin would be reluctant to confront Xiaoya Heaton. Xiaoxing, keep leading the way, Qi Anlin instructed, fully aware of how rare this opportunity to enter the blood flame abyss was. The team had a clear division of labor. Lower-tier blood spirits were heavily injured by Xiaoya before being handed over to Xiaoxing and Tianyin to deal with, while higher-tier blood spirits were personally absorbed by Qi Anlin. The spirit-grade blood spirits, given their varied attack methods and tendency to flee, required more time and effort to handle. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed, and their harvest was astounding. Nearly 200 blood spirits had been successfully hunted. This intense combat brought significant improvements. Tianyin's physique was enhanced several-fold. Xiaoxing's defense became as tough as a turtle shell, and Qi Anlin himself experienced about a 50% increase in power. During this period, Qi Anlin attempted to have Xiaoxing merge with the blood spirits, but the effect was no different from outright killing them. It only enhanced their physique. Another slightly disappointing discovery was that killing blood spirits did not yield any blood energy value, which left him somewhat regretful. In a cleared area, Qi Anlin began to help Xiaoxing eliminate the distracting thoughts generated from absorbing the blood spirits. This blood flame abyss was the perfect place for him, and Xiaoya Qi Anlin's Ice-Soul battle body was naturally immune to inner demons, and Tianyin had the unique ability to automatically clear distracting thoughts. Poor Xiaoxing, however, had to endure this process, its state reminiscent of the drooling scene at the opening ceremony. With the help of the spirit voice, Xiaoxing's distracting thoughts were finally cleared. Upon awakening, Xiaoxing cried and clamored to see beautiful people, so Qi Anlin had no choice but to promise that Tianyin would create an illusion for it during their rest. Elated by the promise, Xiaoxing eagerly continued to lead the way in search of more blood spirits. Suddenly, Qi Anlin's attention was captured by an entirely pitch-black blood spirit. He murmured in curiosity. This blood spirit, could it be the residue of an ancient emperor's blood? Qi Anlin murmured, cautiously casting an identification spell. The results appeared instantly. Name: Wraith Spirit. Quality: mid-tier spirit level. Description: a blood spirit infused with the resentment of an ancient emperor. Defeating it yields a significant amount of body-refining blood, but greatly risks inducing inner demons. Qi Anlin raised an eyebrow, contemplating for a moment. He immediately retracted Xiaoxing and Tianyin. Although he and Xiaoya were unafraid of inner demons, Xiaoxing and Tianyin could easily be corrupted by a wraith spirit beyond their level. Xiaoya, take it down, Qi Anlin commanded decisively. With Xiaoya's strength now far surpassing his own, it was the perfect time for Xiaoya to take action. Xiaoya let out a long howl, flames surging all over its body as it transformed into its incinerating form. Despite the wraith spirit's formidable power, Xiaoya showed no fear, its battle spirit burning brightly. It unleashed its domain of fire, the scorching flames eliciting painful screams from the wraith spirit. 10 sun-like fireballs shot from Xiaoya's mouth, striking the wraith spirit with precision. The wraith spirit counterattacked, its dark tendrils morphing into sharp scythes. Xiaoya dodged nimbly, flames swirling at its feet. Though some attacks grazed and cut its flesh, it seemed impervious to pain. its fiery claws relentlessly tearing into the wraith spirit's body. The battle raged on for a minute, Xiaoya's injuries mounting, but its assaults grew fiercer. Thanks to its indomitable skill, each wound only fueled its combat prowess. 3 minutes later, the wraith spirit lost its ability to regenerate, dissolving into blood that Xiaoya absorbed. This wraith spirit had increased Xiaoya's defense by 50%, equivalent to the effect of 10 ordinary blood spirits. Qi Anlin's eyes gleamed with excitement as he looked toward the Grand Palace, eager to discover more wraith spirits. Meanwhile, Ji Hongfei was caught in a whirlpool of memories. His stern father, gentle sister, and endless training. Fragments of these recollections flashed by. In the crimson space, a massive heart enveloped him, its seductive whispers trying to corrode his soul. But his sister's letter radiated starlight, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Ji Hongfei realized that his true inner demon was his own weakness. As he looked around, countless versions of his cowardly self appeared. He slowly straightened his back, brandishing his spear, and declared with resolute words, "The will to charge into battle. There are just too many vengeful spirits." Qi Anlin grumbled. If Xiaoya hadn't used the extreme ice flash in time, that Shin-level vengeful spirit would have taken his life. Pushing through numerous obstacles, he finally reached the interior of the palace. It was overrun with dense clusters of vengeful spirits, and at the center stood a majestic ancient green cauldron. The cauldron was intricately carved with a mythical beast, featuring a snake's body, a crocodile's head, lizard legs, eagle claws, and a deer's tail exactly as described in ancient texts about dragons. To his shock, Ji Hongfei was standing right in front of the cauldron. His body was covered in protruding black markings, resembling bulging veins, indicating that his inner demons were acting up again. An idea suddenly struck Qianlin. He summoned Tianyin and instructed Xiaoya to use extreme ice flash, seizing the opportunity to capture and freeze a mere mortal-level vengeful spirit. From his previous battles with blood spirits, he had learned that while Xiaoya's freezing skill couldn't fully immobilize blood spirits, with the power of the Great Tao, he could completely seal them. Qianlin then used a synthesis skill on Tianyin. The system prompt appeared. Do you want to merge the illusion spirit with the vengeful spirit? Required blood energy, 30 million. Success rate, 98. Fusion time, 1 hour. You will gain the ability to create inner demons. This discovery thrilled Qianlin. Although it was just a mortal-level vengeful spirit, the high affinity required a substantial amount of blood energy. He didn't hesitate to choose the fusion and used blood energy to reduce the fusion time to 30 seconds. Meanwhile, in Ji Hongfei's inner demon world, he was battling waves of inner demons. Hovering above him was a two-horned manth infernal emperor. However, the infernal emperor soon sensed a powerful presence and, in terror, quickly fell into a deep sleep. When Tianyin emerged from her cocoon, she had grown from a 4- or 5-year-old child to a 13-year-old girl. Her pristine white wings now had a bewitching purple tint at the edges. She wore a black dress, and her youthful, stunning face bore a mischievous smile. The system immediately displayed Tianyin's new attributes. Celestial illusion spirit, with wood, life, and illusion attributes, mortal level 7. She possessed skills such as illusion, charm, healing light, spirit song, and demonic tune. These abilities excited Qianlin, especially the one that could awaken an enemy's inner demons. Tianyin affectionately perched on his head, her melodious voice assuring him that she could guide these vengeful spirits. With Tianyin's help, Qianlin discovered that the Dragon Cauldron was a spirit artifact capable of evolving, forged by the Infernal Emperor using an ancient dragon. It was undoubtedly the perfect candidate for his 5th beast companion. Following Qianlin's instructions, Tianyin first stored the Dragon Cauldron in the beast pouch and then rescued the unconscious Ji Hongfei. At that moment, all the vengeful spirits merged into a colossal monster. Tianyin tilted her head, grabbed Ji Hongfei by the collar, and sang a song as she flew away. In the world of heart demons, Ji Hongfei roared as he hurled several heart demons into the air, smashing them down with force. Amidst the dense swarm of heart demons, a mountain of corpses had already piled up before him, yet the end was nowhere in sight. Fatigue began to creep onto Ji Hongfei's face, but his spear never ceased its relentless assault. Each thrust accurately pierced a heart demon's vital point. Just then, a familiar melody suddenly arose, and a beam of light pierced through the darkness ahead, dispelling the gloom of the heart demon world. Determination to break through, Ji Hongfei shouted, stomping heavily on the ground while scattering a handful of beans. In an instant, over 100 bean soldiers sprang up, roaring in unison. Ji Hongfei's momentum surged dramatically, and with a sweeping motion of his spear, heart demons in front of him were sliced in half. Man can conquer heaven, he roared, as the phantom of a war god emerged behind him, letting out a resounding howl. The melodious singing surrounded him, and the heart demons, as if encountering their nemesis, shrieked in terror and melted away in agony. The warm light grew brighter, radiating an aura of hope. The war god's phantom thrust its spear, reducing the heart demons ahead to ashes. Ji Hongfei gritted his teeth and charged forward, reaching out for the light. The black patterns gradually receded, and Ji Hongfei's eyes snapped open as he gasped for breath. He found himself floating in midair, and looking down, he saw a tiny fairy struggling to keep him aloft with its wings. "Thank you," Ji Hongfei said softly, gently grabbing the little fairy and landing on the ground. Feeling a terrifying pressure from behind, he turned to see a nearly 10-meter-tall black slime, its massive body almost touching the palace ceiling. Catching sight of Xiao Yu in the distance, Ji Hongfei decisively threw Tianyin. He then summoned a spear with a faint golden glow, its shaft coiled with a 5-clawed golden dragon that opened its eyes at his command. Yeah. Qi Anlin caught Tianyin, eyeing the massive creature formed from vengeful spirits with a serious expression. The screen displayed information about the monster: name, vengeful spirit, quality, low sovereign grade, description, a blood spirit infused with the resentment of an ancient emperor, containing a large amount of ancient emperor's blood. Just as Ji Hongfei was about to pull out the Dao crystal, Qi Anlin hastily shouted, "Wait, a sovereign-level Dao crystal won't work on a low sovereign grade vengeful spirit." He quickly took out a phoenix-shaped crystal, infused it with spiritual power, and threw it. In an instant, a fiery figure appeared, the avatar of Feng Huajun. "Who dares touch my disciple?" She glared around, quickly locking onto the massive, vengeful spirit. Ancient Emperor's blood? Is this the blood flame realm? Feng Huajun waved her hand to form a protective flame barrier around the two. Excitedly, she said, "A sovereign-level blood spirit in the blood flame realm? What a treasure! Shao Kai's luck is incredible to find such a palace." The vengeful spirit let out a deafening roar. Feng Huajun was unfazed. "Stop the noise. Shao Qi, this thing isn't suitable for you to absorb directly. They'll compress it into a crystal for you. Take your time and don't let the ancient emperor's will affect you." She reached out to grab the vengeful spirit, which screeched piercingly before being enveloped in flames. As she refined it, she commented, "Luckily, it's much weaker than a typical sovereign, or this little avatar wouldn't be able to handle it." As the vengeful spirit shrank, Feng Huajun's avatar also began to fade. "This avatar will disappear after refining it. Shao Qi, be careful. If you're in danger, crush the token. I've set up a teleportation node inside, which can pull you back immediately. Your strength in the blood flame realm has improved significantly. Use this time to elevate your realm. The army representative battle depends on you." Ji Hongfei stood silently beside, knowing that with the heart demons vanquished, his cultivation would soon advance by leaps and bounds. This time, it was thanks to Qi Anlin's assistance. Otherwise, even if he had conquered his inner demons, there was a high chance he would have died here. Under the scorching blaze of Feng Hua's fire, the vengeful spirit gradually condensed, eventually transforming into a black crystal that fell into Feng Huajun's hand. Holding the crystal, Feng Huajun turned to Qi Anlin and said, "Little Qi, I'll log off first. Make sure to thoroughly search this palace. It's the first time we've discovered such a palace hidden within the blood flame secret realm after all these years." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Huajun's avatar dissipated into specks of light, and the black crystal gently fell into Qi Anlin's palm. Feng Huajun's strength is almost on par with the ancient emperor's, Ji Hongfei suddenly remarked, his voice tinged with a hint of reverence. Qi Anlin turned to look at Ji Hongfei, understanding his intention. This usually aloof person was clearly expressing his gratitude in his own way by initiating a conversation. "Master's power is indeed unfathomable," Qi Anlin replied with a smile, storing the black crystal in his spatial ring. "But one day we will reach such heights too." He then turned to Ji Hongfei and invited, "Brother Ji, since we're here, why not explore this palace together?" Ji Hongfei nodded in agreement and with a wave of his hand, scattered a handful of beans. As the beans hit the ground, they transformed into squads of bean soldiers, neatly lining up. "Your beast," Ji Hongfei suddenly said, "if needed, my Ji family can invite a spirit cultivator to help it evolve. I will provide the evolution materials. No need to trouble yourself, Brother Ji." Qi Anlin politely declined. Then, considering how to deal with someone with such a strong personality, he added in the same tone, "If it really bothers you, then train hard. I hope we can walk this path together in the future." Ji Hongfei was momentarily stunned, looking deeply at Qi Anlin. This man actually hoped to journey together on the path of cultivation. He seemed to see a truly invincible prodigy, and his spirits were lifted. "I won't be left behind. Among the prodigies of our time, I shall lead the way. My path shall not be lonely." Qi Anlin never imagined that a casual remark from him would spark so many thoughts in Ji Hongfei's mind. He summoned Xiaoxing and felt relieved that the little one wouldn't be led astray by inner demons with Tianyin around. Any inner demons would be no match. Qi Anlin admired Ji Hongfei's talent. When it came to the art of training soldiers, he knew that no matter how elite, their camaraderie couldn't compare to his ant soldiers. These ants, connected by a vast network, could communicate with just a thought, and under his control, they operated with the unity of siblings. He mused that if the soldiers of the Bingfa Zhanti encountered millions of enhanced ant soldiers, they might be overwhelmed by their sheer power. As Xiaoxing entered the side hall, Ji Hongfei led the bean soldiers to explore other areas. With the wraiths eliminated, the palace was no longer dangerous. In the side hall, several statues of mythical beasts were neatly arranged, all bowing towards the palace's center. Qi Anlin approached and found a drop of blood floating midair, burning like a flame. The system indicated, this is a drop of lower-tier sovereign-grade phoenix blood. Though it has lost its vitality and cannot regenerate, it is still immensely valuable. Qi Anlin considered merging it with his beast companion, but sighed his current blood energy was insufficient to synthesize a sovereign-grade item. Knowing his sister had a phoenix battle body, he stored the blood in his spatial ring, as it would greatly benefit her. Surveying the statues, each was lifelike and evidently precious. The system showed these were petrified lower-tier, heaven-grade azure flame sparrows. Though they had lost their spiritual energy and souls, Qi Anlin had an idea. If he could merge them with other beast souls, he might be able to revive them. He planned to experiment with his ant soldiers. If successful, these petrified beasts would be absolutely loyal and could form a new ant soldier group through the Ant Queen's mental link, similar to the Blood Devourer King. After collecting the statues, Qi Anlin communicated with the Ant Queen about recent events. Recently, more cultivators had appeared in the Little Beast realm, reportedly hunting a mother-level beast. However, these cultivators were mostly of the mortal and first realms, with only a dozen in the second realm, posing no threat to the second realm 4th stage Blood Devourer King. If not for the recent scarcity of prey, the Blood Devourer King's breakthrough to the King realm would be imminent, given its profound understanding of the Tao and the reformation of its Tao foundation. Excitingly, the Blood Devourer King's eggs had hatched. According to the Ant Queen, the new Bloodred ant not only inherited the Blood Devourer King's blood-enhancing ability, but also exhibited an incredible splitting ability. It could divide into two after absorbing enough blood. This ability made the gluttonous Ant Queen envious, fantasizing about doubling her food intake if she could split as well. Hearing this, Qi Anlin pondered. The Ant Queen's presence was now exposed. It was time to find her a new sanctuary, preferably in a world beyond human territory. This way, if discovered, he could handle it decisively, unlike in the Little Beast realm where he had to be cautious, allowing many cultivators to return with news of First Realm ant soldiers. After learning about Yi's situation, Qi Anlin moved to the next area. This seemed to be the ancient emperor's training ground, with a meditation cushion still on the floor. The system indicated this was a lower-tier heaven-grade Tao comprehension cushion, transformed into a magical item by the ancient emperor's prolonged cultivation. It could enhance the user's comprehension and cultivation speed, with greater effects for those at lower realms. Nice stuff, got it. Qi Anlin swiftly stored the items in the room into his spatial ring. Just then, a crystal-clear gem suddenly fell from the air, making a crisp sound. Qi Anlin tried to store the gem in the ring but found he couldn't. He carefully examined the attributes of this special item. Name: World Core. Quality: Earth Grade High. Description: the core of an Earth Grade world, essential for constructing a world. World Core. Qi Anlin's eyes lit up as he immediately thought of the Queen Ant's small world. Although that small world was currently quite rudimentary and not suitable for long-term habitation, adding this world core might make it more complete. He handed the world core to Xiaoxing and said, "This thing is worth 100 female mice. You must keep it safe, and don't take it out until we leave. If you keep it well, there will be extra rewards of female mice." Xiaoxing initially wanted to throw the core away, but upon hearing the enticing reward of female mice, it straightened up immediately. Without a second thought, it stuffed the world core into its mouth, showing a determined expression, and nodded solemnly. "Just keep it safe. Don't eat it," Qi Anlin exclaimed, hopping in anxiety, fearing any mishap if Xiaoxing swallowed the core. To his surprise, he suddenly couldn't sense the presence of the world core anymore. Spit it out. If he hadn't seen Xiaoxing's cheeks still bulging, he would have forcefully tried to retrieve the core. Xiaoxing shook its head vigorously, protesting loudly in the mental sea. "I won't spit it out until we get out of here. But don't eat it. I'd rather die than spit it out." Qi Anlin helplessly watched the stubborn little creature. After confirming that it was holding the core without any issues, he reluctantly accepted the situation. He then realized that anything in Xiaoxing's mouth seemed to merge with it, making it completely undetectable. This discovery made Qi Anlin's eyes light up. Wasn't this the perfect way to hide treasures? From now on, any valuable items that couldn't fit into the spatial ring could be kept safe by Xiaoxing. He thoughtfully eyed Xiaoxing, and a sudden idea popped into his head. Should I fuse it with pelican genes? But kangaroo genes might be better. The extra pouch could inherit this trait. If I also fuse a spatial ring, wouldn't that make it a living Doryman mouse? Letting Xiaoxing continue to hold the world core, Qi Anlin stepped into the next palace. The air was thick with the scent of medicine, and the floor was covered with a layer of crimson mud. Countless spiritual herbs grew from it, each emitting a faint glow. Qi Anlin approached an ice-blue mushroom and activated his appraisal ability. The system identified it as a frost-shine mushroom, of mid-grade Xian level, which had absorbed the blood of an ancient emperor, granting it body-refining properties. This was merely the most common herb on the outskirts. His gaze was drawn to a herb deeper inside that resembled a small qilin, growing on a massive spirit stone. The appraisal showed it was a 9-turn qilin herb, of mid-grade June level, capable of bestowing 5 elemental attributes upon consumption. Luck is a fickle thing. Use it up, and you're done for, Qi Anlin muttered to himself, touching his forehead. The sheer number and quality of the spiritual herbs in this palace made it seem like he had raided an ancient emperor's stash. Normally, these treasures would have protection mechanisms, like the world core, triggering life and death traps upon movement. But with the prison emperor's consciousness dormant, these traps were in standby mode. Xiaoya, we need to hurry, Qi Anlin urged, fearing the sudden appearance of blood spirits or wraiths. Without a second Dao crystal from Fenghua Jun, they couldn't afford to linger. He even thought how convenient it would be if the Ant Queen were here, with her army of ant soldiers to help collect these herbs in no time. At that moment, Tianyin tilted her head, waving her small hand as she began to sing. The elven melody echoed through the palace, and a miraculous scene unfolded. Every herb seemed to come to life, breaking free from the ground and rushing towards Qi Anlin, forming a small mountain of treasure. It turned out that the prison emperor had erased the consciousness of these intelligent herbs to prevent them from escaping or self-destructing. Tianin's elven song not only dispelled inner demons but also communicated with plants, reawakening their intelligence. As Qi Anlin stored these precious herbs in his spatial ring, Xiaoxing hopped to the core area and struggled to pull out a green crystal. Instantly, a surge of life force emerged, and Qi Anlin whipped around, his pupils contracting. The spot where the crystal was removed left a large pit, from which green, glowing liquid flowed continuously, containing life force far surpassing the life source provided by the school. The system revealed it to be a mid-grade Wang-level life source, condensed by a king-level demon plant. Before Qi Anlin could react, Tianin's eyes lit up, and she flew over, drinking the liquid like a beverage. In just 1 minute, she consumed over 100 pounds of life source, showing no signs of discomfort. After drinking, Tianin patted her round belly, flew back, affectionately nuzzled Qi Anlin's hand, and then found a comfortable spot in his hair. Soon, she transformed into a cocoon and quietly fell asleep. Is she evolving? Qi Anlin muttered, feeling a bit pained at the sight. That was a life source capable of reviving the dead, and Tianin had just gulped it all down. Meanwhile, in the beast realm, the Blood Devourer King was wandering with his offspring. Initially reluctant to face this child, he couldn't defy the orders of the Ant Queen as an ant soldier. The Blood Devourer King gazed at the unique offspring before it, feeling a complex mix of emotions. Having descendants should have been a comforting thought, yet what left it both amused and exasperated was the fact that it had become the one subdued. Reflecting on the male ant it had already slain, the Blood Devourer King sighed softly, quickly casting aside the slightly painful memory. Turning its gaze to its child, it named it Shui-Yi. This peculiar life form had already split into 8 blood-red ants, all sharing a single consciousness. The Blood Devourer King gently tapped Shui-Yi's head with its antennae, thinking to itself, if nurtured properly, this child will achieve great things. After bestowing some fresh blood upon Shui-Yi, the Blood Devourer King continued to search for nutrient-rich demonic beasts for the queen ant. The queen was preparing to give birth to a new queen, requiring a vast amount of nutrients and energy to avoid the risk of failure. As time went by, the ant colony grew increasingly large. The number of first-tier, 5th-stage soldier ants exceeded 5,000, comprising various types. Among them, tiger armor ants were the most numerous, followed by mandrake ants and skynet ants. The natural killing machines, the blood slaughter ants, maintained a population of around 100. With the support of such a massive ant colony, the Blood Devourer King finally discovered a significant ruin, the remnants of the former lord of the small beast realm. Although this land had been transformed by humans and most treasures had been plundered, with the realm's lord now deceased, even king-level cultivators could freely enter this area. To ensure the queen ant's safety during the exploration of the ruins, the Blood Devourer King began setting up a protective array. It gathered precious materials and inscribed mysterious runes onto the soldier ants. Finally, the Blood Devourer King's body trembled slightly as it condensed a drop of emerald green essence blood. Suddenly, a beam of blood-red light shot into the sky, revealing a faintly discernible, ferocious blood demon in the void. The extreme blood refining array had been formed. The blood-devouring king meticulously crafted this formation using numerous rare materials. Even a peak Third Realm expert would be instantly reduced to a pool of blood upon stepping into it. The formation also contains the souls of over 1,000 Second Realm beings, which can possess the ant soldiers, temporarily boosting their power to the Second Realm level. The blood-devouring king also taught the ant queen several secret techniques. The blood sacrifice method allows fallen ant soldiers to offer their spiritual power and souls to the survivors, significantly enhancing their combat strength. The life severance technique lets the ant soldiers burn their life force to double their power for a short period. However, the ant queen lazily tilted her head, indicating that this special child should not disturb its rest. This puzzled the blood-devouring king. By all accounts, an ant queen with such a powerful spirit and mastery of formations should not be so sluggish. He could only wait for his father to return. Since merging with Qi Anlin, the blood-devouring king had developed a deep reverence for him, especially after witnessing the power of the laws, viewing him as a being surpassing the ancient emperors. He believed that Qi Anlin, who now seemed weak, was merely wandering the mortal world. Qi Anlin carried the sleeping Tianyin to the next palace, which was a library filled with martial arts manuals. Each book was protected by a faint shield that required breaking to access. Ji Hongfei, who was browsing through the manuals, nodded slightly when he saw Qi Anlin and explained, "These manuals are all restricted. Some require strength to unlock, while others need a blood sense." The prison emperor intended to scatter these manuals throughout the blood flame secret realm to find a suitable vessel for himself, but his plans changed unexpectedly. Qi Anlin nodded in agreement and turned to another bookshelf. He mused to himself that he hadn't reached this point through conventional training, but rather through exploiting advantages. Facing these protective shields that required strength to break, he grabbed Xiaoxing. A system prompt appeared, asking if he wanted to fuse the golden burrowing treasure mouse with the red star shield, requiring 20 million blood energy with a 70 success rate and a fusion time of 3 hours. The fusion would grant the ability to construct shields and enhance defense. After a brief consideration, Qi Anlin chose to merge Xiaoxing's aura with the shields, resulting in the ability to bypass the shield's barriers. To save time, Qi Anlin spent tens of millions of blood energy to shorten the fusion time to a few seconds. He concealed Xiaoxing's aura with a breath-concealing ring and put it in his pocket. Moments later, Xiaoxing emerged and was placed on the bookshelf, effortlessly passing through the shields to touch the books. Xiaoxing, put all the books into the space ring. Qi Anlin commanded. Xiaoxing raised 3 fingers, indicating it wanted 3 female mice as a reward. After the deal was struck, Xiaoxing began to scurry between the shelves, collecting each manual into the ring. Qi Anlin returned to Ji Hongfei and said, "Brother Ji, stop browsing. Let's take these manuals back and study them at our leisure. We need to focus on enhancing our physiques." Ji Hongfei turned to see the empty shelves, his pupils contracting. He knew that breaking the shields required not only strength but also pure spiritual energy, and even he could only break the protection of Earth-grade manuals. He was astonished that Qi Anlin had cleared the entire shelf so quickly. "My beast is quite special. These shields don't affect it," Qi Anlin explained. Ji Hongfei then noticed the plump Xiaoxing, realizing that what he had thought to be Qi Anlin's early-stage pet had such unique abilities. In the end, Xiaoxing collected 72 spirit grade, 200 profound grade, 100 earth grade, and 60 heaven grade manuals. Books above the heavenly level floated individually on crystal pillars. With the protection of the Qixing shield, Xiaoxing effortlessly leaped onto a crystal pillar and began searching for valuable texts. "Hong Lei Guan Qingju? This is perfect for that kid MOU." Qi Anlin murmured to himself as he flipped through the Thunder Attribute Manual, then put it away. He picked up another book titled Jin Geng Shangju and handed it to Ji Hongfei. "This one is most suitable for Dan Yun Yao's cultivation." Ji Hongfei initially wanted to decline, but considering Dan Yun Yao's metal Qi talent, he hesitated for a moment before accepting the manual. "Thank you, Brother Qi. I noticed you seem to lack a suitable weapon. When I return to the Ji family, I will have the elders forge one for you." Qi Anlin waved his hand with a smile. "No need to be so formal. Master has already prepared a weapon for me. If you consider me a brother, don't worry about these minor things." Ji Hongfei was taken aback by these words. He looked at Qi Anlin with a complex expression, wanting to say something but holding back. Due to his aloof nature, he had almost no friends growing up, except for Dan Yunyao. He always believed that so-called brotherhood was merely a relationship of convenience, bound to fall apart when interests clashed, which made him prefer solitude. "Thank you," Ji Hongfei murmured, while Qi Anlin continued searching. "Brother Ji, since you practice body cultivation, perhaps these manuals and martial techniques might suit you." Although Qi Anlin intended to share more manuals with Ji Hongfei, the latter insisted on declining. Without Qi Anlin's help, Ji Hongfei might not have obtained such suitable king-level manuals within the limited time of the Blood Flame secret realm. In the end, Qi Anlin gave Ji Hongfei 3 king-level manuals, while keeping 12 for himself. He looked up at the remaining jade pillars, where 3 emperor-level books floated, along with the most eye-catching one, the ancient-level manual suspended on the Panlong giant pillar. Qi Anlin carefully examined the Tianma 9 Solutions technique in his hands. This was a low-tier June-level cultivation technique. From the introduction, he learned that it was a demonic cultivation method that required blood sacrifices to enhance one's power. Although precious, such techniques would be destroyed without hesitation by righteous practitioners. However, to Qi Anlin, this technique was perfect for the blood-devouring king. In his view, the line between righteous and demonic paths didn't need to be so rigid. For the beasts of the Little Beast realm, humans were the true demons. Sacrificing an entire city was indeed unforgivable, but killing foreign races was not necessarily wrong. Typical demonic cultivators often became unpredictable and bloodthirsty due to the influence of their techniques, even turning against their own kind. This was the main reason such techniques were banned. But the blood-devouring king was different. It was under dual control by the system and the queen ant, and no matter how bloodthirsty it became, it would never betray him. Though Qi Anlin might not be able to completely prevent it from killing, the queen ant's absolute control, just like when it was forced to lay eggs without resistance, ensured its loyalty. After handing the technique to Xiaoxing for safekeeping, Qi Anlin continued to browse other techniques. Ji Hongfei, standing nearby, hadn't seen the specifics and didn't know what kind of technique it was, as he lacked identification abilities. The techniques previously given to Ji Hongfei had all been recorded in the blood energy space, allowing Qi Anlin to reproduce them at any time. Next, he came across the Tianshao Alchemy Manual, a June-level alchemy book that could drive alchemists mad with desire. Alchemists were harder to advance than combat professions, and a June-level alchemist held a revered status. Even an ancient emperor would show them respect. Qi Anlin quietly stored it in his spatial ring, knowing that while he wasn't an alchemist, the recently recovered beast-controlled dragon cauldron could handle the task. He had a plan in mind. Let Xiaoya focus on offense, excelling in both single combat and group battles. Let the queen ant develop a swarm strategy, enhancing ant soldiers with formations and talismans. Let Xiaoxing specialize in treasure hunting and breaking formations. And let Tianyi not only handle healing and distracting inner demons, but also integrate support skills to provide combat enhancements, while developing her spiritual plant abilities. Ji Hongfei declined the remaining techniques. Given his character, accepting a Wang-level technique was already a great favor, and he had no desire for other June-level techniques. Qi Anlin continued looking through the techniques and found a Fire Attribute 3 Realms Flamesword manual. He stored it in his spatial ring, intending to use it for his hidden identity. Considering his unique circumstances, he decided not to reveal his fire attribute to avoid future pursuit in other realms. The final book was the Tianwu Sun Erosion Scroll, an ancient fire attribute technique. No wonder this place was called the Blood Flame's Secret Realm. The deeper one ventured, the stronger the Blood Flame's burning power became, making it an excellent training ground for body cultivators. After the blood energy space finished copying it, Qi Anlin planned to offer this fire attribute technique to his master as a token of gratitude for Feng Huajun's many favors. Putting away his cultivation technique, Qi Anlin was about to leave when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. His eyes fell upon the jade pillars used to hold books, and he silently berated himself for almost forgetting to inspect these seemingly ordinary decorations. After all, jade pillars capable of storing king-level techniques were unlikely to be as simple as they appeared. He examined them closely, and the attributes of the jade pillars immediately surfaced. Name: 3-clawed golden dragon bone. Quality: ancient lower grade. Description: incredibly hard dragon bones, a treasure for crafting, inscribed with array patterns, serving as the foundation of the vast sky array. Dragon bones? Qi Anlin's eyes lit up, and he immediately thought of the dragon cauldron. Could these be unrefined dragon bones? The vast sky array. It sounds formidable. He then ordered Xiaoya to start digging. The fierce spirit beast sprang into action, its sharp claws swiftly tearing at the ground. Ji Hongfei watched from the side, puzzled by Qi Anlin's intentions but refraining from asking questions. Before long, Xiaoya had dug a pit 3 to 4 meters deep. When its claws struck a hard surface, Qi Anlin discovered that there was a defensive shield below, which appeared even sturdier than the one protecting the cultivation technique. With Xiaoxing in tow, Qi Anlin jumped into the pit and finally saw what lay beneath the shield. A vast blood pool stretched out before him. Even more startling was the sight of a coffin lying quietly on the ground beside the blood pool, with a blood-red longsword placed next to it. Proceeding cautiously, Qi Anlin used appraisal on the longsword from a distance. Name: Flame Ghost Sword. Quality: Sovereign Grade Supreme. Description: the life weapon of the prison emperor. Severely damaged, its spirit is dead, resulting in a decline in quality. Qi Anlin's eyes sparkled with excitement, but were quickly drawn to the eerie coffin. He swallowed hard, a sense of unease rising within him. This setup. Could the prison emperor be waiting to be resurrected? Why else would it be so ominous? The attributes of the Snow Soul Ice Coffin were clearly marked. Ice attribute, ancient grade low quality. This treasure not only preserved the vitality of a body for an extended period, but also had the ability to gather spiritual energy. For ice attribute cultivators, entering it could accelerate their understanding of the ice path and improve the efficiency of converting ice spiritual energy. Inside the coffin, the residual soul of the infernal emperor was in a dormant state. Seeing this information, Shi Anlin's tense nerves relaxed slightly. Although the residual soul of the infernal emperor was inside the coffin, the situation was much better than he had anticipated. He had initially feared that the infernal emperor's body was reviving, but discovering it was merely a residual soul, he realized it was still beyond his ability to handle. However, the peak king-grade Dao crystal he had would be enough to support his use of the token to teleport away. He analyzed silently. If the infernal emperor's residual soul were truly powerful, it would have appeared when the wraiths caused such a commotion earlier. Shifting his gaze to Ji Hongfei, Shi Anlin contemplated taking a risk. The ancient-grade long sword was enough to support his cultivation to the later stages, which was more practical than any technique. Although he might not fully control it, its sharpness alone would be more than sufficient to break through the defenses of demon beasts. For Ji Hongfei's safety, Shi Anlin was about to suggest he leave first. At that moment, the coffin below trembled slightly, and the infernal emperor's residual soul cautiously began to awaken. Shi Anlin sensed a peculiar law passing through his body, though not directly targeting him. It felt as if he had been seen through in that instant. The infernal emperor's heart tightened as he detected the presence of the human from earlier. This person not only survived but also overcame their inner demons. Given this person's strength, it was evident they had assistance from a supreme being, likely a supreme human cultivator. Remembering that it was also a human who killed him and transformed this place into a secret realm for human cultivators to enhance their skills, the infernal emperor felt fortunate that the person who killed him perished shortly after. Otherwise, his residual soul would have been exposed long ago. You should leave now. It might be dangerous here, Shi Anlin said to Ji Hongfei, his gaze fixed on the ice coffin. And you? I'll teleport back later. Ji Hongfei nodded in agreement, recalling that Shi Anlin still had the means provided by Feng Huijun and didn't insist further. He felt an inexplicable sense of urgency to leave the place. Stay safe. Listening to their conversation, the infernal emperor grew puzzled. Could this person not be a supreme being? How then to explain the power of those two laws? He scrutinized Shi Anlin closely, noting he was also a war body but of low strength, easily extinguished. His attention then shifted to the other beasts. The evolving spirit that could endure such a massive amount of life essence without exploding, the rare dual attribute war body wolf, and the mouse with a protective aura. What intrigued him most was the item in the mouse's mouth, which seemed to carry an unperceivable rule. The infernal emperor hesitated. Though he could easily destroy these beasts and Shi Anlin, he couldn't be sure if the supreme being was observing from the shadows. Even at his peak, if a supreme being didn't reveal their aura, he would struggle to detect them. After Ji Hongfei left, Shi Anlin instructed his spirit within his mental sea, Shaoxing, go down and grab that sword, then return immediately. If there's danger, activate the token right away. Don't touch the ice coffin. It contains the residual soul of an ancient emperor. With those instructions given, Shi Anlin took a deep breath and said with feigned calm, come out. This probing call caused the infernal emperor's residual soul to manifest instantly. Shi Anlin remained outwardly composed, though internally he was in turmoil. The infernal emperor, on the other hand, felt a sense of dread, regretting his hasty appearance in front of a possible supreme being. Observing the young man before him, who, despite his low cultivation, had contracted 4 beasts, the infernal emperor's mind raced through countless thoughts, trying to unravel the complex situation. Shi Anlin surveyed the scene before him, contemplating silently. His extraordinary physique, vast and powerful mental sea, and the various beasts under his command all conveyed a clear message to the Inferno Emperor. This was undoubtedly a supreme cultivator hiding his true strength. The Inferno Emperor's remnant soul trembled slightly, fully aware that everything he saw was a deliberate display by the opponent. Master, I am but a remnant soul. I truly did not know that battle body belonged to your junior. Please, show mercy. The Inferno Emperor bowed humbly, his words dripping with a deep fear of death, the very fear that drove him to hide and strive for resurrection for so many years. Shi Anlin's face involuntarily tightened upon hearing this, unsure of how to respond. His reaction only intensified the Inferno Emperor's terror. Master, I am willing to form a life and death contract, and I would never dare to act against you. Seeing the Inferno Emperor's reaction, Shi Anlin suddenly realized this guy had mistaken him for a hidden powerhouse. Although he didn't fully understand, he decided to go along with it. To solidify this identity, Shi Anlin smiled gently, and flames suddenly surged around him as he transformed into his burning sky battle body. He knew his hidden attributes wouldn't be detected, and this transformation would only strengthen the Inferno Emperor's belief. Sure enough, the Inferno Emperor's entire body shuddered, all doubts vanishing. In his eyes, the ability to switch battle forms so effortlessly was beyond ordinary, and he hadn't even noticed it earlier. The Inferno Emperor acted immediately, his remnant soul releasing a strange blood-red character that flew straight towards Qi Anlin. Seeing this, Xiaoya thought it was an attack and dashed in front of the character, only for it to merge into its body. The Inferno Emperor wore a bitter expression, had become a servant to a wolf beast. With the life and death contract formed, his life was now entirely in the hands of the contract holder, unable even to conceive the thought of betrayal. Qi Anlin quickly embraced Xiaoya, who then conveyed its feelings through their mental connection. It could now control the Inferno Emperor at will, even deciding his fate. What kind of bizarre experience is this? Qi Anlin stood there, utterly bewildered. Floating before him was the remnant soul of an ancient emperor, and with a casual bluff, this soul had readily accepted Xiaoya as its master. Instinctively, he flicked Xiaoxing on the head. Does it hurt? Xiaoxing clutched his head, glaring at Qi Anlin with puffed cheeks, as if to say, "You're in big trouble. I just wanted to see if I was dreaming. I'll give you an extra female mouse when we get back." As soon as he said this, Xiaoxing's face lit up, and he eagerly leaned his head forward, ready for more. Since the ancient emperor had acknowledged Xiaoya as its master, Qi Anlin stopped worrying and began conversing with his two beast companions. What kind of luck is this today? Running into such a fortune. Meanwhile, the expression of the remnant soul, the Yu Huang, shifted from initial confusion to utter despair. What the hell am I doing? His face twisted as if he had swallowed something foul. He had actually accepted a mere first-level cultivator as his master. At that moment, he even considered destroying his own remnant soul. He felt he had no dignity left to continue existing. This kid isn't a supreme being, so why does he have so many baffling points? The Yu Huang, who had lived for thousands of years and seen countless beings, had never encountered such an odd existence. Who would believe he wasn't a supreme being? Yet, he was indeed just an ordinary cultivator. The Yu Huang checked Qi Anlin's bone age only 18. He was full of regret, but thought that even if he had checked earlier, he would have likely believed it to be an illusion created by Qi Anlin. Alright, he is an ancient emperor after all. He must have some tricks up his sleeve. Let's see if we can merge him. Qi Anlin activated the fusion system, planning to deal with the Yu Huang. Ding, fusion failed. Still overestimated myself. Qi Anlin gave up on that idea and decided to have the Yu Huang possess an ant soldier as a backup plan. Not far away, the remnant soul of the Yu Huang was stunned by the power he sensed. His emotions were a whirlwind. Who was this person? Even after acknowledging him as his master, the other party still tried to deceive him. It made him question his existence. Perhaps this was the twisted humor of a supreme being. Qi Anlin was unaware of the Yu Huang's inner turmoil. After the fusion failed, he used an identification spell on the Yu Huang. Name, Ming Yu. Race, Ming clan. Physique, 9 Nether Ming King body. Rank 1210. Realm, King level 2nd stage remnant soul. Original strength ancient level 2nd stage. Attributes, fire, dark. Description, remnant soul form. Each attack consumes soul power. Without a physical body, the soul will dissipate completely once exhausted. A battle body? After pondering for a moment, Qi Anlin asked, "Why do you think I'm strong?" Hearing this, the Yu Huang showed a knowing expression. "Because you, my lord, command 2 laws. 2 laws. The Yu Huang felt despair but maintained a smile. With his lesser strength, he had no choice but to play along. One of your laws seems to involve fusion, while the other I couldn't quite grasp. For a moment, it felt like all my secrets were exposed." Qi Anlin stroked his chin thoughtfully. One was the fusion system, the other the identification function. It seemed the system's level was still too low, allowing even the faintest sense of being spied upon to be detected. He had planned to use the identification spell on his master, but now he reconsidered. Can a king level sense laws? The Yu Huang shook his head. Laws are a transformation of rules. Only those who master rules at the ancient level can sense laws. So, to become a saint level, one must master laws? The Yu Huang's expression grew peculiar. He thought that even if Qi Anlin was powerful, he shouldn't toy with him like this. But he still answered honestly, to become a saint level, one must create a world. Seeing Qi Anlin's confusion, he elaborated. Saint level beings create a world within themselves. Many of the remaining great worlds today are the remnants left by deceased saint level beings. Qi Anlin was stunned. Had he inadvertently created a saint level seed? After all, the queen ant had a small world within her. So, are worlds like the Little Beast realm also remnants of saint level beings? The Yu Huang shook his head. These small worlds aren't true worlds. They collapse if severed from the main world. Such worlds can also be created by ancient-level beings. The main world? Is that the current universe? Then why is the human realm just a planet? Small worlds linked to the main world are unstable and may be destroyed when the main world trembles. To prevent this, they integrate fully into the main world, becoming part of it. That's why realms like the God realm or demon realm are merely portals above the human realm. They've merged into the main world as planets. Chi Anlin had a sudden realization, clearing up long-standing doubts that had plagued him. He now understood that without the presence of teleportation points, Blue Star's connection to other life planets in the universe would indeed be extremely limited. The concept of laws also became clearer to him. Laws are powers that only the mightiest beings at the emperor level can master. The rules of an ancient emperor could only form a personal domain, but upon breaking through to the saint level, such power could affect the entire world. As for the great emperors, the laws they mastered were equivalent to the very rules of the main universe. No wonder that guy immediately signed a life and death contract. Chi Anlin thought to himself, he must have mistaken me for a great emperor. While this is a good strategy, it can't be overused. Not every opponent will be so easily deceived. After sorting out these concepts of realms, Chi Anlin began to direct the prison emperor. He was about to mention his sword and coffin, but suddenly frowned. The coffin was indeed ominous. But to accelerate his understanding of the great Tao, he had to endure the discomfort and use this treasure. When the protective shield disappeared, the prison emperor descended to the ground with Chi Anlin. Chi Anlin noticed the blood scattered around and asked about its source. These are my blood. The prison emperor sighed and explained. How do you have so much blood? This relates to the characteristics of the Nether clan. The prison emperor continued. We are few in number but enormous in size. At my peak, without shrinking, I could reach half the size of the human realm. Seeing Chi Anlin's astonished expression, the prison emperor added, but we usually live in a shrunken state. Nether beings below the king level are relatively small, only about 100 meters or so. Chi Anlin's mouth twitched, remembering the old dragon he encountered in the fire domain. Such a casual mention of only 100 meters was truly laughable. He quickly began to think about the uses for this blood. Part of it could be absorbed by the Blood Devourer King to enhance its strength, and the rest could be used to rebuild the prison emperor's body. This way, he could have 2 unique ant soldiers. Chi Anlin decided to call these special ant soldiers ant heroes. He silently vowed that one day, he would turn all the king-level alien enemies who opposed him into his own ant soldiers. Hasn't any other student discovered this place? Chi Anlin asked, glancing around the area. The outer regions of the Blood Flame secret realm don't have strong burning capabilities, the Yuhuang explained. The Yuhuang Palace has always been hidden deep within the secret realm, and with the protection of the Grand Concealment Array, it has never been discovered. He sighed and revealed his intentions. Initially, he had sensed the power of the war body and planned to take it over, but unexpectedly encountered Chi Anlin upon teleportation. Now, not only had his lair been ransacked, but he had also become a slave to this wolf beast. The Blood Flame's secret realm has a limited opening time since it was created from your corpse. Is there a way to enter and exit freely? Chi Anlin pressed. With a resigned gesture, the Yu Huang summoned a dark golden token that flew to Chi Anlin. There are teleportation points that allow free entry and exit from the Blood Flame secret realm. After use, the token will stay at the original location and will automatically return when you leave the realm. Great. This way, I can transport things into the secret realm anytime. Chi Anlin's eyes lit up. Is this the only one? The Yu Huang nodded, explaining that it was originally prepared for his new body after the takeover, and this incomplete world couldn't establish more teleportation nodes. After accepting the token, Chi Anlin promised, next time, I'll bring you a suitable body and a friend like you, who is also a demon king in life. Yes, master. Don't call me master. Chi Anlin shivered. Call me young master or lord. It's awkward being called master by someone as old as you. After chatting for a while, Chi Anlin prepared to continue body tempering and suddenly remembered the blood pool. When he asked if he could use the blood pool for body refinement, the Yu Huang explained with a strange expression, my lord, the blood spirits contain refined rule power that enhances the body. The blood pool contains unrefined ancient emperor's blood, which would annihilate an ordinary person upon contact. Since he couldn't directly use the blood pool, Chi Anlin thought of an alternative. Then gather blood spirits that match my level and control them so I can kill them. Soon, the palace was filled with numerous yellow and low-grade blood spirits, floating in the air, awaiting harvest. Chi Anlin nodded in satisfaction and prepared to enter seclusion. Before leaving, he reminded, save some yellow-grade blood spirits for my friend, so he can also improve his strength. During my seclusion, don't let anyone enter this area. The Yu Huang complied, summoning some yellow-grade blood spirits and sending them to Ji Hongfei's location, internally questioning the purpose of such an elaborate act. Meanwhile, in the Golden Horn realm, The aftermath of an ancient emperor battle was wreaking havoc. 100 miles of land had been flattened, including a magnificent royal city, and the city's lord had been obliterated. This was merely the aftermath of the fight. Golden Horn Emperor glared at the white-bearded old man opposite him, Tiangu. This guy deliberately expanded the battle's aftermath and tried to draw the battlefield towards other royal cities. Tiangu, however, just stroked his beard and smiled, feeling no guilt for the millions of lives lost. In his view, a race war equated to a world war. Even though the ruler of the Golden Horn realm was just an ancient emperor, there were too many similar worlds, and the human race was exhausted from suppressing them. The human race, to protect the weak, would slow down the progress of the strong by guarding the entrances to various realms, something the Golden Horn Emperor could never understand. As for Tiangu's little tricks, he could only turn a blind eye. After all, Tiangu could act recklessly in the Golden Horn realm, but he wouldn't dare to do so in the human world. Tiangu always guarded the portal of the Golden Horn realm, known among humans as the Guardian. He would launch a relentless attack on anyone who approached, causing the Golden Horn Emperor immense frustration as he couldn't enter the human world. To him, Tiangu's actions were despicable and unworthy of an ancient emperor's dignity. At that moment, the battlefield saw a shift in momentum. After King Qing Lei killed King Ba Ming, he himself sustained severe injuries. Seizing this opportunity, two kings from the Golden Horn realm withdrew, preparing to deal with the wounded Thunder King. Suddenly, Tiangu's voice echoed across the battlefield. How dare you try to ambush the descendant of an ancient emperor? I won't let you live. This authoritative roar instantly changed the minds of the two Golden Horn kings, who fled in panic without looking back. They knew Tiangu's character too well. Unlike other ancient emperors who might hold back for the sake of dignity, Tiangu never cared about such trivialities. The voice of the Golden Horn Emperor followed. Tiangu, are you trying to break the agreement? Although he had agreed to a truce, if Tiangu insisted on attacking the Golden Horn Kings, he wouldn't hesitate to tear up the agreement and declare war on the human race. Don't take it so seriously, Golden Horn. We've known each other for years. No need for formalities. Just let it be, Tiangu replied with a satisfied wave. Today's victory was substantial. Including the kings who died from the aftermath of his battles, he had killed 2 kings and 1 monarch from the Golden Horn realm. He was secretly thankful that Feng Huajun arrived just in time to kill Jiao Jun. If a new monarch had emerged in the Golden Horn realm, the kings guarding Giant Spirit City might have perished. Seeing the Golden Horn Emperor declare a truce, the kings of the Golden Horn realm quickly retreated from the scene. No one dared to linger, fearing that Tiangu might suddenly attack them. After a fierce battle that lasted an entire day and night, the kings, exhausted, gradually left the Golden Horn realm. Among the retreating troops, King Fenghua scoffed at King Qinglei. You really don't have much stamina. Back in my day, I fought against 3 kings for 3 days and nights. Before he could finish, King Fumo, covered in wounds, interrupted. 3 days and nights? If it weren't for Fenghua Jun's life-saving techniques, you'd have been nothing but a pile of dust with grass 3 meters high growing over your grave. King Fumo had faced multiple Golden Horn Realm kings alone in this battle and was the most severely injured. King Fenghua glared angrily at King Fumo before turning to complain to King Qinglei. If you had held out a bit longer, I could have killed that damn turtle. King Qinglei rolled his eyes, too lazy to argue with the boastful old man. He thought to himself, thank goodness Shui Wang wasn't here, or this guy would have been chased down by the Golden Horn Realm kings again. Shui Wang always inexplicably attracted a bunch of enemies for King Fenghua, but the old man was indeed tough, as if he had mastered a path of defense. Despite the victory, the ancient emperor of the Golden Horn Realm, having lost 3 powerful warriors, would not let this slide easily. Future entries into the Golden Horn Realm would require extreme caution to avoid ambushes, as those kings would surely collaborate to hunt down human experts. Meanwhile, in the Beast Realm, King Shuesher had infiltrated the ruins of a world lord of the Earth Grade. Although he used to look down on relics of this level, his current second-tier strength forced him to seek cultivation resources. He needed to prepare enough resources for the Queen Ant so that when his father, Qi Anlin, returned, he could use that miraculous method to enhance his potential. He was confident that, given time, he could surpass his former achievements. The ruins were inhabited not only by beasts, but also by human cultivators. A red gleam flashed in King Shuesher's eyes, but he suppressed his killing intent due to the constraints of his bloodline. He concealed his aura and followed a group of human cultivators. This group was quite strong, with 2 second-tier array masters, perfect for paving the way. Within the group, third-tier body cultivator Zhang Yuan was giving instructions. We must be cautious in this operation. The divine sex seizure of the Worm Realm's world core has alerted the human realm. Once we acquire the Beast Realm's world core, we need to assist the sect leader in creating chaos. He turned to the healer, Lu Shi. You're a student of Lin University, the least likely to arouse suspicion. After we get the core, you'll swallow it using concealment techniques. Lucia agreed with a sweet smile. In the shadows, King Shuesher's antennae twitched. These people were members of a cult. Excited, he thought that capturing these people along with their sect leader would earn him a great reward from his father. He decided to bide his time, waiting for them to find the world core and draw out their leader before making a move. Although third-year cultivators were tough, he believed he could find an opportunity to deal with them. King Shuesher then used his mental network to contact the queen ant, ordering the ant soldiers to surround the area. He coldly observed the healer, thinking she was foolish. Swallowing the world core would be fatal, and even if she had special techniques, she wouldn't survive the extraction process. Elsewhere, Shi Anlin had finished his seclusion. He had cultivated the Nine Thunders tempering technique to the 4th level, now capable of confronting second-tier cultivators Heaton. Xiaoya's physique had also greatly improved, with defense comparable to an armored beast of the same level, making him a defense-maxed assassin. The speed advantage and control effects of his ice attribute, combined with his astonishing defense, would leave enemies in despair. After a war of attrition, switching to the fire attribute would allow for a lethal strike. Xiaoxing's physique had also significantly improved, greatly enhancing her survival capabilities. Tianyin had completed her evolution, becoming a dream fairy with wood, life, and illusion attributes. She mastered several skills, including light of healing, fairy's melody, demon sound, illusion, and words of life. She also obtained the fairy crown, which could store the source of life and could only be worn by her. Upon reaching the first realm, Tianyin transformed into the appearance of an 18-year-old girl. She wore a delicate little crown on her head, and her wings, larger than her body, shimmered with tiny crystals. Her angelic beauty, with a touch of innocence, was complemented by her light green eyes that seemed to sparkle like stars. Though she was only palm-sized, her graceful figure hidden under her long sleeves created a unique contrast with her naturally naive expression. Shi Anlin couldn't help but marvel. Among all the women he had seen, Tianyin's beauty was undoubtedly the most striking. He gently patted her head, nearly knocking off her crown, and with a smile, said, "You look too eye-catching to be a support. We need Xiaoxing to stay close to you and use its taunt skill to divert enemies." Xiaoxing looked up at Shi Anlin and, upon seeing Tianyin's exquisite face, snorted a puff of hot air and patted its chest, indicating it had everything under control. It then called out in the mental sea, "Xiaoyin, come snuggle with me." Tianyin happily leaped towards Xiaoxing, who caught her in a warm embrace. Both were elf-sized, making them similar in stature, and Xiaoxing's restless paws were already extending. "Xiaoyin has quite a figure." Xiaoxing's head started to steam. Seeing this, Shi Anlin frowned, realizing this little rascal was taking advantage of Tianyin's innocence. It seemed he needed to find time to teach Tianyin some basic common sense. He felt like an old father, except for Xiaoya. His other summoned beasts were quite the handful. Tianyin was too naive. Yi was purely silly, and Xiaoxing was a problem child. He only hoped Longding could act like a caretaker and help look after these little ones. After stretching a bit, Shi Anlin said to Yu Huang, "It's about time. Next time, we'll get you a physical body." Yu Huang nodded repeatedly, having been tormented by that rat in recent days, who even suggested he transform into a rat for dual cultivation. If it weren't for the young master's timely intervention, who knows what might have happened. After putting away his other beasts, Shi Anlin took out Longding to begin a synthesis. He had been focused on cultivation these past few days and hadn't had time to synthesize Longding. With Yu Huang present to suppress it, it was the perfect moment. He was close to breaking through to the second realm, and once he did, he could contract with Longding, curious about what kind of bond it would bring. The system prompt sounded, asking if he wanted to fuse Longding with the Taishang Danshu. It required 200,000 blood energy, had a 100 success rate, and would take 24 hours to complete, granting alchemy abilities. Although the Taishang Danshu sounded impressive, it was only a spirit-level book. As for the monarch-level Tianxiao Dandian, he would let Longding learn it later. Once the synthesis began, Shi Anlin put Longding into his beast pouch and took out Fenghua Jun's token. A flash of light, and his figure vanished from the spot. After leaving the Blood Flame's secret realm, Shi Anlin took a deep breath, finally free from the blood-soaked environment. Other students were also emerging from the passageways. They needed to leave before the secret realm closed, or they would be swallowed by the blood flame tide. Ji Hongfei nodded at Shi Anlin as he exited, then leaped onto his summoned giant black dragon and left. Shi Anlin also disappeared from the spot in an instant. In the void, Fenghua Jun watched Shi Anlin's growth with amazement. It wasn't just her. Shi Anlin himself was surprised by his progress. He had now reached the 8th stage of the first realm, just 2 stages away from breaking through to the second realm, and Xiaoxing's strength was quickly catching up to the queen ant. Fenghua Jun tapped Shi Anlin's forehead with her finger, producing a metallic sound. "How much blood spirit did you absorb? And why was the great Dao crystal used? Did you encounter danger?" Shi Anlin thought for a moment and took out the crystal core formed from a wraith. "Master, I found a palace in the secret realm and had to use your great Tao crystal when I encountered a monarch-level blood spirit. A palace? Feng Huajun marveled at her disciple's incredible luck. She had never heard of a palace in the secret realm during her time in the military. Master, this is a monarch-level treasure and should be useful to you. I don't have the strength to use such a high-level item right now. What you encounter is yours. There's no reason for a master to take from their disciple. Also, drop the formalities, it feels too distant. Feng Huajun waved her hand dismissively. All right, master. Qi Anlin didn't insist, planning to save the crystal core for his sister. He then glanced around, seemingly checking if anyone was nearby. Feng Huajun raised an eyebrow. Xiao Qi, with me here. Feel free to take out whatever you have. There's no one hiding around. Qi Anlin sighed in relief and directly took out the Tianwu Eclipsing Sun Scroll. At first, Feng Huajun's face was calm and composed, but she couldn't help being startled. Her gaze was fixed on the technique manual in Qi Anlin's hands. This familiar orate was actually an ancient-level technique, and from the material, it seemed to be the original. Seeing Qi Anlin respectfully offering the manual with both hands, Feng Huajun was momentarily speechless. She had just said that no master would take things from their disciple, and now reality was slapping her in the face. Even someone like her had never possessed an ancient-level technique. Sensing his master's awkwardness, Qi Anlin timely spoke. Master, this is a token of my respect for you. Additionally, I used a Tao crystal this time and would need your help to make another one. Sorry for the trouble. Upon hearing this, Feng Huajun was initially taken aback, but then a smile appeared on her lips. This little guy was quite thoughtful, framing it as an exchange to avoid making her feel uncomfortable. In that case, I'll accept it. As the manual vanished from Qi Anlin's hands, several treasures materialized around Feng Huajun. These are king-level armor and weapons. Although your current spiritual power isn't enough to fully utilize their capabilities, their quality ensures they'll protect you even against attacks from the third realm, Feng Huajun explained. She then took out several crystal-clear beast cores. These are ice attribute beast cores I specially exchanged for in Haicheng. One is king level, the rest are heaven level. While I'm not proficient in beast cultivation, I've heard from the Beast King that beast cores with matching attributes can enhance a beast's power. Qi Anlin was stunned by the sudden appearance of these treasures. The system immediately displayed detailed information. Snow Dragon Armor. Quality: Mid-King level. Attribute: Ice. Description: Crafted from the bones of an ice dragon, it can summon the soul of the ice dragon and has the ability to absorb spiritual power to repair itself. Increases the wearer's ice attribute attack power by 20, with diminishing returns as strength increases. Frost Blossom Sword. Quality: Lower King level. Attribute: Ice. Description: Forged from 9 heavens profound ice. Its sword energy contains the power of profound ice, capable of freezing an enemy's spiritual power and even sealing their dantian. Snow Mist Surue Sheep Beast Core. Quality: Lower King level. Attribute: Ice. This array of ice attribute treasures was clearly not easy to come by, indicating that Feng Huajun had put significant effort into it. First, establish ownership. Feng Huajun instructed. I've already asked someone to find an ice attribute technique for you. Once it's found, I'll give it to you. With that, she eagerly prepared to study the ancient-level technique. Her aura erupted, instantly condensing a Tao crystal. I'll be in seclusion for a while. If any kings bully you, seek out the Demon Suppression King. If it's someone from the third or fourth realm, go to your sister or the Fire King, Feng Huajun advised. The Global Academy Freshman Competition is coming up soon, and it concerns the reputation of our military academy. I believe you can lead us to victory. With that said, Feng Huajun sent Qi Anlin back to the courtyard and hurried off to her seclusion. Qi, you're back? Mou appeared at the courtyard entrance with a grin. Must have been stifling in the blood flame secret realm, right? I met 2 senior sisters. How about we have a drink tonight? Qi Anlin shook his head and handed him a technique manual. Focus on training. The freshman competition is about to start, and you'll need to participate. This is a king-level thunder conduit technique. Train well and skip the bar. Mou was momentarily stunned. Then his face lit up with joy. Qi, you're truly my brother. You even got me a thunder attribute technique? Don't mention it. By the way, how are the class assignments going? You might not know. Mou laughed. Since you and Ji Hongfei weren't around, the class leader hasn't been decided yet. The 4 battle physiques have been split into 4 classes. You're in Class 1, Ji Hongfei in Class 2, I'm in Class 3, and Dan Yunyao is in Class 4. He then showed a somewhat lascivious smile. Class 4 is an all-girls class, full of beauties. Now that you're back, it's time to choose the class leader. Wanna come? Qi Anlin nodded in agreement. As Feng Huajun's disciple, he couldn't embarrass his master. The 2 rode Mou's mount and quickly arrived at the teaching building. This was Qi Anlin's first time truly stepping into a university classroom in his 2 lifetimes. On the stage was an Earth-level beast master, explaining the types, weaknesses, and quality identification of beasts. Because of the class leader election, the classroom was packed. Chen Yu was in the front row, diligently taking notes. Dan Yunyao was leaning against Ji Hongfei, smiling brightly. Nangong Yushi had already laid her head on the desk, while Nangong Shirlan inexplicably glared at them with hostility. Qi Anlin was puzzled. He hadn't offended this beast master girl, had he? Or was she looking at Imoyu? Turning to look, he saw Imoyu engrossed in messaging. What's up, baby? I even remember our daughter's name. How could I forget yours? Daughter called Yaohe? How about Bai Meng? Then in Tong? All right, Tong Tong. You pick the name. I'll go with your choice. Noticing Qi Anlin's puzzled look, Imoyu explained. Qi, I really dislike it when girls guess, because they're always spoton. Qi Anlin silently gave him a thumbs up. This new friend was the complete opposite of Jigu. He wondered if Jigu had managed to win over his goddess. The class ended quickly, and the classroom was immediately filled with the sound of lively conversations. In this spacious room that could accommodate over 1,000 cultivators, everyone effortlessly communicated with their classmates in the distance, thanks to their extraordinary vision and hearing. Qi, the class monitor election is based on voting. How about going and greeting the classmates? Someone suggested. Qi Anlin shook his head in refusal. Since the election isn't based on strength, the position of class monitor doesn't hold much value. The bell rang again, and Bai Lingwang instantly appeared on the podium. Students, we are now beginning the class monitor election. As team leaders, there will be a point competition between classes, so please vote wisely. She instructed everyone to vote through their wristbands. A massive holographic projection appeared on the podium, and the students opened their projection interfaces, creating a highly technological atmosphere in the classroom. The voting list displayed. Class 1 had Qi Anlin and Earth Element Cultivator Yuan Shi. Class 2 had Ji Hongfei and Tu Ji. Class 3 had Imoyu and Nangong Shirlan. And Class 4 had Dan Yunyao, Chen Yu, and Yu Shui. The voting results were revealed quickly. Qi Anlin and Ji Hongfei won by a landslide. Dan Yunyao narrowly defeated Chen Yu, and Nangong Shirlan lost to Imoyu. Upon seeing the results, Nangong Shirlan immediately summoned her beast and left the classroom. After reluctantly announcing the class monitor list, Bai Lingwang departed. The classroom buzzed with activity as students packed up their belongings to leave. Nangong Shirlan is a direct descendant of the Nangong family. This generation of the Nangong family hasn't produced a battle body, so she's under a lot of pressure and always tries to compete with us, Imoyu explained to Qi Anlin. Nangong Yushi even campaigned for her, but everyone still preferred to choose the strongest person as the leader. Imoyu suggested they go check on Nangong Shirlan, and the two of them rode their beasts to the Earth-level student area. They quickly found Nangong Shirlan, but her eyes were red, and she tried to hide inside when she saw Imoyu. Shirlan, is something bothering you? Why not share it with the class monitor? Imoyu's words immediately angered Nangong Shirlan. Imoyu, don't get cocky, she snapped, and then she slammed the door, kicking them out. On the way back to the heaven-level residential area, Imoyu, chewing on a blade of grass, said, that girl has quite the pride. Instead of giving up the class monitor position, why not push her a bit to motivate her? Qi Anlin nodded in understanding, recalling how relieved he felt after his violent sister went off to college. Back at the courtyard, Qi Anlin found his ice spirit griffin. Following his instructions, it had brought back a transport ant soldier from the Bloodflame secret realm, carrying 100 tiger armor ant soldiers, an ice soul battle spirit, and a pea shooter. Under the dual protection of the breath-concealing ring and the array specially set up by Feng Huojuan, Qi Anlin began a new synthesis attempt. He fused the pea shooter, a Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle, and a peak spiritual level concealment bracelet, spending 2 origins to create a brand new weapon, the Flame Impact Cannon Shooter. This high-grade spiritual level weapon could maintain the form of a bracelet and transform into a massive gun muzzle during battle, using spirit stones as ammunition. In the backyard, Qi Anlin test-fired a shot. The spirit stone transformed into a 2-meter diameter shockwave, creating a massive crater on the ground, with power comparable to a full-strength attack at the second realm's lower stage. Although the bracelet became slightly hot, suggesting it could only continuously fire 4 shots, the power was already quite impressive. Beyond 7 feet, the gun is fast. Within 7 feet, the gun is both fast and accurate. Qi Anlin thought with satisfaction. Qi Anlin wore the transforming bracelet on his wrist with satisfaction, the metallic sheen glinting under the light. He immediately commenced a new round of fusion experiments. First, he took out a signal jammer, releasing a strand of mental power, and then began the fusion with a flame impact cannon shooter. The system displayed a success rate of 70, but the required blood energy was a staggering 1 million units. When he saw the fusion result, can prevent mental power detection and disrupt mental powers, Qi Anlin's eyes lit up. This ability was worth the massive investment of blood energy, and he unhesitatingly chose to start the fusion. After storing the fused items in his beast space, Qi Anlin had already mapped out his next steps in his mind. Once the synthesis was complete, he would bestow these genes upon the queen ant. This would not only grant the ant soldiers the ability to disrupt mental powers, but also give the queen ant the capability to transform into a bracelet. Next, he fused a tiger armor ant soldier, selecting a bloodline direction, which made the beast a descendant of the queen ant, capable of providing Chi Anlin with blood energy feedback by killing enemies. The efficiency of the military university was impressive. The kangaroo-like beast he had just exchanged with academic credits was delivered to his doorstep in less than 5 minutes. He immediately summoned Xiaoxing and fused it with the kangaroo's pouch. Then, using 500 units of blood energy, he conducted a secondary fusion with the space ring, ultimately obtaining a pouch with storage space. After organizing all his items, Qi Anlin entered the blood energy space, preparing to train Tianin and Xiaoya. Although Xiaoya was already quite powerful, the unique property of the blood energy space, where death meant immediate rebirth, made it an ideal place to hone skills. He decided to have Xiaoya practice the extreme ice flash for 2 hours, in preparation for the squad leader's mission the next day. Meanwhile, the Blood Devourer King transformed into a blood mist, silently following a cultist team. As a formidable Second Realm expert, he was employing the blood escape technique, secretly sabotaging traps along the way to ensure the cultists' safety. This was all part of a plan to lure out the cult leader. The Blood Devourer King had already devised a strategy. Once the cult leader was drawn out, he would lead them into a forest brimming with the power of rules. There, even a monarch-level expert would be suppressed to a mortal level, and facing thousands of ant soldiers, they would stand no chance. After a whole night of cultivation, Qi Anlin felt his comprehension had seemingly improved, and his martial arts training speed had noticeably increased. To prepare for the mission, he specifically trained in an earth-level sword technique, temporarily setting aside the fire element monarch-level sword technique. When inspecting the completed fusion results, Qi Anlin first checked the attributes of the Dragon Cauldron. This second realm, second-tier treasure possessed dual attributes of gold and fire, with mid-tier heavenly potential, and mastered a mid-tier earth-level alchemy skill, capable of concocting various pills. It also had a mid-tier heavenly dragon flame ability. Although he couldn't contract it yet, once he broke through to the second realm, he would be able to do so. With a sigh, Qi Anlin stored the Dragon Cauldron back in his beast space and turned his attention to Xiaoxing. Qi Anlin first checked the attributes of the treasure-seeking void rat. Xiaoxing had now reached the first tier, third stage, possessing both metal and spatial attributes. To his delight, it had acquired a special skill of lower earth grade. 100 Treasures pouch, a magical pocket appeared on its plump belly, capable of storing special items like world cores. This ability instantly boosted Xiaoxing's potential to earth grade, even surpassing Xiaoya. Qi Anlin secretly felt fortunate. With this special skill, he could now entrust Xiaoxing with special items that couldn't be stored in a spatial ring. After examining Xiaoxing, Qi Anlin turned his attention to the flame impact cannon shooter lying on the ground. At that moment, it lay quietly, resembling an ordinary bracelet with no signs of life. Using his mental power to probe it, he discovered that the bracelet had merged seamlessly with the stone. If not for witnessing it firsthand, it would be hard to believe it was a weapon. When Qi Anlin put on the bracelet, it immediately regained its original aura. Upon appraisal, the equipment's name had changed to Amo Huan, with its potential reaching mid-earth grade and its strength at the first tier, 5th stage, possessing both metal and fire attributes. Besides its original skills, it had gained a special mental interference ability capable of shielding and altering return mental power, changing its aura to match the characteristics of the contacted object, allowing it to evade any mental power detection. However, this stealth effect would vanish upon initiating an attack. Seeing that the bracelet not only had a more unique name, but also had integrated new special skills, Qi Anlin was in high spirits. He pondered that if he could apply this ability to the gene extraction of the queen ant, his ant soldier army could become an invisible assassin squad, delivering astonishing surprise attacks in battle. Unfortunately, this ability couldn't be synthesized and used by himself. Stretching his muscles, Qi Anlin stepped out of the room, heading towards the classroom. Qi Anlin was rushing to the classroom when Imoyu hurriedly dashed out of his room, still bearing a few conspicuous lipstick marks on his face. Riding his Thunderbird, he soared through the air and spotted Yu running on the ground below. Didn't expect you to sleep in too. About to be late. Huh? Hop on. I'll give you a lift. Imoyu shouted as he lowered his flying height. Yu looked up and saw Imoyu, quickly waving her hands. No, that's too kind. Just treat me to a meal next time. Imoyu cleared his throat, and the Thunderbird, understanding the cue, flapped its wings and swept Yu onto its back. Ignoring her protests, the Thunderbird continued its flight towards the classroom. The sky was filled with students riding various flying beasts, all converging on the classroom, creating a spectacular scene. Upon reaching the academic area, Qi Anlin leapt off his ice griffin, storing his mount in his beast pouch. He chose a secluded spot to sit. Shortly, Ji Hongfei entered the classroom with a blank expression and, after a moment of hesitation, sat beside him. Next, Dan Yunyao stormed in, grumbling about Ji Hongfei's insensitivity for not picking her up. She sat next to Ji Hongfei and greeted Qianlin in passing. Mou and Chen Yu were the last to enter the classroom. Their ambiguous interactions made Qianlin think of a playboy chasing a poor girl. He mused that with Mou's tactics, it was only a matter of time before Chen Yu fell for him. Reflecting on his own past dreams of college, Qianlin shook his head. Now, he was solely focused on his cultivation. Mou took a seat on Qianlin's other side and immediately said with enthusiasm, "Brother Qi, this mission has a bit of connection to you. Remember when you were hunted by that cult during your college entrance exams? The school has found their headquarters and is planning a raid. We're tasked with handling the small fry on the periphery, while the main force will be handled by the school." Hearing this, Qianlin gave Mou a meaningful look. This seemingly carefree guy had apparently done a lot of homework behind the scenes. Then I better give it my all. Last time, I nearly died at their hands. Qianlin's words inexplicably ignited a fighting spirit in Ji Hongfei, leaving both Qianlin and Mou somewhat puzzled. At that moment, Bai Lingwang appeared on the podium and cleared her throat, instantly quieting the classroom. She elaborated on the mission's point system and group arrangements, emphasizing that although Shuei Wang would be secretly protecting them, no help would be given if they were killed by lower realm cultivators, warning everyone not to be careless. After Bai Lingwang left, other instructors began organizing the students to head to Lincheng. The classroom buzzed with discussions, filled with both anticipation for the mission and concerns about the dangers ahead. This mission could actually be deadly, a student exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. The White Spirit King doesn't joke around, another student responded. I never expected the military university to be this strict. Aren't we supposed to be geniuses? If we accidentally die, the human race will lose a few prodigies. What, are you scared? Someone mocked. If you're such a coward, why not train in a support role instead of being a body cultivator? I'm just concerned. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the combat team was much more relaxed. Mou turned to Qianlin with a light-hearted tone. Brother Qi, this time we're rivals. We won't be able to stick together. Although he didn't care much about the resources, as the class representative, he had to give it his all. Qianlin simply nodded. With the Water Moon King accompanying him, he decided not to use the ant helpers this time. Little Xing would be enough. Thinking about the upcoming mission, he felt a surge of excitement. Wasn't this just like the legendary college team-building exercises? After the mission, he could even visit the mini-beast realm. It was said that the Blood Devourer King had recently discovered an intriguing relic and was planning a surprise for him. Soon, the instructors led the teams onto a plane bound for Lin Province. This was a covert operation. To avoid drawing attention, the entry of over 1,000 students was seamlessly integrated into the city's daily flow, hardly a ripple in a city teeming with cultivators. To ensure the operation's secrecy, each group was dispersed into different areas for lodging. Every student received a disguise pill. Mou transformed himself into a more handsome version of a similar-looking young man, while Qianlin chose the most inconspicuous middle-aged man image, the kind that would blend into a crowd in an instant. With an hour left before the mission began, the group chat was already buzzing with activity. As the geniuses of the military university, everyone was brimming with confidence, eager to declare their intention to act solo. Qianlin glanced at the chat content and sighed. It seemed like everyone thought they could single-handedly wipe out an entire cult branch. Clearly, a few people were bound to die in this mission. As Qianlin had anticipated, most of the students undertaking their first mission chose to act alone. They scattered across the city, trying to find any clues about the 5 cult gathering points. Qianlin analyzed the situation through private messages with the few students seeking advice. Cult members usually blend in with ordinary people. I suggest starting with financial irregularities. He further explained the 3 types of cult members: traitors who despise humans, the poor lured by promises of wealth, and those brainwashed from a young age. Particularly the third type, since most cults in Lin Province worship the Feather Tribe, they can be identified by deliberately insulting the Feather Tribe, causing these fanatics to reveal themselves. To improve search efficiency, Qianlin summoned Xiaoxing from his beast pouch. With its special luck attribute, combined with the identification system, the chances of finding cult members significantly increased. Meanwhile, Mou was pretending to stroll casually on the street, while actually keeping a close eye on a suspicious individual. This area was near the underground black market. Although the person was well-dressed, their behavior was suspicious. Rough, calloused hands, a scar on the right arm, and a lingering scent of cheap perfume. Mou quickly identified several similar targets, but got distracted by attractive women along the way. High above, King Shuei was observing the students' performance. The freshman task had been changed to locating Feather Tribe cult camps, leaving these young talents at a loss. The students he focused on showed varying behaviors. Qianlin roamed with a mouse. Mou chatted up girls near the black market. Ji Hongfei sent out numerous bean soldiers for a grand search, while Dan Yunyao led a group of girls to interrogate people in the alleys. Just as King Shui was contemplating whether to provide a hint, Qi Anlin had already tracked down a cult member named Caillou. After confirming Caillou's identity through the identification system, Qi Anlin sneaked into the apartment and used Tianin's illusion abilities to extract the location of the cult camp. Learning that the camp was in an office building with the strongest member being only at the second stage, 5th level, Qi Anlin initially planned to eliminate them alone but decided to share the information considering it was a team task. After dealing with Caillou and reporting to the school, King Shui was surprised to find that Qi Anlin was the first to uncover a lead. When he shifted his focus to Imo, he saw the Imo family heir chatting up people in a bar, making King Shui furious enough to want to eliminate this disgrace to the warrior lineage. Imo was dressed head-to-toe in trendy fashion, sporting sunglasses that radiated a mystical aura as he lounged leisurely in a booth at the bar. Earlier that day, he had successfully identified a member of a cult. Now, he just needed to pinpoint their exact location. Imo preferred not to use torture for extracting information. He favored methods that encouraged his targets to speak willingly. As bottle after bottle of expensive spirit liquor arrived at his table, the young man quickly became the center of attention. Girls in revealing outfits gravitated towards him. Imo squinted as he downed the spirit liquor in his hand, soon finding himself surrounded by admirers, dancing in the booth and taking advantage of the situation whenever possible. From a nearby booth, a seductive woman in a tight dress named Yun Xian observed the scene. She licked her red lips and thought to herself, spending spirit liquor so lavishly, could he be a spoiled scion of a wealthy family in lynching? Such people often have no loyalty to their kind. They will betray humans if the price is right, and sometimes even join cults for the thrill of it. He might make a good target. As Imo staggered towards the restroom, Yun Xian sprang into action. An enticing fragrance wafted over, and Imo turned to see Yun Xian's voluptuous figure. She leaned weakly against him, asking for his help to the restroom. "Hi, I'm Kang Shifu," Imo said, wrapping an arm around her. "Kang Shifu, huh?" Yun Xian flirtatiously brushed against him. "Can I steep you?" "Steeping me requires boiling water. Let's see if you've got the heat," Imo smirked, letting his hands wander. Meanwhile, in another part of town, Ji Hongfei was seething after a student mentioned a cult. "A cult? Traitors! The Yu clan will fall by my hand." His melodramatic outburst drew stares from passers-by. Just as a young man was about to speak, Ji Hongfei threw a punch, calling him a Yu clan lackey. In the sky, the Water Moon King observed the scene and rubbed his temples. He then shifted his focus to Dan Yunyao, the lone female warrior, who was disciplining a greasy man in an alley while worrying about Ji Hongfei's situation. Elsewhere, Qi Anlin had gathered a group of students to lie in ambush around an office building, assigning them various tasks. However, before their plan could unfold, the building suddenly collapsed, and men in black swarmed out. The students abandoned their tactics and charged forward. In the end, it was Qi Anlin's beast, Xiaoya, that swiftly dealt with the second-level, 5th-ranked Talisman Master. After slaying the second-realm evil cultivator, Xiaoya let out a long howl towards the sky, blue light flickering in its eyes. A flurry of snowflakes burst forth from its center, rapidly extending into thick ice walls that firmly enclosed the entire area. This large-scale spell exhausted Xiaoya's spiritual energy, but the ice-blue moon mark on its forehead immediately shone, replenishing its energy at once. "Damn it! It's a second-realm beast tamer." One of the evil cultivators emerged from the rubble, despair evident on his face as he saw the sturdy ice walls surrounding the area. Bang! A first-realm third-tier body cultivator swung a mundane hammer against the ice wall, only managing to chip off a few ice fragments. The wall's thickness far exceeded his expectations. "Kill them!" The students from the military academy charged out excitedly, various spiritual energies intertwining in the air. A talisman master waved his hand, releasing green glowing talismans that summoned massive wooden vines to strangle the lower-tier evil cultivators. An alchemist threw fiery explosive pills into the midst of the enemy, causing thunderous explosions. Most of these evil cultivators were rogue cultivators with unstable foundations due to forced realm advancements, and they were being steadily defeated by the military academy's prodigies. However, some students hesitated due to their fear of killing, allowing evil cultivators of the same tier to suppress them. Qi Anlin stood aside, observing the battle without rushing to join in. A single second-realm evil cultivator leader had already provided him with enough points. In another part of the battlefield, several body cultivator evil cultivators were plotting. "Huang San, you and Huang Er distract the beast. We'll take out the beast tamer." A ruthless glint flashed in Huang Yi's eyes. Unable to escape, he resolved to take a few students down with him in a desperate fight. Xiaoya remained vigilant beside Qi Anlin, ready to confront any potential second-realm threats. The battle grew increasingly fierce, with many injured students receiving treatment from healers. Suddenly, a twist occurred on the battlefield. An evil cultivator named Zhuang Xing was knocked to the ground by a female student, Li Yi. His mention of Xiao Wan evoked sympathy in Li Yi. She approached to give him a healing pill, unaware that it was a deadly trap. Zhuang Xing suddenly struck, piercing her chest with a single blow. Nearby, another student tried to warn her but was caught off guard by another enemy, losing an arm to a swift blade. What a fool! Thinking he could bring down the Yu sect from his ivory tower, Zhuang Xing sneered, quickly retracting his arm. He swiftly bent down and ripped the bracelet off Li Yi's wrist, efficiently securing it onto his own arm. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, he seized the opportunity to blend into the frenzied crowd. With prior observation, he had already noted that each student wore a uniform bracelet. Given Qi Anlin's identity, the battle body who emerged from Lin Province was certain these were military academy students. More importantly, Qi Anlin's altered appearance, combined with the unnaturally handsome looks of many young people present, confirmed his suspicion. These individuals were using disguise tools. This realization presented a chance to be wearing the bracelet. No one would recognize him among these disguised students for a short while. Zhuang Xing knew he couldn't escape. The military academy had many powerful individuals, and top-tier experts were undoubtedly monitoring from above. Since he was destined to die, he decided to make the opposition pay a higher price. To him, Li Yi's death was self-inflicted, and the mentors wouldn't intervene because of it. If escape was impossible, he might as well take down as many as he could. However, he failed to notice that although Li Yi's wound had stopped bleeding, she lay motionless on the ground, as lifeless as a corpse. Other demonic cultivators quickly realized this opportunity. Accustomed to walking the edge of life and death, they shared the same thought. If they were doomed to die, they would drag others down with them, kill them, steal their bracelets and blend in. A furious shout erupted on the battlefield, causing immediate panic. The students relied solely on the bracelets for identification, unable to distinguish friends from foes by appearance. In the chaos, no one knew how many enemies had already infiltrated their ranks. Suddenly, several allies wearing bracelets launched surprise attacks, catching nearby students off guard and inflicting severe injuries. High above, Shuai Wang watched the scene with barely contained fury. What is Li Yi doing? He thought bitterly. Her misguided compassion has not only cost her life but has also jeopardized her comrades. She's like a hothouse flower, too well protected. Qi Anlin was unaware of all this. At the moment, he was focused entirely on the situation at hand. Upon discovering that some evil cultivators had infiltrated the group, he immediately shouted, "Everyone, activate your wristbands." This command was a stroke of genius. The wristbands, which were bound to each student, served as the perfect identification tool. Evil cultivators, even if they obtained a wristband, could not activate it. As virtual interfaces lit up around the students, the infiltrators were instantly exposed. Medics quickly dragged the severely injured, but still alive students back for treatment. This bloody lesson finally made the other students realize the severity of the situation, causing them to put away their underestimation and fight with full force. The disparity in strength soon became evident, and the evil cultivators began to retreat under the students' relentless assault. On the battlefield, several beast tamers were commanding their respective beasts in the fight. Among them, Gu Ping excitedly shouted to his purple flame fox, "Kill more of them. These are all points." He showed no fear or discomfort, even urging the fire crystal pig beside him, "You two, go. If you don't hurry, there won't be any points left." However, this decision proved fatal. As the fire crystal pig charged towards the evil cultivators, several of them abruptly changed their targets and went straight for the unguarded Gu Ping. "Fire crystal pig, come back." Gu Ping's shout was too late. Surrounded by 4 evil cultivators, a large blade struck him, causing blood to spurt out. The 3 beasts, having lost their contract, immediately went berserk. Their eyes turned blood red, and they began attacking everyone around them. These formidable beasts quickly plunged the students into a fierce struggle. From a distance, Qi Anlin observed the scene and calmly instructed Xiaoya, "Go deal with those beasts." Xiaoya nodded and, due to the frequent use of extreme ice flash that day, chose the most energy-efficient way to advance. At that moment, 2 evil cultivators at the 5th stage of the First Realm suddenly leaped out from the ruins, lunging at Qi Anlin. The surrounding students cried out in alarm, but Qi Anlin merely sighed and extended his hands. After confirming that his opponents had no hidden strength, he allowed Xiaoya to continue pursuing the berserk beasts. The 2 evil cultivators swung their hammers and axes, but Qi Anlin caught them firmly with his hands. When they attempted to retreat, 2 ice spikes pinned them to the ground. 10 minutes are up. Xiaoya, clear the field. Everyone else, step back. Qi Anlin glanced at the time on his wristband. Xiaoya howled towards the sky, igniting in flames, and unleashed the Inferno domain. The surrounding evil cultivators were instantly incinerated, not even having time to scream. Xiaoya, like a king of flames, with fire flickering in its eyes, whipped up a fiery tornado that swept across the battlefield. In less than a minute, all the evil cultivators were reduced to ashes. Then, the flames on its body receded, turning back to a snow-white color, and it walked slowly towards Qianlin. Tianyin, heal them. Xiaoxing, remember the aura of these evil cultivators, and prepare to find the next target, Qianlin instructed. Tianyin took to the sky, its clear song dispelling the bloody air on the battlefield, then released a healing light that covered over 100 injured students at once. Absorbing a great deal of life essence, Tianyin showcased extraordinary healing abilities. As her magic flowed, everyone's injuries visibly healed at an astonishing rate. Xiaoxing scratched its head in confusion upon hearing Qianlin's words. It was just a hamster, not a sniffer dog. How could it possibly track sense? Although it didn't understand Qianlin's intention, it cheekily shouted in the sea of consciousness, "Hey Qi, pay up, your hamster demands it." Qianlin ignored Xiaoxing's words. He had said that to make King Shuiwei believe that Xiaoxing had the ability to track by scent. After all, the Dark Cultivator had previously had contact with King Shuiwei, and they couldn't let King Shuiwei know that Xiaoxing was purely relying on luck to find people. That would be too absurd. As the students whispered among themselves, King Shuiwei's figure abruptly appeared in the sky. With a wave of his hand, the ice wall constructed by Xiaoye instantly turned into water, dissipating into the ground. Before the students could say anything, King Shuiwei's angry voice echoed in their ears. It's just a small gathering place. After Qianlin dealt with a second realm talisman master and several high-level first realm cultivators, more than 10 students still died facing the remaining dark cultivators. King Shuiwei's cold gaze swept over the crowd, as if these deaths were nothing more than insignificant numbers. In this battle, the deceased include Li Yi, Gu Ping, and Qin Sun. Hearing these names, the students' faces turned pale. In just a few days, they had formed deep friendships, and those who were laughing and joking with them yesterday were now cold corpses. King Shuiwei, sir, a female student, eyes red with tears, questioned, "Why didn't you save Li Yi when you were right there? Is the mission more important than the lives of students?" "Save her?" King Shuiwei sneered, a fool on the battlefield who pitted her enemy, not only getting herself killed but also dragging others down with her. The Li family raised a fool, and even if she died, it was for nothing. Not even the Li family would dare question me for this. Usually gentle and refined, King Shuiwei now exuded a sharp aura that made the students tremble in fear. For this mission, aside from Qianlin, each of you will have 10 points deducted from your performance score. King Shuiwei said sternly. The battle was a disorganized mess. If it weren't for Qianlin finishing things up, the battle wouldn't have ended within half an hour. You are the worst batch I've ever led. It was Anlin Qi who managed to stop these evil cultivators. Watching the chaotic battlefield before him, King Shuiwei furrowed his brows and angrily said, "With your performance, forget about destroying the gathering point. Even the surrounding residents could be affected." His gaze swept across everyone present as he continued to scold them. The healer waits at the rear without any protection, and the Beastmaster, despite being weak, lets the defensive beast leave his side. Do you think these evil cultivators are pushovers? If the enemy had been stronger and breached the front lines, the healers would have been wiped out. Next time, if this happens again, you'll all be sent back to school for special training. Before his words had fully settled, King Shuiwei's figure vanished from the space, taking with him the bodies of several students. The remaining students looked at each other, the joy of victory completely gone. A formation master cautiously glanced up to confirm that King Shuiwei had indeed left before muttering, "What kind of teacher watches his students die?" If it were a combat body in danger, King Shuiwei would have intervened long ago, Yuan Shi said disdainfully. If it had been Anlin Qi in trouble, he would have shown up immediately. The girl who had previously defended Li Yi turned to Anlin Qi and accused, "Your beast has special skills that could have saved Li Yi. Why didn't you act? If you had killed the evil cultivator earlier, Li Yi wouldn't have died." Anlin Qi merely chuckled at her words. He already knew from Xiaoye that Li Yi had died due to her own foolishness. "And the class leader, not a babysitter," he replied calmly. "I could indeed destroy an evil cult branch on my own, but that wouldn't be your achievement. Li Yi's death was the result of her excessive kindness and underestimation of the evil cultivators." As a transmigrator deeply influenced by his predecessor's memories, Anlin Qi, once labeled as useless, had always kept to himself, with almost no friends except Gigi. He could have ended the battle quickly but waited 10 minutes to give his classmates a chance to gain experience. When others continued to criticize him for being unfit for his role, Anlin Qi sighed. He could sense the anger in Xiaoye's eyes and gently patted its leg. "In that case, I'm leaving the team," he said. He then leaped onto Xiaoye, with Tianyin immediately flying above him. Meanwhile, in another space, King Shuiwei was healing the dead students. Once they regained consciousness, he promptly said, "Even after military training, you still make so many mistakes, especially Li Yi. Showing mercy to the enemy is cruelty to yourself." Seeing the students hang their heads in shame, King Shuiwei announced their expulsion and required them to sign confidentiality agreements. The military academy had a death quota, and although they had signed death agreements, such individuals would only harm others on the battlefield. Although King Shueisha had stated before the battle that he wouldn't intervene in fights of the same level, since he had saved them, he couldn't let other students know. Otherwise, they wouldn't give their best effort. Although these students are very young and need more experience, the current critical situation for humanity allows no room for delay. The academies cannot indulge any behavior that might jeopardize the future just because of their youth in this world. Any mistake could lead to catastrophic consequences. The Water Moon King watched as several sobbing students were forcibly taken away. He then turned his attention to the battlefield and noticed Qianlin in a conflict with others. Massaging his temples, he had expected the young man to resist angrily, but instead, Qianlin chose to leave the group and act on his own. Initially, he wanted to talk to Qianlin, but the thought of the unreasonable Feng Huajun made him reconsider. Knowing Feng Huajun's headstrong nature, he would not only refrain from blaming Qianlin but might even cause trouble for the Water Moon King himself. Feeling helpless, the Water Moon King sent a message to Qianlin's sister, never expecting Qi Shueisha to reply instantly. That's how it is. Qianlin isolated himself from the entire class and went solo. They dare to target my brother? Senior Water Moon King, where are you now? The Water Moon King crushed his phone in frustration and sighed deeply. Why is this whole family like this? Meanwhile, Qianlin felt unprecedentedly at ease. To him, those who viewed self-sacrifice as a virtue were merely engaging in pointless mental exhaustion. He refused to live under others' scrutiny or be constrained by their moral standards. His father, Qi Xingfei, never interfered with his choices, often saying that if he did, Qianlin would no longer be living purely for himself. This made Qianlin understand that one must ultimately be responsible for their own decisions. At that moment, a mysterious sensation surged within him, and the spiritual energy around Qianlin began to whirl wildly, forming a roaring storm of power. The Water Moon King was stunned. This young man had comprehended his own path while acting alone. There was no time for shock. The Water Moon King quickly constructed a protective barrier around Qianlin and crushed a large number of spirit stones. Qianlin's body absorbed the surrounding energy at an astonishing rate, like a parched field soaking up rain. As a king-level cultivator, the Water Moon King knew that most people either comprehended a path related to their own attributes, such as his own title path, or paths related to weapons, like the sword path or spear path. However, the path Qianlin was comprehending had neither attribute characteristics nor belonged to any weapon path. Is this a unique path? Watching Qianlin's cultivation level rise rapidly, the Water Moon King couldn't help but be amazed. This might be the most extraordinary talent he had ever seen. While Qianlin was contemplating the Tao, in another room, Mou and Yun Xian were lost in a moment of passion. Darling, will you love me no matter what I become? Yun Xian nestled in Mou's arms, tracing circles on his chest with her slender fingers. Of course, Mou replied with a soft smile, his gaze so tender it almost melted Yun Xian. In this intimate moment, Yun Xian confided everything to Mou without reservation. Mou skillfully steered the conversation, eventually extracting the location of the cult. With the information he needed, Mou stood up and donned a robe, electricity crackling around him. Going to such lengths just to get information? I'm really quite the class leader, he thought with a cold smile. In truth, he didn't need to pretend to be a nobleman because he already was one. Yun Xian suddenly sensed something was wrong. Jun, what did you say? Before she could finish her sentence, terrifying purple lightning was already striking towards her. Mou, I hate you. Meanwhile, in another room, how did it go? Ji Hongfei asked calmly as he stepped into the room. Rest assured, boss. We got everything out of him. A sly-looking student grinned. That evil cultivator was such a coward. He spilled everything by the third round of torture. Ji Hongfei, full of vigor, waved his robe. Good, gather all the students. We will crush this cult together. Yang Shu couldn't help but twitch his mouth as he looked at his boss's theatrical general's armor and the cape, wondering where he had gotten them. Elsewhere, a group of beautiful women were sitting and chatting, among them a female who had defected from the evil cult. They eagerly gossiped about the military academy, especially the various rumors about Mou. This defector likely saw the academy's strength and decided the cult was beyond saving, thus pretending to reform. In the beast realm, the Blood Devourer King was excitedly watching this group of evil cultivators. They had actually found the world's core. He planned to offer the core of this fourth-grade world to his mother to help her perfect her own world. Lu Shi was also immersed in the joy of the impending generous rewards. Compared to doing tasks at Lin University, joining the cult had provided much richer cultivation resources. At this moment, outside the beast realm, a one-armed old man stood at the horizon. For the sake of 2 world cores, he had hidden for over a decade, even killing his own flesh and blood to prove his loyalty. He hoped that once he obtained the world cores, the Feather Clan would transform his bloodline, making him a true member of their race. This would not only extend his life, but also give him a chance to reach the monarch realm. In this barren land, Ouyang Tsangqiong's gaze was firmly fixed on the exit of the small beast realm, his eyes gleaming with unwavering determination. To him, this area had no other peak-level king-tier powerhouse besides himself, making the world core within easy reach. Once he obtained the world core, he could establish a teleportation point, opening the door for the ancient emperor of the Feather Clan to enter this region. By then, all living beings in Lin province would be obliterated under their purification. Suddenly, Ouyang Tsangqiong slightly tilted his head, his profound gaze piercing through the void, spanning over 10 kilometers to Lin City. A disdainful smirk appeared on his lips. What could mere combat bodies and demon hunters possibly achieve? Those low-level demon cultivators were nothing more than disposable pawns. Now, these ignorant students could conveniently clear out these worthless forces for him. As for the risk of his identity being exposed, a trace of arrogance flashed in Ouyang Tsangqiong's eyes as he withdrew his gaze. Even Hu Zhanwang, the disciple of Lin City's guardian, had no inkling of his true identity, let alone his other confidants. Meanwhile, Qi Anlin slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing in his gaze. This unexpected separation from his team had granted him an epiphany, not only fully liquefying the spiritual energy in his dantian to form a sea of spiritual power, but also allowing him to comprehend a new path that surpassed the great path of extreme ice. Even with only a 15 comprehension of the path of true self, it already provided astonishing attribute boosts. A 40 increase in spiritual power control, a 100 enhancement in comprehension, a 50 increase in combat power, and even a 10 boost to other paths. More importantly, this path could help the user more easily comprehend the paths and martial techniques most suited to themselves. Qi Anlin stood up with a light chuckle, thinking to himself that if it hadn't been for the provocation from that girl earlier, he might have taken much longer to understand this path. This epiphany not only elevated him to the second realm but also facilitated the advancement of Xiaoye, Xiaoxing, and Tianyin. However, he also noticed that without the Queen Ant by his side, the speed of his realm advancement had significantly slowed. Mastered the Tao, have you? Shui Wang appeared beside Qi Anlin, a hint of jealousy in his voice. Qi Anlin smiled and nodded. Got lucky. My strength has improved quite a bit. Shui Wang sighed. This unconventional kid had not only advanced to the second realm but also grasped the Tao. It was clear that among the freshmen, no one could match him. Your sister is almost in Linqing, looking for you, Shui Wang continued. As for your task, it's meant for students to gain experience. For you, it's rather unnecessary. Hearing that his sister was coming, Qi Anlin was momentarily stunned but then nodded. He had something to give her. From his spatial ring, he took out a long-unused phone, and the screen was immediately flooded with unread messages. Besides greetings from a few friends, there were messages from his parents asking about his well-being. After quickly replying to the messages, Qi Anlin sent one to his sister. Sis, find a secluded place. I have something good for you. Qi Shueyue, who was hastily making her way to Linqing, felt her phone vibrate. She frowned as she checked it. Seeing her brother's message, she chuckled lightly, ready to tease him about what good thing he could possibly have. But then she recalled his previous techniques and fell silent. This brother of hers had become unpredictable and full of secrets. Perhaps he really did have something valuable. I bought a villa in Linqing with a shielding array. I'll send you the location. After receiving the address, Qi Anlin arrived quickly. He keenly sensed his sister's aura change and immediately used appraisal. Name, Qi Shueyue. Attribute, fire. Profession, Qi practitioner. Realm, 4th realm, 3rd stage. Battle physique, flame phoenix physique 55. Qi Anlin noticed the new data on the battle physique and checked his own attributes. Battle physique, ice soul physique 15, scorching heaven physique 9. It turned out this was the development degree of the battle physique. While Qi Anlin was still in shock, Qi Shueyue was also secretly surprised. Although Qi Anlin wore a concealing bracelet, her keen senses could tell he had reached the 3rd stage of the 2nd realm. Did this kid take steroids? She then noticed the small sprite on Qi Anlin's head. Where did you get that? This is my beast companion, Tianyin. Qi Anlin answered honestly, fearing his unpredictable sister might act rashly. It hatched from a beast egg. Oh, Qi Shueyue nodded. What's your current realm? 2nd realm, 1st stage. Hearing this, Qi Shueyue's blood pressure spiked, but she calmed down a bit, remembering he was a beast master. She decided to change the topic. Being a beast master is good too. I recently caught a fox, but no matter how I feed it, it won't get close to me. If it weren't so pretty, I would have gotten rid of it already. Qi Anlin advised earnestly, that's not the right approach. You need to understand it with your heart, move it with love, touch it with your hands, kiss it with your lips, and digest it with your stomach. At the last part, Qi Shueyue raised an eyebrow and showed her fist. Qi Anlin quickly changed the topic, flipping his hand. Sis, here's a gift I prepared for you. In his palm floated a drop of blood like a flame, within which a faint phoenix shadow could be seen. Qi Shueyue was immediately captivated, feeling her blood boil as if it wanted to merge with this drop. Is this phoenix essence blood? She struggled to contain her excitement. Don't mention it. It's a token of my affection. Forget the affection. I'll take the gift. Qi Shueyue took the essence blood and quietly said, "Thank you." Qi Anlin smiled. Though the essence blood was precious, it was most suitable for his sister. As the blood merged into Qi Shueyue's palm, flames instantly ignited around her, and her hair turned fiery red. "Anlin, guard me." She quickly sat cross-legged. Qi Anlin shrugged helplessly. After sending Xiaoye out to patrol, he also sat down. The spacious training room, heavily invested in by Qi Shueyue, was unlikely to be destroyed by the flames. At this moment, the Queen Ant sent a message. The Bloodthirst King had found the world core in the ruins, and there might be some trouble needing handling. Qi Anlin readily agreed, thinking that sending Xiaoxing with the demon-subduing king's Dao crystal would suffice. Thus, to fulfill a promise to a few little hamsters, the hard-working mouse Xiaoxing set off alone for the small beast realm. With everything arranged, Qi Anlin closed his eyes to rest, leaving a bit of his mental energy on guard, and entered the blood energy space to train in fire-based sword techniques, taking advantage of his sister's fire buff. The Three Realms Flame Sword technique had 15 moves, with the first move alone requiring 10 units of origin energy, increasing with each subsequent move. Once he decided to learn, flames surged in the blood energy space, as if he were in a sea of fire. An ancient-looking man emerged from the flames, like a king of fire, with flames bowing to him. Qi Anlin's eyes widened. The pressure from this man was even greater than that of the Phoenix Fire Sovereign. The person formed a sword gesture with his 2 fingers, and sword energy began to swirl around him. The entire space trembled as if it were boiling. Amidst the flying flames, he gently flipped his sword, and in an instant, a crescent-shaped wave of fiery sword energy spread out from him, engulfing Qi Anlin's entire field of vision. In the blink of an eye, Qi Anlin was reduced to ashes. Qi Anlin quickly resurrected, and was about to curse when the Flame Monarch spoke first. The first form of the Three Realms Flame Sword Manual, Crimson Cloud Seals the Sky. As soon as he finished speaking, he performed the sword move again, and Qi Anlin found his body involuntarily mimicking the actions, as if he were passively practicing the sword technique. The fiery sword energy from earlier still lingered in the space. Meanwhile, Lu Shi swallowed the world core in one gulp. She felt a burning sensation in her abdomen as an endless stream of spiritual energy flowed into her. Looking at the precious world core, she couldn't help but feel the urge to keep it for herself. But she quickly suppressed the thought. After all, the leader of the Feather Sect was a peak-level king. If she really took the core, she might never leave the beast realm alive. Suddenly, a flash of blood light appeared, and Lu Shi's pupils contracted. She was about to scream but quickly regained her composure. "Run!" The leader of the demonic cultivators shouted, silently cursing her for freezing up. "It's the world core, grab her." As soon as these words were spoken, chaos erupted. Everyone realized that the world core was right in front of them. Had they known earlier, many more would have come. Blood energy enveloped Lu Shi, and her eyes flashed red as she burst out with speed far beyond her level. Demonic cultivator. The human cultivators were enraged, as the rule dictated that any demonic cultivator must be killed on sight. The demonic cultivator leader cursed inwardly. Lu Shi had actually practiced demonic arts, complicating matters further. He quickly tried to intercept the others, but was soon pierced by numerous weapons, including those of third-level cultivators. He didn't know that Lu Shi displayed demonic energy because she had been turned into a blood puppet by the Blood Devourer King, completely under his control. The Blood Devourer King's plan was to escalate the situation and attract more demonic cultivators. Outside the beast realm, Ouyang Songqiang sensed something amiss. Cursing "fool" under his breath, he immediately rushed into the realm. As soon as he entered, he encountered Tiger Battle King Qi Zhan, who shouted, "Master, the core of the beast realm has been taken. Seal the exit quickly." Hearing this, Ouyang Songqiang's muscles instantly swelled, and he struck at Qi Zhan with his remaining arm. Golden light flashed, and countless golden swords formed a shield around Qi Zhan, barely blocking the attack. The shield cracked and shattered, turning into spinning golden daggers that surrounded Ouyang Songqiang. In the center of this metallic storm, Ouyang Songqiang's body was continuously scratched by the daggers, but he calmly asked, "Qi Zhan, how did you know my identity?" Suspended in the air, Tiger Battle King's eyes showed sorrow. "Teacher, you have aged. With your character, you would never sit idly facing the end of your life." "I understand," Ouyang Songqiang replied, lowering his eyes before unleashing his aura, dispersing the metallic storm around him. "Teacher, please reconsider. I have found a peak king level expert to help you break through to the monarch level," Qi Zhan said sadly. He was referring to the Phoenix Flame Monarch. and he had exhausted his resources to secure a perfect path for his master. Qizhan, hesitation is not your style, Ouyang Tsangqiang said with a faint smile, ignoring his words. If becoming a monarch were so easy, he wouldn't be in his current predicament. With his end approaching, there was no turning back. In the distance, the Water Moon King suddenly turned to look in the direction of the Beast Realm. As a fourth-grade world, the Beast Realm couldn't withstand the battle between kings, and it was already showing signs of breaking apart. King Shueiyue immediately put down his work and transformed into a streak of silver light, speeding towards the Beast Realm. He knew full well that if the Beast Realm shattered, all the cultivators inside would be torn to pieces by the chaotic space currents. Inside the Beast Realm, King Huzhan's eyes gleamed with golden light as he manipulated the flying golden shards in the air to form a giant sword. The sword, carrying immense power, struck directly at Ouyang Tsangqiang. Ouyang Tsangqiang's muscles bulged as he grabbed the blade with both hands, but the terrifying force of the sword pushed him back step by step. This played right into his plan. He wasn't the only king-level expert from the Feather Sect, and as for Lexi, someone else would come to her aid. At the entrance to the Beast Realm, a small yellow mouse named Xiaoxing stared in confusion at the continuously shattering space tunnel. It scratched its head, hesitating whether to go in. Suddenly, its eyes lit up as they caught sight of the space fragments. Yummy! These look like potato chips, it thought gleefully, deciding to munch on the space fragments first. To it, nothing was more important than food, especially since the promised female mouse was nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, Blood Devourer King was guiding Lexi as they raced through the forest. Sensing the distant clash of king-level powerhouses, she knew she could leave the rest to her father. Soon, ant soldiers met up with Lexi and escorted her deep into the forest. When Lexi was brought before the Ant Queen, her body suddenly turned into a pool of blood. Without the blood puppet technique being lifted by Blood Devourer King, she was doomed after all. Directly consuming the world's core was a death sentence. The world's core was meant to be used to embody the world's will and become its master. Only a fool would swallow it directly. Excitedly, Blood Devourer King presented the world's core to the Ant Queen and was about to explain how to refine it. To her shock, the Ant Queen suddenly opened her massive jaws and swallowed the core whole. This left Blood Devourer King utterly stunned. Unbelievable! The Queen Mother just swallowed the world's core directly. Upon witnessing the Queen Ant devour the world core, Shueshi Wang trembled all over, nearly collapsing. He knew all too well that if anything happened to the Queen Ant, he would be doomed. At that moment, the Queen Ant was undergoing an astonishing transformation. As she consumed the world core, her aura surged, and her armor began to shimmer with chaotic spatial currents, which gradually solidified into intricate patterns. The sky over the Beast Realm darkened abruptly, and fierce winds howled across the land. Countless beasts and trees were swept into the air, disintegrating into blood mist along with the swirling dust. Within the rolling black clouds, a menacing, bloodthirsty glow flickered. A massive volcano in the fire domain erupted violently, spewing molten lava that burst in the sky like crimson fireworks. Is this refining the world core? Shueshi Wang's eyes widened in shock. He had long suspected the Queen Ant's rapid expansion of her forces was unusual, but he never imagined she could directly refine the world core. Judging by the current situation, it was clear this was more than just becoming the ruler of the world. At the center of the Beast Realm, a churning lake of acid appeared out of nowhere. Simultaneously, a colossal nest emerged in the sky, hanging like a second sun. At that moment, a group of human cultivators suddenly appeared at the Beast Realm's entrance, their faces filled with terror. Tiger War King paused briefly in his battle, then roared, "Everyone, get out of here!" Ouyang Tsangqiang watched in disbelief. How is this possible? The entire Beast Realm has been refined. This went beyond the emergence of a world ruler. The entire Beast Realm had been devoured. The teleportation portal shattered, forcefully ejecting all the human cultivators. Ouyang Tsangqiang felt a mix of emotions, but quickly regained his composure. He looked at Tiger War King and, after a sigh, unleashed a powerful aura. Qizhan, you sigh. Over a decade of schemes had turned to dust. Despite his inner sorrow, Ouyang Tsangqiang feigned anger and shouted, "Gui Wang, why aren't you taking action?" Tiger War King was momentarily stunned but then roared, summoning the phantom of a Gongjin white tiger. He finally understood that 3 of the 5 kings in Lin City had betrayed them. With Snow Fox King absent from Lin Province, he alone could not contend with Ouyang Tsangqiang, especially with Gui Wang's involvement. Gui Wang appeared silently, smiling faintly as if unconcerned about the mission's failure. He merely glanced at Ouyang Tsangqiang and shook his head. Just as Tiger War King was losing hope, 10 water dragons suddenly emerged from the ground, spiraling around the battlefield. A massive water sphere appeared out of thin air, with a bright moon suspended in its center. Qizhan, look at Lin Province under your rule. full of holes like a hornet's nest, Shui Yuwang said as he appeared. Feng Huo Wang is already on his way. He turned to Ouyang Tsangqiang and sighed. Elder Ouyang, is this really necessary? Ouyang Tsangqiang had long sensed Shui Yuwang's presence, but alas, the military had only sent one king. Shui Yu, the resources in Lin City are scarce. How could you understand? I have guarded Lin City for over a century, suffering severe injuries without any treatment. Is this how humanity treats its heroes? He gazed at the sky, a spark of his former vigor emerging from his hunched frame. In his youth, he had believed he could achieve sainthood, but he had ultimately stopped at the king's level. Memories of his younger self flashed through his cloudy eyes as he softly recited, "In my youth, I reached for the stars, believing I could grasp them. Now, though I stand tall, the sky remains out of reach." Ouyang Tsangqiang's aura surged, his white hair regaining its vitality, his strength surpassing even his prime, exuding an imperial pressure. "Watch out!" Tiger War King cried out, retreating as the Gongjin white tiger roared to resist the pressure. Shui Yuwang also wore a grave expression, ready to fight to the death, thinking of the students still in Lin City. "Qizhan, I hate you. You are my disciple. I watched you grow up," Ouyang Tsangqiang said, his youthful appearance restored. His eyes held both resentment and affection as he looked at Qizhan. "But you don't understand. If I hadn't given up resisting back then, Lin City would have been destroyed. You are too young and too impetuous." Ouyang Tsangqiang sighed and slowly clenched his fist. In an instant, a powerful aura surged skyward, shattering Shui Wang's water prison like a sharp sword. He turned to Qizhan, a hint of relief in his eyes. "Qizhan, it's time to grow up. The sky over Linqing is yours to hold up." A massive fist shadow formed behind Ouyang Tsangqiang. He turned to face Gai Wang, his voice steady and resolute. "Yuhuan Jun, I had planned to challenge you after breaking through to the ancient level, but I can't wait any longer." This statement echoed like thunder, causing Qizhan and Shui Wang's pupils to contract sharply. "Yuhuan Jun? What does that name signify?" Gai Wang, or rather, Yuhuan Jun chuckled softly. "I thought you had completely submitted to the Yu clan, but it seems you still harbor defiance. If it weren't for the failure of this mission, you might have found an opportunity." From the moment he appeared, he had seen through Ouyang Tsangqiang's intentions. Although this elder had killed his own kin in front of him, he had never truly trusted him, as he had never transformed into a Yu person. Yuhuan Jun's lips curved into a slight smile. "Since we can't obtain the world's core, let's bring Linqing to ruin. As for you, Ouyang Tsangqiang, after being a lackey for over a decade, you think you can challenge a monarch with no significant progress in your strength? Even at your peak, you lost to me. Now, with your life force spent, you can barely muster one punch. Such power is neither enough to kill me nor even harm me." He sighed. "Humans, why are you like this? Despite being oppressed, there are always those among you willing to sacrifice their lives for your kind." Ouyang Tsangqiang merely smiled faintly, offering no response. Over the past decade, he had faced despair and contemplated ending his life, but memories of the past had kept him going. At this moment, his aura surged, his skin began to crack, and the flesh on his fist started to disintegrate. Space itself fractured under his punch, and his fighting spirit filled the heavens, unstoppable. However, at the center of the fist shadow, Yuhuan Jun's back suddenly sprouted enormous wings of light, radiating golden rays that easily blocked the all-out strike. Ouyang Tsangqiang instantly aged, turning into a withered shell. His final gaze was cast towards Linqing, the life gradually fading from his eyes. "May the human race know eternal peace." These were his final words. Tiger Battle King shielded the human cultivators, his eyes turning blood-red as he witnessed his master being torn to pieces in the aftermath of the battle. His furious roar echoed across the sky, a sudden twist that everyone present found hard to accept. With a complex expression, King Shuiwei watched the scene unfold. He then raised his hand, summoning a vast amount of water spirit energy. The immense power gathered behind him, surging towards Yu Huanjuan like a tidal wave. However, even a full-force strike from a peak rank king, at the cost of his life, could only inflict minor injuries on the monarch. The sky fractured with countless spatial rifts, revealing Yu Huanjuan's figure covered in fine cracks. He sneered, "Old man, even in death, you try to cause me trouble." Before he finished speaking, he precisely caught Tiger Battle King's incoming fist. A flash of light on his golden wings instantly froze the terrifying waves in midair. "I intended to establish a Feather Realm teleportation point in Linqing. Since that failed, there's no need for Linqing to exist anymore." Yu Huanjuan casually slammed Tiger Battle King into the ground, and then turned to King Shuiwei. "I must thank you for your generosity, bringing me 5 battle bodies at once, and even a battle beast." Seeing King Shuiwei ready to burn his life force, Yu Huanjuan shook his head. "A king of the 3 great paths, still too weak. These 5 battle bodies, I'll be taking them." Suddenly, A look of delight flashed in his eyes, and he laughed maniacally. To think there's a battle body with such a high level of awakening. Shueiyue, you've truly given me a surprise. Meanwhile, students in Lincheng were gathering. Several kings held Dao crystals, preparing to lead everyone to safety. Kings Qinglei, Bailing, Fumo, and Qingmu appeared, immediately starting to evacuate the crowd. In a villa, Qi Anlin found himself in a dilemma. Although he held the Dao crystal of Fenghua Jun, using it rashly might allow Yu Huanjuan to escape, only to wreak havoc again once the effect wore off. Just as he hesitated over whether to disguise himself as an ultimate powerhouse again, Qi Shueiyue suddenly opened her eyes and urgently asked, Xiao Qi, do you have any treasures to enhance physical strength? Without hesitation, Qi Anlin tossed her a monarch-level blood crystal containing ancient emperor's blood. Qi Shueiyue caught the crystal, astonished at his generosity but knowing it was exactly what she needed. She had just absorbed the true blood of the flame phoenix, temporarily boosting her strength but requiring powerful body-refining treasures to sustain her physical form. With a shout, the flame phoenix's shadow appeared, merging into Qi Zuyu's body. Her aura surged, instantly elevating her to the monarch realm. Senior, let me assist you. Before finishing her sentence, she had already flashed to the battlefield. King Shueiyue was almost shocked out of his wits by this sudden change, staring in disbelief at Qi Shueiyue, who had just ascended to a monarch. At this moment, King Fenghua descended with fiery clouds, astonished by the scene before him. Shueiyue, where is the evil cultivator you mentioned? Upon seeing the situation, even he was nearly thrown off balance. Yu Huanjuan was forced back by Qi Shueiyue's flame phoenix fire, leaving burn marks on his body. He intended to leave, but paused as if sensing something, then looked at Qi Shueiyue with amusement. A monarch forcibly elevated by external power, how can you compare to a true monarch? Qi Shueiyue's face was solemn, fully aware that the realm she had achieved through the flame phoenix's true blood and the blood crystal was no match for Yu Huanjuan. After all, even though her cultivation level had increased, she hadn't mastered the Dao and could only be considered a fake ruler. Qi Shueiyue stood high in the sky, her gaze falling towards Lincheng. Not only were there countless citizens there, but also her beloved brother. A sense of determination surged within her. Flames of the phoenix ignited around her, and she raised her massive hammer high, bringing it down with fierce momentum towards Yu Huanjuan. Following closely behind, Shueimoon Wang conjured several water dragons that roared and spiraled, shooting towards Yu Huanjuan like arrows. The battle in the sky grew increasingly intense. However, it wasn't long before Fenghua Wang was struck and sent flying, blood gushing from his mouth. Birdman, taking advantage of my injuries. Shame on you. Fenghua Wang roared. Before he could finish his sentence, a golden light whistled towards him. He barely managed to roll away, but was still hit by the explosion's shockwave, sending him flying again. This is infuriating. Fenghua Wang bellowed. Seeing this, Shueimoon Wang quickly sent a water column to push him aside. This guy, still mouthing off despite losing his fighting capability. Doesn't he fear Yu Huanjuan will kill him outright? The situation grew increasingly dire. Tiger Zhan Wang's blood, once golden, had turned crimson, and his regenerative abilities were nearly exhausted. Qi Shueiyue's momentum was also waning, leaving Shueimoon Wang anxious. If this continued, their annihilation seemed inevitable. Just then, a white wolf beast suddenly appeared behind Yu Huanjuan, only to be instantly captured by him. Strange, a second realm beast with spatial traversal abilities and a dual combat body? Yu Huanjuan examined the howling Yu in his grasp, noticing a spatial ring in its mouth, and a greedy smile spread across his face. In the next moment, the space around them began to boil, and a flame far more intense than the phoenix's fire erupted, as if to incinerate the entire space. A commanding voice followed. A low-tier monarch of the Feather Clan dares to touch my disciple? Oh, Xiaoxue is here too. I'll deal with this guy first. Just wait a moment. Fenghua Jun safely placed the howling Yu aside, and her stunning figure appeared on the battlefield. With a graceful lift of her jade hand, she aimed directly at Yu Huanjuan's head. Yu Huan dodged Fenghua's attack and calmly said, I didn't expect to encounter a peak monarch, but you're just an avatar. Do you really think you can kill me? He was secretly annoyed. He hadn't anticipated that the wolf beast not only had space warping abilities, but could also control a spatial ring. If he had known earlier, he would have avoided the area upon sensing the monarch's peak-level Dao crystal. What puzzled him more was that the storage ring should have belonged to another ice spirit battle body. How could this wolf beast use it so freely? Fenghua didn't waste any words and attacked directly. The infernal flames on her body spread rapidly, as if fueled by the very fabric of space, enveloping Yu Huan in an instant. Her figure flashed behind Yu Huan, grabbing his wings. Deadly flames surged from her palms, distorting the surrounding space and igniting Yu Huan's feathers. Yu Huan's pupils contracted in shock. She had actually touched the threshold of the rules. A blinding light erupted from his body, and in the next instant, he appeared in front of Fenghua, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Fenghua casually tossed aside the charred wings in her hand and said indifferently, "While I was in seclusion, I was worried about Xiao Anlin's safety, so I infused some newly comprehended rule power into this Tao crystal." She smirked with a hint of mockery. "Within this inferno, I am the rules." Yuhuan's face twisted in fury as he tried to tear through space to escape, only to be repelled. Realizing this avatar's strength was beyond his expectations, he turned to flee at full speed. Yet no matter how fast he flew, he remained trapped in the boundless sea of flames. "A low-tier monarch like you, if you could escape my inferno, I might as well give up." Fenghua instantly teleported above Yuhuan, grabbing his head. She was always decisive, going all out with every strike. Earth explosion, heavenly star. Fenghua's avatar ignited, unleashing a terrifying power akin to a nuclear blast. "No." Meanwhile, in the villa, Qi Anlin looked at Xiaoxing with a hint of amusement. "Weren't you supposed to be in the beast realm? Why did you come back with dyed fur?" At that moment, Xiaoxing was covered in strange patterns. Even the fur on its head had turned silver gray, looking like a rebellious teenager. It gazed at Qi Anlin with despair. "Qi, just kill me now. I don't want to live with this fur. The females will never like it." Qi Anlin stifled his laughter and comforted. "Don't worry, I can dye it back for you." To check Xiaoxing's condition, he used an identification skill. The results showed that Xiaoxing had advanced to a void-seeking treasure mouse, at stage 5 with metal and space attributes, and potential at the Earth-grade lower tier. Most notably, it had acquired the Space Gate skill, allowing it to enter the Beast Realm at will. Qi Anlin pondered. The disappearance of the Beast Realm passage was likely the Queen Ant's doing. Now that she was in hibernation and out of contact, Xiaoxing had undergone a transformation, gaining the ability to enter the Beast Realm. He calculated in his mind. This was the perfect opportunity to check on the Queen Ant. He had previously communicated with Fenghua's Tao crystal, knowing the avatar's formidable strength, which reassured him about sending Xiaoya. But why Xiaoxing, Xiaoya, and even Tianin could open his spatial ring so easily remained a mystery. "Xiaoxing, open the space gate. Let's check on the Queen Ant." Qi Anlin took out Tianin, instructing it to stay behind and notify him if the battle over there ended. After some bargaining, Xiaoxing finally opened the space gate. As they crossed through, Qi Anlin was immediately struck by the sight of the nest above them. The enormous nest seemed to be nurturing something, continuously absorbing the spiritual energy of the beast realm. The surrounding aura had condensed into a thick, white mist, floating in the air as if tangible. Thanks to the unique connection with his beasts, Qi Anlin quickly pinpointed the Queen Ant's location. As he proceeded, he was astonished to find that the layout of the beast realm was identical to the Queen Ant's previous small world. This discovery plunged him into deep confusion. Clearly, the beast realm had merged with the Queen Ant's small world. But why had the Queen Ant appeared in his own small world? When his gaze fell upon the Queen Ant, an even more shocking revelation emerged. The patterns on the Queen Ant's body were identical to those on Xiaoxing. As he pondered this mystery, a surge of intense spiritual energy suddenly flooded into his body. Qi Anlin immediately sat down cross-legged and began to absorb this immense energy. At the same time, he opened the channels between his beasts, allowing them all to share in the powerful influx. In the beast realm, the Queen Ant, having absorbed the core of the world, began to undergo an astonishing breakthrough, advancing from the first stage to the 6th, then the 7th, and so on. With each surge of spiritual energy, Qi Anlin's aura transformed, becoming the burning heaven battle body. Spatial power emanated from within him, rapidly enhancing the awakening of the burning heaven battle body until it rivaled the ice soul battle body. However, at that moment, Qi Anlin's body suddenly convulsed, and the spatial power began to recklessly tear through him. His surging bloodline, like a ravenous beast, voraciously consumed his flesh, reducing him to skin and bones in an instant. This sudden change startled Xiaoxing, who jumped up and down, exclaiming, "Big liar! You turned into a skinny dog." Qi Anlin almost lost his composure, thinking how this little guy still had the nerve to joke at such a time. He quickly retrieved a herb shaped like a qilin from his storage space and swallowed it without hesitation. The next moment, his blood began to boil, and even his battle body started to transform. After Qi Anlin consumed the 9-turned Kirin herb, an unexpected transformation occurred. The other attributes were directly absorbed and converted into nutrients by the fire attribute. As his battle physique transformed, his aura grew increasingly dominant. In the sky, a charred corpse plummeted heavily to the ground. Shuai Wang manipulated a water column to pierce the corpse, ensuring Yuhuan Jun was utterly dead. Even the monarch-level expert's ability to regenerate from a drop of blood was futile after all vitality was extinguished. Meanwhile, Fenghua Jun's clone disintegrated after delivering its final blow. Qi Shuayue collapsed weakly to the ground, her aura hitting rock bottom. She had temporarily boosted her strength using the true blood of the flame phoenix, but even with the support of the blood crystal, the terrifying spiritual power left her severely wounded. Shui Wang swiftly approached and discovered that although her meridians were severely damaged, due to her high level of battle physique awakening and the flame phoenix's regenerative abilities, they had already begun to heal. With a heavy heart, Shui Wang took out a king-grade pill to aid Qi Shui's recovery. If not for Feng Huajun's timely intervention, they might not have survived this battle. Moreover, Feng Huajun's strength had clearly advanced, as his clone alone could slay a monarch, raising hopes that the army might see the rise of another ancient emperor. Qi Zhan and Feng Huang were also seriously injured. Shui Wang took out 2 more king-grade pills, precious resources accumulated by Feng Huang over many years of taking the blame. These king-grade pills contained traces of the Tao, making them extremely difficult to refine even for a king-grade alchemist. The required king-grade medicinal materials were astronomical. Once the 3 of them were stabilized, Shui Wang turned towards Lin City, suddenly realizing that Qi Anlin was nowhere to be seen. His heart tightened with anxiety. Both Xiaoya and Tianin were still here, so how could Qi Anlin have disappeared? Rushing to the villa area with the 3 injured, he saw Xiaoya already there. Tianin flew over, gesturing anxiously. Xiaoya shook his head, and a few large characters appeared on the ground in a flash of blue light. He is safe, don't worry. Shui Wang finally breathed a sigh of relief, but was also amazed at Xiaoya's intelligence. Meanwhile, Qi Anlin opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Xiao Xing's graffiti-covered face. Xiao Xing quickly jumped away, ingratiatingly saying, "Master Qi, you're awake. Do you need anything to eat? I've been so worried about you." Qi Anlin sighed and took out a mirror, confirming that his face was indeed covered in graffiti. Ignoring it, he checked his attributes. Although his realm had only advanced slightly to the second stage of the second realm, the greatest gain was not in his cultivation. His Ice Soul battle physique had reached 20, and his Heaven Blaze battle physique had undergone a mutation, transforming into the Sky Flame battle physique and reaching 25, ranking 3210. The combat power in his flame form could now completely overpower his ice form. Finally, Qi Anlin's gaze fell upon the Queen Ant, the change he anticipated the most. The base attributes of the Void Ant Queen revealed astonishing potential. Talents in space, fire, and metal, with a potential limit at the second realm, first stage. As a lower-grade Earth-level queen, she possesses unique production capabilities. Every 70 days, she can cultivate a new second realm, 5th stage queen. Daily, she can produce 200 second realm, 4th stage worker ants, 100 second realm, 1st stage worker ants, and 50,000 ordinary worker ants. Within the queen's body lies a small, incomplete world that not only accommodates life, but also generates a small amount of spiritual energy. In this private domain, the queen holds absolute authority and commands elite troops such as Tiger Armor Ant Soldiers, Skynet Ant Soldiers, Mandala Ant Soldiers, Blood Fiend Ant Soldiers, and Transport Ant Soldiers. As the small world evolved, the queen's quality broke through to Earth level, and her strength soared to the second realm. At this moment, Qi Anlin noticed the new queen mark on the attribute panel and quickly confirmed with the queen. Upon receiving the news, he hurriedly left the underground ant nest. Not far away, on the surface, a massive ant egg was hatching. The world's fusion had provided the queen with abundant nutrients, and combined with the catalyst of the world core, an unexpected new queen was born. The new queen, which would have taken 90 days to obtain, arrived unexpectedly, bringing Qi Anlin immense joy. He had already planned a destination for this new queen to be sent to other worlds to expand their territory. The queen, having completed the devouring of the beast world, now possessed the strength to venture into other worlds. Although Qi Anlin still held another world core, he decided to hold off on using it, considering the queen needed time to adjust after her significant enhancement. Looking at the Blood Fiend King in front of him, Qi Anlin praised, "Well done. I'll take you to a good place soon." The Blood Fiend King, hearing this, excitedly twitched its antennae and nodded repeatedly. In the next moment, Qi Anlin took out the Dragon Cauldron. As a beast master who had reached the second realm, he could finally form a new contract. Thanks to his previous synthesis experience, the Dragon Cauldron became his 5th contracted beast without any obstacles. Soon, a dragon-shaped light appeared in his mental sea, and a new bond was established. This bond granted him the ability to transform, altering his bones and appearance to form a completely new entity. Upon seeing the new bond, Qi Anlin was momentarily stunned, then his face lit up with joy. The unique aspect of this bond was that although his aura would completely change after transforming his battle form, his appearance would remain the same. This meant he could create a new face as a second identity. Curious, he began to communicate mentally with the Longding. In his mental sea, the Longding conveyed a message to him. Despite being forcibly transformed into the shape of a cauldron, it still retained some ability to change. Currently, it could switch between a cauldron and a furnace form. An idea flashed in Qi Anlin's mind. He retrieved a Gundam model from his space ring. which he had previously bought from a merchant guild for elemental beast synthesis. The system immediately popped up a prompt. Synthesis requires 2 million blood energy, with a 30 success rate, and takes 2 hours. Upon success, it grants the ability to transform into a Gundam form. Although the success rate was low, the blood energy cost was acceptable. Qi Anlin immediately invested 8 million blood energy to increase the success rate and then initiated the synthesis. Soon, the Longding completed the transformation. Although it appeared intact on the surface, close inspection revealed tiny cracks, signs of its forced modification. Longding, switch forms. At Qi Anlin's command, the cauldron on the ground emitted a hum and quickly expanded to a height of 10 meters. Its body began to disassemble and reassemble, turning its 4 legs into limbs, and sharp spikes emerged on its surface. In an instant, a fiery red mech stood before Qi Anlin. The mech's exterior was imposing and formidable, with its red armor gleaming with a metallic sheen, giant dragon wings unfolding at its back, and a shimmering blade equipped on its left arm. Just as Qi Anlin was admiring the stunning mech, the Longding relayed even more exciting news through their mental connection. He could merge with the mech to control it, and this fusion would also enhance his power. The mech's chest opened, and Qi Anlin leaped inside. As the cockpit closed, Qi Anlin experienced an unprecedented clarity of vision, shared by the Longding. He could fully control every movement of the mech, his strength boosted by about 2 levels. He raised his hand to test it, and the mech immediately formed a giant dragon head that spewed a fireball, creating a deep crater in the ground. The sensation of soaring with the dragon wings was far more exhilarating than riding a beast. After testing the mech form, Qi Anlin exited the Longding and turned to other matters. He took out some herbs and placed them in the Queen Ant's small world, preparing to have the Longding practice alchemy with them. With the connection between the Queen Ant's small world and Shaoxing, he effectively had a portable space. He also tried feeding the Imo Huan's leaf flesh to the Queen Ant, hoping to enhance the ant soldier's abilities. However, upon checking the gene panel, he found that due to his low gene extraction skill level, the Imo Huan gene was displayed in black, indicating it couldn't be fused for now. After handling these affairs, Qi Anlin decided to set off. According to Xiaoye, the king of Shuiyue had come looking for him, and with Yu Huanjun dead, the cult had scattered. The students who were previously kidnapped had returned, simplifying the current task to eradicating the remaining cult members. After confirming that the villa was empty, Qi Anlin had Xiaoxing open the portal, leaving the Queen Ant's small world. In the next second, he suddenly appeared in the villa, startling Tianyin, who was looking around. Recognizing his master, the little fairy sighed in relief, patted her chest, and flew to perch on Qi Anlin's head. Qi Anlin stretched his slightly stiff body and mounted Xiaoye. Before setting off to find the main force, he contemplated the placement plan for the new queen. Once the new queen hatched, he planned to settle her in Jinjiao Realm, a resource-rich area in Haicheng. This location was not only close but also hostile to him, making it the perfect place to cultivate a batch of ordinary ants as spies. The sound of Xiaoye's hooves echoed on the deserted streets. Soon, Qi Anlin noticed a cordoned-off area guarded by Special Operations Division cultivators. He flashed his wristband and passed the inspection, entering the restricted zone. As Xiaoye galloped deeper into the battlefield, a scene of devastation unfolded before him. Collapsed buildings and shattered ruins were everywhere, silently testifying to the cultivator's incredible destructive power. Fortunately, ordinary citizens had been evacuated in advance. Otherwise, the casualties would have been much higher. In the depths of the battlefield, Mizuriyu, crackling with purple lightning, was panting heavily as he tossed a priest aside like garbage. This first-order peak cultivator ultimately couldn't escape death under the siege of many students. Brother Qi, you arrived just in time. Mou's eyes lit up upon seeing Qi Anlin riding Xiaoye in the distance. He knew that Qi Anlin had a support-type fairy that was even more effective than a healer. Qi Anlin gracefully dismounted from Xiaoye, shook his head at the sight of Mou's injuries, and signaled Tianyin to heal him. Where are the others? He asked, looking around. Mou's injuries were slowly healing, but the joy of breaking through to the 4th level of the first realm was quickly overshadowed by Xiaoye's higher cultivation. He glanced at Qi Anlin nearby, and couldn't help but feel the pressure of competing with this prodigy. Tianyin darted around the battlefield, using healing spells on the injured students. Mou picked up the corpse of a priest, noting how the Feather Sect follower had called out to the Feather God until his last breath. He shook his head in disbelief. Brother Qi, Mou said suddenly, do you think a priest gets promoted or demoted after death? Qi Anlin glanced at the priest's body and pondered. That depends on whether he used the promotion device on little boys during his life. The air around them turned eerily silent. Mou nearly choked on his water, coughing as he warned, Brother Qi, remember, the internet is real name verified now. Don't get your account banned. A reformed female dark cultivator, who had only recently joined the Feather Sect and hadn't committed major crimes, was given the opportunity to join an affiliated force of the Dan family. On the battlefield, Rows of dark cultivators were frozen into ice sculptures, and the battle brought the students closer together. Qi Anlin and Mou found Ji Hongfei, who was receiving treatment. To him, these two battle bodies were relatively easy to get along with. Even if Mou was a bit of a scoundrel, he wasn't inherently bad. Brother Qi, we're heading back to school tomorrow. How about hitting the bar tonight to relax? Mou suggested. Noticing Qin Yu in the distance, who was closing the eyes of the fallen dark cultivators, Qi Anlin instantly understood Mou's hesitation. Your reputation is already bad enough. No need to put on an act. Mou sat down and, with a serious face, spouted nonsense. Even monks have those who drink and eat meat. As the saying goes, meat and wine pass through the intestines, but the Buddha remains in the heart. According to Ohm's law vir, multiplying both sides by A gives A vir, so lust is emptiness. Qi Anlin and Ji Hongfei exchanged bewildered looks. Let this master attain nirvana, Ji Hongfei said helplessly. King Shueiyue watched the three joking from above, a slight smile on his lips. Youth is wonderful. They are still just children. He then sighed. How long can this peace last? That evening, they went out for barbecue and drinks. Qi Anlin brought out his treasured monkey wine, and no one used their spiritual power to sober up, resulting in everyone getting drunk. The next day, King Shueiyue led the military academy students back, marking the end of their week-long team-building exercise. 30 students had died in this mission. King Shueiyue reminded them, remember, the enemies in other worlds are far stronger than what you faced this time. This has been the mission with the fewest casualties in years. In the past, even mentors have fallen. During the mission debrief, Qi Anlin unsurprisingly topped the leaderboard, earning significantly more points than Ji Hongfei, who came in second. After receiving a pile of Shin-level rewards, Qi Anlin returned to his courtyard and resumed his focused cultivation. He stabilized his realm and observed the Kigathering pills refined by the dragon cauldron, placing one into his mouth. After consuming this Qi accumulation pill, one would gain the equivalent of 3 days of cultivation for an ordinary first-level cultivator. Qi Anlin examined the results with satisfaction. This was indeed a worthy product of the dragon cauldron's first attempt at pill refining. Laid out neatly before him were over 100 Qi accumulation pills, among which the last few stood out sparkling like high-quality glass beads, emitting a faint glow. These were superior-grade Qi accumulation pills, 10 of which could be consumed monthly, each having 3 times the potency of a regular Qi accumulation pill. Typically, a first-tier alchemist has a success rate of around 25% when refining Qi accumulation pills, managing to produce about 5 pills from a set of ingredients. However, these pills have their limitations. The more you take, the less effective they become. Generally, one can only take 5 pills a month before needing to wait for resistance to wear off. While it is possible to consume more forcibly, the benefits are minimal. Notably, the Dragon Cauldron could produce 1 or 2 superior-grade Qi accumulation pills in each batch. Qi Anlin then began the process of refining a higher-tier blood coagulation pill. He meticulously placed the ingredients into the Dragon Cauldron: 2 yellow-grade vitality fruits, 1 spirit-grade scarlet blood spirit fruit, a piece of spirit-grade yellow spirit essence, and 3 yellow-grade spirit silkworms. This second-tier pill is essential for second-level cultivators, as it can heal wounds and stop bleeding. If not for Qi Anlin's fortuitous encounters, this pill would also be precious to Hyman. Ordinary novice, without family support, would need at least 10 days of task completion to save enough to buy a single blood coagulation pill. The Dragon Cauldron began to operate, flames dancing across its surface, while Tianyin curiously circled around it. A few hours later, a rich herbal aroma filled the air. Did it succeed? Qi Anlin eagerly approached to inspect. Despite the Dragon Cauldron only possessing the power of a second-level cultivator, which typically makes refining second-tier pills extremely challenging, its unique properties allowed it to succeed on the first try. Upon closer inspection, he was delighted to find that this batch had produced yet another superior-grade pill. Such a high drop rate? Qi Anlin picked up the blood coagulation pill and immediately used his identification technique. The result showed. This was a top-quality spiritual-grade blood coagulation pill, possessing perfect medicinal fusion. Not only could it heal hidden injuries of cultivators, but its healing effect was also 3 times that of an ordinary blood coagulation pill. It can heal hidden injuries. Qi Anlin's eyes sparkled with joy. For cultivators, especially body cultivators, it's inevitable to suffer internal injuries during body refinement. However, due to the special nature of blood energy feedback, the impurities in Qi Anlin's body had been completely cleared, let alone hidden injuries. This pill was of little use to him. He instructed Long Ding to continue refining blood coagulation pills, while he entered the blood energy space to continue challenging the strongest from various worlds. Meanwhile, in a courtyard at the academy, I heard there are 4 battle bodies among the new students this year. Mo Qing. Recruit them into the Three Kings Society. Mo Qing nodded. Mo Yang. That kid Mo you also joined the military academy? Him? Mo Yang sneered. He's just a wastrel drained by indulgence. Yet he dares to compete with the young clan leader. Ever since his parents died in battle, he's been a useless mess. If not for a stroke of luck, he wouldn't even have reached the first realm. Mo Qing, find some senior students to suppress the newcomer's arrogance. That kid Qianlin dared to break Ji Hao's record. He must have a lot of resources. A sinister glint flashed in Mo Yang's eyes. Those 4 battle bodies are quite close. Make sure to act cleanly and leave no traces. Mo Qing hesitated. Ji Hongfei is Ji Hao's cousin, and the Ji family is very protective. Dan Yunyao is also favored by the Dan family's ancestor. As for Qianlin, he's not only Qi Shuiyue's brother, but also Feng Huajun's disciple. Mo Yang's expression turned uncertain. Ordinary battle bodies could be easily suppressed, but the forces behind these individuals were formidable. Qi Shuiyue might be manageable, but Feng Huajun was someone he feared. When Qi Shuiyue first entered the military academy, she was also bullied, but Feng Huajun disregarded the rules and had Feng Huawang personally teach the bullies a lesson. Even their families didn't want to offend a peak monarch over such trivial matters. Let's play it by ear. At that moment, in Mou's courtyard, wine bottles were scattered on the ground, and a few stray cats were lazily basking in the sun. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Mou turned cautiously, then resumed his drunken demeanor and wobbled over to open the door. Outside, there was only a bottle of pills and a note. Mou cautiously used purple lightning to test them before picking them up. The note was written in Qian Yu's elegant handwriting. This is what I earned from missions recently. I'll repay the rest slowly. I don't need your measly pills. Mou chuckled as he pocketed the items. Chen Yu, hiding behind a nearby tree, sighed in relief. But then a giant red eagle suddenly appeared in the sky. She hesitated for a moment before continuing to conceal her presence and observe. 2 students in white robes jumped off the eagle and kicked open the courtyard door. Seeing this, Chen Yu quickly sent a distress message to Dan Yunyao and then rushed toward the courtyard. Shoo, shoo, all of you go inside. Mou shouted at the stray cats. Though not spirit beasts, the cats were very intelligent and quickly retreated indoors. Mo Yin, Mo Shou, what brings you here uninvited? Care for a drink? Mou feigned drunkenness as he asked. Young Master Mo, you sure have a high status. Coming to the military academy without visiting the family, forcing us to come to you. Mo Yin sneered, his eyes shifty. Mou laughed, busy with affairs. But what wind blew you here? Why waste words on this loser? Mo Shou mocked, it's been so long since you visited the family. The grass on your parents' graves must be 3 meters high by now. Mou took a swig of wine and chuckled. Life and death are natural. Why bother? Better spend the money on more wine. A loser is a loser, only knowing how to drink. Mo Yin scoffed. Well, a motherless wretch like you wouldn't understand family bonds. Just as Chen Yu reached the door and heard this, she was infuriated. Her spiritual power surged, and giant vines erupted from the ground, blocking the 2 intruders. Chen Yu, this is family business. Stay out of it. Mo Yu hurriedly shouted. A new lover? Mo Shou sneered. Not bad looking, but attacking seniors breaks the rules. Luckily, I recorded everything. Mo Yin stepped forward. Mou, your woman attacked us. According to academy rules, I challenge her to a life and death duel. According to the military academy's rules, a fight or duel could only occur with both parties' consent. Otherwise, the attacker would face severe punishment. The attacked could propose a life and death duel or agree to a private settlement to offset the punishment. Mo Yin and Mo Shou couldn't easily attack Mo family battle body, so they resorted to provocation. They had timed their visit when Chun Yu delivered the medicine, aiming to provoke this exact reaction. Mou's companions had already been thoroughly investigated by them. Observing the scene in front of him, Mou's gaze turned icy. He swiftly channeled his energy, positioning himself in front of Chen Yu. He sighed inwardly, wondering how this foolish girl could be so impulsive. Chen Yu had intended to use vines to block their path, but as soon as the vines rose, Mo Yin was already standing opposite her. Chen Yu was at a loss, and seeing Mo Yu about to make a move, she quickly stopped him, shaking her head repeatedly. Only then did she realize that those 2 had noticed her all along and were waiting for her to act first. Biting her lip, she resolved to refuse this life and death battle against Mo Yan's skill. She was certain to die. Amidst the tense standoff, a familiar voice rang out. Mo Yu, drinking without inviting me? Feeling distant, are we? The 4 of them turned simultaneously to see Qi Anlin leisurely riding his mount, Xiaoya, toward them. He glanced at Mo Yin and exaggeratedly exclaimed, why does this guy look so much like a rat? Mou, how do you know someone with such a peculiar appearance? Mo Yin clenched his fists, but restrained himself from lashing out. Despite Qi Anlin's powerful background, even if he made a move, Feng Huajun could suppress the uproar. With a cold snort, he turned and said, Mou, is this how you treat guests? Look at your friends, one attacks us, and the other is so disrespectful. As he took a step forward, a pitiful squeak came from the ground. Looking down, he saw a hamster crying out dramatically, waving 3 fingers. Mo Yin was stunned. How could he, a second-realm cultivator, have failed to notice this first-realm rodent? Turning back, he saw Qi Anlin's face contorted with rage. You dare attack my beast? I challenge you to a life-and-death duel. The sudden turn of events shocked Mo Yu and Chen Yu. Although they knew Xiaoxing was Qi Anlin's beast, none of them had noticed it earlier. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, Mo Yin was furious but had no way out. Enraged, he stomped down, intending to crush Xiaoxing. In the next instant, a snow-white figure flashed, and Xiaoya sent Mo Yin flying with a swipe. Qi Anlin's face was frosty. You want to kill my beast? Xiaoya, finish him. Xiaoya pounced on Mo Yin, who scrambled to evade. Just as Mo Shou was about to speak, he saw the silver-gray hamster glaring at him contemptuously, even flipping him the finger. Unable to contain his anger, Mo Shou summoned several beasts. Kill it! How dare you! Qi Anlin was even more furious. Xiaoya, take care of this one too. Xiaoya nodded, its pupils igniting with flames as it transformed into its blazing battle form. With a roar, its fiery domain expanded, enveloping Mo Yin and the beasts. Qi Anlin leisurely retreated to Mo Yu's side, producing 3 chairs. What's with these 2? He asked. Mo Yu smiled wryly. They're from the Mo family. Sorry, brother Qi, for dragging you into this. Turning to Chen Yu, he sighed. Don't be so reckless next time. The battle ended quickly. Xiaoya's body erupted in scorching flames, its claws slashing Mo Yan's throat. Then, shifting to its ice form, it appeared behind Mo Shou and snapped his neck with a single bite. Killing Mo Yan at the second stage, 3rd level, and the poison-flying python earned 2.5 and 3 units of primal blood energy, respectively. However, taking down Mo Shou yielded a staggering 10 million blood energy. Despite the deaths of these 2, Qi Anlin remained composed, not even frowning. He turned to Mo Yu and said casually, You 2 came at just the right time. I've just refined a few pills. Help me test their effects. As he spoke, 2 top-grade blood coagulation pills that emitted a faint glow appeared in his hand. Mo Yu glanced at the corpses on the ground and sighed. Although the deceased were enemies, they were still members of the Mo family, which undoubtedly added another formidable adversary for Qi Anlin. He took the pill without a second thought and swallowed it. Chen Yu, equally obedient, extended her hand, thanked him, and consumed the pill. Seeing their actions, Qi Anlin couldn't help but feel exasperated. These 2 actually believed he was using them to test the pills. After ingesting the pills, Mo Yu's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly sat down cross-legged to begin refining the medicinal power. Chen Yu also exclaimed, as her internal injuries began to heal under the pill's influence. Qi Anlin shook his head with a light chuckle and then signaled to Xiaoxing with his eyes. Xiaoxing swaggered out and started transferring the corpses on the ground into the Queen Ant's world. This kind of transfer caused a spatial fluctuation similar to that of a space ring, making it inconspicuous. These corpses were enough to cultivate over a dozen second-stage ant soldiers. At this moment, Dan Yunyao and Ji Hongfei appeared at the doorway. Noticing the bloodstains and signs of a fight on the ground, Ji Hongfei frowned and asked, Brother Qi, what happened here? He had been cultivating when Dan Yunyao informed him that Mo Yu might be in danger, prompting him to rush over immediately. It's already taken care of, Qi Anlin replied, handing them 2 blood coagulation pills. You're just in time. Everyone gets a share. Dan Yunyao accepted the pill with gratitude, carefully examining the still-warm pill in her hand. A top-grade blood coagulation pill? Did Brother Qi just refine this? Qi Anlin nodded in confirmation. As members of noble families, these 2 were naturally familiar with such pills. It was Mo Yu's reaction, however, that puzzled him, as if he was seeing this kind of pill for the first time. Ji Hongfei and Dan Yunyao took the elixir. Although they didn't immediately absorb its power, the few hidden injuries in their bodies began to heal slowly under its effects. The efficacy of this elixir even surpassed that of ordinary top-grade ones. Brother Qi is indeed my lifelong rival, Ji Hongfei remarked seriously. To be able to create such an effective elixir is truly remarkable. He shook his head and sighed. Qi Anlin is simply too talented. His cultivation alone is impressive, but to be this versatile as well makes it hard to keep up. Once determined to be the best in the world, he now had to settle for being the second best under Lin among the new students. Later that night, adding Xiaoxing's persistent urging, Qi Anlin decided to take everyone to Haiqing to try their luck at stone gambling and to buy Xiaoxing a pet mouse. While strolling through the streets of Haiqing, Mo Yu unexpectedly found 2 second-grade spirit stones. Using this as an excuse, Qi Anlin led everyone to Tianxian Tower. Mo Yu had to spend 5 second-grade spirit stones to treat everyone to a lavish dinner. After dinner, the group headed to Haiqing's stone gambling venue. The stones here were mostly raw ores, not pre-selected by merchants. Ji Hongfei carefully surveyed the surroundings and stopped before a massive stone. After using his eye technique, he murmured, "Fiery eyes, golden gaze." Behind him, Dan Yunyao couldn't help but chuckle. This fool was clearly using some eye technique, but insisted on calling it fiery eyes, golden gaze. How adorable. Yunyao, Ji Hongfei said solemnly, "Mark this stone. With my status, I should choose the largest stone." "All right, little general." Dan Yunyao smiled as she called over a staff member and paid 33rd grade spirit stones. The surrounding onlookers were filled with envy at the sight of this veiled wealthy woman's generosity. Meanwhile, Xiaoxing was pouting at Qi Anlin. Qi Anlin coaxed her with a smile. "None of the mice here are good enough for our Xiaoxing. If we're buying one, it has to be the most beautiful mouse in the world." Xiaoxing thought that made sense and began helping choose stones. Chen Yu and Mo trailed behind. Chen Yu, blushing slightly, seemed to make a decision and lightly patted Mou's shoulder. Yunyao told me the spirit stones you found were actually thrown by Qi Anlin on purpose." Mou was taken aback, then rushed towards Qi Anlin. "Did Ji Hongfei say those 2 spirit stones were yours?" Qi Anlin, having already heard Chen Yu's words, just nodded. Mou took a deep breath. "Are you even human?" "Don't worry." Qi Anlin patted his shoulder. "Those 2 spirit stones were taken from your room. Let me go. I want to duel this guy to the death." Mou roared, trying to break free from Chen Yu's grip. "You can't beat him," Chen Yu whispered, immediately calming Mou down. After the commotion, Qi Anlin and Mou each selected a stone to bet on. Chen Yu insisted on not choosing any, even though the 2 offered to pay for her. At the stone-cutting area, Qi Anlin noticed that Dan Yunyao had accumulated a handful of tags. Seeing his confusion, Dan Yunyao explained, "These were all chosen by Hongfei." It was her first time realizing Ji Hongfei had a passion for stone gambling, making a mental note to send some raw ores to his courtyard next time. "Such a wealthy woman," Qi Anlin sighed. The stone-cutting master marveled at this group of young military academy students, secretly impressed by their mid-stage cultivation. If he knew they were all battle-hardened warriors, his hands might have trembled. When the first batch of Ji Hongfei's stones was cut open, they only contained some common jade. Though beautiful, they were useless to cultivators, leaving Ji Hongfei visibly frustrated. Mou smiled and looked at Ji Hongfei. "Brother Ji, you have a good eye. You specifically chose a few raw stones with jade for Sister Yunyao. As they say, a beautiful jade suits a beautiful woman." This clever compliment naturally drew Ji Hongfei's gaze toward Dan Yunyao. Clearly, the flattery was well received, as Dan Yunyao's eyes curved into a smile, and she said, "I'll cover today's stone gambling expenses. Feel free to pick whatever you like." Qi Anlin, standing nearby, opened his mouth but eventually just sighed. To him, such eloquent flattery was indeed an art form, yet one he couldn't hope to emulate. The stone gambling proceeded quickly. Ji Hongfei had already opened more than half of his stones. Although he found a few rare minerals, their value was far less than the original raw stones. For an ordinary person, such losses might have driven them to despair. The final large stone caught everyone's attention. The stonecutter carefully sliced it down from human height to the size of a human head, but still, no treasure was in sight. Just as everyone was about to dismiss it as a worthless rock, Qi Anlin suddenly spoke up, "Master, be careful with your grinding." At this moment, Xiaoxing was frantically poking his belly button, claiming it was necessary to activate his treasure-seeking skill. Qi Anlin never believed a word of it. Although the stonecutter also doubted the stone's potential, he heeded Qi Anlin's advice and slowed down, cautiously grinding away the stone's outer layer. The surrounding spectators held their breath, watching intently. Though they had their doubts, nobody dared to voice them. The demeanor and bearing of these young people clearly indicated their noble origins, and no one wanted to invite trouble. "It's turning red." As the last layer of stone was ground away, a bright red surface suddenly appeared. The stonecutter's movements became even more careful. Soon, a petal with flame-like patterns emerged, and upon contact with air, it burst into intense flames. The unexpected fire had the power of the third realm, leaving the sweating stonecutter at a loss for how to proceed. "What on earth?" "It actually has the power of a third realm artifact," exclaimed a third realm cultivator, stepping forward with his eyes fixed on the gambling stone in Qian Yu's hand. "Brother, could you sell me that stone? I'll offer you 34th grade spirit stones." Qian Yu was stunned. The stone had originally cost her only 33rd grade spirit stones, and now its value had skyrocketed 100-fold. Remembering Ji Hongfei's previous losses in gambling, she hesitated. Her current situation was dire, and she couldn't afford to gamble any more spirit stones. "I don't lack spirit stones," Ji Hongfei replied without even turning his head, then looked towards Qi Anlin. "Brother Qi, this seems to be a fire attribute spirit medicine. We can't use it, but considering your recent help, I'll give it to you." As a battle body cultivator, Ji Hongfei was always proud. In the blood flame secret realm, Qi Anlin had helped him overcome his inner demons and gifted him several king-level techniques. Although Ji Hongfei already had similar techniques, one could never have too many. Now that they had stumbled upon something valuable, and knowing that Qi Anlin's beast could convert to a fire attribute, it was a small way to repay the favor. Qi Anlin was initially taken aback, but then smiled. Thank you, Brother Ji, but I can't let you suffer a loss. I noticed your dark steel dragon is nearing its growth limit. As a spirit nurturer, I can help prepare some evolution materials for it when we get back. Mou, overhearing this, showed a look of surprise. Ji Hongfei's dragon was of earth-grade quality, and he wouldn't believe anyone else could manage it. But Qi Anlin was indeed extraordinary. Nearby, the third realm cultivator San clenched his teeth. As a fire attribute cultivator, he could sense the treasure's immense value. Acquiring it would greatly enhance his cultivation, perhaps even giving him a chance to reach the earth grade. But seeing this group of military academy students, he could only sigh in frustration. As he was about to leave, a body cultivator named Yinong approached quietly. How about a collaboration? What do you mean? San frowned, wondering if this second realm body cultivator intended to rob him. Yinong lowered his voice. They've just fought a major battle and don't have any king-level Dao crystals on them. I can lure them outside the city, and you can ambush them. After that, you can seek refuge in the Golden Horn realm and get enough resources to support your cultivation to the sky grade. San's eyes widened, immediately recognizing Yinong as someone from a cult. He hesitated, recalling his near-death experiences in other realms for resources. Finally, he wavered but remained cautious. Is it the battle body this time? After Yinong confirmed, San asked, how can I be sure I won't be abandoned? Yinong smirked. If you succeed, Feng Huajun will undoubtedly emerge. When he heads to the Golden Horn realm, it will break the rules, allowing the ancient emperor of the Golden Horn to seek external aid against the military academy. After some negotiation, San agreed to the plan but demanded a sky-grade fire spirit medicine as a deposit. Yinong countered that San must also eliminate the lightning attribute Qi cultivator. Meanwhile, in the military world, Mo Yang was conspiring with Mo Qing. They had bribed Mo Yu's lover to lure the target out of the city tonight. Mo Yang insisted on eliminating Qi Anlin quickly, as he not only hid his true strength, but also possessed a second-realm beast. They devised a two-pronged approach. If San successfully killed Qi Anlin, they would proceed as planned. If the target escaped, Mo Qing would lead a team to both rescue and silence San. Simultaneously, they had dispatched people to Golden City to capture Qi Anlin's friend, Ji. While the Mo family's agents were secretly heading to Golden City, Ji was arguing with a beast tamer at Golden University. You idiot! Do you know what death means? The beast tamer shouted angrily. Ji took out a board and carefully wrote, dagger. In the city of Haicheng, Qi Anlin and his companions continued cutting the stones, completely unaware of what was happening outside. After the staff at the stone gambling venue were replaced, they resumed the cutting process, which was particularly challenging under the intense heat. As soon as the petals were revealed, Qi Anlin used his appraisal skill to identify the herb. Name: Seven-leaf fire lotus. Quality: mid-tier heaven grade. Attribute: fire. Description: an extremely rare herb containing a vast amount of fire essence, essential for crafting the Great Sun Fire Pill. This was the only herb Qi Anlin was missing. According to the alchemy records, the Great Sun Fire Pill could save fire element cultivators 10 years of hard work and even give heaven-ear experts a chance to comprehend the Tao. However, given Long Ding's current cultivation level, it would be difficult to refine. The staff carefully handed the fully extracted seven-leaf fire lotus to Qi Anlin. When asked if he wanted to sell it, he shook his head and pretended to store it in his spatial ring, while secretly having Xiaoxing send it to the Ant Queen's world. He planned to have Tianyin try to cultivate it there, as such a rare item would be hard to find again if the pill refining failed. The fire region in the Ant Queen's world was perfect for planting it. After Ji Hongfei finished his stone gambling, it was Mo Yu's turn. Half of his stones turned out to be empty, but the other half yielded several treasures, making the overall effort profitable. Among them was a blue sword with a feminine design, which Mo Yu tossed to Chunyu. Chunyu caught it in a hurry and immediately tried to return it, shaking her head. Dan Yunyao teased from the side, keep it. We don't need these, but you do for self-defense. Mo Yu also smiled and said, consider it paying off a debt. You're without a sword now, and who knows how long it will take you to repay. The cultivation world is dangerous. If something happens to me, you won't be able to repay me. Don't say that. Chunyu quickly waved her hands. I can't take this for free. It's not free. Mo Yu winked. If it weren't for your help today, I wouldn't be giving you this sword. Friends help each other. Besides, this delicate sword would make me a laughing stock. Under Mo Yu's insistence, Chunyu finally accepted the sword but still promised to repay him. Qi Anlin then handed over his tags and said, I'll take these stones with me and open them elsewhere. According to Xiaoxing, the treasures in these stones were even better than those in Linqing, and opening them here would attract unwanted attention. Given his current cultivation level, caution was paramount. The staff agreed and charged only a 5 handling fee. Qi Anlin stored the stones in the Ant Queen's world and suggested leaving. At that moment, MOU's phone lit up with a contact labeled 168-36D, Gold Digger. He glanced at Chunyu before turning to check the message. The sender invited him to some thrilling fun in another world, promising to wait outside the city. MOU licked his lips and said to Qianlin, "Brother Qi, how about we stay in Linqing tonight?" He then replied to the message, 7 p.m., see you then, and put his phone away in his spatial ring. Experience had taught him to only interact with each woman once to avoid being manipulated. All right, Qianlin agreed, as he was handling matters in the Ant Queen's world anyway, so the location didn't matter. I need to complete a task, Chinyu said softly. It's rare to get out. You should relax. Staying tense all the time will lead to problems, MOU advised, thinking that Mo Yang had surely stationed people outside. His caution over the years had kept him safe. Dan Yunyao took Chinyu's arm. What task? I want to go shopping, and I'll hire you to help me pick out clothes. I'll pay you 5 third-grade spirit stones. She didn't want Chinyu to leave, fearing Ji Hongfei would also want to return to training. Making friends was hard, and they should enjoy their time together. Don't hesitate, go shopping and let them find a place to rest themselves. Ignoring Qian Yu's protests, Dan Yunyao dragged her away. After the two left, Qianlin suddenly asked, "An ambush?" Ji Hongfei's eyes gleamed. "Where?" But he saw the two looking at him helplessly. "Brother Qi, you're indeed sharp," Mo sighed. "Let's find a place to talk about it in detail." Thus, the 3 warriors walked into a reputable foot massage parlor. Along the way, several technicians handed Qianlin scented cards. Helplessly, he stored all the cards in his spatial ring. At this moment, Xiaoxing had returned to the Queen Ant's small world and was playing with Tianyin. Qianlin and his group found the standard room, and suddenly, Mou's fingertips sparked with electricity, which circled the room. He then took out a formation disc, infused it with spiritual power, and activated a soundproof barrier that instantly enveloped the entire room. "I spent a fortune on this to prevent eavesdropping in hotels," Mou said proudly, not caring about the strange looks from the others. Qianlin cleared his throat and asked, "As a member of the Mo family and a battle body, why is your family targeting you?" Hearing this, Mou put away his playful demeanor and sighed deeply. "The Mo family has 2 battle bodies. I am one of them, and the other is the Mo family's young master. My father was from a collateral branch, and I was able to join the main lineage solely because of this battle body." As he spoke, he took a swig from a wine flask he retrieved from his spatial ring. "My battle body awakened at birth. When I was 6, my parents died in battle, and my father's entire branch was wiped out by the main lineage," Mou said, his expression darkening. "Even so, they still wouldn't let me go. If it weren't for the ancestor, I would have met a tragic end long ago. Over the years, I didn't dare enter other worlds and lived a life of indulgence on the family's stipend. With my cultivation stagnating, Mo Wentian is a thunder battle body with talent comparable to Ji Hao. I was only noticed by the ancestor because of my battle body. If it came to a choice, I would undoubtedly be the one abandoned. Mo Wentian is seen as the hope for the Mo family's rise, and they believe he can lead the family to greater heights." Mou continued, "During that time, I wandered around the capital and learned a lot about secret realms. On the eve of the college entrance exam, I entered another world, broke through in a desperate situation, absorbed the spiritual power of a small thunder pool, and advanced a level. Later, I was noticed by the White Spirit King, who took me away from the capital and brought me to the military academy." Ji Hongfei suddenly stood up and smashed the table with his palm. "Outrageous. Mo Wentian, General, will kill you one day. Have you ever thought about revenge?" Qianlin asked solemnly. Mou clenched the wine bottle tightly. "Yes, I want to tear him to pieces and destroy the Mo family. But that's as difficult as reaching the sky. The Mo family is a colossal force for me, even for a king, and Mo Wentian has already become a king. Brother Mo, running away isn't the solution," Qianlin said. "I'll help you." Qianlin stood up, patting Mou's shoulder with determination in his eyes. The 3 of them then soaked their feet and raised their glasses, swearing an oath to share hardships and prosperity together. Meanwhile, in a valley outside Haiqing, a group of people lay in ambush. It was already 1 a.m., and they hadn't seen a trace of Mou. "Iqin, didn't you say Mou agreed to the arrangement?" Yinong questioned coldly. Iqin explained nervously, "He's a womanizer. He'll definitely come. Maybe he's with some woman." Before he could finish, Yinong smashed his head with a single palm, blood and brains splattering everywhere. Wiping his hands, Yinong's eyes flashed with cold light. "We've been played. Let's go back. He can hide for now, but not forever. I heard he's been getting close to Chenyu lately." "Sure, San. Go to Jing County and kill her father. Yinong looked towards Haicheng, a smile playing on his lips. Enjoy this fleeting happiness while you can. I'll make sure you watch as those around you die one by one. He wanted to make Moyu's life a living hell. At night, they found a villa to stay in. Ji Hongfei retreated to his room to cultivate without saying a word, which made Dan Yunyao so angry, she stomped her feet. Moyu, on the other hand, sat alone by the swimming pool, holding a glass of wine and staring at the night sky. After cultivating for a while in her room, Chinyu came out and saw Moyu by the pool. She hesitated for a moment, but eventually walked over quietly. Moyu was so lost in thought, gazing at the moon, that he didn't even notice her approaching. Is something on your mind? Chinyu asked softly. A flash of purple lightning flickered in Moyu's eyes. He turned to see it was Chinyu, and his gaze softened immediately. Why do you say that? Because you were spacing out. Chinyu adjusted her clothes and carefully sat down beside Moyu. Does spacing out always mean there's something on one's mind? Chinyu met Moyu's gentle gaze for a moment before quickly looking down. Because there usually is a reason. I space out when I'm sad too. Moyu looked at the side of her face, noticing her cheeks had turned red. Chinyu, unable to meet his eyes, continued, but you shouldn't space out now. It will waste your cultivation time. She hurriedly added, not that I'm saying you're wasting time, I just want you to be happy. As she spoke, she summoned a green vine that swayed gently in the breeze. Seeing her awkwardness, Moyu chuckled. Thank you. The familiar feeling brought back some bittersweet memories. Why did you help me? Those were 2 second realm cultivators. Weren't you afraid? Chinyu paused, and the green vine stopped moving. After thinking seriously, she replied, because you're a good person. Moyu couldn't help but laugh at being called a good person out of nowhere. Hearing his laughter, Chinyu smiled too. Because of you, I was able to heal my father early, and our life has improved. Moyu, thank you. Chunyu's smile etched itself into Moyu's memory. He narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured to himself, I should be thanking you. How could there be 2 people so alike and so pure in this world? Seeing Chunyu's innocent expression, Moyu felt a playful urge. Chunyu, I have something to tell you. What is it? Chunyu's face turned red again for some reason. You mustn't tell anyone else. Chunyu looked at Moyu's slightly upturned lips, bit her own, and softly agreed. Okay, we'll talk quietly. I won't tell anyone. Moyu remained silent for a while, just looking at her with a smile in his eyes. Chunyu lowered her head, her ears turning red. Is it too quiet? I didn't hear anything. Moyu was momentarily stunned by the sight of her blushing face. Meanwhile, in the villa, Chi Anlin summoned Xiaoya to guard the door while he entered the Queen Ant's small world to cut some spirit stones. The first stone revealed a piece of paper, identified as a low-grade king-level longevity pill formula, which could extend life by 50 years and be used up to 3 times in a lifetime. Holy crap! Chi Anlin exclaimed. This pill formula was a lifeline for cultivators nearing the end of their lifespan but unable to break through. If used wisely, it could attract many powerful figures, but mishandling it could lead to being targeted and imprisoned. After making several copies and giving the original to Long Ding for study, it was found that too much blood energy was required to refine it at the moment. The second spirit stone contained a still-living sealed fish, identified as a low-grade earth-level star spirit fish, known for its ability to cleanse the body and its delicious taste, though it was hard to breed. Chi Anlin initially thought of breeding it, but discovered it was a male fish. Just as he was lamenting, he had the idea to fuse its genes with the queen ant, but the exorbitant cost of 50 million units of original blood energy deterred him. He finally decided to test the fish's effects by eating it. The taste was so exquisite that he devoured the entire fish, bones and all, in no time. The taste of the fish alone made Chi Anlin feel that the blood he had given was worth it. As he savored the sensation of the fish transforming into pure spiritual energy in his mouth, he wondered if the fused ant soldiers could retain this deliciousness. The energy quickly flowed through his entire body, rivaling the power of the 100 origins. Although this boost was negligible for him, it was a rare opportunity for his beasts, especially for the ant queen, who could greatly enhance her potential while laying eggs and eating. Speaking of the ant queen's small world, it still held many high-level demonic beasts from the original inhabitants, captured when the small beast realm was devoured. Recently, the ant queen's productivity had been astonishing. 1,000 blood fiend ant soldiers, 20,000 tiger armor ant soldiers, 3,000 Skynet and Mandrake ant soldiers each, and 5 transport ant soldiers. Such a sizable army, combined with formation enhancements, could besiege a 4th realm demonic beast. The Blood Devourer King had reached the peak of the 2nd realm, and Chi Anlin planned to take him to the Blood Flame's secret realm. He also intended to select an ant for the prison emperor to possess, thereby adding another formidable general. This sparked a sudden idea. Having the prison emperor lay eggs might be a good strategy. The Blood Devourer King's offspring had remarkable splitting abilities, with each clone being equivalent to the original. As long as one remained, they could proliferate endlessly. Shaking his head, he took out the third gambling stone and began cutting it. Soon, a piece of metal glittering with starlight emerged, starry adamantine, a rare material of mid-ancient grade, capable of withstanding even monarch-level attacks. Unfortunately, the piece was too small to forge even a dagger. After a moment's thought, Chi Anlin decided to embed it in the chest of his armor to protect his heart. Eagerly, he cut open the fourth gambling stone, revealing a golden seed. The appraisal showed it to be a low-grade spiritual golden essence seed, irresistibly attractive to rodents. Sure enough, Xiaoxing immediately dashed over, jumped into his hand, and snatched the seed. However, Xiaoxing soon noticed the lingering scent of perfume on Chi Anlin's hand and showed a look of disdain. Cinema, did you impart? Faced with this nonsensical term, Chi Anlin couldn't help but laugh and explained that it was just some women pestering him, something he had long since grown tired of. Xiaoxing was stunned by this explanation and, piecing together various details, came to an astonishing conclusion. Xiao Qi liked men. Devastated, it left with a resolve to use a beautiful mouse to change Chi Anlin's orientation. As he cut open the last gambling stone, a dazzling light burst forth. Chi Anlin held his breath and carefully continued cutting. Soon, an egg emitting a brilliant radiance appeared, an egg of the sky devourer beast, mid-king grade, with a chaotic attribute. It was said that these beasts, living in the void, consumed all things, with the strongest capable of devouring stars. Wow! Chi Anlin exclaimed in surprise as he cradled the egg, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The name, Tun Tian Beast, alone exuded an aura of immense power, filling him with anticipation. He carefully approached the queen ant and whispered, I'm leaving this egg in your care. Remember, don't let any creature touch it. Seeing the queen ant nodding clumsily, he added, and you, and the other ants, mustn't eat it. As he placed the egg under the queen ant, Chi Anlin thought to himself that this was indeed the safest place. Except for Xiaoxing, who could teleport in, no one could find the entrance to this world. His only concern was whether the queen ant might eat the egg out of hunger. Gently stroking the queen ant's head, Chi Anlin cheerfully whistled. Although the egg would take some time to hatch, he was already making plans to use this time to advance his cultivation to the third realm in preparation for contracting a new beast. Aside from Xiaoya, his current beasts were more supportive in nature, and since the queen ant couldn't be revealed to others, he definitely needed to bolster his combat strength. After opening all 5 gambling stones, Chi Anlin was in high spirits. Although the treasures could not be used immediately, they were crucial stepping stones to achieving the king realm. Next, he sought out the Blood Devourer King, preparing to take him to the Blood Flame's secret realm. Seeing the Blood Devourer King brimming with excitement, Chi Anlin's gaze fell on the small blood-red ant, and he began to contemplate preparing a new body for the prison emperor. The unique aspect of the Blood Devourer King was not just its ability to split, but also that all its entities were controlled by a single consciousness and soul, requiring immense wisdom to utilize effectively. Blood Devourer King, Chi Anlin began, you'll soon have a new companion, also in a fragmented soul state. He will possess one of your offspring. Hearing this, the Blood Devourer King was initially stunned, then showed a touched expression, thinking to himself, Father Emperor is so considerate, truly thinking of my well-being. Out of humanitarian concern, Chi Anlin asked the Blood Devourer King for its opinion on the Blood Fiends. The Blood Devourer King's reaction was unexpected. It harbored no feelings for the Blood Fiends, because they were merely its offspring from body possession. Each sight of the Blood Fiends brought back painful memories. The Blood Devourer King even felt genuine joy about the Blood Fiend souls being erased after all. It meant a powerful being, equal to a king, would become its child. With the Blood Devourer King's approval, Chi Anlin directed all the Blood Fiends to climb onto the Blood Devourer King's body. He took out the Prison Emperor's token and activated the teleportation array. At that moment, the remnant soul of the Prison Emperor within the Blood Flame secret realm seemed to sense something and trembled slightly. As the secret realm shook violently, Chi Anlin's figure appeared beside the Prison Emperor. Master, the Prison Emperor greeted respectfully. Meanwhile, the Blood Devourer King was shocked to discover that this was an ancient emperor. It trembled with excitement, as in the demon world. An ancient emperor was akin to the ruler of the underworld, and ordinary king-level experts were mere ants in their eyes. The thought of such a being becoming its child left the Blood Devourer King deeply unsettled. Chi Anlin introduced the Blood Fiends to the Prison Emperor. Initially puzzled, the Prison Emperor soon realized that these seemingly ordinary ant beasts shared a single consciousness, which made its eyes light up. This meant that by possessing one, it could control all of the man-innate monarch's body. The Prison Emperor then commenced the possession ritual. Its soul split and infiltrated each Blood Fiend, gradually consuming their original souls. Meanwhile, Chi Anlin informed the Blood Devourer King that it could absorb the ancient emperor's blood from the secret realm, but it should focus on stabilizing its foundation. The Blood Devourer King eagerly leapt into the Blood Sea, breaking through to the third realm in just 10 minutes. Remembering Qi Anlin's advice, it began to stabilize its realm. Under the influence of the ancient emperor's blood, its blood-red armor became more robust. An hour later, the prison emperor completed the possession and was surprised to find that it not only merged with the Blood Fiends, but also established a bloodline connection with the Blood Devourer King. It keenly sensed that the light orb in Qi Anlin's spiritual sea had the same aura as the Ant Queen, instantly realizing the extraordinary nature of this master. Qi Anlin looked on with satisfaction. He now possessed two unique ants, both capable of growing stronger by absorbing blood, though the prison emperor's abilities were slightly inferior to the Blood Devourer King's. He believed that with the extensive combat experience and knowledge accumulated by these two ants, the future held great promise. Finally, under Qi Anlin's instructions, the prison emperor began to slowly refine its own blood. Confidently, it aimed to ascend to the rank of a king within 6 months. The prison emperor followed closely behind the Blood Devourer King, descending into the blood pool and greedily consuming the ancient emperor's blood. Qi Anlin watched the pool, soon noticing 2 blood cocoons forming within, causing the pool's liquid to decrease by about a tenth. Confirming that the 2 kings had safely begun their evolution process, he willed himself out of the blood flame secret realm. Returning to the queen ant's small world, Qi Anlin first checked the new queen's eggs. Unlike the rapidly hatching soldier ants, his observations over the past few days revealed only the vague outline of the new queen through the transparent egg wall. At the current rate of development, it would take about another week for the hatching to complete. Late at night, Qi Anlin stepped out of his room and stretched. Snoring could be heard from Ji Hongfei's room next door, while Dan Yunyao's room still had its light on. He couldn't help but ponder the subtle relationship between the two. Was Ji Hongfei truly oblivious, or was he intentionally keeping his distance? Through the floor-to-ceiling window, he saw Chen Yu sitting in the courtyard, gazing at the moonlit sky. The drunken Mo Yu was resting on her lap, sound asleep. The heartwarming scene brought a smile to Qi Anlin's face, but he quickly grew concerned about the young couple's future. Early the next morning, just after exiting the blood energy space, Qi Anlin heard sobbing outside his door. Opening it, he saw Chen Yu curled up on the sofa, weeping like a helpless child. Dan Yunyao sat beside her, gently stroking her back, while Ji Hongfei and Mo Yu stood silently nearby. What happened? Qi Anlin softly asked Ji Hongfei. Chen Yu's father passed away this morning. They say it was due to an old injury flaring up, Ji Hongfei replied in a low voice. The news shocked Qi Anlin. With king-level treatment, how could an old injury resurface? Instinctively, he looked at Mo Yu, only to find him expressionless, seemingly unsurprised by the bad news. Their eyes met, and Mo Yu lightly shook his head. Just as Qi Anlin was about to contact his family to ensure their safety, a message made his pupil's contract. Gigi's father had sent a plea for help. Xiao Qi, Gigi is missing. I'm sorry, it's my fault for dragging you into this. Mo Yu's voice was filled with guilt. It's not your fault. The ones responsible are the Mo family. It has nothing to do with you, Qi Anlin said firmly. Qi Anlin sat on the edge of the bed, his expression calm to the point of indifference. He uttered 2 words softly, Mo family. These simple words acted like a fuse, instantly igniting Ji Hongfei's fury. His fists clenched, and his eyes burned with anger. Damn it! If I had the power of a king, I would definitely storm the Mo family. Brother Qi, rest assured. Since they want you to go to the Little Serpent Realm to die, they won't harm your friends. However, this attempt at reassurance sounded particularly hollow. Mo Yu sighed and added, the Little Serpent Realm has spatial restrictions. Anyone entering must suppress their powers to a single realm. The inherent danger in his words was clear. Once inside, they would face countless ambushes. Ji Hongfei was about to suggest mobilizing the Ji family's forces to help, but Qi Anlin interrupted him. Spatial suppression? Huh? They've chosen a good place. A cold smile formed at the corner of his mouth. In there, even a king's Dao crystal is useless. But this matter doesn't require your involvement. I have my own plans. I just need to meet a friend first. Ignoring their insistence on accompanying him, Qi Anlin left Haicheng alone. Outside the city, Yunong continued his surveillance in the shadows. Upon hearing news of Gigi's disappearance, he was certain Qi Anlin would venture out. However, this time, he chose to stay put. The previous ambush had likely alerted the military, and if he acted rashly, he might encounter a king-level expert. Ironically, while Yunong remained on high alert, a white-furred hamster wearing a concealing ring sauntered past his feet, even pulling a funny face. Thanks to Xiaoxing's perfect stealth abilities, Yunong remained completely oblivious, even with the creature right under his nose. Long after Xiaoxing had left, a cold voice suddenly echoed around. The figure of the White Spirit King appeared out of thin air in the sky. This ruler, usually seen as gentle by the students, now wore a frosty expression. Chen Yu's father was personally treated by me. You have crossed the line. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.